before in terms in the atmosphere, the closeness between each other, and then there is no negativity in the team. So everyone is just like focused. Going back, this was my goal for the year. That it was a sad part for me that I couldn't be in the playing five and I couldn't have the play time. So I set myself as a goal that by the end of the year, I want to be in the playing five and I want to be playing.
So we had 6 weeks just now before convergence, and then we'll have another 6 weeks or so before we start the league. We felt like that was enough time to give Nifas the time he needed with the team to develop. His confidence is much higher than it was. I think he's developing in all the right areas.
With Polvi, he's someone that would just go in, not care in the world, make space.
If you're the entry, you go. I don't really care if I die or if I get the kills, you know. I've done my job and finding the gaps for my team, so.
Russ's firepower is extraordinarily underrated. When he was in Guild, he was playing just the hard flex role. He was doing all the hard jobs.
We play with like star players, I guess you could say. You know? Me playing with like Leo Safe, right? It's just one of the things. People don't really realize we're all good at shooting back. Like we're actually good at aiming. But the thing is, you know, when you play with stars, you don't shine as much, you know?
Pras helped me a lot. His calls are insane. It just makes us feel more comfortable the way he calls.
He always has his mindset on something and he knows like how to get us there.
The people are like, oh my God, Ben Kai, really? He's coming to G? Like, it was the perfect fit, right? He's got fresh ideas, he's a Masters and Champions player, and he's got the experience of, you know, the highest level. So it was kind of a no-brainer for me that G would go for somebody like him because he was on the market and nobody was looking at him.
So one thing he said when he came here is kind of a big part of the reason why he's not main IGLing is, you know, I like being creative, I like coming up with rounds, I like being able to help in the call-in, but I have a lot more left to give individually.
I'm just looking to build myself more as a player, I think, because not a lot of people know me as like this like fragging powerhouse or something. But I know that I'm capable of that and I'm trying to push myself to accomplish that as much as I can.
Blaze King, we picked him up, he had an insane performance in Ascension. We felt like individually he was at a very high level.
I'm surprised nobody's talking about his firepower. He had amazing individuals for his role.
On Haven, there was this one round where Blaze King got an ace and the other team was an eco. And yes, sure, it's not an ideal situation to be in, but you saw the fortitude that the players carried. You saw the sort of faith they're willing to put in on their teammates. You did not see that last year.
G, after announcing the roster itself, we have a lot of haters, of course. I don't really want to say anything about the haters, but the fans is just crazy. They don't actually support who wins, they actually just support the teams, you know.
Them chanting your name, chanting G, like, oh, it's like, you can feel the vibrations when you're on stage, right? And that makes you just feel like, wow, the fan buff, it actually is, it's real.
Global Esports has been that one ray of hope that the Indian community needed because I can't seem to imagine the Indian VALORANT scene without Global Esports. It's not possible. The sort of things they've done for the community, it's phenomenal, and I think the relationship that Indian fans share with Global Esports is one full of passion and one full of aspiration.
I'm tired of fighting. I'm gonna win now. G winning.
안녕하세요. 카메라 보고 인사해. 안녕하세요. 젠지 메테오입니다. 벨리저스. 안녕하세요. Makeup and new hair. Start part last week.
Wow, I do it on the fly most of the time, so I don't really have like something in mind. But like if something is trending, I'll try to do it. 제 세라피 많아요? 조금 Yes. Perfect eye. Full version on stage.
촬영할 때는 그냥 그 제스처나 이런 거 서로 이런 게 좀 들어가면 좋을 것 같아요.
맞아요. 오디오 안 들어가죠?
오디오 안 들어가요.
자, 레디, 액션!
T1, our time is now.
오케이, 컷.
그냥 원래 에너지가 많은 친구입니다. 진지한 애들이 많다 보니까 저희 팀에는 근데 또 이제 분위기 전환을 주는 그런 선수인 것 같습니다.
Last year, it's just a whole new roster. He was the substitute, and now he's the main five. So a lot of change. You know, it's a whole different game for us. Yeah, overall new thing.
I think the chemistry is going well because he fits along with the team dynamic and is able to fit in very well. And he's really good player.
퍼시픽에서 뛰게 되는 건 처음인데 사실 첫 퍼시픽 자체가 한국 팀이 아니라 외국 팀이라서 더 기대되는 것도 있고.
As an individual, yeah, I think a really good player, and that's why I think it's really fits on our team.
So good. 레디, 큐! 조금 더 놀라게 액션을 좀 해주실 수 있을까요? 자, 레디, 큐! 큐! Okay, thank you.
I don't mind content usually, but today was like really cold because they like have us in the jerseys only. These are very thin. I don't mind content. I think it's fun, but just kind of cold today.
제가 예전에 있던 팀이 T1이었는데 T1에서는 형들이랑 많이 게임을 했었는데 이젠 여기서는 제가 형이거든요. 제가 어떻게 보면 좀 챙겨주는 그런 롤이 되어 있어서 색다르고요.
3, 2, 1, 하! Okay, good.
Can you say
Ready, action!
去年もやったんですけど、結構なんだろう、設備とかセッティングがとてもワクワクするようなものばっかでとても楽しかったです。
일본 팬분들은 저를 좀 보셨을 거라고 생각을 하는데 이번 리그 처음 하는 거니까 열심히 해보겠습니다.
액션! 큐!
손 한쪽 잡아줘. 손 한쪽 잡아줘. 이거 뭔가?
片足で立って足の裏の映像を撮るっていうのだったんですけど、なんかある程度までやった後になんか撮り直しみたいになって、でも足の裏だったら俺じゃなくていいよなってうすうす思ってたんですけど、結局スタッフの方がじゃあラズじゃなくていいねみたいになって皆さん、2024年も頑張ります、試合見てくれたら嬉しいです。よろしくお願いします。
저희 팀원들이 너무 잘하기 때문에 젠지에서 아직 이룰 수 없었던 결승전의 꿈을 꼭 이뤄보도록 하겠습니다. 제가 있는 T1과 제가 없는 T1의 성적의 차이를 증명해드리도록 하겠습니다.
I'm in Korea for the first time. I'm trying to find the New Jeans members right now.
The strong thing about him is that he has a good aim, and he was like the best player in 2022. So his back attack is very good, and he has some good ideas also. So.
Are you shooting? Oh my god.
올라가야 돼. 민정 저기 올라갈 수 있어? 아니?
Hey, Carly. You okay?
It feels very scary for me because I don't like
tall places, you know. So, and for second keep like shaking, you know. So the cabin was like wobbly.
디아백스 선수도 더 올게요.
올라가나요? 아니요 안 올라가요.
저희가 아니라서 참 다행인 것 같아요.
Just jump.
Ready, cue.
It was my dream to shoot with DRX. I don't know, because last time they was the best team in Asia, and that's why I guess.
다들 좀 게임 잘하게 생겼어요. 무섭네요. 시즌이 좀 기대됩니다.
I mean, I do that because they asked me to do it.
촬영을 너무 재밌게 했고 선의 경쟁하기 전에 또 이제 같은 게임하는 동료이자 친구들이기 때문에 또 더 재밌게 촬영할 수 있었던 것 같습니다. 서로 더 높은 곳에서 같이 만나길 응원하겠습니다. 파이팅!
We're gonna take it like one by one, like slowly, like maybe just to qualify to international event. So yeah.
To our enemies, you see the drip on me, you cannot get with me, you cannot stop me. Sit back and wait. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't got no fear. Sit back and take notes. Cause homie, we get hit. Let's get ready for the rumble. All y'all welcome to the jungle. Hold up, y'all really me? Bring it on. Enemies all around. Ready for war now. Standing on his ground. And we will not give up the crown. Fight. Into the jungle. What in the world, huh? You all of my nerves, huh? You never return, huh? When you enter in the jungle.
볼게요. 네. Hello everyone and welcome back to day 5 of 2024 VCT Pacific Kick-off. Now before we get the match started, I really wanted you guys to see this awesome life-size Icebox pop-up store that we have. So here you go. We have the agent camp where people can line up to receive merch. We also have this little event where you can show off your aims, also win other merch, photo booth, and a photo booth with Agent Select where you can be inside the literal barracks of the Agent Select within Valorant. And also, we cannot not mention this awesome spike that we have. The fans have been coming over here into a photo zone so they can plant their own spike, diffuse their own spike. Now we have awesome Jet and Chamber as well. I'm just gonna take a minute to talk to Jet. Hello, Jet.
Hello.
Can you introduce yourself?
자기소개 부탁드려요. 한국어로 해도 되는 거죠? 저는 지금 제트 코스프레를 하고 있는 틱토커 겸 스트리머 겸 네오라고 합니다.
네오요?
네.
Hello everyone, my name is Neo. I do TikTok, I stream, and I also do a lot of cosplaying, and today I'm cosplaying as Jet. Well then, do you play Valorant yourself? 발로란트 하세요?
네, 발로란트 하고 있습니다.
Of course I do play. Well, do you play Jet? Are you a Jet main? 그러면은 Jet를 혹시 메인으로 하시나요?
아, 제가 지금 제트 코스프레를 하고 있지만 주요 챔프는 세이지를 주로 하고 있습니다.
Even though I do love Jet and I'm dressed up as Jet, I play Sage most of the times. 그럼 혹시 티어가 what's your elo?
아, 최근까지 실버였는데 이번 경기 져가지고 브론즈로 떨어졌습니다.
Well, I was silver, but then I lost my recent game, so I've been demoted to bronze. But you know, you can only go up from bronze. But thank you, Jed, once again, and thank you, Chamber, for being awesome and handsome. And that is about it for today, but actually we're gonna have another video of me tomorrow showing you more about this awesome life-size icebox, so stay tuned. Bye!
I think this can go either way in all three matches. I really had a hard time making predictions today. You know, it's hard to say because like every match is close. Every team has made improvements. Like we saw GE a lot better the second time they went into things. Team Secret looked better. Is that going to continue today? Are teams going to get fatigued? These kind of things are like big questions that you're going to have coming into a day like this, a grueling day. And not only that, you got to come in and play again really fast on short notice and play a couple matches potentially twice in one day. Like RRQ was telling me, like if they win, okay, cool, but then they got to play 2 matches tomorrow.
Rematch, right? Like part 2 Electric Boogaloo. GenG vs RQ again.
GenG versus RQ strikes back, you know, everything.
GenG strikes back. I don't like sand. But, I mean, the thing is, they also have had time to kind of like relax and, well, not really relax, but study how GenG plays. They probably watched and studied that GenG versus Paper X game. So there's a lot to think about as to how, you know, some of these teams like RRQ and also Talon Team Secret, for example, who have studied up against their opponents.
Yeah, and you guys mentioned how close these matches are, and I know that, like, you know, we have our predictions and sometimes it looks really one-sided. We were talking with Seth the other day. We should have probably a percentage of just how close, like, our predictions are. They could be very coin flippy. It's like, for example, yesterday DRX and Talon, right? We were like, it wasn't exactly like, oh, DRX all the way. We're kind of like 50-50. It could be Talon, and that's the same exact thing for all of these matches that we're seeing today.
Oh yeah, you put me. I'm at like 51%.
To 49, right?
Yeah,
like,
exactly. For like almost every one of these matches. Like maybe I favor like ZETA a little bit more than that over GE, but other than that, I think they're extremely close. I mean, today comes down to mental fortitude and firepower. I mean, like that's what we've seen so far. Is that really that? You know, there is some level of strategy and preparation and fundamentals that are important in these matches. But at the end of the day, like, it seems like some of the duelists and stuff are really dictating these matches.
It's also like adapting to the game on the fly, right? That's another thing. I mean, you're thinking maybe you'll favor ZETA a little bit more. I was really on the fence on that one too. I mean, I might actually be like 50.555%.
What? Where does that come
very
from?
exact.
It is extremely exact.
Throwing random numbers.
It almost seems like you memorized that exact value to bring it out here on the desk. But of course, as we're seeing our players arrive right now, you mentioned how everybody is getting kind of a preview of what these teams have to offer today, right? And it seems like this is only the beginning. This is not even the final form for so many of these teams that we're seeing right now. They're still getting their groove in here, and part of that is GenG and RRQ, who of course have done very different things for their roster.
No doubt about it. I mean, I think, you know, even though this is going to be RRQ's 3rd match in a row against GenG, that's the only team they played the last 3 matches. Like, they're still very different rosters, right? Like, even though going back to last year when they lost to them in LCQ, it is still going to look quite a bit different.
But check out our power rankings here. What do these players have in common? They are performing at the top of their game right now. You gotta have Devi on top there. I mean, that performance that he had, even on, like, I believe it was on the Sage at some point, right? It does work.
On Sunset, I mean, he knew how to make use of those walls, and not only that, he's clutching out rounds for the team. You know, slightly underrated player for Paper X, but he does provide a lot of value. And at the same time, you know, you got the classics, you got Mako in there, you got Saya player, but some of the rookies as well. I think Texture this year, for example, Flashback coming in, they really showed us so much more.
Okay, yeah, I agree, 100%. What are people doing that they're voting Mako over Flashback right now? Like, I think 100% Flashback
like, you know,
should be over Mako right now.
Mako is kind of like, you know, standing back just a little bit for this young gun to shine, right?
And that's more familiar with Mako.
Right. I don't know. I think it's more like just like the pedigree of Mako is like giving him extra points.
It carries over. It carries over. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Flashback is just performing so well. And it is so cute in his interviews. He's just so happy to be here. He's so happy he gets to finally show all of his talent on this world stage. And like, you know, he's smiling. He's like, I can't wait to play. I can't do that, you know. So it just makes me so happy that you have an academy player really getting the best training possible with one of the best teams out there.
Yeah, well, this is something that DRX is really good at. A lot of people kind of forget because they've had some up and downs that when it comes to like off-season preparation, when they're given time, they're one of the best teams in the world, and they're actually really good at developing talent. Yeah, last year with Foxy9 was a little bit rocky, but they've continued to show that they can adapt and improve.
Right, but Foxy9 is playing really, really well now, so it's part of that evolution. And speaking of evolution, we are seeing this match once again. And it feels like for RRQ, it feels like GenG is just that boss battle that you can't quite pass to get to the next level. And you have to fight him again and again and again, right? It just seems like these guys, they can't move on until they get past this team. But it's a different team now for both sides, Quack.
Yeah, it's a completely different team. We've seen some improvements. We also did see this exact same matchup on day 1 of VCT Pacific Kick-offs. Exactly. And although there were improvements on both sides, I think, you know, right there at the bottom of the screen, you can see the score lines along all 3 maps. It kind of tells you quite a bit. Although it was 13-11, RQ did make it really close towards the end. I don't know if it's like a bit of mental exhaustion from day 1, but they kind of ran out of steam. Today's a new day, though. That's the main thing.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a rough day with all the technical issues and things, so it was a long day for those teams, and that was kind of like we talked about mental was going to be one of the biggest factors in that. So GenG able to weather that so far, but still, like, you know, talking to Ewok, the coach of RRQ, after the match, he just said, I don't know what it is, man. They're just our kryptonite. Like, we keep coming so close, but not being able to get over the line against GenG, and they're going to be really hungry coming into today. Certainly, this is like the match that I think if you were going to ask them, like, one of their biggest matches of all time, this might actually be it. This might be it.
I mean, wasn't that there that social content where teams were asked who they want to face off in the grand finals, and it was everybody's like, oh, Paper Rex, you know, DRX, and then I think it was RQ was like GenG. You know what? GenG. We'll just go for
But
GenG.
I do feel like that's another thing because, you know, the GenG from last year is different from the GenG of this year, and one big key has to be that main duelist Texture. I mean, we're seeing the highlights, and he is the key player for this team. He often, you know, at least for this entire week of kickoffs, he's been getting so many consistent performances. In that exact matchup against RQ, I think on Icebox as well as Sunset, he got top fragged. 30 frags across both maps, and that's a very big thing. The only map that he didn't quite perform so well on was the second one, the one that RQ won.
Yeah, I think for Texture, like, what's impressing me is, I think he's even better than he has been. I have long considered him to be the second best Jet player in Korea since basically like the early days, like 2021, other than Buzz. Like, I think Buzz is probably the only player that I would rank higher than him. But with Texture, the thing that always kind of concerned me was his raise. His raise was always kind of a little bit off compared to his Jet. You can tell he was so much more comfortable on the Jet. He had that extra maneuverability. He was really great with Blade Storms. And then the raise kind of felt a little bit off. You know, his blast packet was great. Changed this year. He looks way more comfortable, way different. I was going to say, like, coming into this year, I thought for RQ, they should try to target maps where Texture would be on the raise. It doesn't matter now. Yeah, so we saw it on Sunset.
Crumple the piece of paper, throw it in the waste paper basket. That's not a plan that you can really pull off now.
Yeah, it doesn't quite work, right? And as you mentioned, Texture performing so well, but part of that is also because how his teammates are able to set him up in this way, right? And it's curious as well to see how Meteor is sharing that duelist role with him, right? Compared to last year, how Meteor was just pretty much hard duelist. We're seeing how some of the pressure is taking off of Meteor and how much better his performance also is.
Exactly, I was about to say, because Meteor comes in as that sentinel. So if you are about to crack open a site, you got to first go through this guy. And then the other thing is also, like you mentioned, the duelist roles. Sometimes Texture goes for that raise, Meteor's there as a Jet. And it's a very tough team for RRQ to play against. So the question becomes, how does RRQ really play up against GenG? And I think the main things that we got to focus on is a player, of course, like their new pickups. Jemkin, Estrella, for example, they have to work together. Jemkin, you know, we know him to be a very disciplined guy. He's very capable. But we've seen that, you know, sometimes if he doesn't get that first pick, it starts to go down, and wow, you can see who's doing all the heavy lifting.
I mean, speaking of Texture and Meteor, right? That's exactly what we were bringing up. And Paper Thin, we can see here, like these pentagons, by the way, for the uninitiated, they kind of show like where, I guess, like, you know, how much these players are contributing to each round win, right? And we can see that Texture and Meteor, definitely their performances are really, really leading the pack here, but it doesn't mean to say that Lakia, Munchkin, and Karen aren't doing much.
Precisely. I think, like, one thing to take away from this, if I could give like a simpler view of this, because this is obviously a very like complicated stat, is that everybody went negative against Texture except xFaro, and he went like +1. So like when it comes down to like how he's performing individually, he's shutting everybody down, and xFaro's the controller, right? So he's like that last line of defense. So that means Texture is getting through multiple layers to get to that player already, and that's really problematic. So it's gonna have to be on Jemkin. It's gonna have to be on some of the other players to step up and shut him down.
Yeah, not just that, but it also gives us a better idea of the playstyles of each team, right? You see RRQ with pretty much a more perfect pentagon there, and it just goes to show that maybe they may not rely as heavily on their duelists, but we can see that, you know, you do have stats skewed in front of like xFaro and Elmimore, and I do want to bring that up because, you know, of course the duelists get a lot of attention, but we do have to bring it back as well to that core of RRQ that's stuck together, Quack.
Yeah, to me, actually, it's also just the fact that you got that core. They got to follow in on Jemkin. Jemkin, you know, he's performed really well. But on that game day against GenG, 10 first kills throughout all the board, 12 first deaths. Not really the score. That means there's not, you know, maybe he gets the kills, but that's it. He just dies right after. There's got to be a follow-up after that. And Estrella might be one of those players that can, you know, provide a bit of that backup. He play Sky sometimes. You know, he's doing the calling for the team. Get more information, you know, really figure out which site is going to be easier for Jemkin to break through. And then at the same time, got to watch out for, you know, some aggressive plays from GenG. Texture sometimes gets that first opening pick and then it's a slightly weaker attack.
Speaking of which, where have we seen these two before?
Oh, very familiar, huh?
Right?
They used to be on the same team.
Exactly. They were on D plus Kia not too long ago. They were playing together at VCT Ascension, and that actually makes me wonder, like, how much of Lakia's IGLing does Estrella remember, and is he going to be able to call that out for his team, especially since he is the one IGLing for RRQ as well and helping shot call?
Yeah, certainly that's going to be a big part of today. With how close it is, the IGLing could be one of those things that pushes one team over the line versus the other. So how well do they remember each other's tendencies? How well can they adapt and predict off of those kind of things? You know, individually, Estrella had arguably the best performance of anybody on RRQ, so now he needs to get it going as both the IGL and continue to have solid, you know, fragging and other things as well, because you're going to need that to get over the line of this team.
Yeah, it feels like he has to do a little bit more so than Lakia at the very least. Lakia, you know, performance-wise, he doesn't, you know, provide that much in terms of tangible stuff, but intangible stuff, right? That's where he's providing a lot more strategies and stuff for the team, as well as, you know, playing Sova, getting a lot of information. So, although Lakia, we don't see him as often on the server, his value is still there. Estrella, on the other hand, you know, we just need to feel it a lot more, because right now, as soon as like Jemkin starts to fall, you know, maybe you got flips coming in for a second, but then at some point, it's not quite enough.
Yeah, I think that's going to be like, you know, a big thing as well, right? You have Lakia and you have Estrella. How well are they going to be able to set up their duelists? Because as we saw in a matchup like this, it's very, very important to set that up, because you do have Texture, who's probably going to make the plays, probably going to get a few more aces this time around as well. And we need Jemkin to really pop up. He hasn't had his moment just yet, so we're going to find out if that does happen. But what better way to do so than taking a behind-the-scenes look by taking a look at the coaches. We do have Jen standing by with a coaches interview, so let's throw it to her on stage right now.
Thank you guys. I'm standing here with two coaches. 네, 오늘 젠지의 솔로 감독님 그리고 RRQ의 이혁 감독님 만나보도록 하겠습니다. First off, I'm going to start with 솔로 감독님께 먼저 질문 드려보도록 할게요. Now, Texture, he's been unreal in the past couple of games. How have you worked with him to kind of get him to improve that much? 텍스처 선수가 정말 어마어마한 활약을 보여주고 있습니다. 사실 정말 엄청난 성장세를 보여주고 있는데 감독님께서 특별히 좀 텍스처 선수의 성장을 어떻게 도와주셨을까요?
원래 기본적으로 기본기도 좋고 좋은 선수라고 생각도 하고 있는 선수인데 일단은 또 나라 선수가 개인적으로 제가 다른 팀에 있을 때 감독으로 오면 좋겠다라고 많이 생각을 했던 부분이 제가 굳이 와서 그렇다기보다는 제가 좀 부족한 부분, 팀적으로 부족한 부분을 제가 좀 더 채우려고 좀 그런 게 도움이 그래도 없지 않았나, 없지 않지만 네 있다고 생각해서 그래서 잘했던 것 같습니다. 네.
Well, Texture, he's just naturally a very talented player with great game sense. He's just such a strong player as well. But I think the part where Texture really wanted me on GenG when I was coaching the other team, I think that kind of came into play because it was in terms of the synergy. And, you know, I've tried to work with the guys, tried to add to our games and try to pinpoint what we were lacking. And I think that's part of the reason why Texture grew so much and generally the team grew so much. Well, speaking of Texture, a lot of people say maybe the team is too reliant on Texture and Meteor, and when it comes to the days when they're having a slow start or when they're just not feeling it on the day, the team might struggle. Is that part of your concern as well? 텍스처 선수도 그렇고 메테오 선수가 좋은 모습을 보여주고 있는데 한편으로는 좀 팀이 너무 이 두 선수의 의존도가 강하지 않나, 이 선수들이 좀 몸이 무거운 날에는 좀 도전하지 않을까라는 우려도 있거든요. 감독님 보시기에는 어떻습니까?
절대 저희는 그렇지 않고요. 저희 먼치킨 선수나 라키아 선수나 카로 선수도 그 두 명의 선수만큼 네, 잘 하고 있거든요. 근데 다만 그게 대회할 때 안 나왔을 뿐이지 네, 충분히 저희 5명 다 잘하는 선수들이라서 네, 그런 걱정은 네, 없습니다. 네.
No, it's not any of my concern. I don't think that's necessarily true because Munchkin, Karen, and Lakia, they're all very good players, and it's just that they're ready to step up. I have so much faith in them. I feel like maybe on stage they have not been performing up to par, but you know, in scrims they've been doing really great, and I just believe in the 5 members of GenG to be able to pull through no matter what. Lastly, the last time you played RRQ Icebox, you guys were perfectly coordinated. You took it away from RRQ, but on Split though, RRQ almost won most of the duels. So can I get your thoughts on that as well? 일단 지난 RRQ전에서 아이스박스는 준비한 전략대로 좀 완벽하게 승리를 가져가는 모습이었지만 스플릿에서는 교전이나 미니게임에서 좀 RRQ가 우위를 가져가지 않았나 싶기도 하거든요. 여기에 대한 생각도 부탁드립니다.
저희가 스플릿을 굉장히 자신 있어 했고 뭐 지금도 자신 있지만 저희가 공격으로 시작했는데 원래는 그 스코어가 반대로 예상을 했었거든요. 저희는 그 정도로 자신이 있었는데 저희가 진짜 연습할 때도 안 나오던 실수도 하고 커뮤니케이션도 많이 안 되고 네. 그냥 저희가 못해서 졌다고 생각하고 있습니다. 네.
Well, Split, actually, we went into that map very confident because we think it's one of our strongest maps. And we started an attack and we actually expected the scoreline to be the other way around. I guess we weren't just performing as well as we did in scrims. And also it's just little mistakes here and there that the players made. And I think we still have a very strong Split and that we should have no problem. Thank you very much, Solo. Now I'm gonna turn to you, 이웍. 이제 RRQ의 이웍 감독님 만나보겠습니다. You forced GenG to map 3, won a lot of aim duels against them, and but at the end of the day, it just wasn't quite enough. So what were you able to pinpoint from the last series against GenG? 젠지 상대로 풀세트까지 끌고 갔고요. 또 교전에서도 확실하게 승리하는 모습을 많이 보여주기도 했는데요. 하지만 승리를 놓쳤다는 아쉬움이 남습니다. 지난 젠지전에서 좀 어떤 부분을 진단할 수 있었을까요?
So for us, when we went and analyzed our games, it felt like when we were fighting together, we felt like we were doing really well. And we felt like we were the stronger team when we were fighting together. We feel like that we had a couple of duels where we were too solo, we're a little bit too stretched out on the map, and maybe taking some duels that we shouldn't have. And it kind of reflected in the first kill, first death, where it's mostly when we're on solos, not when we're as a group. So that's something that we hope to improve for this match.
사실 이 RRQ가 팀원들이 같이 싸울 때는 많이 그 교전에서 이겼는데 그 스탯에서도 볼 수 있었다시피 좀 퍼스트 킬과 퍼스트 데스 스탯을 보면 혼자 싸우거나 아니면은 이제 싸워주지 않아도 되는 교전을 싸우거나 아니면 또 한 명이 너무 멀리 있었을 때, 너무 멀리 퍼져 있었을 때 좀 그런 데스가 많이 나왔고 교전에서의 아쉬움이 나왔던 것 같기 때문에 그런 부분을 이제 지난 젠지전 돌려보면서 분석을 했었고요. 또 그런 부분을 오늘 경기에서는 좀 더 고친 모습, 나아진 모습을 보여줄 거라고 얘기를 합니다. Well, then communication will be very important today, especially because it's do or die. But you picked up Estrella as the secondary caller, but the language barrier isn't something you can entirely ignore. How much of that language aspect affects your communication and more so the team's performance?
So the language thing is always just something that's going to take time. It's something that we learned through last season as well, where we went through the same things. And now for Gun, Estrella, he's just the next one that is now dealing with sometimes a little bit of a struggle on the language barrier. But for us, it's important to be understanding. And with the more playtime we get, the more matches we get, the better it gets. So we just hope to continue that trend.
제가 이제 오늘 특히나 팀의 커뮤니케이션이 굉장히 중요할 텐데 사실 에스트레이어 선수가 이제 서브 오더로 팀에 들어오게 됐지만 언어 장벽이 아직까지 존재하기 때문에 좀 그런 언어적인 요소에서 얼마나 조금은 힘들다는 점을 체감하고 있는지 여쭤봤는데요. 사실 이 언어 장벽이라는 게 작년에도 RRQ가 좀 이슈가 있었던 부분이고 그리고 언제나 이런 선수들이 새로 들어오면 좀 커뮤니케이션에 있어서 조금 더 보완을 해야 하는 부분이었고, 또 에스트레야 선수가 올해 들어왔기 때문에 이제는 에스트레야 선수가 당연히 이제 그런 좀 힘든 역할을 맡기도 했었는데, 그래도 팀원들 전체로 모두 이해를 해줘야 되고 조금 더 전체적으로 기다려줘야 하는 부분이기 때문에 끝까지 지켜보면 좋겠다고 얘기를 했습니다. Well then, last but not least, last time Texture gave you a really hard time with his super plays. Any plans to shut him down today? 지난번 젠지전에서는 텍스처 선수의 슈퍼 플레이에 RRQ가 고전을 했었거든요. 오늘은 좀 텍스처 선수에 대한 대비책이 있을까요?
Yeah, and the days that we
텍스처
have.
선수가 오늘 예상 가능한 플레이를 보여준다면 이제 RRQ가 그것을 최대한 잡아먹을 준비를 했다고 얘기를 합니다. 그렇기 때문에 또 텍스처 선수가 젠지의 크나큰 승리 조건인 만큼 오늘 예측 불가능한 플레이를 많이 보여주는 게 좋을 것 같다고 또 조언을 해주셨습니다. Well, thank you, coaches, for your insights, and back to you guys on the desk.
What a good day para sa isa na namang Valorant action-packed day para sa inyong lahat dahil sa araw na ito, makakasama ko si Osiris para sa aking as a co-caster. Kamusta naman ang tulog mo, Osiris? Panalo TS kahapon
Oo, masaya ang tulog natin. At hindi lang basta TS ang panalo, magkakasunod din na 2-0 yung na-witness natin. Alam mo naman kasi pag mga do or die match, talagang lumalabas yung capabilities ng mga teams natin at hindi nag-fail ang adobo gang na magpakitang gilas kahapon.
Totoo yan, no? 2-0 yung mga score natin kahapon. Kumbaga, yung Osiris plus Ray curse pinsama tapos na negative. Parang nag-multiply ka ng dalawang negative at naging positive yung naging resulta natin from yesterday's match. But I'm excited to see dahil itong unang series natin for today, Osiris, is between RRQ at GenG na naman. Paulit-ulit na lang silang naglalaban.
Oo nga parang hindi ko alam kung nakatadhana ba sila lagi na maglaban dahil tulad nga sinabi ng ating panel, pangatlong beses na maglalaban itong RRQ tsaka GenG, and alam naman natin na GenG rin yung nagpapunta sa RRQ sa lower bracket, but this time magbabago na nga ba yung resulta kasi close fight yun 2-1 yung naging kaganapan nun.
And as far as I can remember, mula doon sa mga previous matches pa nila, all the way back mula 2023, if I'm not mistaken, magkakahiwala yan from March or February, tapos napunta sa 7th month, which is June, July. Naglaban na naman sila, tapos hanggang nung kailan yon na dito na, 2024, naglaban ulit sila. And laging 2-1 yung score in favor of GenG. Laging 2-1. Ito na nga ba yung magiging redemption match nila? Kasi syempre, narinig ko yung coach, sabi ni Coach Ewok yung mas maganda daw for them is to fight together instead of taking those 1v1 type of situation. And sa tingin mo, ito ba yung magpo-progress or ito ba yung mangyayari this time or this series?
Yeah, I'm hoping, no? And mostly naman tayo, mga Pinoy, gustong-gusto natin ng mga underdog story. And not a big of a question din dahil nga itong mga taga-RRQ is mostly na mga sabihin na natin dyan, si Kingmaker, isa rin na sa mga kakilala natin dyan.
6 months. Pwede na siya maglaro.
Oo, so talagang expected na itong RRQ yung magkakaroon ng hard time, and once kasi na mag-elevate or tumaas yung level of play nila, ibig sabihin mas hihigpit na naman yung competitive standard natin dito sa Pacific. Kaya why not, diba? Bakit hindi natin gusto makitang manalo ang RRQ? Kasi yesterday, Talon naman at saka DRX. DRX yung consistent, gusto man natin manalo yung Talon, definitely marami pa silang kailangan ayusin.
Feeling ko, oras nang ilabas nila si Tuge no? Yung mga Pinoy player, baka kailangan nila ng Pinoy buff. Last time, hindi pa natin siya nakita maglaro. Pero malay mo, para sa araw na ito, magbago ang ihip ng hangin at magdesisyon ng RRQ na siya ang maglalaro for today. But we're bound to find out anyway pagdating dito sa series natin. And para sa GenG naman, ito, medyo panibagong roster kahit pa paano. You have some players that are new to the team. But other than that, yung performance ni Texture sa buong league na to, mula di number 1 ng Pacific, makikita mo through the roof. Kumbaga, sabi nga niya sa G, ito ata ang sinaing nyo.
Ayun, di ba? Parang hindi na nga siya na-utilize doon. Pero ngayon, mas nagko-complement siya well alongside with Caron and Meteor. So I think yung firepower ngayon ng GenG, much needed yung pinapakita ni Texture, and with the consistency na nilalabas niya ngayon, you would question a lot kung saan nga ba nagkamali ang GE in terms of utilizing this guy. Is it a synergy thing or talagang hindi lang siya hindi siya magamit efficiently ng mga taga-GE or magkaroon ng comp around it. So I think basically talagang mas nasa proper place si Texture ngayon, and maganda yun.
Definitely true. Pero bago ang lahat, tignan natin yung mga teams na makakasama natin for today.
With 3 matches won and an all-time map score of 6-2 over their opponents, they're looking for the 4-peat. Please welcome to the stage, GenG! And their opponents, always the bridesmaids, never the brides, but is the 4th time going to be the charms. Let's find out as we welcome RRQ!
four teams are here will begin the map ban of today's first match. Because GenG comes from the upper bracket, they will be having the higher seed.
Yeah.
Will you pick a side?
Team B.
GenG picks Team B, RQ will be Team A. So RQ will start by banning the first map. Bans Ascent, GenG will ban a map.
We ban Bind.
GenG bans Bind, RQ will pick the first map.
Pick Lotus.
RQ picks Lotus. Side for GenG.
We pick. Okay.
GenG attacks. GenG will pick the second map.
완전 괜찮은 생각이 넌둘다 상황을 봐줘. 어차피 둘 다 보여준 거라서.
You have 30 seconds left.
그죠?
You pick Breeze.
GenG picks Breeze. Side for RQ. RQ goes for attack. RQ, you may now ban the next map. You have Icebox, Split, and Sunset left.
Yeah, I want to. Yeah, I think so. Ban Sunset.
Ban Sunset. GenG, you can ban either Icebox or Split.
정배로 가면 사실 이게 맞는 거고. 근데 이것도 나쁘진 않지. 이거 하면 일단 생각하면 상관없는데 둘 다.
이거는 공격이고 사이즈를 확실해. 그러니까 이거 하면 공격이고 이거는 수비야.
그냥 그 개념으로 생각해야 될 것 같아. 태호가 뭐가 더 나은지. 태호가
성공하고 선수하는 거.
아 그러네요.
You have 30 seconds left.
이게 나을 것 같긴 한데.
나도 그럼 이거 배나죠. 그럼 어제 연습 2번 했잖아.
Ban Split.
Ban Split. Final map will be Icebox, side for RQ. Or defense, alright. I'll quick recap. So RQ bans Ascent, GenG bans Bind, RQ picks Lotus, GenG plays Attack, GenG picks Breeze, RQ plays Attack, RQ bans Sunset, GenG bans Split. Final map will be RQ playing defense on Icebox. Good? Alright, good luck and have fun.
Ayun! RRQ and GenG, dadalhin tayo sa unang mapa ngayong araw sa Lotus. At you know what it is, Taylor, dahil meron na tayo makikitang muling chamber na nakita natin from yesterday ba yun? Kay X-Curator.
Lumabas na din
Kasi grabe.
sa wakas. Nako, ito ang mga inaantay kaso wala na si Ye, guys. So, hindi wala na RIP ha. Yung team nila, yung Bleed, napatalsik na kung ika nga. Pero ito, isa na namang elimination match ang pwede nating matunghayan dito sa dalawang to. At syempre, para sa RRQ versus GenG nga, makikita natin, the first map's gonna be Lotus, na syempre pinili ng RRQ. Tapos yung GenG, mamaya magbi-breeze sila and Icebox yung magiging ating decider map. But na-mention mo nga, Osiris, finally you're seeing another chamber here on the spot sa kamay nga ng RRQ pero wala pa ring tugi.
Ayun lang, si Toge ang inaantay. And so far, yun nga, no, yung pag-utilize sa kanya up until now, wala pa rin. And this chamber, naman nakita na natin yung possibility na isang chamber with that headhunter, and mostly ang hinahandle niya is yung mga long ways, yung C at saka A main, doon sila nag-aantay, and then yung mga tricky teleports lalo pa doon sa C na kung saan pwede mong i-establish yung teleport mo sa waterfalls. So pag nag-mamba out ka, napaka-efas mo kung high octane play man itong kalaban. But then again, wala naman halos ang pinagbago lang dito is may killjoy naman sa side ng GenG, but the rest is the same.
Yeah, definitely true. And aside from that, kung meron ka nga naman ding killjoy, you get to capitalize on controlling at least 2 sites. Dahil nga sa kanyang alarm bot, and the rest is obviously yung kanyang turret and yung mga nano swarms mo. Comparing to a chamber na syempre, you only have 1 trademark available for him. Isang site ang kayang hawakan. But kahit papano, it's all about kung paano nila gagamitin itong 2 sentinels na meron sila. Kasi I'm expecting that more on the side of RRQ, this chamber is gonna try to make peak happen compared to sa isang killjoy na meron tayo for GenG. But na-mention mo rin, hindi naman ganun nagkakalayo. They're both using the fade combination with that paint shells o kaya naman yung ating rays. So marami tayong posibleng makitang mga combination ng Cs plus paint shells. Posible kung mag-utilize nila kasabay ng isang paranoia from an Omen. I think it's more of an aggressive type comp na nakikita natin ngayon.
Yeah, exactly. No, may mga utilities sila in terms of checking corners, in terms of catching group up teammates, and so far, I think with that race pick din talagang gusto nila ng mga mabilis ang galaw. So wala tayong nakitang basta-basta makakapigil doon, and Nano Swarm, alam naman natin na makakapag-satchel ka over, but then again, yung mga teammates mo na tutulong sa'yo ang medyo may held back. That will open a lot of easy possibility na mapatay mo muna yung mag-entry and then mag-i-slow down or ma-hold off mo sa mga choke points etong mga kasama ng mga raise players. But right now, we might be settling in papunta sa Lotus, at ang attacker would be GenG.
Day 5 na pala ngayon, guys. Unti na lang, mararating na natin ang dulo ng Earth, tapos sunod nun, VCT PH ulit. Diba?
Ayun.
Pahinga. Walang ganon, guys. Shoutout sa production namin. Yan ang mga tunay na boss,
bayani.
idol, amo, bayani. Lahat na nang pwede mo sabihin kasi sila talaga yung araw-araw nandito. Pero speaking of, eto na. Araw-araw, Valorant it is. Dahil pistol round na para sa side nga ng GenG on the attacking. Makikita mo na agad yung pagkakasetup ng dalawang mga Viper Wall para subukan pigilan ang isa't isa.
Labanan ng toxic screens. Pero wala pa rin gusto mag-commit. Once again, antayan lang muna. Patience play. Kung sino ang unang maging impatient o bumigay, may chance na maabot ka agad. May prowler na rin na pinang-check natin dito sa link. Unti-unting sumisilip sila. Texture, good hunt, paranoia. Abutan nga ba ang backside na paint shells para makasabay dito? But Estrella opening it up with the kill. Habang si GenG may ipit siya dito sa likod. At ito na ang mga sunod-sunod na palitan with 2 versus 3. Nasa kanilang site, masirang hunt, pero inahabol siya dito mula sa likod and flips Jinder. Makaka-one-shot headshot dito kay Meteor, pero si Caron magkakaroon na rin ng kill.
Tagal niyang sinubukang i-hold, pero speaking of hold, si Admemore kakarating pa lang all the way from C. Tignan natin kung kakayanin ng kanyang friend Z. On the other hand, nag-aabang lang para sa post plant itong dalawang players ngayon ng GenG. Lakya, pati double swing nila. Pero nga lang, Admemore secures the first initial pick-off. May isa pang tsansa, pero Lakya, yung pagkakaplant ng spike is very specific na hindi mo ma-defuse nang nakatago at all.
Exposed ka mula doon sa drop at yung even yung box na yun, kahit nakapaglagay siya ng teleport, yung swing ni Lakya and yung headshot na yun, napakadali na lang i-place dahil nga hindi kumbaga walang problema in terms of placing the spike. Hindi siya yung usual default, but then again, for pistol round, napaka-favorable yun para sa side dito ng GenG. And yung pagka-start pa lang ng laban na yun,
Tech pause.
Ayan, tech pause.
Pagka-start pa lang ng laban na yun, tech pause. Di mabubuo tong araw na to nang wala yan, guys. So, nagka-issue yung player. Hindi nag-gear issue. Yung player na mismo yung nagka-issue.
Kailangan na
ako lang ba? Madami akong naririnig.
Oo nga eh, parang naririnig pa yung, parang mayroon pang
Yung nice
isa
pa nila,
pang
no?
audio eh, na naririnig na.
Ayusin natin yan. Walang problema.
Oo naman.
Make sure lang natin, guys. So, sa lahat ng nanonood ngayon, huwag kayong mag-alala. Hindi pa huli ang lahat. Kakasimula pa lang nung laban natin between RRQ at GenG. Round 1 pa lang ang nasubaybayan natin. And anyway, pagkadating naman sa mga pistol round, Osiris, parang it's anyone's game eh. Anyone can clutch it out, lalo na sa isang pistol. But this time, it seems like yung GenG, yung mas may hawak ng site dito, pati na rin ng kanilang post-plant situation.
Yes, ang bilis ng pagpasok nila. Once na Prowler na yun, nasa B-Link, napakadali na lang nila na Omentry under texture. At yes, may mga few moments naman na sinubukan nga mag-anchor well doon nila Flips Jitter, kaso hindi talaga, parang hindi pa sapat. Kinulang pa dahil sa numbers game. Yung ibang mga members magro-rotate pa lang tulad ng naabutan natin kanina na si Elmi Moore medyo late na, and dahil doon wala silang other choice kundi idaan na lang sa gunfight.
Gunfight it is, lalo na sayang din no kung iisipin mo dahil si Moore kahit pa paano meron pa rin siyang headhunter, so masakit din yon. But it feels like it's a little bit too late doon sa kanyang rotation dahil halos lahat na ng players dito ng GenG nasa loob na ng site, pero hinuhold niya pa rin yung silong kung sakali mang merong mag-push. But over and over, wala naman dahil nga pistol round pa lang to. Kumbaga, strength in numbers.
So
yung nilalaro ng GenG during that time. Tingnan natin kung magbabago, pero cute ng Timo Hat. Never pa ako nagkaroon yan. Lagi ko nakikita yan sa buong esports life ko. Dahil kay Gloco.
Dahil si Gloco ang pinakakilalang, parang yan na yung trademark niya.
Trademark.
Timo player, si Gloco. And syempre, yung mga League of Legends fans din. Parang si Timo yung mascot ng League of Legends. So dito sa Valo, ang daming mga plushie na cute din.
Si Tacti Bear, meron pa yung bunny
Swingman
na pinapamigay nila mismo dito sa ating main site o dito sa LAN event natin. Binabato sa Pansol, binabato ng mga players. May kasama pang autograph.
Ayun. Kumbaga,
paano kung gusto mo walang autograph, gusto mo lang Tacti Bear, pwede ba yun?
Parang hindi. Parang kailangan mo bumili. Kailangan mong pumunta doon sa shop nila. Yung shop nilang Mala Icebox. Kung nakita nyo kanina sa ating pre-show, inilibot tayo ng ating host. Pero ito, babalik tayo sa ating game. Mukhang na-resolve na ang player issue, but Outlaw taking out Elmi Moore doon sa C.
Ito, play for picks ang ginagawa ng mga players natin ngayon. Deep onto A though, nag-aabang din yung kanilang raise. Let's see, 5v4 scenario. Agad-agad na napitas dito si Elmi Moore. Gaya ng sabi natin, siya yung magiging initial pick-off. Pero nga lang, kung meron kang Prowler plus syempre yung advantage of actually knowing na baka may nagtatago sa trees, mahuhuli at mahuhuli ka talaga. Pero going back, napitas na yung dalawa sa mga gusto nilang player na makahanap ng pitas na yon instead. Pero entry towards the site is gonna be from GenG. Expero to fall down. Isa silang nauubos dito ng pitasan lang.
Audition ang ginagawa nila, but it's the due diligence ng GenG na kung saan chinecheck nila bawat corners at alam nila pwede kasing gumawa ng unexpected play ang RRQ. So nire-respeto yan ng GenG, utilizing their utilities para lang i-make sure yung bawat GenG is safe. And now, post-plan situation, 2 members ng RRQ, kailangan na lang nila dahan-dahanin to or waiting for that execute mula sa Spike. Kaso naghahanap na dito si Texture at hindi tumatama yung mga bala ni Flips Jitter sa wakas. Makakapitas naman siya ng isa at hindi nahahabulin pa ng mga miyembro ng GenG. But then again, it is another round for them to take.
Spike gonna detonate. It's clean and clear para dito sa round na to kung sino magwawagi. That's towards GenG side. Kung patuloy nilang mapipitas ng ganito ang RRQ, parang mahihirapan sila sa mga susunod na round. But let's see, sabi nga ni Ray Ray, ang tunay na round ay nagsisimula sa round 3.
Ayun, ang buy round. And to be honest, yun nga, kumbaga kasi ito yung magiging bonus ng GenG and a buy round for RRQ. So definitely dapat sila ang may kalamangan dito. Once na makuha ng GenG ang panalo dito, mag-i-snowball ang kanilang economy and would definitely be fine on losing some more rounds on to the future. Pero Elmimore, medyo malayo siya dito. At makakakita naman siya, ngunit not going to pull the trigger. But info gathered.
Trademark is positioned towards B side as well. And yung kanilang rendezvous na gamit na kahit papaano. Pero just to cover, at least for the time being, yung C-Long. At unti-unti gumagapa mga players dito ng GenG. Kung mapapansin mo, they're trying to also sell a fake towards A. Pero malalim yung control na hawak ng RRQ towards A. So they're anticipating, most probably, it's gonna be a C-take setups mula dito sa side ng RRQ muna. Pero magpaparamdam na yung paint shells as the paranoia settling in. Rendezvous na naman palabas si Elmimore without any pick-offs. Pasok na sila sa site, malinis na malinis. Pero maraming pre-fire onto the corner. They play for retake na inaantay natin ngayon.
Yes, exactly. At yun nga, once the spike has been planted, nagtakbuhan na yung mga miyembro ngayon ng RRQ. 3 controlling waterfalls habang iba nasa likod. Nagkakaabangan lang. Prowler has been used. Maganda verticality dito nila. Lakia. Muna siya yung bababa muna. Si Texture being left out. The trades are coming in. Pero nagpapakawala din sila. Elmimore X pero ready sa pwesto mo. 22 HP. Karon at makakahuli pa naman siya ng isang miyembro as Xfero would be the last member. Hindi na tama paranoia kasi kung saan siya tumitingin. Nagkakaikot sila dito.
God.
Sino ang masusurpresa? Itatap niya ng bahagya. Kaso si Caron with that smooth criminal mula sa likod.
Dinaan sa pang-outplay ng mga players natin mula sa side ng GenG. Bonus round nila yon pero in the end, sila pa din yung nagwagi. Yung positioning nila, especially those verticality positions na nakita natin, kumbaga na make use nila, na utilize nila completely. At hindi madalas to na nakikita sa ibang mga teams yung ganitong klaseng setup sa post-plant natin on to C-Long. But GenG, they have to make sure na, alam mo yun, meron kang texture na kayang lumipad. Meron ka ring isang karon na kayang mag-TP from here to there. And again, itong RRQ, masastuck sila sa hindi nila gustong ekonomiya. Alam mo, more quite deep onto C-Long. Alam nating may rendezvous siya pabalik. Pero wala na naman siyang mag-pick off.
Yun nga, parang hindi naging worth it yung chamber ngayon dito, not having a lot of pressure para i-control to dahil nga pwedeng i-brute force ng GenG knowing na sila yung ahead and we just had the hunter in his hands. Siya pa yung may ipit doon and needs to bail out. 3 group up kaagad with all of those consecutive play na nakita natin sa C. Ngayon, hindi malalim yung control nila sa A kaya wala rin silang prior information. But a few gunshots na maririnig natin will prompt the members of RRQ to go back at A.
Sinusubukan din ng ibang GenG na kumuha ng control towards B as well aside from A side. And mukhang gagamitin nila tong butas towards Link. Xfero good on the first shot pero not enough to actually kill Munchkin here. 5v4 scenario pa rin naman to. Again, eco round para sa kanila. Stinger connects towards Meteor. At least makakahanap sila ng isa. Pero ito na naman, nagre-ready na sila sa post plant. Lumalalim lalo yung posisyon na hawak ng GenG dito.
And yes, maganda ang kanilang pwesto dahil sila ang nagkikreate ng space. Pumush na sila ng tuluyan sa Shells in. 3 members, pwede sila mag-take dito. Lucky at chinecheck na rin yung si Munchkin with a snake bite. Kaso nagkamali. Showstopper ni Texture. Tamang silip lang. Hindi gagamitin pero a lot of pressure na hindi nga galawin itong spike pero nag-i-stay sila dun sa main. Top mid dito, Caron mag-isa lang. Tinatlong miyembros. Jemkin will take that kill. Out ni Flips Jitter. Wala pa siyang nahahanap dito and Texture still on the 32 HP. 3 members na lang ang natitira ngayon sa GenG but make that equal. Dahil sila pa rin ang nakapwesto dito but Estrella will getting ahead dito sa kanyang frenzy lamang ang puhunan. And the Sheriff para may panalo dito yung kills but then again, hindi nila madidefuse ang spike.
Ganda ng mga post-plant setups ng GenG dito actually. All the way from C na nakita natin kanina. And now towards B, mapapansin mo the goal is to actually get a deeper possession dahil sa pagkaka-post-plant o pagkaka-plant nila ng spike. Gusto nilang gawa ng triangle formation magmula sa waterfall hanggang city, hanggang backside as well para lang ma-make sure na hindi makakatawid o hindi makakapag-defuse yung RRQ dito nang hindi nila nakikita. So, naiwan ng walang choice yung RRQ na subukang labanan. Wala silang choice at all. Ito na yung C-Spatial combi na napakasakit nga. And karon, still, at least makakakuha pa rin ng kanyang buhay. Nabawasan lang naman din siya dahil doon sa mga toxic screen. Pero Jemkin, galit na nag-aharap ng susunod. That's gonna be the double for him. 5v1 scenario. Ang bilis na ubos at natusta ng GenG dito.
Kaso hindi nagamit yung Prowler pang check ng Rubble at diretso pa rin doon sa entrance yung kanyang pag-check. Meteor might be catching off guard dito sa Estrella and might be another kill. Kaso Xfero will get ahead as the first win ng RRQ. Masisecure na nila sa round 5.
Round number 6 na. Ang bilis ng mga rounds actually kung tutuusin. Lalo na kung ganito sila mag-pick off, kung ganito nila gusto maghanap ng fights. Towards A main, yung aggressiveness na yan, nag-pave off, at least nag-work out towards them. Lalo na kung magko-connect yung shots ng mga duelists natin, especially towards Jemkin as well. May showstopper na sila dito, Sai. Ang dami nilang pwedeng laruing utility and I think they're gonna use that as well once they spot someone. This is gonna be Pain Shells coming in. May seize ba makikita? Nightfall na lang daw. Dahil isa-isang mapapaatras. Nilabanan ng Nightfall to Nightfall. Lakya, position himself. Ito na naman ang GenG. Sinusubukan pa rin nila talagang kunin yung spasyo towards A habang napakalalim na nung kanilang Killjoy on B side.
Sunod-sunod nga ang laban dito sa A, providing a lot of pressure and space. Yung Rubble na yan, talagang gustong-gusto yung kinokontrol ng mga magkaparehas sa team natin. And with that, palitan nga nila ng Nightfall kanina na nagkumalma yung mga teams natin na 1-to-1 trade. Pero Prowler, alam na natin na meron tao, hindi mananalo sa Xfero at kukontrolin na nila itong Bibat. Wow! Wait lang dahil si Fifth Jeter nakaka-double kill na dito.
Good hold so far towards B side. Kanina pa nila alam na nandito si Meteor. And as far as I know, ginamitan din to ng From the Shadows para ma-make sure na nandyan nga siya. Deep toward B. That's gonna be the last player remaining for GenG na mawawala. 4-2. At mapapansin mo, no, despite that pistol round na kung saan nalugi yung RRQ dito, Sai, nababawi nila ng mabilisan once na napunta na tayo dito sa mga buy rounds natin.
Yes, yung pagpasok din nila doon sa link, hindi nila in-expect na doon si Flips Jeder na busy sila doon sa showstopper na pwede magpasabog sa kanila, forcing them out doon sa opening. And with that being said, yung numbers game na naman, nalugi sila doon, Meteor with the info that they already got. Napakadali na lang siyang ipitin. Pero operator kay Elmimo! Mukhang tulad na sinabi mo, Taylor, nagkakabawian na sila dito. They got the momentum. They are feeling confident. They are taking those aggressive plays.
Speaking of aggressive plays, yung Killjoy nila na si Meteor, uma-aggress pagdating sa B site. May trademark dyan, kaya naman gagamitin yung Nano Swarm para basagin lang to mga traps na meron tayo. Yan din, yung kagandahan na meron kang Killjoy, no? Dahil yung mga swarms mo, kaya mong basagin kung lalo na alam mo kung nasan yung trap. Sabi mo nga, Viper Spit nandyan, mapipilitan silang umatras. Instead, they are trying to take space towards C-Long na nag-aabang naman si Elmimore.
Yeah, same concept na nakita nga natin for previous rounds. Dalawang members ngayon ng RRQ ang nasa malalim ng A-main. Kaya alam na nila na this will be a C play. Kaya si Elmimore, maganda yung aggressive positioning niya dito. Makakuha din siya ng another kill. Last two members na magagaling dito sa GenG and RRQ getting ahead. Ininvest na ang lockdown. Wala naman silang gagamitin panira pero hindi rin naman nila kailangan ma-pressure because they got the numbers advantage.
Respecting the lockdown, numbers advantage is there, lalo na sa triple kill na ginawa ni Elmimore dito. Now, it's time to make a retake happen. Paranoia settling in. Elmimore to move further back. Kaso nga lang, masasalo pa rin siya ni Meteor. Good on the kill, good on the shot. Flips naman ang susunod na makakahanap sa kanya. Karon, now left to him. Kaya niya bang psychohin yung mga players para sa post-plant nila? He gets one, pero that's all he gets. 4-2, gawin na nating 4-3.
And sabi nga natin kanina kung gaano kabilis yung ating game ngayon. Ang RRQ ang bumabawi with the control na ginagawa dito ni Elmimore. Kung kanina hindi tumatama yung kanyang headhunter, this time operation in hands. And at the same time, meron na rin siyang 2 de force. Kaya if ever man na mawala tong operator sa kanya, not a big of a problem dahil pwede silang mag-save. And right now, the pick up from the pacing ngayon ng RRQ. Mang GenG magde-decide muna on a hero buy with only Texture on a hero buy sa kanyang Vandal.
Si Texture nga lang ang meron Vandal dito. Shoutouts pala sa nagpaparehistro ng sasakyan na si Vil. Nanggugulo na naman. Paint Shells, Seas, Combi, sinabi na natin kanina yan, pero mukhang hindi pa rin nila ine-expect ata. At yun na nga, tuluyang nabura yung Texture na nag-hero buy.
Ano na yun eh, nasasaad din eh. Kumbaga, textbook play, normally alam na natin yun kung hindi nga Sage ang nadalas natin nakikita nung mga sinaunang panahon. Ngayon, parang ang bilis pa rin nila mahuli sa mga ganong klaseng play once na gusto ng fast push nitong mga teams natin. And GenG, sila ang biktima ngayon.
Xfero, timing!
Daming tatamaan doon, kakaroon! With a headshot, kaso Estrella nakaredy naman siya dito para sa double kill. Makakuha pa naman sila ng return from Lakia. And of course, an upgraded gun. 2 versus 3.
For a save round, GenG is looking pretty good. Si Jemkin ang magiging unang contact. The swing settle in. At syempre, rumampa ang players ng GenG dito. Too late for a trade. And pwede na nating sabihing pantay na ang laban. Mabilis na comeback.
Yes, and after na mabilis ang comeback, definitely a buy round for GenG. May magbabago kaya sa pace nila. And sunod-sunod na consecutive rounds na panalo ng RRQ. Wala pa tayong nararamdamang timeout. Kumaga may tiwala pa rin ng GenG with 3 ultimates and their buys. But if you're going to check yung economy ng RRQ ngayon, sobrang laki. If they lose this, alam natin pwede pa sila may pagsabayan for the next round. And if GenG lose this, mag-settle na naman sila for another save round. Pero grabe yung mga takes na angle doon ni Elmi Moore.
Bawat segundo, every second counts. Para siyang chef, kumbaga. Nagtatrabaho sa kitchen. Literal. Bawat segundo ng pagkaset ng turret na yon habang hindi pa nagpa-pop o hindi pa siya nadedetect, nilaliman niya na yung hawak niya. Unfortunately, hindi niya pa rin makukuha yung kill. Pero speaking of kill, ang mapa ng Lotus ay gawa sa papel, sabi nga nila.
Ayun, isa pala siyang malaking origami. Tapos tinapal-tapal lang.
Lalo na kung alam mo saan babaril.
Oo nga, ang daming mga patagos dito eh. LB Moore. Sabi niya, give me more. Kasi talagang on a roll yung ginagawa niya dito. At, yun na nga si Munchkin ang susunod na magiging biktima and having no Viper. Kaso, nakuha pa rin siya ng hot, but Xfero on the side with a triple kill. Denying another round sa GenG.
Tinuloy-tuloy ng RRQ dito yung mga rounds na meron sila. And so far, it's been working out greatly in their favor. I think it's finally time na kumuha ng isang timeout siguro para sa side dito ng GenG. Dahil gaya nga nasabi ng coach nila, they would rather fight all together than fight one by one. And as we called it, it's gonna be a timeout para sa side ng GenG ngayon. Kailangan nilang ma-realize na yung entry na susunod nilang kailangan gawin, makapitalize nila lahat ng ults na meron sila. Kasi kung hindi ako nagkakamali, may showstopper sila available kay Texture. May Nightfall din sila. As far as I'm concerned, it's even 4 players on the side of GenG that has ults.
Yeah, exactly. So pwede nilang ipanalo to with the Thrifty round if ma-execute nila ng tama. But then again, yung RRQ kasi mas mainit sila ngayon na Elmi Moore. Hindi nahihirapan sila kunin yung espasyo sa C. And with the C's and Paint Shells combo na ginagawa naman sa A, hindi rin sila makapasok basta-basta. So yung Rabble na take over agad siya ng RRQ, and yung B with that link play, napakadali lang pasukin. So ngayon, it feels like they are left out empty-handed. At ayun, may sapat pa namang pera itong GenG with light armors and a few weapons. And 2 ultimate points, pwede na bumalik ang Nightfall nila Kia.
Yun, may Viper Spit pala sila. Kala ko Nightfall kanina. Pero ito na naman. Kaya medyo nakakatakot para sa side ng GenG dahil alam mong si Elmemore laging deep C yung hawak niya. Pero the change is settling in dahil B yung kanyang kontrolado. Instead, you have Flips na ready yung Viper Orb. At kapag tinawid nila to, even with the Showstopper, might be hurtful. On the other hand, hinahanap na nila ang unang target. At si Flips nga yun. Texture, good for the double. And susubukan sana mga trade-off dito ni Elmemore. Pipigilan lang. Habang si Meteor, kina-cut off na yung rotation nila. Good entry, good execution. 5-5.
Mabilisan. And tulad ng sinabi mo kanina, malalim na kasi ang hawak ni Elmemore. Pero dahil nagbago, tinry nila i-anticipate na baka may iba silang gagawing play after that timeout. Kasi nga alam naman natin na hindi na kontrolado. Pero having no pressure of Elmemore utilizing the Showstopper to open up the site, leaving itong Cena out in the open, napakadali na lang nilang rotatean or sabihin natin i-take over yung buong site. And dahil na itanim na rin si Meteor, ilang beses na siya naglalurk dito sa B, kahit open yung link and they can definitely go on those quickest route, na-cut off sila ng ganun-ganun lang.
Wow. All the way to deep A. Wala siyang takot at all. Alam niya may rendezvous siya. Jemkin, maganda ang unang pick-off dito na nakukuha ngayon ng RRQ. Napakadikit ng laban actually. And this, kaya bang i-capitalize yung ult na yan? The first shot wouldn't connect. Another chance, perhaps this would push out the players of GenG to maybe rotate. Pero 4 o 3 nakastack dito.
Nakapagtago kasi hindi alam na nandun siya. Yung Prowler pinang-check ng link at ng box. Kaya wala silang idea na merong nasa rubble.
And kung mapapansin mo sa minimap, yung Viper nila, ang lalim na din all the way to their spawn. Alam nila na nandito pa rin yung dalawang players because of that space, amount of space taken away. And kung magro-rotate sila, magde-decision sila mag-rotate ngayon, would be a bad idea. Everything's open right now on the table, especially for RRQ side. Ang ganda ng positioning nila dito.
Karon, slowly, sumilip lang ng bahagya pero nalagpasan naman niya yung Odin. But Jemkin, nasa loob ng smoke. Makakapag-plant pa dito sa Lakia pero paano nga ba nila iti-take over to dahil 2 versus 4. Strength in numbers, meron pang kalabang Odin, meron naman siyang Nightfall. And yung Nightfall kanina inagamit na rin para mga sorpresa si Elmemore on an aggressive position from the shadows. They already have the information. Karon, nakabaon pa rin siya dito sa Gedli. Hindi pa rin siya magpapasilip. Satchels in and Lakia ang unang kutumba. And that's gonna be it with a triple. Jemkin at taking a 1-point advantage against GenG.
I do like the decision making na nagmumula para sa side ng RRQ. Alam natin na it was a 4v2 ever since before pa lang mag-plant itong mga players ng GenG. Pero yung RRQ, tiniis nila antayan lahat ng rotations ng magiging players nila rito to make it really a 4v2 scenario na mahihirapan makarecover yung GenG. And it heavily worked out. Really good decision making coming in from RRQ right now. Lalo na dun sa mga rotations din nila. 6-5 yung scoreline natin ngayon. Showstopper available na naman kay Jemkin. Medyo masakit yung nangyayari dito sa A-main ha. Lalo na yung Odin natin kanina, nandun din, nagko-control. And speaking of control, it's gonna be Jemkin with the Showstopper not connecting. Pero it pushed out the remaining players as Elmemore shuts down one. That's Meteor na kanilang magiging trade-off naman habang si Lakia lumalaban pa rin. 2v2, pantay.
Unti-unti nilang pinasok yung B. But then again, Elmemore, Nightmare gagamitin na nila. Checking every corner. Pero sakto pagkasira ni Elmemore ng link. Kaso nakalagpas na si Lakia. At headhunter, nag-crouch kaya yung head. Hindi niya nagawang i-hunt. At ngayon, si Texture against Xfero. Nagkakapaan lang sila dito. Out in the open yung Spike. So pwedeng malason si Texture once na pulutin niya ito. Kaso nag-overthink na si Xfero.
Lahat sila, parehas lang sila nag-aantay sa isa't isa. So anong mangyayari? Pero syempre lamang para kay Xfero na alam kung nasan yung Spike. Ngayon na napulot na. He's not sure where it's gonna be. Hindi niya alam kung nakapasok ng A o kaya naman pinulot lang para makapag-rotate. Ambahan na lang to, paunahan magkakitaan. Xfero, mukhang masasalisihan. May dalawang smoke pa naman siyang pwedeng gamitin dito. But other than that, it's more of really who sees first. Sino unang makakakita? Mukhang maririnig to next Fero dahil tinakbo na yung spike towards B. Mapipigilan ba yung plant? Yan yung tanong. Mukhang hindi na. It's now 1v1 situation.
Saktong-sakto yung pagkakatanim na yun. Hindi rin pwede mag-sprint sa Xfero kasi hindi niya pwedeng i-give up yung kanyang possession. Pero ngayon may satchel para iusog si Xfero kaso hindi siya nayanig. Deadly lang at naligtas niya pa si Xfero dahil sa satchel na yun, hindi tumama yung shots niya. And once again, RRQ, 2-point lead.
Oh my God. Pros don't fake, ladies and gents. Lalo na may dalawang smoke si Xfero doon. They only had one satchel. Kung may paint shell siguro, Cyrus, mas malaki yung possibility para sa side ng GenG. Pero this first half we've seen, hindi mo malalaman kung sino yung mananalo sa dalawa. Napakadikit ng laban between these two players, these two teams that we're looking at right now. And halftime it is, sa defense, sa tingin mo may magbabago ba?
Feeling ko mas magiging komportable ng RRQ in terms of attacking since nakuha na nila yung momentum and in terms of pacing. Mas aggressive eh. And pag tin-transition mo siya sa attack, kung gaano kabilis yung pagkuha na pwede nilang magawa from it, feeling ko malaking bagay yun. Pero ang GenG, being the attacker na ina-expect din natin mula sa kanila, hindi sila gaano nakakuha ng huge of points para mag-settle down or mag-easy-easy dito sa ating defensive back.
Isa sa mga kailangan nilang isipin natin dito is really relies heavily kung si Texture kaya rin mag-pop off as heavily as Jemkin does. Lalo na dun sa side ng defense dito ng RRQ, actually, napaka-aggressive nung kanilang mga positioning. With the help, of course, of Elmemore na kayang bumalik on site whenever he wants to. Pero mapapansin mo na kahit naka-rendezvous siya, kahit naka-operator siya, laging
lapit pa rin eh.
malapit. Laging malapit maglaro. And time again, walang nakakahuli sa kanya halos. As far as I'm concerned, isang beses pa lang ata siya nahuli dun sa mga angle na hinahawakan niya. Anyway, paint shells, sees combi, alam na natin yan. At madaling iwasan dahil nga may rendezvous siya.
Yes, so 2 utilities and just a rendezvous trade-up lang ang makikita natin dito. And hindi naman nag-hard push ang RRQ para masalunga ang lahat ng iyon. Hindi rin malalim yung kanilang control. You also have the toxic screen so they don't have any of idea kung saan pupwesto ngayon ang RRQ. Still, hawak naman ni Elmemore to kung gustong lumalim. And dahil ready na yung kanyang rendezvous, another challenge na pwede nilang kaharapin dito. Tinaas na ulit ang toxic screen and they might be inching in as still no information. Kaya nakikita natin na 2-2-1 pa rin ang pwesto ngayon ng GenG.
Uy, dahil ata sa mga walls, wala ring makikita itong magiging hunt nila. And this triggers Lakia to at least a little bit of a rotate. Pero mukhang A-side pa rin magiging puhunan dito ng RRQ.
Uy!
5 na yung pasok dito, Cyrus ha. Mukhang si Flips, maaabutan siyang nagde-defuse. Alam na nila, ito na yung snake bite, mapapatras ka na lang. And this gives so much space for RRQ side to plant the spike. Kaya ba nilang hawakan yung post-plant na to dahil 5v4 to?
Napakadami pang miyembro, dikit-dikit at magkakasama ang taga GenG RRQ using the smoke. So pwede sila man-surpresa, good paranoia pero nilagpasan ng boombot. Hindi siya tatamaan dito. Jumping classic mula kay Elmemore pero hindi siya tatamaan doon as Lakia will make sure na matutumba siya pero Jemkin pa rin ang napakainit. But GenG fighting their way through it at makakapag-defuse pa.
What a shot mula kay Lakia doon sa initial fight. Actually, hindi nga fight yun eh. Pre-fire lang yun malala eh. Through the smoke, nasa pool yung isa, tumumba. And because of that, nabawasan ng isang manpower tong mga players ng RRQ nga. Especially if you have a paranoia that connects perfectly, napakatagal mawala sa isang retake scenario na. GenG secures this first fight, this first round dito sa second half na meron tayo ngayon. At syempre for RRQ, pipilitan sila na classic pa rin ang magiging hawak nila dito. Ito na naman, yung mga aggressive utility play towards A main. Alam na rin to ng RRQ kaya inaabangan na lang nila.
Oh, space! Kaso outlaw. Elmemore out for the count and Knowing na napakalalim na sila dito at na-confirm na nga na wala na, mag-isa lang ang natira doon. Kikita mo sa minimap, nag-rotate na sila papuntang B at C dahil si Meteor ginagambala na ng mga tao dito. Ngunit that nano swarm will work para ma-deny and compromise ating itong Spike at si Caron. Nahuli na rin niya si Flips Jeter.
Crossfire, malala ang players dito ng GenG. Literal, 4-man stack towards C para pigilan lang and may kasama pang re-smoke. It's gonna be hard. Makakapita sila dito siguro isa pero that's it. Actually, imposible nga dahil lahat nakatingin na.
Oh, no. Hindi lang basta-basta left and right. Triangle kasama si Moira de la Torre para lang
Rhombus na yung ginawa nila doon, guys. Wala na, tapos na yung triangle formation. Rectangle formation is the new meta.
Ayun o, 4 kasama yung turret na yan. May isa pang nasa taas ng site. Wala ka na magagawa
Parang nag-6v1 eh.
Ang dami. And isipin mo, classic lang yun, Terror. Mamimili ka pa kung kanino mo gagamitin yung mga bala mo. Wala rin silang na-take out na kills doon. No added income para sa kanila, but this will be the buy round on a 7-7. Close fight pa rin talaga para dito sa side ng GenG at RRQ. We are expecting na mas magiging explosive ang RRQ, pero GenG, pinapakita na kaya rin nila maging aggressive in terms of the defense. Pero Lakia, mawawala na siya dito. Mawawala sila ng Prowler to check or even a hunt for that scan. Kaya less of information will be gathered para dito sa GenG.
Si Flips ang ally, pero kami ang gagawa. RRQ all the way towards the sea. Medyo masakit yung mga swarm na yan, pero napin down yung pangalawa. This opens up the site for the time being. And yung lurk na yan, baka mahuli pa ni Flips dahil maganda yung positioning niya kung hindi siya masisilip. Pero mukhang nakatingin sila as Munchkin on the other side of the map already punishes 2 players. RRQ, post-plant scenario nila dito is a 2v4.
Maganda na to para sa GenG, removing 4. Make that 4 actually. Panalo na yata ito with the numbers game na mapapaligiran siya dito and don't have a choice kundi tanggapin na lang ang pagkatalo ng kanilang buy round. A good bonus para dito sa GenG.
No Vandal, no problem. I will get myself some. Yan ang sabi ni Munchkin doon as he punishes 4. Oh, pulutin na lang natin yan. Walang problema. Ganda ng position niya dito dahil sa high ground advantage na yon. Once na mag-dissipate nga yung smoke, automatically makikita niya yung mga players towards the side. But it just so happens for RRQ na hindi nila nakuha yung shot first of all towards Munchkin dahil yung positioning na yon sobrang open din para sa kanila sa point of view nila. Unfortunate for RRQ side, pero it is what it is.
Kumbaga, yung box kasi na yun, I mean yung backside na yun, pag tumayo ka doon sa box, malapit sa entrance, kitang-kita mo siya eh. So, pwede kayo mag top-bottom na combo para for the trades. Kaso with them losing a lot of members already, kailangan nilang, ang dami nilang angulo na kailangan i-cover. So medyo undermanned or underpowered na sila doon at that point. Kaya naging komportable na lang si Munchkin on taking those fights, methodically checking every possible angles na pwedeng i-hold ng RRQ. And at that point, fairly easy na lang talaga to finish the job. At that timeout ng RRQ, needs a wake-up call kasi attacker na eh. Dapat mas komportable na sila dito.
I do like yung kanilang mga take on the site though for RRQ. Nagiging successful naman yung take. It's more of really polishing yung kanilang post-plant scenario. Plus, yung paint shell saka seize combi naman na ginagamit nila rito. It's supposed to connect or it's really supposed to push back the players of GenG. It also just so happens na yung GenG magaling din sa retake. Kaya napakahirap para sa kanila. Tingnan natin kung ano yung magiging adjustments na gagawin nila, especially after that timeout. Si Jemkin, nakastick lang din sa kanyang stinger. Alam naman natin kapag naka-double satchel ka naman, kayang-kaya mong pumitas ng malapitan sa ganong scenario.
Ang lalim na dito ni Flips and natandaan natin nagbago ang setup ngayon kung nasa C. Ang setup ni Meteor ngayon nasa A. This is a good read. Kaso malalim na si Flips nasa stairs. They are going in and going hard. Alam naman nila na meron na rin nag-orb. One-way smoke dito sa rotating doors. Magpa-plant na sila. Hindi na check yung Prowler. Spike has been planted. Pero mula dito sa gilid, hindi nila chinek si Meteor. Pero okay lang, Meteor Maker ka muna. Dahil nga ngayon si Elmi Moore makakuha naman ng kill. Pero mula sa taas, si Texture ang makakuha sa kanya.
Ito na yung post-plant scenario na kailangang i-polish na pinag-uusapan natin. Pero kung papansinin mo, may showstopper pang available dito si Jemkin kung kailanganin man. RRQ playing outside A main here. Alam nila, meron silang vision towards the spike. Ito na nga yung showstopper, isa lang ang mahuhuli dyan. Pero mukhang tuluyang i-defuse ng ibang mga player. Karon, on the other hand, mapapaatras. Viper Spit, or not the Viper Spit, pero yung Snake Bite na meron sila. Aabot pa! Umabot pa!
Na-half na, bago pa mailan yung Snake Bite and si Munchkin. Talagang, si Flip Jitter, talagang tinalon na niya eh. Sabi niya, do or die na to, hindi ko alam kung paano, na hindi na nila ma-clear with all of those gunfight. So sa pagtalon niya, yun yung pagkamatay niya, nalagay niya yung Snake Bite. Kaso, nagawa ng tangkihin with two members na nandyan pa, to go for a trade and surprise them. Kakayanin nilang ma-diffuse yun in Texture in his hands. Operator na merong showstopper.
Namatay din yung tatlong players, so dalawa at least ng RRQ just by throwing utility play dun sa loob ng site ng hindi gunfight. And alam naman natin, para sa post-plant o para sa retake ng GenG dito, i-aggress nila yung A-main na yan. And they were heavily gauging on those utility play na mag-connect unless hindi magko-connect, which is what happened exactly pagdating sa round na yon. Little bit off pagdating sa timing, pero let's see kung maaayos nila yan. Papaatras na lang sila dito. Alam na rin ng RRQ, there's gonna be an op play or an op setup towards A. Pero si Elmi Moore, ganun din naman. Paunahan, sumilip mo si Texture ang mananalo doon.
Alam naman natin na Texture, mainit-init ang kanyang tutok kanina pa. And with the kills that they're getting ngayon, once again, Meteor back to C setup. A good read dahil ito na naman ang stack na gagawin ngayon ng RRQ and they are going in once again. Munchkin makakuha pero Xfero nakaready siya dito. May turret and Meteor nasa likod pa siya. Nano Swarm giving him a lot of time to create space and double kill. Nung gagaling dito, makes that 3 para ilagay tayo sa 10 points ng GenG.
Beautiful timing coming in from GenG here. Mapapansin mo, you have the Viper Orb na smoke at mapipingilan nito yung RRQ makapasok sa loob ng site for the time being. Pero once they actually try to push, andyan pa yung turret, andyan pa yung snake bite, and hindi makakasunod at all yung ibang mga miyembro dito. So, dalawa lang makakapasok, hindi pa successfully makakapasok dahil sa TP pa dinaan. And because of that, it's quite open, wide open for RRQ na maging target nitong GenG. 10-7 yung scoreline natin ngayon, Osiris. Basag ang ekonomiya na naman ng RRQ. And GenG, pakarabang ginagawa nilang solid o mastante na itong posisyon nila as they kill off 3 players yet again. Nang ganun-ganun lang.
Hindi na, grabe naman yung operator na yun. Bayad na bayad pero Xfero. Makakuha naman niya dito si Lakia. Stingers in hands. Medyo magkakalapit naman ang distansya dito sa B. Kaya pwede silang kumuha ng site na ito. Ngunit tulad ng nakita natin kanina with one rotating doors, nag-rotate agad ng 360 yung sitwasyon. Kahit gaano pa kaaga yung kanilang pagpasok at pag-take over, hindi pa rin umabot. Dahil Xfero na lang ang natitira.
Lockdown available, pati showstopper available sa GenG. Pero hindi yata nila kailanganin to. Nahanap nila yung alarm. This gives them a little idea. It's not gonna be C, but it's gonna be A. Texture. Ganda ang positioning yet again. Alam nila yung angle to take. Really good control, especially when you have a Killjoy. Yun yung sinasabi ko kanina, yung difference nila with regards to the Killjoy and the Chamber. With the Killjoy setups, you can hold 2 sites completely. And with the Chamber, you can only hold 1.
Yeah, and then yung operator na naman making its way into the hearts ng RRQ. With that angle na hawak niya from C and then rotate yung ginawa yesterday ito ng ng T1 na may isang tagapindot ng rotating doors. Kaya hawak nila is dalawang site agad ang nababantayan na pag-entrance. And ngayon mukhang magtutuloy-tuloy na ang mga miyembro ng GenG sa pag-storm o pagbantay dito at malalim yung likod nila. Naku, 3 miyembro ng GenG to. Chinecheck bawat corner kaso nag-e-execute na sa A ang mga tropa natin sa RRQ.
Well, kung makakaramdam sila ng flank, they have to make A main or A take fast dahil sa likod nila maraming manggagaling na pressure. Pero speaking of pressure, may lockdown pa mula sa harap. This can be chaotic para sa post-plant scenario na to dahil mapupush sila pa uwi. Ayun na nga, yung ating Nightfall ginamit na. Alam na ni Elme Moore na may manggagaling sa likod. Rendezvous pabalik. May Viper Spit sa loob ng site. Pero sige, ito na yung lockdown para ma-push away kayo. Kailangan nilang umatras dito and nirespetuhin to, Cyrus. This would be truly a chaotic scene.
Pero tinatry lang nga nila i-play onto that operator with those rotating doors once again. Pero si Caron na hindi niya mahanap yung na-detain. Nakaipit doon habang si Meteor pinipindot niya yung spike.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Napakalayo pa lang pero nakikita na yung future nung magiging round na yon. Ang ganda ng pagkakasetup ng GenG completely. If you have 3 players on the flank and you have a lockdown in front, wala kang choice, Osiris. Mapapalabas ka, lalabanan mo yung 3 sa likod o babasagin mo yung nasa harapan na lockdown. It's pick your poison kind of scenario.
Exactly, kasi madedetain ka and alam naman nating 3 miyembro yun nandun, pwede ka na i-triangle dun eh. Nahawakan nila yung rubble and paglalabas ka sa rotating door, sobrang exposed ka and yun yung nangyari kay Elmi Moore. Trying to edge out, trying to lessen yung mga members and with a very good satchel na ginawa doon ni Texture, hindi siya natag agad. This rendezvous back, a Viper Spit has been committed but then again, that lockdown, isa sa pinakamalaking naging turning point itong pagpwesto nga nila that forces out everyone to just fight yung mga laban na pinwestuhan na ng GenG.
And back to sa sinabi ko rin kanina na it heavily also depends kung kayang mag-pop off the texture dito. And so far, dito sa defense na nakikita natin mula sa GenG side, mapapansin mo na he's been connecting those shots, those very impactful shots as well. And time again, yung RRQ, parang parati nilang nahuhuli habang nag-utility play. I think it's really for RRQ side. They also have to focus yung aggressiveness na nilalaro dito ng GenG and really fight out with enough firepower. And ito na naman sila dun sa scenario na nilalabanan nila ng isa't isa. It just doesn't work.
Sinusubukan nga with a true force pero alam naman natin na mas confident ngayon itong GenG and Showstopper hindi na ibitaw. Lakia with 3 kills and they might be locking down ngayon ang pagkapanalo na to as Estrella being left out. The Prowler will hit pero still Munchkin onto the side making sure that map 1 Lotus sa kamay ng GenG.
That was a very fast last round na nakita nga natin dito mula sa GenG side. Very clean, I would say, as well. And kita mo, hanggang sa huling round, huli pa rin sila sa acto na nag-utility. Yung Showstopper, hindi na nag-connect completely dahil yung mga dapat na nakasuporta sa back-end ng RRQ dito, hindi nakasunod, hindi nakasabay. And Lakia, really good positioning on that. Not other than that, hindi lang yun eh. Yung pagkakaspray transfer niya pa is just on point as well. If you can connect those shots, if you can hit it, then it's gonna be done and over with. And ito na nga, double check up muna si Coach kung anong pwede nilang gawin sa susunod nilang mapa dahil next map is picked by GenG.
Yeah, exactly. So mas confident sila ngayon dito. And gusto ko lang bumalik dun sa previous round before na tapos itong match point na itong mapa na to. Yung naging cause and effect na paglalim nga ng 3 members, the pop-off from Texture that we are expecting, hindi nila nilagay sa defensive A. Meteor should be commended kung gaano niya katagal hinold yung A site, delaying and giving more time dun sa 3 members at sobrang disiplinado nila dun na pinrowler nila every corner, Texture was checking every corners at once na na-establish nila dun sa kanila ginamit yung proper timing ng lockdown and with triangle members na nandoon sa likod, leaving them out in the open, and then from there talagang mahihirapan ka na makarecover.
You have to give it to GenG. Maganda yung retake capabilities nitong team na to. Nakita natin paulit-ulit sa mga rounds na yon. And it might be that would take them the second win for today. Let's see. Tignan natin ano ang ibig sabihin ng lahat ng yan. Of course, we have the panel to break everything down for you guys.
In the beginning, I had a lot of hope for RRQ. It was looking really solid. It looks like they had some good adjustments, some good reads, and Elmi Moore was locking down that C site really nicely.
He was! He had some like really nice op kills. I think round 7 in particular, he had 3. And like anything that GenG tried to throw at him, you know, they tried to peek him one by one. He just got them all down with that chamber, with that operator. It was pretty nice. They had a 7-5 lead. What happened in the second half?
Man, you know,
7-5 lead, dude! Like, oh my god!
Again, it's like losing steam, right? It's so painful because they had that great start, right? I did, by the way, enjoy that like little mini game between Meteor and Elmi Moore.
Yeah.
There was like a little 1v1. There was that like mini tournament within the map, right? But again, this is quite painful for RQ because they were on the right path, I feel like, right? Especially since Texture, as we mentioned earlier, can be a bit more, I mean, like his entries aren't as death-defying as they are on the Jet, right? So this was their best window. Unfortunately, they couldn't close it out.
Yeah, and I mean, this is, again, going to the fact that Texture has improved his Raze a lot this year. He looks a lot better. He can still op on the Raze. We saw this once they're on the defender side. He was so clean with it. I mean, yeah, look at the post plants here for RRQ. That's tragic.
Oh.
Tragic.
Don't mean to cut any of you guys off, but like, just I want everyone to pay attention to what's at the bottom of the screen right now, like the very bottom, right? Round 12 onwards, everything, all GenG. That says a lot. And again, it was that 7-5 lead, and you're talking about Texture. He was a big factor on their defensive side. There were so many rounds where, you know, of course we had Elmi Moore when RQ was playing defense in the first half. But then as we swapped over to the next half, Texture picked up the op. He started to pop off. There was that Raze and Fade combo as well. And although, you know, in terms of post plant's first kills, it's fairly even, but GenG just offered so much more, especially when you had, you know, players like Lakia starting to step up. Remember there was like a round where I was like,
Final round.
Lakia does not look good. And then
suddenly he's like, I heard you, Quack.
Oh.
Do not try me. But you're absolutely right. When the side switch and GenG was on the defensive side, it was just RRQ, right? They weren't able to really push forward in the way they did because GenG just seemed prepared. Not to mention, everybody on the side of GenG just seemed to have that moment for them, right? At first it was Munchkin, probably holding the C side. You had Meteor, of course, you know, shutting down Elmi Moore and so many others. And then you had Texture and you even had Lakia. And everybody just had that moment on their side. Unfortunately for RRQ, they couldn't really push it forward on the defense, especially when they started to lose that mental game too.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it just seems like it all started to fall apart when they couldn't really break through the defenses. I mean, and they lost both bonuses on both sides of the coin. Like, that's really concerning where not only are you losing both pistols, but then you're losing both round 3s in each half. Really concerning stuff here. The fragging isn't there for Estrella like it was in their first matchup. That's another part of the puzzle that's really not going so well. If there's any glimmer of hope here for RQ, is that Jemkin looked pretty good. 5-0 in First Bloods versus First Deaths, so he had a really good impact in that role. However, it didn't translate to too much success.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Again, the follow-up just sometimes isn't quite there. And I get that it's like a little bit more difficult, especially when GenG are feeling this confident, when it's not just Meteor, it's not just Texture getting all these frags. Munchkin had a round where he started to pop off as well. So, although we are looking at this right now, and you know, Jemkin has higher numbers, you know, for like damage per round, for example, higher ACS, it's still not the RRQ that we need to get that win over GenG. You cannot afford to be losing both pistols and also the bonus round. Like, how could you give that to GenG? This is your map pick. You go on to the next one, and you know, I certainly hope that they left Breeze open for a reason, because GenG's Breeze against Paper X looked darn good.
I don't know, man. I feel like this was their window. This was their window to be able to close out this series. But, you know, on side of RRQ, you saw Jemkin right after, right? He was sitting and he was deep in thought, he was discussing something with
Ewok,
he was talking to Ewok, and despite this performance that we're seeing right in front of us right now, you know, he knew that something was off, something wasn't quite right with how they tackled, especially when they were on attack, right? Especially since as the duelist, you do have that pressure along with your initiator. So that sync up that we keep hearing from the side of RRQ, where was it this time? Unfortunately, they couldn't bring it out against their kryptonite.
Yeah,
GenG.
and frankly, it was missing the first time around. Again, if you look at the assist stats and the coordination with GenG, yeah, the majority of the fragging was on Texture and Meteor, but they were still working together as a unit. It was still a lot of selfless play. It was still Lakia setting up his teammates, and now when Lakia is called upon to have some big moments, when Munchkin's been called upon to have some big moments, they stepped up today, and that's super concerning for these other teams, because top to bottom, again, this firepower for GenG is through the roof. Maybe the highest in our league outside of Paper X.
Yeah, for now. I mean, GenG, we saw, you know, the top roles that we had, you know, before the entire game started. You can see so much that GenG does, but, you know, RRQ, gotta see those numbers up. We talk about power friendship. Yeah, it's there. Need more of it, but also like the individual power, I think. You know, you can't always just rely on that teamwork alone, especially on a map like Breeze, I think. But at the very least for now, I mean, just enjoy the highlights, because what a show GenG put up.
Right, and you know, of course, GenG, I cannot wait to see them on Breeze. It's a map that demands such confidence, the same kind of confidence that we saw from them, and you know, so many times, especially for Texture. So I cannot wait to see them. But again, big question mark on the side of RRQ, because I personally, I don't feel like, you know, they could be prepared for what GenG has to offer on Breeze, which demands such individual top-tier performance.
No, I'm with you. I'm very concerned. I mean, I thought Elmimore on the chamber would be something that could give some energy, bring you know, some fresh air to this RRQ playstyle, and it did look decent on defense. You could see that GenG was afraid to put pressure Elmimore on that C site in particular. And Asarai pointed out during the cast that, you know, the one time GenG had success was when they shifted the chamber into B instead of onto C. So, you know, it was very difficult for them in that regard. But then on the attacker side, you don't have that impact. You don't have those first kills that you need. You're not able to outduel, whether it be Texture or Meteor, whoever you need to be beating when you have those opportunities as a chamber to use the advantages of your utility. It wasn't there. So that's very concerning here for RRQ.
Yeah, and Quack, and now we're heading into Breeze. What are we expecting here? We don't need to look any further. We don't need to wait anymore, because we have Yoru on the side of RRQ on Flips.
Whoa. Okay, this is... wow.
Whoa.
At ito na ang ikalawang mapa. Breeze ang mapa ng Damods.
Ang worst map namin.
Ayun, worst map. Pero second round na tayo, GenG RRQ.
Ayun nga, sinabi rin noon ng panel, na-mention din nila actually, para dito sa side ng RRQ, nakita rin natin sa stats, out of 4 times na na-plant nila yung spike, wala silang successful post-plant scenario doon. So they really have to clear that up. Aside from that, I really think na kailangan nilang mas heavily mag-move around to play with Jemkin o kaya yung kanilang mga duelists na talagang nakakakuha ng mga kills. Pero si Flips, eto na. Nilabas na niya yung Yoru.
Ayun.
Si Yoroy.
Ang isa sa mga...
nakakainis.
Madulas. Oo, nakakainis.
Nakalaban.
Madulas. Isa sa mga manluloko na agent. Dahil may mga fake out, may mga teleport. Pero sa ngayon, at least ang RRQ naman, ang attacker. Kaya mas confident na sila dito.
Wow, interesting. Heavy flank coming in mula sa players ng GenG ngayon. Kumbaga para tong reenactment nung ginawa nila kanina sa pagpe-pressure dito sa side ng RRQ. Napakalalim na push mula sa kanila. Pressure is definitely on, pero kailangan nilang bilisan. Nahilo lahat. Kaya naman malilinis nila Texture ito agad-agad.
And yun nga, di ba? Ang lalim na rin kasi ng pwesto doon ni Elmimore, kaya nakuha niya si Meteor. So yung pincer attack has been denied. Triangle formation, saan sila magagaling dito, pero naka-ready naman si Lakia to lock in yung mga kills na yun. But then again, Xfero, dahil nga nagkaipitan na left to right and andoon pa sa harap ng pyramid si Xfero, wala ka na gaano of a choice kundi i-push hard and just try to win those fights. A good idea sa kanilang flank na yon, but I must say that Elmimore taking down Meteor is one of those crucial na naging opener nila na mag-focus na lang tayo sa main since naikutan na tayo, we just let go.
And exactly like that as well. Dahil nga alam nila heavily pressured yung kanilang flank, this gave them space and time na mag-post-plant scenario towards A site mismo. And because of a crossfire setup, napakalaking bagay para sa kanila nun. And pistol round na 2 beses nilang nabitawan kanina sa first map natin, mukhang bumabawi ang RRQ. Magandang pangitain to para sa kanila. But another new beginning, new round para sa side muli ng GenG. Classics lang ang hawak nila dito. Sheriff naman para kay Texture. So kung may mapipitas siya, isang malaking bagay na agad yun.
Ayun, nagtago na kaagad si Lakia. Nakatanim lang siya dito sa gilid. Wala pa ring impormasyon. And a few of those, actually wala nga tayo nakikitang Cypher setups. So, might be an opening.
Walang pera eh.
Oo, talagang tagtuyot.
Walang arip si Idol eh.
Naalala ko pa ng panahon ng tagtuyot. Ika nga ni Flo G. Pero kita mo naman, sayang naman yun lang. Kita mo na, pero LB more with the outlaw. Pero ito na ang execution na gagawin nila sa B-site. At dahil nga walang arip, hindi magiging EFAS itong lugar na to. As Jemkin already storming the front. Flips Jither onto the side. Texture, makakakuha pa naman siya ng konting kill. Spike down, pero still lamang pa rin in terms of numbers ang RRQ.
Nahirapan na silang mag-flank this time around. Ito na yung power of isang Cypher trip wars na kaya mong iset up for the rest of the team. And RRQ sitting pretty towards B site here. Parang ang goal na lang ng GenG dito is to get those exit frags or even gauge on this Sheriff heavily para makapitas pa kahit papano. But it might be over and done with anytime soon dito.
Pero dahan-dahan lang. Recon Bolt. Masisira naman siya dito, pero exit frags nga ba may makukuha pa kaya sila good gravity well, kaso hindi pa rin talaga aabot si Texture for any damage since buhay na buhay pa nga si Elmi Moore. Ang pwede lang mapitas si Xfero, but then again, hindi na rin ibibigay ni Caron ang extra money in the bank at magpapa-execute na lang sa Spike. And that's gonna be it once again from RRQ. Nasa kanila ang momentum ngayon.
Eto na, dito na magsisimula ang lahat sa buy round ngayon ng GenG. And kanina, laking difference nung Killjoy versus Chamber. Ngayon naman na parehas na may Cypher, hindi na libre, hindi na freely makakaikot yung GenG dito basta-basta. So they really have to be careful with those lurks as well. Dahil hindi nila maiiwasan yan at all. Lalo na for RRQ, itong si Elmemore. Magaling din magaling mag-setup to, tsaka magaling pumitas to.
Yep. And ang maganda naman dito sa ginagawa nila, dahil nga may mga setups tayong ina-anticipate, having the Yoru with his own teleport, mas madali, and even yung fake out, to be honest, na yung kanyang clone, malaking bagay yun to disable yung tripwire before rearming it. Pero Caron with the headshot, teleports after teleports, orb farming ang ginagawa ni Flips dito para sa kanyang dimensional drift. Pero ngayon, siya ang makukuha ni Munchkin. Texture might be swinging, alam nila na may tao doon. Estrella hindi pa rin tutumba, pero si Lakia ang siyang maabutan doon.
Pa-force out ata silang umatras para sa side take na to mula sa side ng RRQ. Good on them dahil so far wala pa naman tayo nakikitang naglalurk dyan. Ganyan na sabi natin, may iiwasan na yung mga flank dito dahil hindi na kaaya-aya mag-flank para sa side ng GenG. Lalo na, alam nila na this might be a heavy rotate. Pero speaking of rotation, Estrella still may possibility na ma-cut off niya yung magro-rotate towards B kung sakasakali man. Dahil it is gonna be a decision na it's gonna be B site. Wala na silang oras para mag-hyper-rotate to A this time around. Kaya naman, na kay Estrella ang malaking bagay dito. Dapat makakuha siya ng pitas o ng cut-off.
At mukhang magagawa nga niya yun dahil malalim na malalim siya. Munchkin, sinusubukan tumakbo. Pinalampas muna ka! Texture up! And with the Cypher setup, kaya naging confident sila. Iwan yung B-side.
No!
Waling low si Texture. Pero hindi na magagawa ang trabaho. Diffusing ang GenG, sila ang mananalo sa kanilang Byron with their patience.
Ang daming nasayang na opportunity for the side of RRQ para sa round na to. Parang mapapasabi na lang si Estrella na, sana pinatay ko na lang yung Viper. Sana binawasan ko na lang sila. Kasi at the end of the day, napatingin pa rin si Texture. napasilip pa din, ika nga. And itong specific part na to kung saan nag-whiff ng kaunti si Xfero, dinaan sa crouch. Oh no.
Inupuan lang. And tulad ng sinabi mo kanina, the moment na makukuha man yun dun si Munchkin, already may iwan na si Texture in a iffy situation kasi hindi na good yung HP niya nun eh. And ito na nga yung dimensional drift na sinasabi natin with that orb farming paying off. Nalagpasan na yung mga cyber trips, kailangan na lang ma-disable to, kailangan hanapin na isa-isa, cyber cage, in-establish na at mula sa likod with that judge. Disable ang trips and mamba out si Flips na may kasama pang Phantom. Kaso na-fake out yata sila doon dahil nga na-set upan na sila dito sa B with that Viper Spit.
Ito na siguro ang isa sa mga pinakamagandang post-plant setup na nakita natin. Isa nagbabantay pa rin towards that lurk. Wala silang anti-flank dito dahil wala na nga si Elmemore kaya si Estrella ang bahala dyan. Pero heavily, may Viper Spit sila on site. Jemkin holding on to position as well. Habang si Munchkin on the hunt lang dito kung meron bang mga nasa labas ng Viper Spit. 3-man save.
Oo, 3-man save. Malaking bagay yan para sa GenG. And tamang bantay pa rin naman ang mga members ng RRQ. At least this time, well, sobrang gumanda nga siya for the reason na merong Viper Spit. Kaya nagmukhang untouchable yung setup ng RRQ. And respecting din yung flank possibilities na iniwan doon si Estrella mula sa backlines, making sure to cut off anyone na pwedeng mang sorpresa sa kanila. But then again, GenG, they already knew that. Respeto pa rin nila yung abilidad ng RRQ. Kaya sinubukan na lang nila magsama-sama. But with no answer to a Viper Spit, definitely it was a round for RRQ.
They would rather have that economy safe and sound instead para sa magiging next round natin, which is now. At when it comes to utility naman, they do have a neural theft, but very in a specific scenario pwede mong gamitin. Texture, pre-far, malala. May natamaan ba? Wala. So far. Pero si Jemkin, low on HP. Xfero, good for the trade. 1-1 lang para sa dalawang teams na to. Pero laban kung laban pagdating sa A-main. And nilabanan nga sila ng RRQ dahil on point yung mga shots na nakikita natin. 4v1 na lang ngayon as Meteor's the only man remaining.
Ako hindi. Sila yung na-wipe ngayon dahil RRQ moving in from mid to A ng ganun-ganun lang. At kahit nakapag-save sila, hindi pa rin nag-work. Well, hindi rin nila na-maximize yung neural theft. 4 members and itong GenG talagang hinahayaan na lang nila muna na makuha ng RRQ yung mga ganitong klaseng play.
Xfero parang gusto pang umamba at huntingin yung natitirang Cypher. Si Meteor, mukhang wala na rin siyang magagawa dito eh. So it's more of a hide and seek scenario. Nilibot na ng RRQ yung buong mapa as well. But it seems so far na parang nagmumukhang map pick curse ang ganap pagdating sa matchup na to.
Exactly. No? Nung kanina, map pick ng RRQ, pero yung low twos, parang mas naging bahay pa siya ng GenG on how confident they are. Pero this time, isipin mo, not even na magkasunod na round ang nakuha nila ng GenG na mas nag-work well. I think it's because nga na nagagawa rin talaga ng Yoru pick dito, na nagagawa niya magkaroon ng distraction to gain information, and yung pag-dodge nga niya sa mga setups in yung orb farming na na-utilize nila, investing it to dimensional drift as an opener para dito sa side ng RRQ.
Early timeout mula sa GenG actually, which is practically good dahil majority of the time naman, usually nagiging successful yung mga susunod na takes after a timeout itself. So tignan natin kung makakapag-produce pa sila ng resulta agad-agad for the next rounds dahil yung mga aggressive peaks or angles na hinahawakan nila dito against RRQ, kumbaga parang nag-online, binuksan na lahat ng monitor ng RRQ side eh. Nasasagot na nila.
Kanina sila yung na-overpower eh. Ngayon sila naman yung nang-overpower. Sila yung nang brute force papasok ng site. And even merong mga Cypher setups, hindi nila nagagawang i-slow down itong mga taga-RRQ. And with only Hero Buy mula dito, I mean, actually save pala yan ni Meteor kanina. Siya pala yun. Yung nag-iwan dito ng kanyang Phantom. Mainit naman ngayon ang RRQ moving in dito sa ating next round.
Grabing tripwire setup sa B-site. Kala mo si Yao Ming yung iti-tripwire niya. Napakataas. Diyos ko. Kala mo basketball player ang gusto niyang i-tripwire dito. Pero mukhang para sa RRQ, mas nagiging comfortable na sila dahil nga may Yoru rin sila rito. Ang bilis nila makapag-decide na okay, TP out tayo, fake lang to. O kaya naman, ito yung gawin natin, next scenario natin. And kung mapapansin mo, yung Yoru, all the way from halls ata itong nakikita ko.
Oo. In the close na yung kanyang portal. Oo. Nakabantay lang siya doon for any rotation, for any execute nga na gagawin nila dito coming in from main. Sinimulan na nila ang pagpasok pero mukhang dalawa naman ang miyembro na natanggal nila dito sa RRQ, but Jemkin and Flips, ito na inaantay nating timing niya mula sa double doors. The blind will be coming in at Munchkin pa rin na magiging ahead doon. Holding off dito sa stairs. Tamang pitik-pitik lang. 2 versus 1. At lulusubin na siya ni Jemkin dahil si Meteor na lang. Si Meteor na naman. Mag-isa. Winnable with that HP.
Solo trip si Idol ngayon. Gusto ko na sana yung fake plant scenario nila rito. Kaso, mapupunta pa sa mali!
Oh, no!
Hinayaan nilang makapitas yung mga sheriff ng mga players dito ng GenG. RRQ. Oh no, that round just fell through their hands.
Imagine, ang ganda na ng hawak dun ni Flips sa double doors pero wala silang nahuli, but din yung crossfire na pagpasok nila, yung mga angles na nakuha nila. Ayun, trip ni Yao Ming. So, nagsa-solo trip din to si Meteor mamaya. Siya na naman ang last man standing para dahil sa sobrang pagbabantay niya sa B, ayaw niyang pakawalan. Pero so far so good dahil nga sa aggressive take na ginawa doon nila, Texture na sorpresa yung mga members ng RRQ. Alam naman nilang blind to, alam naman nila mga peke to, at nagpakawala na nga ng Hunter's Fury. So may mga masisirang tripwire dito and Flips already inside the site. Meteor being patient, makakuha na isa neural theft. Pakinabangan na, Cyber Cage para protektahan ng kanyang sarili pero nagpapakawalan na nga ng mga bala dito si Estrella. At Elmi Moore gagamitin ang kanyang neural theft. Nagka-neural theftan sila dito, nagka-komsatan. And drone plus the plant.
Alam nilang may manggagaling all the way from flank. That's Lakia na ginamit yung Seekers niya. Pero I think it's more of that pressure na gusto niyang ibigay dito para sa side ng GenG. Lalo na papasok na yung dalawang miyembro for that retake scenario. 3v2 scenario right now. Flips at si Estrella ang natitira. Can they hold down the fourth? Dahil medyo malayo si Estrella dito. Kailangan nilang makakuha ng coverage towards that spike, towards mid, and Texture gets punished. Isa, si Flips na nag-aabang lang din from behind. Good on the kill. Open yung pag-defuse, and huling-huli sa akto si Caron. Akala nila ligtas na dahil si Estrella ang gumagawa, pero nasa likod lang pala si Flips.
Exactly, wala silang ideya kung nasaan si Flips at tinangkilang niya yung gravity well. Hindi siya nagpanic, doesn't give a lot of information. And despite of them investing yung utility na yun, wala rin naman nag-check para magkaroon ng trade-off. So Estrella, out in the open, siya lang yung nanggugulo dito. At akala nga nila siya lang yung dapat bantayan or nasa main lang itong si Flips. Hindi nila alam na bantayan na mula sa likod. And that was an easy round for RRQ to come back.
I do like itong Yoru movements nila kahit papano dahil it's creating that controlled chaos towards side, plus having a Yoru fake out being pushed away. Makikita nito yung mga tripwires. So at least that alleviates a little bit of pressure for RRQ side. More, you have to get the shot or else lugi ka dyan, magkakaroon ng barrel. Instead, he punishes successfully. Pero si Lakia naman may indirect trade na nagaganap here on A site. Nilalabanan talaga nila. More to get another kill here. Karon, makakapitas ng isa, but that's all he gets. 3v2 scenario. Space created for RRQ to plant.
Exactly, pero still si Jemkin ang nakabantay ngayon, taking down Caron. And Meteor, the last man standing with the Sheriff in his hands. Top bottom ang pwesto nila ngayon. Pwedeng magkapalitan. Might be pushing in. Tatlo ang nakatingin. Pag ikaw talaga is kahit kamay mo lang puputulin nila. Tabang kulitan lang.
Kanan naman daw.
8-8. Ayaw pa rin. Di pa rin niya matamaan. Siya mismo yung hindi na umaabot doon. And remember, nasa kanya pressure, nasa kanya ang time, pero doesn't want to give more money in the bank para dito sa side ng RRQ. But flips Jedder, alam na natin yan sa palitan ni Meteor.
Tumatagos yung bala doon. I guess, tumama doon sa corner nung
Gilid na gilid.
Gilid na gilid. And in the end, RRQ, mukhang malinis yung kanilang mga take dito, lalo na when you have Hall's control. Pero heavily attacker-sided na rin kasi tong mapa na to kung tutuusin eh. You have long rotations all the way to B from A and the other way around as well. Aside from that, RRQ have a lot of utilities to play around the traps of the Cypher compared sa isang GenG. Pero ito, aggressiveness ang magiging kapalit niyan. Isa lang ang sumilip, hinayaan nila. And that's gonna be Lakia going down.
Napakabilis na pagpasok mula dito. To GenG, aggressive sana yon, pero Dimensional Drift gagamitin na Jemkin. Nawala na dito si Munchkin. 2-man down and Karon na susunod na magiging biktima. May konting play naman tayo makikita, kaso mula doon kay Estrella hindi na makakakuha pa. At the last one dito sa kamay ni Elmore. Just making sure na rumaragasa na ngayon ang RRQ, and this is looking bad for GenG, ha?
Momentum-wise, completely nasa side ng RRQ, and they're riding through that momentum na dala-dala nila rito. Kumbaga, Jemkin, go kill. Flips, go get info. And then the rest of the team set up for the post plant and help us out. Yung support ng ibang mga miyembro dito, especially towards their duelist, has been great so far, and it's been clearing rounds as well for the rest of the RRQ squad. Kung magtutuloy-tuloy to, Osiris, nakakatakot para sa side ng GenG kasi mukhang unstoppable force sila ngayon.
Oo. Sila yung mas ahead. And kitang-kita mo rin naman yung kanilang economy ngayon. Sobrang layo na. They can definitely lose of those fights. A 2-7 score, napakalayo nito. Pero Gravity Well, sinubukan na rin i-invest. Pero harap-harapan as Jemkin taking down Lakia. Elmi Moore controlling yung mid dito. Patungo sa double doors. Si Caron waiting patiently. At merong nasa ilalim niya. I-check niya kaya to. Makikita niya nga ba sa gilid. Nagkakatinginan sila sa magkakaibang lugar. But that Kelwe off the neural theft, at mapapasilip din dito sa nest si Meteor, the second tick using the cage. Mapapa-overthink ka na lang ba kung ipapush na to, pero Caron still holding dito sa stairs.
Napakadaming intel, napakadaming info play coming in from RRQ. I do like it though, I enjoy it a lot. 2v4 scenario, kakayanin pa ba? Only with the Sheriff and a Guardian. Meteor, kumukuha ng angle, pero Elmi Moore all the way from bridge. No problem, ika nga. Ito na naman yung kanilang mga lurk, protect, we attack, we snack.
Yun na nga, di ba? Yung holes na yan, napaka-notorious pa rin sa kamay ni Elmi Moore, or even yung double doors. Hindi nababantayan ng mga miyembro sa GenG, kaya sila yung mas may freedom in terms of making sure na makakagawa ng play. And heads on dito si Lucky at saka si Jemkin, na. Pero so far so good yung mga lurks dito ni Elmi Moore, just to provide a lot of information and tries to deny yung kanya mga rotation using the cyber cage.
Time out na naman ng GenG. Second time
around. Ano ba kailangan nila gawin dito? Tay, ano bang nangyayari? Kung ikaw yung coach, ano bang sabihin mo?
Ang hirap din kasi talaga eh. If you give enough space para sa side ng RRQ, ma-overwhelm ka. Hindi na gumagana yung ginagawa nila sa Lotus kanina. Which is really give them space. O sige, mag-plant kayo pero hindi successful yung magiging post-plant nyo dahil mas maliit yung mapa for a retake scenario. And this time, for GenG, it's such a big map we're looking at na heavily attacker-sided. Plus, you keep losing the gunfights as well na sinusubukan nilang, ang dami na nilang sinubukan actually. Sinubukan nilang maging aggressive towards A main. Pero it seems like mas on point na yung RRQ dahil nandun yung trade-offs compared sa laban nila kanina sa Lotus kung saan isa-isa silang pumapasok and napipitas.
Ayun, so a good change of pace ika nga dito sa RRQ. As hindi na sila nagpapabaya tulad kanina na taking gunfights sa randomly shock dart being used para matanggal dito yung mga trips and even yung teleport magagamit na. Do you have the camera? Alam na nila yung mga pwesto dito. Fake out ang unang matatag. At
pinulot na lang yung trip war.
kesa masira. Kaso may teleport ha. Malapit dito si Flips. At yun nga, nabiktima ng alambre ni Kuya. At ito na ang neural theft. Na may kasama pang Hunter's Fury from the side of RRQ.
It's one of those things. Small things matter, ika nga, and that tripwire placement is just good for them to stop them on their toes. Ito kasi yung nagiging problema nila. Yung controlled chaos na dala ni Flips, kanina pa paulit-ulit gumagana. Pero kung mapapunish agad nila yon into this very small outplaying moments, mabibigla yung RRQ na mapipigilan nila. And now they're stuck here trying to make a pick-off happen. May sisilip pa ba sa GenG? Yan ang tanong.
Oh, and ngayon sinusubukan nila mag-play from the cage. We have the Phantom ngayon sa kamay ni Nature. Kaso dalawa from Elmi Moore. Dahil hindi na siya basta-basta nagpapatalo ngayon. Ba't kakasa naman ngayon si Texture? Naku, konti lang mula sa kaliwa, kuya. Tatamaan mo pa sana yung Viper Spit 2 versus 1 sa loob nitong kanyang domain expansion.
Sa kanya na nakadepende ang lahat. The hunt begins for the side of GenG. Wala silang trailblazer para hanapin tong Viper ni Xfero. Tingnan natin kung mahahanap nga ba nila. Mukhang Xfero will take on the first shot, punish, and then nandyan na yung pang-delay. Hindi ka makaka-defuse o makaka-fake ng tap dahil may snake bite pang prepared. Aware na aware ngayon dito si Xfero. Mawawala yung Viper Spit though. Harap-harapan. Texture on the corner still managed to pick up the shot. Pero wala nang oras mag-defuse. Still around for RRQ.
And at least kahit papaano, nagkaroon naman ng pingas sa side ng RRQ. But then again, it was already so close para pigilan yung pagragasa na to. We might end on a 9-3 curse nga ba? Or a 10-2 sa kamay ng RRQ, swinging the momentum in their hands. Napakalayo na nakita natin from the previous map ngayon with their execution. And only last 2 members having the Viper Spit. Ang laking space ang ginawa nila dito para maipanalo pa rin. Kahit na-deny nila yung controlled chaos ni Flips na ilang beses na siyang nakakagawa ng play in the minds of GenG. Naibangon pa yon. So ngayon, ito, rumaraga sana. Gusto nila ng 10 score. Blade Storm na may kasamang dash, Cloudburst, Updraft. Walang tatamaan, pero GenG making their own thing na nakakaswing one after another. But Munchkin is already out. Tamang sili pa rin. Alam nila yung pwesto dito. But a headshot na magagaling dito sa mga kutsilyo ni Nanay. Mula sa kusina, Jemkin still nagpapakawala pa rin. And Caron against 2.
Nakadalawa na lang, heavily in favor of GenG when it comes to manpower. Trailblazer, mahahanap nga ba? Jemkin, reset na naman yung kanyang knives. Tamang pang-ambalang, Caron. Good for 1. And now it's all up to Jemkin to make this play. May Cosmic Divide ka na nakaset! What a shot coming in from Jemkin, but it's not enough to clutch it out. Ang lupit nung round para kay Jemkin, pero hindi pa rin sapat.
Malupet, ika nga. At konting painit with that Blade Storm. Grabe naman.
Kahit ako matatakot kahit 2v1
Isipin mo, ikaw yung nag-Cosmic Divide, pero ikaw yung binata-bata doon. Hindi siya nagpanic. No audio cues, no sound cues, no problem. Tatalon lang ako at magpapakawala ng kutsilyo.
Again, if you have a really great supporting role towards your duelist na ganito ngayon, kainit, this might be a win for RRQ side, especially here on the attacking na makikita natin. It seems like probably ito yung pinaka-uncomfortable na nakita ko yung GenG playing against them.
Grabe. Entirely a 360 change from RRQ. This is not the RRQ that we've seen from the previous map. And knowing na hindi pa nila mapa to, sila yung mas nag-e-enjoy, sila yung mas nag-create ng chaos. And mind you, hindi pa ganun ka-slow yung kanilang pace. Sila pa yung mas, sabihin natin, proactive na the same as how GenG played on taking those angles kanina. Having the chamber, talagang nagbago talaga yung pacing ngayon dito.
Truly, it seems like GenG is playing in the world of RRQ sa mga panahon na to. Pero malay mo, magbago ang ihip ng hangin dahil magsaswap na rin naman na tayo ng sides dito with RRQ being on the defense. Kaya ba nilang punan yung mga pagkakamali nila kanina? But it seems like momentum-wise naman, heavily in favor of them. So it's not that impossible if you think about it as well. Lalo na kung si Jemkin galit na galit.
Ayun. Yun yung inaantay natin eh. Yung pag-pop off ni Jemkin ngayon. Nagawa nga nila may pagsabayan kay Texture. Nagulat din ako, parang napaisip ako, nasisira ba yun? Pero si Caron, ayun, nakatatlo na siya doon. And mukhang dahil sa pagbarit sa orb na yun, medyo yun yata. Ay, joke lang pala kasi nagtago sa orb at hindi nila in-expect na may tao pa sa nest.
Eh, once na mawala yung Viper, expect mo na mawawala rin yung orb na yan. And RRQ, this is what happens when you don't throw away your pistol rounds. Kung kanina dun sa Lotus map natin, 2 times na hindi nila nakuha from attack to defense, wala silang nakuhang pistol at all. And this is how you can see how important it is for them. A double-digit scoreline gives them or alleviates yung pressure dun sa mga susunod pa nilang round. Mas nagkakaroon sila ng space na mabawasan yung kaba na nakikita natin. And mukhang GenG ang kinikilabutan ngayon.
And ramdam na ramdam nga natin yung pagkakakilabot nila kasi hanggang ngayon, hindi pa rin natin maramdaman yung kanilang textbook play, kumbaga yung methodical na bawat corner, bawat kills, may trades na magaganap. Laging they are being left out empty-handed. Kada sila yung naikipaglaban. Texture, nag-iingay lang sila dito, just giving or providing distractions. And Estrella, ito yung isa sa mga butas ng sabihin natin itong mapa na to, itong halls na to, once na makontrol yan ng mga teams, ay napakadali na lang mag-lurk. So basically, talagang binabantayan ito. You have the drone, you have the blind, ang daming in-invest dito, and they are pulling away dito sa elbow.
Pero medyo malalim na rin sila towards halls actually. Yung Rico na yun hindi na-detect. So they have to double check right now. The timing might be right para kay Estrella dito. He's already anticipating at yung spike pa ang na-drop sa harapan niya. Okay guys, hello. Spike drop. Yan ang sabi niya dito. Agad-agad madidiminish yan. Pero mababawasan ng isang miyembro ang RRQ.
Nakakapatay naman. Kaya pagkapatay doon sa isang miyembro ng RRQ, lumingon agad itong dalawang miyembro sa B-side. Mukhang gusto nila isuko ba kasi magkaipitan at kailangan na nga itakbo to with only seconds of a left dito para gumawa ng play. I mean, this is gonna be it once again from RRQ. Sa kanila naman mapupunta. Pero nakakakuha pa ng kill dito. Isa-isa pang kinukuha ng GenG. They're trying their best na makapitas. But RRQ, they are ahead. Ito na ang totoong round, the buy round. Pero once na matalo pa ang GenG dito, this might be it for them. Once na ma-decide natin on a match point at more at makapag-upgrade na ng guns, ma-drop yung mga buy round nitong GenG, RRQ will be in a safe situation na.
I do like yung kanilang decision-making, especially for RRQ side, na yes, na-drop yung spike towards halls, pero hindi natin kailangang hawakan yung halls specifically. Hayaan mong pulutin nila yung spike. At the end of the day, kailangan nilang mag-rotate papasok ng A site o B site dito. And instead, they played on the outskirts here and managed to pick out everyone na kailangan nilang pitasin. 11-3 na ngayon. Magiging bonus round ng RRQ to ngayon. And let's see kung kakayanin ba ng GenG makabalik from this.
Ang layo pa ng lalakbayin nila, Terror.
Daming bigas na kakainin.
3-11. Naku, ayun na nga. Ano ba yun? Lahat na pwedeng masira sa comeback, na return of the comeback play. Hindi pa rin yata aabot. Jemkin tsaka Texture, yung dalawang mainit nating mga duelist dito. Magkakaroon nga ba sila ng duelo? Magkakapitikan na nga ba sila? Slowly but surely inching in ngayon ang mga miyembro ng GenG. At mukhang mapapalaban na sila. Jemkin, maganda ang pwesto dito. Dash out of the Cloudburst and he is bursting out the seams. And it seems like GenG makakuha na siya ngayon ng advantage. Everyone from RRQ is down. Dalawa na lang ang siyang natitira.
Oh my God.
Kaso mula sa likod, wala sa main na yun. And another kill. Mukhang si Elmi Moore pa ang makakapagpatapos sa Cypher to Cypher. Meteor, the sidestep and whiffing the last shot. GenG, buhay pa sila, Taylor.
Kawawa yung lamesa ni Elmi Moore. Nakita ko yun. Siya na lang din nagalit sa sarili niya. Andun na eh. Nandun ka na sa peak moment na makukuha mo yung bonus round. But it was a bonus round. That's the good side of it at the end of the day. At least na-punish nila yung naging buy round ng GenG dito. It's a little bit too close. Ika nga para sa comfort for GenG's side. So they have to be more careful for the next rounds. And makikita mo, puro kalahaf armor meron dito. Kalahating armor lang mula sa kanila. No outlaws that we're looking onto RRQ. Wala na. Nag-upgrade na silang lahat into rifles. May Hunter's Fury pang deny kung sakaling gusto nilang umentry o talagang push na. Let's see how GenG will make things work.
Map-pick ng GenG, pero sila ngayon ang ginegeng-geng ng RRQ. And in spite of them losing map 1, it is a good mental reset ng RRQ para maibangon ang kanilang sarili. Konting fake outs lang dito. Makakita lang tayo ng mga nag-aabang sa magkabilang main. And even yung Hulsa, hindi binabantayan ngayon. Or walang tao mula sa GenG. Mas gusto nila mag-focus dito. Kaso si Flips, medyo malalim yung posisyon niya. So once na dumiretso dito sila Texture, pwede silang magulat.
Pero parang balak din ng GenG dito manggulat. Pero timing, a little bit on the side of RRQ. Here, mapipigilan nila. Ito na yung Hunter's Fury na sinasabi natin pang delay. And medyo masakit yan. Good thing they have Lakya. They have the overgrowth kung kailangan nila ng heal dito. Pero speaking of, karon hindi na may-heal dahil mawawala na siya. Meteor, to use neural depth here, may campang pwedeng gamitin. Nagtatago lang sa loob ng smoke. Playing for that information and giving space or creating that space para makapag-plant sila. Texture, good on the kill. And ang ganda ng pwesto ni Meteor to get those shots in. Binuksan ang pintuan. Alam nila kung saan magagaling si Elmi Moore playing on the angles though. It's GenG's round.
GenG, with their patience play, this time hindi sila basta-basta dumediretso. Wala muna press W. Ina-assess muna nila yung situation from A to B on both sides. And with that neural theft talaga ang nag-matter to expose a lot of members. And dahil doon, napwestuhan na rin ni Meteor yung mga kills na yon just to make sure na ma-plant nila yung spike and defensive stance ng timeout ng RRQ kasi yung momentum na iningatan nila for how many rounds tila malilipat ngayon sa GenG.
But at least nakapag-ipon sila ng puntos dito. Kahit pa paano, meron silang space to make mistakes, to lose some rounds, pero not too much, sabi ni Coach. Kaya nagta-time out ang RRQ. Itong change nung pacing, especially for the side of GenG, it has been working greatly in their favor as well. Yung mga slow push nila, it seems like nakakahuli sila ng mga players from RRQ side. And because of this very slow play, makikita mo na yung mga utility usage dito ng RRQ to try and pinpoint na nasan nga ba sila. Yung mga recon darts dito ni Estrella, walang nakikita at all. Dahil napakalayo nila o kaya naman napakabagal ng movements. Kaya natataguan nila to. Tapos by the time na pumush sila sa site, wala nang utility.
Oo, ubus na. Kumbaga napakinabangan na nila, kumbaga na burn na lahat. So hindi na kailangan pang problemahin. At ngayon, with them having this thrifty round, paano kaya natin iti-take advantage ngayon dahil sila ang nakaabang at natalunan pala yung trip na yun. Kaso, abang na rin ng GenG dito as Elmi Moore. Lose one member muna tayo dito. Ang mahalaga, matanggalan nila ng weapons. Kaso mukhang ang GenG, mas confident sila ngayon on taking fights at nakakuha na rin ng impormasyon. Isipin mo, ropes lang, malalaman mo na.
Kalimutan mo na yung jump pick. Ito na yung bago, rope picking is the new meta pagdating sa halls ngayon. 5v3 scenario, though I understand na gustong kumuha ng mas aggressive position dito yung RRQ, but you have to realize GenG also understands na maglalaro sila in an aggressive way. Kaya tignan mo, parang sila yung nasa defense dito. Nag-aabang lang lahat sa spawn and successfully, they take 3 people away.
Exactly. And at this point ngayon, dahil nga meron na silang space, dalawa na lang to. Dog at ang daming sinalubong dito noon ni Flips. And this might be it para sa side ng RRQ this time around. But remember, they got the advantage. Pwede silang magpatalo ng ilang rounds just to get that pace, just to adapt sa gagawin ngayon ng GenG. And with that one wrong mistake, mapupunta tayo sa match point. Nagkakahanapan lang dito. Kailangan lang bawasan syempre yung ekonomiya ngayon ng GenG and Munchkin. Siya ang napunish. Habang si Jemkin, may dash pa naman siya dito. Kaso mayroong tatao sa Nest with 20 HP. That's gonna be it para dito sa RRQ.
11-6 na ang score natin ngayon. And unti-unting gumagapang pataas itong GenG sa mga tatlong rounds na sunod-sunod nilang nakuha against RRQ side. But ito na, oras na daw para mag-operator setup. Yan ang sabi dito ni Jemkin. And this might be a really good investment para sa mga susunod na rounds na makikita natin. Dahil sa long angles na nilalaro dito ng GenG side and very slow-paced kind of play, we might be seeing this operator gain some advantage para sa kanila. But let's see, parang gusto nilang tawarin yung mid dahil sa smoke na yan. Estrella, be aware na there might be doors, seekers being used as well, and texture to push in. Meron bang sasalo ng mga kills? Wala. And instead, si Xfero ang mawawala.
Yes, and si Jemkin ngayon, yung operator sa hall nila nilagay. At dahil doon sa mabilis ang pag-entry nila with the Seekers, Cloudburst sa after smokes and smokes. And napakadali na lang mag-create ng space. Flips will be the next target dito, and texture. This is the moment of GenG na sila na nag-accelerate ng pacing. Kaso once again, na time ng operator dito, unti-unting nawawala. But Estrella with the kill, kailangan nila iligtas ang kanilang mga kagamitan dahil medyo dire ang kanilang situation for the next round if hindi sila properly equipped. Lakia, naikipaglaro sa apoy. Remember, meron tayong operator dito but still nakuha niya yon. Nakagawa pa rin siya ng isang kill.
Oh, no.
Last member, Meteor. Pwede siyang mansurpresa dito. Nagtatago sa likod. Kasi alam mo, ito yung pwesto ni Meteor kanina eh. Nung nagsisave, sabi niya, alam ko tong spot na to. Ito yung spot ng mga pigang-piga na walang pera. Kaya dito ako magtatago.
Mga tagipit. Dito nagtatago yung mga yan eh. At saka rinig na rinig din naman si Jemkin. Though, I would have said na sana nag-save na rin si Estrella dito. Instead, he was holding an angle as well para sa mga susunod na magpupush. And GenG would happily hunt you down dahil nga naman lamang na lamang sila when it comes to the economy. So, aside from heavily investing on an op, not getting any kills, medyo masakit yung round na yun for RRQ. Literal, para silang walang nagawa during that round.
At ngayon yung GenG, sila yung merong Viper Spit and Cosmic Divide. So pwede nila i-well distribute to habang nasa save round. Pero still, Mimor napitik dito. Giving a lot of information dito sa Neural Tech. Alam nila na merong pupunta at forcing out yung pag-swing dito kay Karon. Nasa likod si Meteor. Dalawang miyembro ng RRQ ang nasa double doors na pwedeng manggulat dito. Pwedeng malason ang GenG.
Kailangan ma-utilize ng RRQ dito yung Dimensional Rift as well na available mula sa kamay ni Flips. If ever na magamit niya yan, I think he's looking for that perfect timing kung kailan niya to magagamit. As a heavy position towards a main, he has to take and get the shot here. Good on the kill is gonna be Flips. Dahil doon, malaking bagay na agad para sa save round ng isang RRQ para sa half-buy nila.
And mukhang si Meteor pa yata ang susunod na magiging biktima dito. Kailangan niyang pumesto na maayos before entirely makapasok yung kanyang mga members dito. Check corners muna. At ayun na nga, si Xfero ang magwawagi. And the thrifty round ng RRQ dito mukhang nagiging okay. You have the toxic screens. Ginamit na a few decay pero kailangan nilang lumayo. Mukhang magka-flank sila. Everyone will be rotating. 3 members ang naka-ready dito and you have the dimensional drift para makakuha ng information kung nasaan yung Viper.
I like it though. It doesn't give space para sa Viper na Kumbaga, kaya nila ginagawa rin to para maiwasan yung mga lineup gods eh. Ito na yung inaantay na moment ni Flips. Perfect para sa isang Viper's Pit na gamitin itong Dimensional Rift. Hahanapin at hahuntingin niya si Munchkin. Makikita nga ba? Instead, si Jemkin ang unang makikita dito. With a double and triple. Munchkin to punish 3. And ngayon, mapupunta pa sa 1v1 scenario. Will be RRQ side. What a clutch. What a round.
That dimensional drift changed the pace ngayon, and hindi lang yun before pa natin entirely magamit yung kanyang ultimate doon, the patience, the taps from Elmi more that mattered, and ito rin kay Flips losing texture. Actually si Xpero tayo yung isa rin sa pinaka nag-pop off
Lahat
dito.
sila meron.
Oh, lahat may ambag.
Lahat sila naging chess pieces nitong play na to, kumbaga. And it was just a well-executed play that they know exactly where to position themselves perfectly as well. Doon sa mga ginagawa ng GenG ngayon. Flips, aggressive take towards halls. Gusto lang niya na iwasan na makuha tong positioning na to from the side of GenG. And at least kahit papano, meron siyang mapunish. Kung sakasakali man, kaya naman niyang mag-TP out sa B-side pa nga eh. Ganun kalayo yung pwede niyang i-rotate dito.
So yung pagiging flexible ni Flips dito and utilizing yung kanyang Euro play again and again. Siya ang nagbabantay sa halls, but knowing na nandun nga si Lakia, yung kanyang mga rope pick kanina pa, ngayon nag-pay off na. They are entirely taking itong halls. Although merong poison orb, sinasamahan niya ngayon si Meteor para makakuha ng impormasyon, even utilizing ang kanyang dog. They know na merong nasa CT, medyo malalim na doon si Meteor. May iskan nga ba ng tuluyan, hindi na kailangan pa, pero ayong headshot na yon magko-crossover para mapatumba si Estrella, but Jemkin malapit-lapit siya dito sa tabi ni Munchkin.
Sabi nila, Viper's Pit, no problem. Sa likod kami entry. Yan ang sagot dito ng GenG. Pero hindi masagot ni na RRQ yung mga kills na nagagaling from CT side. Operator connects twice even for GenG. 8-12.
Texture into the next sure shot. Operator, magkasunod. The confidence for this guy. Up close and personal, pero that opening once again nullifying yung posibilidad na kung saan pwedeng pumunta si Flips Jitter, and nawala na nga yung advantage ngayon ng RRQ, still keeping the dream alive. Another timeout, kailangan muna natin pag-usapan kung paano natin tatapusin ang game na to.
For sure, for the next rounds, yung GenG, meron silang operator that is gonna be on play. And I think they would really play out mid here. Lalo na yung Hall's position na yan. It's a very powerful position to take. And whoever wins Halls can win the game. Ang pwede mong daanan dito, napakadami. Lalo na pagdating sa Breeze. And especially para sa RRQ, yung defense na meron sila rito, kailangan nilang doblehin yung effort when it comes to holding and controlling sites here. Because it seems like yung GenG, nahahanapan sila ng butas.
Exactly. Kasi kanina parang sila yung indomitable force ngayon. This time, kahit na-invest na yung Viper's Pit, gumawa sila ng sarili nilang opening. Hindi nila kailangan i-acknowledge head-on yung Viper's Pit na yun dahil nga wala naman silang panglaban sa loob nun eh. Dog lang yung pwedeng makapagpasabi, and they would still need to face check. So yun nga, as what you've mentioned, sa ibang parte ng mapa magpa-plant para ma-force out yung Viper na yon, at wala na silang choice but to fight every angles. And Jemkin, konting yun, updraft na may kasamang Blade Storm.
Kanina, sobrang successful nung Blade Storm na yan into punishing at least 2 to 3 players. For GenG's side, will it be the same story pagdating sa round na to? Like we said, it's a very careful round for GenG. Gusto nilang i-capitalize itong operator setup nila into making a pick-off in those long angle shots. Pero gusto ko rin yung decision dito ng RRQ. From kanina, nasilip tayo ng silip. This time, Well, might as well not. Alam nating may op, di ba? At ito, mukhang nagsiset up na ang GenG. Sinimula no the Trailblazer na sapatan si Flips, pero magtitipi lang naman din siya, kaya Texture hindi mapapunish.
Kaso si Xfero at si Meteor. Pero hindi na nga ang pagkakawala dito ni GenG ng mga Blade Storm turning into Hailstorm dahil nga tila snowball na naman. With a 9-12 inching in ang GenG against RRQ. Isang round na lang para sa map 3. Ayaw bitawan ng GenG. Ilalaban namin tong mapa namin.
Dahil nga may Blade Storm, kaya pa rin mag-aggressive nitong jet nila. At the end, hindi mapatay ni Estrella. Hindi niya mahanap yung shots na magko-connect completely. And because of that, naubos ni Texture itong mga players ng RRQ. Pero malay mo, ibang storya ngayon, Osiris. Kasi wala na yung Blade Storm na yan. So, it would be a cosmic divide na kaya nilang gamitin, hatiin ang mundo para lang maiwasan itong RRQ into getting back the site.
Ikaroon ang magiging susi para lang ma-deny a post-plant situation that is strong enough to deny at the awareness sila sa situation ngayon. Still, no movements para sa RRQ. Focus lang tayo. Hindi natin kailangan mag-overpick. Kailangan lang natin antayin na mag-commit sila and play for a retake. Yung holes na babantayan ngayon ng tripwire. Warning shot, one after another. Elmi Moore, maganda yung pwestiyon na dito. Malapit sa double doors. Cage, one after another. Cosmic Divide plus the Seekers gagamitin na to locate at Texture makakaisa doon.
Ito na naman siya. Ang ganda ng angulo na hawak. Well played pagdating sa Cosmic Divide as well. Pag sumilip si Elmi Moore, makikita niyo nagpa-plant pero hindi. Instead, Texture knows exactly where he's gonna be. Natimbrihan na ang mga kakampi. It's now a 4v2 scenario. Lockout on the operator. Instead, kailangan nila ng firepower sa loob ng site. And Texture is really bringing that to the table right now. Mafo-force out na lang yung RRQ mag-save dito, Osiris.
Wala silang no choice kundi i-save na lang as the momentum in the hands of GenG with those opening kills. Yung vertical play na ginawa ni Texture para nga makahuli na naman ng isang miyembro and respecting them by going back doon sa Cosmic Divide. Pero alam natin yung bahay dito ni Meteor kung saan tinatago niya yung kanyang barel. So baka si Karon naman ang siyang mang sorpresa kaso nakabantay si Jemkin at ayun, makakaisa pa siya. Okay lang.
Pinag-hunting.
At least kahit paano alam nila na mayroon na pinahanap na sila at the same time, same spot kung saan tinatago yung or the save spot, ika nga.
I feel like the trip war could be deeper towards halls as well. Dahil yung trip war na naset dito is siguro sinet din in early rounds kaya nasa likod ng barrier na nakikita natin. So, ibig sabihin, they could still control halls completely. Aside from that, they can take advantage of the doors. So, hindi nila kailangan daanan yung trip war na yun. Kailangan nila buksan yung doors at the perfect moment at the perfect time. So, we might be seeing a Cypher instead on B. Dito na lang daw siya maglulungga, ika nga, at mag-aantay ng mga susunod na players from GenG side. But when it comes to the trip wars being set from GenG, it seems like gusto talaga nilang mag-play for angles, play for picks dito, and maybe go B. Kung sakaling makakuha sila ng space, pero nag-aantay lang naman sila, A-site ata ang magiging gusto nilang kuhanin dito.
Tingnan natin
baka
kung
mutulo na lang si Xferon. Tagal nila, guys.
Oo.
Siyempre, isang round na lang eh.
Pag
nagkamali ka. Oo, GG ka.
Kaya ganun sila slow ang place ngayon dahil nga sinusubukan nga nila makipaglaban. But then again, ito pa rin ang kalamangan. Wala na si Meteor. And what are they going to do? It feels like they're lost once again with one mistake. Losing one member, napakalaking bagay to and this might be it para sa side ng RRQ.
Yun nga, B it is, kailangan nilang ma-punish sa Xfero eh. Kasi kung hindi, babatuhan lang din sila ng snakebite. Hindi makakasunod yung ibang mga miyembro dito ng GenG. It's gonna be a B take. It's very open as well. May isa pang cam ng Cypher na nag-aabang dyan. So, this is a very plausible retake scenario for RRQ side. Lalo na kung kaya nilang gumawa ng chaos and actually see everyone. But instead, nauna yung cam na makita yung ibang miyembro dito ng GenG. Kahit paano, may info sila with the recon as well na manggagaling sa kanilang side. It's still a 5v4 scenario here. Retake on its way. Still lots of smokes to play out. Karon on to B main. Jemkin nakapitas na ng isa. Texture to fall down. This might be a round para sa RRQ. Even a game for them. As Laka is the only player remaining, and RRQ finally successful on the take.
Pinatagal lang, pinasarap lang, pero doon pa rin naman ang ending as RRQ will make sure and losing already one member, no Meteor, no problem para sa side ng RRQ. Pushing it sa ating map 3. And a really good adjustment, I must say, napakalayo sa nakita natin from decisive take ng Lotus. And how well itong RRQ putting a lot of discipline. Sa dami na nabangko nilang rounds, okay lang matalo ng ilang beses as long as we need to get that one right. And then, yun, nakuha nga nila yung right na yun.
Especially if you don't get the kill towards Xfero, ang hirap umentry ng A-side. Viper Orb immediately, andyan yung Snakebite, lahat na ng pwede mong utility. Just to delay pa lang yun, ha?
Yeah.
And then, magro-rotate yung iba. So, it's not gonna be a problem much for RRQ side. And with GenG, nakita mo naman yung slowly na gapang nila, nakuhanin pabalik yung mga rounds na yon. But it seems like masyadong maraming puntos na naipon dito yung RRQ, especially with the help of those 2 pistol rounds na naipanalo rin nila.
Yes, exactly. And dahil dun sa momentum na yon, naging fairly comfortable na lang sila. Although may mga signs of hope naman itong GenG, but then again, kulang pa rin. Throw muna natin sa panel for more detailed explanation.
Out the gate, it's a really strong start for RRQ on their attacker side. They look really clean. The Yoru worked a treat. Flips was really disrupting, especially Meteor on that B side. He was having a really tough time dealing with it. I really liked what they dialed up for this map.
I really like that Yoru too. I mean, the guy just really knew how to kind of make use of the dimensional drift at times, or even the fake out to cut into space and really, like you said, disrupt your opponents. I think that's one of the main things, because even though there are times that you have the Viper's pit up, or Texture's trying to get a good angle on his opponents, as soon as Flips comes in from the sides and keeps annoying him, there's always that other factor. You're always wondering in the back of your minds, is this guy gonna flash against me? Is this guy gonna pop up? So that was a great first half. Second half though,
I was
why
gonna
don't
say,
you tell us?
but, right, they nearly lost it. Yes, they were able to close it out, but that was because of the massive lead that they had in the first half, right? They nearly lost it when they switched over to sides, because GenG, again, that aggression from Texture, the first kills that he was able to get, and that would like shake up RRQ, right? They don't have that ability to just, rally back together just yet. It's not as confident just yet, but we did see shades of it in this map.
Yeah, exactly. And it helped that they got some pistol wins. Like, that was a really, really big factor here. Again, on Lotus, they couldn't find any pistol round wins. Here they get some, so that kind of sets the tempo as well to really give themselves that extra cushion going into that second half. Even though there is a pretty good run back, it is kind of an attacker-sided comp, though, right? Double duelist, you kind of expect that you got to get that damage done on the attacker side. So for RRQ, mission accomplished. Send it into map 3. We're going to take another look at Icebox, so this is going to be really exciting, because last time it was a very, very close map.
That's right, and that's why we were worried about, this going into map number 3, because we did mention that, if RRQ want to close this out, they might need to take the first map as well. How are we feeling now that we're going over to Icebox, Quack? I mean, last time wasn't exactly good for the side of RRQ.
It's pretty shaky. Very close though, right? I mean, that's the one thing that they've got going for them. The composition was rather similar. One difference being that Estrella was on the Sova, and then you had Munchkin on the KOs, which is a little bit different as well. Munchkin not normally on like a Sentinel or the Viper, like what we're seeing right now. But that's the main thing, because Texture popped off on that map. Texture is popping off right now. 13-10. Although GenG lost, you still got the top score in terms of frags. And yeah, it's that power of friendship from RRQ. So can they continue to bring that power through to Icebox and really correct the mistakes from day one? Because if not, you can expect the same stuff from Texture and Munchkin. Munchkin always sets him up. Texture just comes in and does his thing. 30 frags easy, and that's the game bye-bye.
That said, I do like this double duelist look on the side of RQ, especially for Flips, who I believe has only played the Yori only once before, and it's been quite a while indeed. So this new look is actually, it's experimental. It was a bit of a gamble against, GenG, of course, as they always say is their kryptonite, but I like that they're showing that they have this card in their hand, right? For Icebox, though, wondering what else they have to pull up against GenG.
Yeah, I mean, my guess is that both teams just run the same comps that they did before. I don't expect, because it was so close, that there'll be a lot of, in terms of agent changes, there will be a lot of strategic changes and things like that. The only thing that concerns me about RRQ is I'm seeing some mental mistakes here and there. Like, they'll call for a save and, like, Estrella decides to go for a long-range fight with a Phantom versus a Vandal. Things like that were a little bit concerning. However, what isn't concerning is Jemkin's play right now. Today, he's been very solid. Even though they lost on Lotus, he had a really good showing there with his individual performance. Now he's on the Jet. He has another stellar performance. So the good news here for RRQ is that your duelist is keeping up with Texture. It's just, can the rest of the team keep it up behind him? That's what was missing on Lotus.
Right, we still got that Gecko. You still have Estrella on the Sova. Don't know how much really, unless you can really time the recon bolts along with Jemkin to come in for some retakes, for example. But it's going to be difficult to say the least. To say the most, it is RRQ's best shot at winning this, age-old rivalry against GenG. So they've got to make it happen.
Are they finally going to make it happen?
Finally.
That's going to be the big question, especially since this has been going on since last year, right? But this is a good sign. Jemkin definitely keeping up with Texture here. And they kind of they're mirroring each other's problems in a way, right? It's kind of cool to see that Jemkin is keeping up with Texture, as you mentioned, Paper Thin, especially since, you did have Australia. I do agree that sometimes you felt like he was falling off a little bit or not quite in sync with the rest of the squad.
Yeah, it's more, it seems like, of a communication issue potentially, not, and this is something that Ewok alluded to in the pre-match interview, right? He said that we're still trying to integrate Australia into communicating with us using the English, as their primary language as well.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's very understandable. And again, this is kickoff, right? This is only just the first few cards that we're seeing out of the hands of these teams. Now, just to refresh everybody's memory, on Icebox last time, the score came very, very close, and it was 13-11 once again. I feel like it could go this way once more. We may even see an overtime. Don't kill me just yet. I don't know. But between these two teams, they just know each other's, so well. Even though these are new rosters, you do have that knowledge, on the side of the players that have stayed, and especially since, again, kickoff, it's showing that you definitely want to make a mark of, especially since this is your debut on the Pacific stage.
It really is. I mean, you want to be able to start things out right. We're going back towards Icebox. Back then, the first day, they had 6-6 in the end of the first half. It was just that GenG had a little bit more. Now, we were talking about Texture, we're talking about Jemkin. Of course, they're really strong. Also, by the way, Den the Penguin is here because
he's lonely now. What happened to his friend? Why did you take him away from his friend? I blame you.
Is this a sign? What happened to the power of friendship?
Oh my gosh.
Oh no.
That's the curse? Is that what this is? I hope not, but that's the thing.
I
had no part in this.
I didn't touch anything.
I'm thinking about the Gecko pick for this one, because we had Flips against Lakia on this Gecko. Lakia, it was a little bit middling, I think, but then in the end of the first map, he really popped off. Is this performance going to carry through to Icebox now, compared to day one where he wasn't really doing as much? If it really does, then RQ's going to have a really, really rough time. Flips has to, really do a lot more.
No, I agree. And I noticed during Breeze, at least, that it seems really crucial for GenG to have Lakia alive, because he's the one that's setting up their executes, setting up their plays. When he would die on their attacker side, it was round over, because obviously Sky the only initiator, right, with that comp that they ran. That's kind of problematic for them to begin with. But also, on Lotus, he was the one setting the stage with the Fade utility. He was the one who was able to clear out, some of that space that they needed. They're going to need him to do that again on the Gecko. It's really crucial here for GenG that Lakia keeps himself in the game, isn't the one leading the way. I don't know what was going on in that one round in Breeze where he had the spike and he just walked up mid and died to Elmi Moore Sheriff. That was very weird to me. But if they can keep him alive, the rounds went very, very well.
Speaking of Elmimor Sheriff, he definitely had quite a performance indeed on this series, right? And he's definitely, you can see also the energy levels of RRQ, right? You can see that he's the one usually cheering the team on, being very, very loud, smiling as well. And you saw the body language of RRQ after this series. It's a bit more toned down, it's a bit more somber because they know what this map win actually took out of them.
Yeah, so I mean, if they can start things right, you know, pick up the pistol round just as they've done on Breeze and do things like that. You know, we were thinking that Breeze was such a strong map for GenG based off their performance against Paper X. Now we're seeing the same old RRQ, getting the pistol wins, getting Sheriff kills, Thrifties. Oh my good, that's like RRQ from last year. If they can keep that up, and you're hearing them shout and cheer every time they win a single round, they can continue to bring that momentum forward and keep that morale up. If that can happen, then, you know, you really stand a chance.
Yeah, definitely a need to keep that morale up, especially since we are going to Icebox and it looks like no changes. They do want a second take at what, you know, happened previously just a few days ago.
Yeah, and so obviously the difference is part of the initiator battle, right? With the information gathering initiators, you know, using those knives to great effect for Munchkin. Like we saw the other day, Quack mentioned setting up Texture with the flashes. We saw some really good pop flashes from him. I can remember one behind Yellow that was so perfectly timed. It was crazy good. So things like that are going to be the advantages that GenG is going to lean into, going to need to...
Oh yeah! Dalawang Echo Monster on the loose. Ang dalawang monster ngayon na nagpupukpukan. Ikatlong mapa sa malamig na lugar. Icebox tayo ngayon, Terror.
Brrr na lang ang masasabi ko pagdating sa ganito. Ito na naman ang kwentong RRQ versus GenG Osiris. 3 maps it is. Parati na lang halos ganito ang scenario nila. Pero over and over and over again, parating GenG yung nananalo previously. Ito na ba yung redemption arc ng RRQ this time around? The only difference na nakikita natin so far is actually on the initiator na may KO yung kabila, habang sa kanila ay Sofa naman. Pero simulan na natin on the pistol round. Na-detect man si Xfero pero hindi nag-connect yung flash na yon. Instead, si Texture magdadash para saluhin yung trade.
At least kahit papaano na 1-1 naman nila ang scenario. And no Dizzy. Pero itong Wingman, sisimulan nila yung plant. Flips. Susubukan may paglaro dito kay Mixer. Kailangan niya tumakbo palayo. Although tatamaan siya ng Dizzy. Andito yung kanyang turret. Unang contact. Andun si Caron. At mukhang gagamitin na rin ang sarili nilang Dizzy para sa trade na yun. But still, mangungunang RRQ with Jemkin for the kill. They are moving in papuntang B-side at 2 versus 3.
They have to worry about the flank still. Pero yung iba actually nag-rotate na all the way to mid. Ang layo na ng narating nila at mukhang magmi-mid take din si Lakia. With the help of Texture though, hindi nakakayanin pa. Open naman ang kanyang positioning dito as he managed to pick off 1 and 2 even. Maybe a possibility of a 3 kung sakasakali man. It's even. A clutch para sa GenG. Ang layo ng inikot niya doon, hinayaan niya si Texture.
Hinabayaan niya si Texture mamatay.
Worth it naman daw.
Oo, 3 ni Raid yung yellow. Pero sabi niya, okay lang, nasa akin yung angulo. Nasa akin ang crosshair placement mula doon sa mga pagdi-defuse nila. Sinubukan niya harutin eh, 2 na. Yun na ipagputukan kay Lakia pero hindi pa rin talaga nakuha. And this might be the sign na inaantay natin dahil pistol round na sa GenG.
Oh no, tumama rin yung Dizzy. They know na may nakatawid. They have to be careful with Elmimor. Elmimor has to be careful specifically dahil nabigay yung positioning na meron siya. Kagandahan ng isang Gecko, especially pagdating sa Icebox map.
And dahil nga nakadash na doon si Texture with that knife galing kay Munchkin, pwedeng tumakbo si Xfero pero dahil nga alam na niya na may nakaabang sa kanya, tiniis na lang niya yung pagka-scan doon pero doesn't change the fact na they are brute forcing with the big guns ngayon. Merong nasa 2F, mapapasilip, kaso toxic screens but still Lucky matitrace niya pa rin doon pababa. And GenG making the work as last member dito kay Estrella. Makukuha niya pa rin dito si Lucky na naubusan ng bala. Still, GenG pa rin naman to.
Sipin mo, nakita mo yung kalaban mo, 2F last scene, pero yung napatay mo, yung nasa baba through the smoke. Anong kinamalas-malasan ng buhay mo, di ba? Replay pa para mas masakit. Gusto nilang makita. And Xpero, he had no choice. He's still gonna get pushed in the other way around dahil may nade pa mula dun sa KO. And having this KO as well, compared sa isang recon dart na pwede mong taguan o pwede mong basagin, yes. But with a knife, at least kaya mong i-line up to into a position na hindi pwedeng basagin, but you would still know kung iilan yung nag-aabang in that specific position. And speaking of positioning, pinapasok na nga ni Meteor tong smoke na to towards mid. Wanna take control at least of Orange. At saka kung may dadaan man sa kitchen at lumilipad yung CCTV, buti na lang na-trade ni Elmemore.
Ayun, and effective ang naging trade nila dito. 4-4 pa. Definitely, dinadahan-dahan lang nila. Hindi ganun kasing bilis o kasing explosive. Toxic screens, pero ito nabibilisan na nila. Hawk in play with the Dizzy and more kills coming in para sa GenG.
I get it though. Lalo na may wingman kang kayang mag-plant and yung iba nagpe-pressure para hindi mapatay yung wingman. And in the end, ang ending is yung RRQ, yung nagiging mas pressured dito na mag-retake. And makikita mo naman, para dito sa dalawang remaining players ng RRQ, it would just be that exit frags or the save coming in from the two of them at least. Laging nahuhuli, no? Hindi makakuha ng early positioning yung RRQ dito kasi parating may Dizzy na ibabato agad.
Yun nga kumaga yung pinoprovide ng isang gecko. Dizzy blind, you have the wingman din, nagiging 6-man, phantom 6-man nga na nagpaplanta para maprotektahan siya at tuloy-tuloy pa rin na paghahanap nila dito sa last two members. Pero hindi na magiging successful para good decision para sa RRQ na isave na lang ang kanilang guns. And still, GenG, ito na isa sa mga pinakadelikadong advantage ng team na to dahil once na ma-pick up nila yung base, once na yung economy ay mag-swing sa kanila, makakapagbangko na naman sila. Might be the same sa sinapit natin from Lotus and actually same example din na nakita natin from Breeze na once na nakuha na yung pagbangko ng points na yun, napakadali na lang mag-adjust on the fly.
Makakapag-adjust nga ba yan yung tanong, especially for RRQ side, Jemkin? 4-10 ang kanyang posisyon dito. Ang dami niyang kailangan titigan. Mapapaatras na lang onto screens instead. Though this is still a good positioning, hindi basta-basta pinapasok ng GenG. May halong kaba factor. Kumbaga, iiwan nila si Killjoy. Sige, kuha ka ng space dyan, Meteor. Baka meron ka mapatay. Kasi napapansin din nila na heavily naglo-lurk yung RRQ na mas pipiliin nilang mag-flank all the way to A main instead of CT flanks.
Definitely, kailangan nila i-control yung mga flanks. As right now, nag-move in si Meteor to provide access dito sa A. Kaso ang daming na-swarm, ang daming utilities ang umaharang dito. Xpero, ang dami niyang sinasalo. Ang sakit-sakit naman. Siya rin ang mahuhuli. But Meteor, mahuhuli na rin siya sa wakas. So no flank, less of a pressure. Pwedeng-pwede na siyang sumama dito.
Hindi na tumapak sa lupa si Jemkin ever. Nasa bubong na lang siya ng kung saan-saan at kahit saan pa. Wingman makakapag-plant na naman dito for GenG side. Na-detect man si Texture. Pero no kills coming in. Trash is also available for GenG side. Pupulutin lang din to pabalik. Pero hindi na makakabalik actually as Munkin already settles the kill. Dalawa na naman ang natitira for RRQ.
Oof. Round 4. And the momentum still at GenG. Inuunti-unti na nga nila linisin. Makakuha si Jemkin pero return kill kay Munchkin. Pero tuloy pa rin as Lakia. Mapapasakin ng kill na yon. Tuloy-tuloy pa rin with 2 versus 1. But the spike is already there. Munchkin. At sakto ang kanyang swing. GenG pa rin ang mangingibabaw.
I feel like Xpero yung kanyang positioning dito over and over again. Napapunish lang paulit-ulit eh. Kasi based on the previous games na nilaro din ni Xpero, lagi rin siyang nandito. Itong yellow, paboritong posisyon niya yan. And I think GenG already knows that because naglaban na sila sa unang parte nitong VCT Pacific and they know exactly the positioning of Xpero. And kung babaguhin niya yun, it might be a bigger chance for them dahil ang daming utility na nasasayang from GenG side just to punish him, ah. And time again, nagagawa nila yun successfully dahil nga dun siya lagi nakapwesto.
Exactly. And ilang moments na rin na yung yellow na yun nakokontrol again and again. Yung confidence na dinadala dito ng GenG with the proper utility usage na gagawa nilang i-clear, and with the toxic screen na ginagamit naman para mag-create ng space para maka-crawl up sila doon. Ang i-check na lang nila is yung 2F. Dahil alam naman nila na merong nakaharang and walang matapang na mag-swing anytime because they are already on the back foot. So ngayon, kung gaano nga kalalim yung nakita natin for how many rounds Terror, ganun pa rin yung setup kasi hindi nga masagot ng RRQ.
So the difference is may nano swarm na nakaabang kung sakaling magpa-plant si Wingman. Pero hindi sa default yung plant, sa iba pa. And they have to realize this dahil paulit-ulit din namang nagpa-plant yung GenG doon. On the other hand, ang ganda ng flash, nag-swing si Texture, nakakuha ng dalawa si Jemkin. Yes, 3v3 scenario, trash to the face, masisira rin agad-agad. At least mas madali pulutin, yan na lang ang sabi nila. Still, wala pa rin kills na nanggagaling. Texture, spotted out. 50 HP para sa kanya. Sheriff shots would connected towards that. At least meron silang advantage. Pero ito na naman yung mga punish. Wingman ready to defuse. Pero sisilip na sila. Jemkin ang nagiging saving grace ng RRQ. At puti na lang nandyan si Wingman.
Hindi pala siya 1 versus 1. Dahil andun si compadre Wingman para pindutin yung spike habang makaswing doon si Flips, and they are flipping the script ngayon kasi currently dahil doon sa play na yun with Jemkin, a triple kill paid a lot of those opening dahil kailangan yung tatlo kasi na nag-invest papuntang backside, kailangan nilang bumalik. Dahil nag-cause ng chaos doon si Jemkin, kailangan nila i-acknowledge yung existence niya doon and bought a lot of time for every members ng RRQ na makakuha ng kanilang positioning kahit na burn sa mali yung trash.
You have to give credits kay Jemkin. Yung shots niya dito heavily nagko-connect. Alam mo, more, mapamatay agad. Gusto niya sanang kumuha ng advantageous position into setting up the turret towards mid kung may tatawid man. But instead, siya yung nabigla. Ang dami palang nakasilip. 5v4, sorry, akin.
Akala ko, kaya ko eh. Yung pala ang dami.
Ang lalim ng Wingman. Nakita ko yung sinabi ni Flips doon. Ang tagal niya kasi inantay. Ina-expect niya wala na. Jemkin, mamamatay din.
Ang dami, boss. Grabe naman, at dahil nga masyadong madami. Sabi, ang dami mo nang pinabatong mga alaga. Yung mga kompadre mo nilalagay mo sa mali null command ngayon, and they are being nullified. Stacky naman ngayon with a lucky shot na makikita natin ni Xferio. Texture, mawawala na sa bilang dito. Dizzy still there, but Karon na pa rin ang mangingibabaw. And grabe, in-acknowledge ng GenG na medyo na late tayo sa pag-push dito sa A. Might be meron ng nakapwesto doon sa ilalim ng 2F, kaya ginamit si Wingman.
Unbelievable though. Kahit ako mabibigla na what the? Gano'n na lang si Flips, literal. Kasi ang tagal nung Wingman bago mawala. Ina-expect niya by the time na nasa gilid niya na. Tapos na. Pero hindi pala, hinabol pa rin siya. Nabigay yung kanyang positioning dito. Hindi niya natulungan si Jemkin. Panibagong round. Pero ito, kailangan talaga ni Jemkin na mag-step up din yung iba niyang mga kakampi into punishing players here in the side of GenG. Dahil so far, siya yung natitirang saving grace, and once na mapatay siya, parang nagiging natatalo yung round.
And dahil doon sa mga rounds na ipapanalo na ngayon, nagtutuloy-tuloy ang GenG. Sinubukan naman gumawa ng play ni Jemkin, but the Blade Storm isn't going to be okay. Wingman! Magagawa naman yung trabaho niya, but then Australia, alam niya yung pwesto niya dito as Karon. Mawawala na rin siya, so no snake bite. Mawawalan tayo ng line-up play, pero Lakia Monster on the loose mula sa likod naman. Gecko to Gecko making their own play. Pero Estrella nagpakawala ng palaso. At mukhang si Meteor ang may iwan mag-isa. Trying to do his own play. Kaso nasa Gedli na mali ng tingin. Meron pa naman silang oras dito. At dalawa, ayun, nakikipaglaro sa ropes. Nagkabilaan pero tamang distraction lang dahil si Estrella mula sa likod will take down Meteor.
The pressure na binigay dito ni Flips, especially doon sa kanyang flank. Kahit na-detect siya ng alarm bot, this still created a bunch of space for the rest of RRQ to punish. Lalo na may Hunter's Fury rin sila dito na saktong-sakto din yung pagkakagamit ni Estrella. It just heavily, pagdating dito sa round na to, lahat ng stars na pwedeng mag-align, nag-align para sa RRQ. Like, uy, finally, ginamit nila yung lockdown. Masisira natin ang Hunter's Fury. Plus, mafu-force out yung positioning ng dalawang players para silipin si Flips.
Yun, exactly. And ngayon, dahil nga sila naman ang magkakaroon ng lockdown at wala namang posibleng gamit, I mean yung fragment, a possible usage to deny the lockdown. Pero still, if you're going to use it defensively, alam natin na hindi yun masisira basta-basta ni Munchkin. Pero medyo mabilis yung kanilang pag-execute dito. At from previous round, nag-fail man yung Bladestorm, napakadaming saving grace na ginawa ng teammates ni Jemkin para nga mabawi yun. At ito na ang lockdown na inaabangan nating lahat. Post-plant, kailangan muna nilang lumayo. Ay, tumama pa rin.
Basag na.
Oh my God.
Walang problema pagdating sa lockdown, mga sir. Na-detect yung isa sa kaliwa. Texture! Buhay pa din. 5 HP remaining onto him. Viper's Pit. Inaariba na ng side ng RRQ. But it seems like Jemkin just couldn't find the position that he's looking for. And the RRQ, they all faltered pagdating sa round na to.
Maganda na sana yung kanilang plano, but then again, one step ahead ang GenG. Initially with that fragment kay Munchkin, alleviating the pressure na dala doon ng lockdown. And this time, even yung Viper's Pit, hindi rin na nagmatter. It was easy for GenG to just make sure to clean up the rest of those members. Nice try pa rin yun para sa side ng RRQ, but GenG, sila na ang nangunguna. Might be the same story ng Lotus.
And the fact na they still respected yung naging lockdown placement dito ng RRQ and move further towards A main, a big difference when it comes to the previous round na meron silang flank na nanggaling kay Flips. This time, everyone is there on A site all at once. And because of the positioning na meron nga for GenG, kaya pa nilang gamitin yung Dizzy out. Kaya nilang makipaglaban into some of the angles na gusto nilang hawakan dito. And each and every time, nagko-connect lang din talaga yung shots ng GenG dito. Mainit na ang kamay ni Lakia when it comes to utilizing yung wingman, yung Dizzy, even up until the trash. Gamit na gamit si Tuko.
si Tuko. Na ilang beses nagpapabalik-balik, making good use ng two times. Kaso hindi may mga times kasi na ginagamit lang siya to pressure or to push away people. Hindi talaga siya pinangbabangga at pinababalik lamang sa kamay ni Gego. Pero magkasunod na blind naman yun. Grabe naman ang pinapakita nila dito. More giving more kills, and GenG left out kay Meteor X. Pero nag-workout ang time out nila dito. What a win from RRQ!
Hindi na nga kailangan ng play eh. Kasi si Almimore, kaya niyang ubusin lahat. 3 pop shots to the head and 3-man falls down para sa side ng GenG. And I think they didn't expect that at all. Especially itong take sa mid. Kahit na na-flash o na-dizzy, yung kanilang... Sino ba to? Si Sova nila? Napatayo na lang din siya. Sobrang proud niya sa sarili niya eh. Kahit na-flash yung Sova nila, nabitawan pa rin yung recon. So, it gave out every intel na pwedeng kunin ni Almimore.
Grabe yun. Ang nakita ko lang dun, yung dalawang blind eh. Parang ako rin yung na-blind. Hindi ko nakita yung recon na yun. Kaya sobrang confident niya mag-pre-fire or yung crosshair placement niya. Naka-ready na kaagad once na mag-swing yung mga members at tila ba nag-audition sila. Right now, RRQ Nasa kanila naman ngayon ang bola. Sila naman ngayon yung confident. Pero magtutuloy-tuloy nga ba?
Oh, no.
Kasi ang ganda na naman ng pwesto ng GenG ngayon. At ayun, nasimulan na ni Jemkin. Pero return kill mula dito kay Texture, jet to jet. And opening it up. Tatakbo na yung dalawang miyembro dito. I mean, isang miyembro lang ng RRQ, si Elmi Moore yung mag-aasikaso ng flank habang ang tatlo may ikipaglaban na sa loob ng site.
Good use of the mosh pit as well, denying the plant of the wingman and denying players on the side. Ito na yung kagandahan dun sa kanilang retake scenario ulit, Osiris. Meron na silang flank this time and this would be a little bit of a sandwich play unless si Texture magwala.
At nagwala siya with a 4K. Imagine, gumana naman yung flank doon ni Xfero, pero upon knowing na nawala si Munchkin, siya yung nasa baba at yung tutok doon ni Texture, hindi talaga siya nakatingin sa pipes pero bigla na lang napansin niya na umakyat doon. And that's gonna be it with a 4K.
Kanya-kanyang highlights.
Din siya.
Gumagawa sila ng kanya-kanyang mga highlights dito sa game na to. Grabe tong dalawang teams. Nagsasagutan ng kanya-kanyang mga highlight kills. Lakya yet again to start with the Dizzy here. Giving a little bit of an info na, uy, baka mag-B-site kami. Ito yung difference kanina dun sa laro nila. Nung take nilang aim, si Texture, sila na lang yung magugulat. Nasa loob na ng site. Pero ito, hold mula kay Xfero, nagbago na ang kanyang pananaw. Ayoko na mag-yellow, guys.
Oo, parang sige, tama na yung panggugulpi nyo sa akin.
Tapos kung kailan nag-plant sa default, tsaka walang swarm.
Yun nga doon nila yung acknowledge And yun nga yung sinasabi natin 2 ultimates ngayon na Viper Split sinagot ngayon ng Crash. Aabutan, meron nga makakagat dito pero kailangan nila bantayan ng isa't isa. Nasa loob pa rin sila ng Viper Split. Fishing dito si Flips. Kaso, oh yeah! Mapapangga dito na damay din! Si Texture! Anong gagawin mo? Pero Meteor! One kill after another. Akala mo Meteor shower dahil nga yung mga bala dito tuloy-tuloy rin sa side ng GenG. Winning that round na napakagulo,
Oh, parang ay karon so yeah. Okay guys stay put lang ako dito kasi lamang tayo pag may Viper Spit So wala tayong problema. Hindi ko kailangang mamatay, ika nga. Pero yung trash, kahit si Texture nanginig wala rin silang magawa with Flips dahil kahit na na-stun nila si Flips dito, it's more of that delaying factor na gusto nilang dalhin para lang hindi ma-defuse yung spike. I do like the adjustments na ginagawa ng parehas na teams though. Kung mapapansin mo, yung swarms na yan, nag-adjust, pero ganun din, nag-a-adjust din yung GenG. It's more of really, if RRQ can keep up.
Oh, alam na nila may operator, pero Flips, napakalalim niya dito. You have the lockdown. At hindi yung lockdown yung binaril niya. Sinubukan niya pumingas ng isa. Pero Munchkin, naka-ready naman ako anytime, Brody. Kaya pwedeng-pwede na pabayaan muna at tumatras na ang mga miyembro ng RRQ. Dahan-dahan na silang nasa site. Operator is still in hands. Even the null command, nagamit na nga nila dito. Ayun, dalawa! Nakolateral ni Jemkin. Triple kill. Nag-iinit na ang kuya mo, Jemkin. Kaso si Karon, sabi niya mag-isa ka muna dyan. Mag-behave ka muna. Kaso Australia, 2 versus 1. Swing, wide swing yun kaso dalawa yung nakatingin.
Interesting swing instead of an angle isolation play and ibig sabihin yan na halftime na, ladies and gents. 8-4. I would say not too bad para sa side ng RRQ if you think about it. Hindi ganun kahirap, especially kung makukuha nila yung magiging pistol round. Pero if mapupunta yan sa side ng GenG muli, double-digit scoreline possibility agad-agad. And with the amount of, I could see para sa side ng GenG, napakaingat nila sa angle dito. Especially when taking a side. Kahit na malalim yung players nila, magmula kay Jemkin o kaya kay Flips, lagi silang nabibigla sa positioning. Kasi hindi nila napapansin na nakakatawid na into a main o kaya naman even onto the site itself. Kagaya nung nangyari kay Jemkin kanina. Nabibigla na lang sila dito sa mga takes na ginagawa ng GenG, which is really good for GenG side dahil iba-iba yung pacing na pinapakita nila rito.
And yung way ng pag-atake nila, there are times na sobrang bilis at meron times naman na kino-contact play lang nila dahil wala namang nakaka-detect. And iba rin yung dinadala na firepower or surprise element ng RRQ na ilang beses na may mga off-angle or may mga malalalim na play doon si Flips. Kaso tulad nung sa Wingman, tulad nung doon sa nung inactivate yung lockdown, they are trying to make a play. It's just that it's not working dahil nga yung alignment dito ng GenG to check every possible corners, to check possible every play na gawin ulit ng RRQ. For now, they are being left out in the shift of the tides ngayon na baka mas maging aggressive or baka mas maging komportable na on attacking side itong RRQ, the same as how well GenG did.
Flips, definitely, nahihirapan siya sa positioning na to. And ito yung sinasabi natin kanina, you might have a recon for a Sova, pero ang bilis mabasag niyan kasi kailangan yung recon mo nasa open place para ma-detect yung ibang players. But with a knife from a KO, it doesn't matter kung kita yung players. They just have to be inside that knife para ma-detect kung iilan yung nandun. Pero this Jemkin entering the side, na-stun man ng kaunti, doesn't matter as he still punished one. Instead, GenG, kahit tawirin nyo to, basta may wall, wala, decay ang makikita nyo.
Na-decay sila and then hindi man umabot yung DZ. To be honest,
na-drone.
Oo, na-drone na rin ng RRQ, so they already have the idea. Kaso, pagka-entry talaga ng GenG, the rest was history with all those body going down. Napaka-presko ng GenG ngayon. Isipin mo, classic in hand lang, inisa-isa niya yung paglinis doon. Hilamos na hilamos sila sa toxic screen, sa tubig kanal.
Wala pistol round, walang laban, lalo na sa ganung toxic screen, kahit classic lang yung hawak niya. Advantageous positioning, hindi ma-detect ng turret at all. Inaantay actually kung ma-detect ng turret, and one detects swing. Napaka-ingat nila sa angle dito, Cyrus. Same goes to GenG kanina.
Exactly. This time, mas nagiging patient na ang RRQ. They know that they are on the back foot. The least thing they can do is just be more cautious and aware sa possible aggression ng GenG. Kasi ilang maps na rin natin nakikita na tumupush talaga sila dito at nakakuha nga si Texture despite of them knowing with that Dizzy na meron pang tao.
This map is all about angles. And if you can isolate those angles, makukuha mo. With the frenzy pa yun, ha? So good on the kill is Jemkin. Mapipigilan sila with a mosh pit. Babato ng isang wingman na mapipigilan ng isang miyembro. 2v2 scenario. Good so far para sa RRQ side, knowing ito ay isang eco round.
Ay, isa pa. Oh no, ang laking bagay nga to ha. Ang dami nilang nakuhang kills doon. As the last member mula dito kay Karon, they are running. And still wala pa ring ideya si Karon na nagro-rotate na yung dalawang miyembro ng RRQ and make a play sa B.
Pogi pa rin siya dito. Hindi guys, hindi. Magre-rehit tong mga to Sure to. Pero 11 seconds, wala pa rin paramdam. Alam mo na kung nasan sila. It's gonna be that P-take. And winnable pa rin naman kung sakaling mahuli niya itong dalawang players. Just not quite sure kung paano gagawin ng RRQ dito. Double swing is what they need, definitely. And kung manggagaling sila sa different positioning as well, it has a higher chance.
Dahan-dahan na siya dito Isa pa lang yata yung nako-confirm ng pwesto. You have the one way, pero jump pick lang. Inaalam nila kung nasaan siya pwesto. Nagpapaikot-ikot. Buy time lang naman ang kailangan natin dito at nagpapahabol sa gilid. The distraction and it's self-destructing sa kamay ng GenG. RRQ winning itong kanilang round Laking bagay to.
Good decision mula kay Flips na tumakbo at that point. Pero itong kill mula sa frenzy na yon ang nagsimula mag-punish dito sa mga players sa side ng GenG. After that pick-off towards that player, agad-agad dito bumabalik yung isang Flips, 'di ba? Kasi nahihirapan siya mula sa mga rounds natin kanina, pero yung mga kills na nakuha niya dito napaka-impactful for the rest of the team. 5-9, nabawi nila yung pistol round na yan. And this time, sila naman yung may advantage pagdating sa barrel. Starting off with the drone, Meteor nag-aabang.
Ayun ang Flips Jitter ang siyang mananalo dito. And with the guns na nakuha nga nila previously, sila ang siyang ngunguna dito. Paano nga ba makukuha ng GenG to kasi might be the same scenario na nakita nga natin sa kamay ng GenG kanina. Sila ang siyang nagwawagi sa mga ganitong klase ng pag-atake, pero Lakia still getting that kill from Sheriff. 3 members na naka-ready dito sa yellow, and that's gonna be an outlaw, and the last member, Karon. 4 pa rin dito ang nakapaligid sa kanya at iipitin, lalagyan ng asukal na parang turon. And that's gonna be it.
Grabe si Flips ha. Ito ang ganti ng api. Literal. From
Kanina pa
bottom
daw,
frag. Paakyat na siya ngayon. Paangat na siya, guys. I guess it's also the difficulty of having a Gecko on the defense as well. Pero kanina nung defense, I feel like mas na-utilize sana nila yung Mosh. Lalo na sa pagpigil ng mga plant ng spike natin. But a different story for the meantime dahil sila na yung nasa attacking. Trash is also available. The Hunter's Fury is 1 orb away. May knives din sila mula kay Jemkin, pero I don't think they would use that right now. Dahil hindi rin naman, may baril din naman sila.
Aray ko po! In-expect na nila. Alam na namin yan eh. Pagka may knife, susundan nyo ng push eh. Dahil nga alam na nila nandun si Texture. Sige, si Munchkin naman ngayon ang magmamaasim. Siya yung medyo lalapit dito. Hindi siya madidetect ng kahit ano. Mula sa likod, si Jemkin naman ang nakatingin. Bantay sarado. Munchkin, dyan ka na muna. Pwede sila mag-take your time dito. Hindi nila kailangan ma-pressure. 3 members na magagaling sa GenG. And still, they don't have any information saan depuesto ang RRQ.
Next challenger ay si Karon naman na nag-aabang sa yellow. Tingnan natin kung kakayanin niya. Back away na lang daw siya dahil marami to for sure. And this might be possible retake for GenG. Tama naman yung timing ng Mosh para maiwasan kung sakaling nabato na si Wingman, pero hindi pa yun yung scenario ngayon. Yung RRQ, mas careful sila, mas gugustuhin nila na makita muna, at least alamin kung saan yung info. Swing mula doon sa player na gustong pigilan yung plan, pero Meteor, ito na ang pag-asa ng bayan para sa GenG. 4v1 scenario, he still has at least a Phantom, pero wala silang pera sa next round I might offer for a save here. Nagagawin niya ata ngayon.
Most likely. Wala siyang no choice. And again, a losing fight dito sa RRQ. RRQ and GenG as they are heading ngayon or moving inch by inch para nga makapantay na ang GenG. Kaso Meteor, makakasalubong niya pa yata si Estrella. Saan siya pepwesto yun dito? You have the alarm bot. Pwede niyang masurpresa dito. Si Jemkin! So alam na nila ang pwesto. Meron pa kasamang turret doon. Kaso alarm bot triggered. Nasa likod. Alam niya yung pwesto. Recon Bolt mahuhuli. Turret has been destroyed. Kaso Elmimore is ready for more. As Meteor, you're gonna lose that. 7-9. Last 2 rounds para makadikit sa GenG.
Sabi ko naman sa'yo, 8-4 isn't bad of a score. Especially kung di nila man lang nakuha yung pistol, at least nabawi nila dun sa buy round actually ng GenG side. Mas mahirap ka naman talaga ang defense pagdating sa mapa na to. It just goes to show how difficult it is. A timeout has been called in the hands of GenG. Kailangan nilang microin, isipin mabuti. Anong magiging solusyon natin dito sa RRQ? Kasi si Flips nag-iinit na ngayon, and kahit na may mga delay sila na sineset up, hindi nagpapatinag yung RRQ. Hindi sila basta-basta nagbabato na, okay, walang nagpapakita sa site, mag-plant na tayo. Kasi alam nila na inabangan lang din yung pagpa-plant nila.
Ayun nga yung kanina, parang shaky ng ginagawa dito nila Flips, and talagang mas naging comfy sila nung nag-shift sa attacker, the way na tinake advantage nga nila yung mga wins na yon. And GenG, sila naman yung parang mas naliligaw na kanina sila yung dire-diretso, napaka-decisive ng pag-take nila ng mapa. Dito naman sa RRQ, nagpo-provide sila ng mga fix, kukuha muna sila ng kill sa A, and then they're going to move sa B, that dun sila mag-hard commit. Ngayon, meron tayong 3 ultimates to play around RRQ and bolster their attacking position para maidikit na ang ating score. Habang dito naman sa side ng GenG, si Trash pa lang ang naka-ready.
Itong mga sheriff shots, malaki din ang capability nito kung sakasakali man, lalo na sa long range angles, pero mukhang gustong mag-pin down ng isang miyembro at least netong players ng RRQ. Putting pressure on with the Hunter's Fury. Si More makakakuha ng isa. Alam nilang may tumuwid through heaven or through rafters here. Kaya naman, tamang setup na agad ng post plan para sa mga players ng RRQ ngayon. Basag lahat ng utility, Osiris.
Ubos na ubos. And maganda ang pwesto ni Elmi Moore. Getting that high ground. Kaso nandun naman si Jemkin to return the kill. Kaso nagkakapalitan lang naman tayo dito as Lakia still won't be able to finish the job. RRQ pa rin ang mananalo dito.
Tamang bato lang ng wingman and then the rest. Sige, laban tayo sa loob ng site. Lalo na kung yung pagkakasetup ng wingman mo hindi sa default. So, even or despite them having swarms on it, hindi pa rin nila napigilan at all. And because of the verticality or yung vertical positions na hinahawakan ng mga miyembro dito ng RRQ, kahit na may wall ng Viper, meron pa rin silang angle na kayang makita.
And the toxic screen doesn't really help that much ngayon sa sitwasyon dahil nga sobrang ahead nila and Texture missing out another member crossing doon si Flips kung nagkataon aabutan siya. Pero still the drone wala pa ring matatag, ready sa dash, jump pick doon, muntik pa maipit against Flips and Dizzy. Pinakawalan nila dito, mukhang ito na ang oras. Oh yeah! Monster on the loose! Hanapin na nila dito pero pinaikot-ikot lamang para bumalik dito kay Kuya Gecko but it was a fairly clear yellows para dito sa kanila and pushing itong operator ni Texture.
Pushback silang malala dito eh. Alam nila na may isa pang trash na pwedeng gamitin. And it's actually a call for rotation for RRQ side. Instead, may iwan si Xfero holding out B angle here. They do have the smoke already on site B and ina-expect, ina-anticipate na ng GenG dito na magiging B site take to. At kung iisipin mo, may operator setup sila doon. Kaya iwas na lang tayo dyan, sir. A site na lang.
And nagamit na rin ang ikalawang thrash to completely confirm na wala talagang tao dito. Kaso dahil another fake out, sell out na naman yun, ginamit na rin ang sarili nilang trash at binabantayan doon. Naku po.
Ginulo-gulo lang sila, pati yung caster.
Oo, pero maganda yung mga pwesto nila dito dahil nga na-confirm nila yung pag-rotatean nila. Nakuha nila yung kill na yon still. Andun pa rin si Jemkin, gusto pa rin niya makakuha mula sa likod. Kaso, the spike is already planted para dito sa side ng RRQ. Isa pa, Xfero. May nag-swing na naman!
What a swing. What a double swing coming in from these two players. Masasalo ni Munchkin yung isang kill pero hanggang dun na lang yon. Dahil iniwan nila sa Xfero handling B-long habang finifake nila yung A-site. Because of that scenario, nagkaroon sila ng heavily spaced out itong players ng GenG. Nagkaroon sila ng opportunity na mag-hyper-rotate to B dahil kitchen yung kontrolado dito. Napakalaking bagay ng map control when it comes to this map. And Xfero definitely did that for the rest of the team.
Grabe, yung pinaka dun is yung fake out nila na hindi talaga natin malaman kung saan nila gusto pumwesto. And trash one after another, na-burn din yung sariling trash doon ng GenG just to confirm. And upon confirming, tinry na mag-rotate with the map control that has been taken advantage ni Xfero and Elmi Moore. Around the kitchen, napakadali na lang talaga nilang putulin yung mga possibilities. Pero this time will be much slower. Mas malalim ang kinuwang espasyo ng GenG dito sa A.
May certain feeling sila na it might be an aggressive push coming in from GenG. Especially Blade Storm ang nilabas dito ni Texture. At with the Dizzy being thrown out like that, alam mong may certain handle or positioning dito yung GenG ngayon. Namit yung kanilang sariling Dizzy pero tatlo ang malalim pagdating sa A-side. Kaya naman si Lakia, tamang aim labs lang pagdating dito. Still managed to pick up 2 kills, goes back.
Xfero nakakuha ng kill, Munchkin. Wala na yung null command dito pero dahil nga masyado na siyang malalim, makakuha pa naman siya ng isa pa. And this will be a 3 versus 2. Estrella and Flips, they are running papuntang B pero rinig na yon ni Meteor. At napepwestuhan na rin, you have the Nano Swarm. Planting na sila dito sa B. Meteor, nagsisilip-silip, hindi niya alam na yung dalawang miyembro na yon nasa ilalim lang niya. Nakikipag-ikutan at hindi niya pa napatay. Ngunit syempre, tatapusin pa rin niya yung trabaho as Flips Jitter, the last member na pwedeng may paglaro dito, nasa likod pala at nag-isa-isa, nag-audition, sinicheck bawat corner.
No way!
And the clutch for that triple kill! Saving another round sa RRQ.
Bowing-bowie si Flips ngayon. Kung ano, yung pagkakamama sa kanya ng GenG kanina, mukhang nababawi niya na yung mga timing sa kanya. At saka itong strafe ni Xfero, worked out a little. Managed to pick up a kill. And Flips, yung Viper medyo na late. Si Caron medyo na late dun sa pagsama sa party. Sa pagsama sa paglaban. Instead, sila pa nga yung naubos dito para sa side ng GenG. 10-9 at RRQ, sila may kalamangan ngayon.
Oh my God, RRQ. Naibalik nila ang advantage sa mga kamay nila. With only few buys coming in dito sa GenG. Trying to defend. They still have null command, lockdown, and Viper Spit. Kaso parang sila na yung naiipit dito, yung pakikipaglaro sa isipan ng RRQ. And they giving them a hard time to identify yung scenario.
I do like yung canceling abilities dito ng GenG, lalo na may drone ang RRQ. Immediately, once na marinig mo yan okay, bato tayo ng knife. Free naman yung utility nito anyway, di ba? So, basagin natin yung drone na yan. Walang makikita, walang info. Instead, a site, isa lang ang nag-aabang dyan with the help of the Killjoy na meron sila. Posibleng makabawi, pero nakita na nilang tumatalon at Texture nakaabang na kung sino ang unang sisilip. Ang unang biktima, Xfero. Pangalawa, si Jemkin. Ilista mo na ang pangatlo. Dahil sunod-sunod, pati si Wingman nadamay.
Kaso nandito na sa loob si Flips. Kasama na ang lockdown. Kaso ano nga ba ang gagawin nila? Ilalaban nga ba nila ito? At mukhang naikipaglaro pa rin sa apoy dito si Texture. Pero meron nakaready na dito sa 2F at mukhang madedetain. Kaso hinahanap nila. Meron pa rin nakaprotekta. Doon na si Caron. Nagkaabang na lang kung sino nga ba magpupulot dito. 10 seconds na lamang at si Munchkin pa rin makakuha ng kill. On to the trapel. Estrella, ano ang gagawin mo? Hindi ko na alam. Nagtatatalon lang ako dito. Kasama na nga ang Decay. And they don't want to have any more chances losing dito. The patience from GenG sticking it to 10-10.
Ang hirap, especially with an operator setup. Kung gugustuhin mo palang pumuesto sa gusto mong silipin na angle, nandun na agad si Texture. And he's well known into actually being good at repositioning himself. Because of that, nabuhay pa siya. Isipin mo nga, kahit si Flips na nanginginig na kanina dun sa lockdown, nakahanap pa rin ng isang kill kahit papano. Pero hindi pa rin talaga enough to completely punish players from GenG's side. Another operator round na medyo mas advanced ang positioning, mapapaatras dahil sa trash na yan.
Kukumit ba nila na malalim to? Mukhang U-turn pa rin naman ang galaw dito. Kaso out in the open. Pwedeng lalaroin to pero sinamahan naman nila ng drone para ma-fend off yung any possible operator play. So medyo efas dito dahil nga sa lockdown na ilalagay, pwede rin bawiin yung kanyang thrash ng walang problema. Kaso mukhang mas gusto nilang i-commit Wingman para makapanggulo, para makapang-delay. They got already the information and Munchkin will go down. Still, naka-ready pa naman yung null command. Kaya pwede pa sila mapalaban dito at pwede pa siyang buhayin at binubuhay na siya indeed kasi mga isa pang nagbabantay. But Elmi Moore will get another kill. 2 beses ka nabuhay, 2 beses din kita pakapatayin. Ginamit na nga ang Viper Spit dito. Nagkakahanapan na lang din sila. A Viper Spit into a Viper Spit talaga ang pinapakawalan nila. And Nano Swarm. Wala na dito si Caron. Meteor, naghahanap na lamang. Elmi Moore still working his wonders, but Texture, the last member ang Viper ngayon, Xfero ang siyang mananalo sa loob ng pit.
My God. Kumbaga, si Morde, sumigaw ng Realm of Death. Nagkaroon din dito ng sariling arena yung mga players. Para sa side ng RRQ, pati na rin ng GenG. Parehas nagkaroon ng Viper Spit, nilapag. Pero in the end, si Xfero ang magwawagi na Viper dito. Once na mawala yung Viper nung kabila, it was over and done with. And kumbaga, in-all out nila para sa round na to. Kasi ito na yung gumagawa ng momentum na klaseng round. Especially when you punish economy. Especially for GenG right now. Pag natalo sila sa round na to, wala silang pera for the next.
Yeah, exactly. And this is much important ngayon para sa RRQ to break the curse that has been repeatedly na sila yung natatalo in a 2-1 fashion against GenG. They are now on to the front foot. They got the advantage. And so far, the patience na nakikita natin dito sa GenG, wala nang gustong mag-overstep. No overcommit. Using the drone, gaining information. Naka-ready naman dito si Munchkin to provide or to gather information. Kung meron tao, nalaman na nila na merong isa. Ngunit ilan nga ba ang kanyang kakaharapin dito? Magkukumita ba ng tuluyan? Dizzy, ginamit na pero mula sa AL, Mimor is down.
Dalawa nakastack at least sa A, tatlo naman sa B. Kaya mid ang gustong kunin ni Xpero ngayon. Karon, very low on HP. And Xpero to be tagged out. Alam niya to, nabigay niya yung info kay Meteor para saluhin yung kill na yan. Texture, ganda ng angle when it comes to the site. It's always and have been a problem when it comes to this Viper wall. 5v1 scenario. Jemkin, hindi nakakayanin pa. Make a wish, 11-11 yung score.
Ano nga ba ang i-wish natin? Nag-isip ako ng wish ko na pagkasabi mo
Anong
ng
wish mo?
wish. Kaya natahimik ako eh. Parang
Anong wish mo, Cyrus? Mag-wish ka na. 11-11 na.
I know. Hindi na. May na-wish ka na ba? Kasi ako, wish ko lang.
Wish ko lang. Ang wish mo lang ay ano?
Ang malaman na kung sino man nanalo dito kasi naabangan na tayo ng Team Secret sa kabila eh.
Oo nga eh.
Pero grabe to eh.
Ang haba nung ano natin, haba nung filler match natin bago yung Team Secret, guys. Pasensya na kayo, amin. 11.
Kasi ito yung anime eh.
11.
Itong laban na to.
Totoo, di mo alam kung sino mananalo dito sa dalawang team na to actually. Ngayon, sa sitwasyon ngayon, parehas silang may economy, parehas silang afford mag-full buy para sa susunod na round. Pero ito na yun eh. Kung sino magma-match point, I think yung matatalong team, magiging basag yung economy. So, everything matters when it comes to this match point round. Mas importante pa to kesa sa final round natin after na to.
Stress na si Coach.
Nasi-stress silang lahat kasi mas importante to kesa dun sa pang 13 na score.
Oo. Totoo. And feeling ko yung huling timeout ng GenG pag natalo sila dito. So, ibig sabihin, Terror, mas mahaba pa yung oras natin. Dahil nga kailangan pa nila ulit pag-isipan, step by step. And broken by ang makikita natin dito sa, light armor rather dito sa RRQ. Habang kargada ang GenG with 2 ultimates. Yes, they'll have a Blade Storm and Trash. The same with Jemkin na pwede rin pakinabangan kung sino man ang matatalo sa gunfight na ito.
Gusto ko makita yung pangmamama nila rito ulit eh. Yung tipong heavy rotation tas ro-rotate tayo pabalik. Laking bagay, pero kung titignan mo yung mapa natin, si Texture, malalim na. Sure B na to para sa kanila. Alam nila dito manggagaling or mid. So, they control that as well. And Meteors just waiting patiently kung kailan nga ba magpa-pop ng utility. Especially may isa pa siyang swarm na kayang ibigay. So, may pang-delay pa siya rito. Habang yung RRQ unti-unting gumagapang, yung knife wala matang madedetect dito. Karon to get the initial kill. Trash! Naghahanap na! Pero kanya-kanyang mga kill. Estrella buhay na buhay pa! But instead, punish by GenG. Patience is key.
Oh my goodness. Kahit sabihin mo na nasira si Trash mid-air, everyone, to be honest, sobrang gulo nun. Talagang nagkabarilan lang one after another. I-check natin dito sa replay. Si Karon at si Meteor holding a really good spot. Dalawa left and right yung kailangan i-acknowledge ng members ng RRQ doon sa spot na yon. Ipit na ipit sila. And Meteor repositioning to just make sure to take down the last member. Match point ng GenG. The curse is still there nga ba or mabobroken na?
I don't know, man. Pagdating dun sa round na yon, I felt like pwede silang mag-iwan ng isang tao to actually put a little noise towards A. Kasi
Master
nilalaliman
Adams.
ni Texture. Pero ito na nga, si Toko ready na. Ang trash nilabas na. Pero agad-agad na cancel out mo ang GenG na naman. Pumapabor to. This would be it. GenG again and again still wins against RRQ.
History repeats itself.
Kumbaga nasulat na sa history books at binasa lang ulit natin. It's the same kind of scenario. It's always that close fight, close scoreline na meron for both of these teams that we are looking at. And GenG yet again survives another day pagdating dito sa VCT Pacific.
Still kudos sa RRQ. Unfortunate for them. Pero
Galit
alam
na
naman
inis.
natin.
Oo,
pero-
lahat sila napapakamot sa hindi makate.
Kahit ako nagulat sa huling senaryo na yan kasi parang na-OE naman nila pero sobrang confident nila by not having a good check doon sa yellow na alam naman natin how many times na hino-hold ng mga teams, ng mga players and the operator should be identified already at that point. And yung parang paglalaro nila ng mind games na naglalaro tayo, kunyari mag-stack tayo sa A, then bigla tayo lilipat sa B. This time parang nawala yung element of surprise na yon na they walk in sa trap mismo, sa death trap ng GenG.
The thing is, they tried to control B main without even trying to control mid at all. It was just this one choke point spot na gusto nilang kuhanin and it just wouldn't work, especially in a map like Icebox kung saan when you have more advantageous position o kaya naman you have control over mid. Nakita natin yun sa pistol round kanina kung saan si Gecko sumilip pa hanggang pagdating dito sa mid, di ba? Na nakuha pa rin yung kill and nakuha nila yung pistol round. So, I really think that RRQ definitely could have done better but it is what it is and GenG is the better team.
I think nag-sink in na rin talaga yung pressure since it feels like nanggulat sila eh. Pero wala sila sa sitwasyon para manggulat. Pwede dapat nila gamitin si Trash for a fake again. Pero pakinggan na muna natin yung interview. Pakinggan na natin ang pag-throw ngayon sa Pacific. Sa Seoul. Tingnan, kung nasaan man. Doon. Ayan.
And improve and get ready to maybe take down GenG in the future. But let's go ahead and throw it over to the interview.
I'm standing here with Lakia for post-match interview. Now, congratulations, Lakia. Now, with this win, GenG advanced to the play-ins. You gave us multiple heart attacks throughout the series. Just how thrilled and relieved are you right now? 라키아 선수 승리 축하드립니다. 이렇게 오늘 승리로 젠지가 플레이인으로 올라가게 됐는데요. 사실 보는 저희는 정말 심장이 쫄깃해지면서 좀 심장마비 올 뻔했는데 라키아 선수 지금 승리 소감이 어떨까요?
일단 심장은 저희가 더 터질 뻔했던 것 같고요. 저희가 어떻게 보면은 좀 쉽게 갈 수 있지 않았나 싶었는데 전 경기도 그렇고 이번 경기도 그렇고 조금 어렵게 계속 가고 있는 것 같아요. 그래서 더 제가 또한 잘해야 될 것 같다 생각을 하고 조금 어려운 경기였으나 그래도 우리 팀이 경험치는 매우 계속 잘 얻어가는 것 같습니다.
Well, if the audience had many heart attacks, we had mega heart attacks over and over. And I just feel like we could have closed this out a little bit cleaner and easier. But same goes for the last match against other teams. I just feel like we could clean stuff up. And in order to do that and for us to pick up a clean win, I feel like I just need to step up for my teammates. But overall, it was just a good day for us. Well, Lakia, you proved the doubters wrong today. You really, really proved yourself. So, anything you've done differently today, or what have you been working on for the past, 2 days? 그러면 라키아 선수 또 오늘 정말 많은 의심을 지워버리는 하루였던 것 같습니다. 아니에요. 스스로를 증명해내는 모습을 보여줬던 것 같은데 오늘 특별히 신경 썼던 점이 있었을까요?
일단 제가 첫 경기나 두 번째 경기나 매우 부진했다고 생각을 하고요. 오늘 RIQ전 말고 그 전에 경기도 좀 많이 부진했다 생각을 했고 제가 어떻게 보면 이 퍼시픽 무대를 아직 잘 적응을 하지 못한 부분도 있는 것 같아요. 그리고 또한 선수들이 다 잘한다고 느끼고, 그리고 제가 좀 많이 부족하다고도 느끼고 있고, 좀 부진한 경기력을 좀 많이 보였었는데 더 열심히 해야 될 것 같고, 오늘 마음가짐은 우리 팀 잘해주니까 그냥 침착하게 할 것만 하자라는 마음가짐을 했던 것 같습니다.
Well, no, I think I've been underperforming for the past 2 matches, and I just feel like part of it is because I'm still getting used to the stage, used to such a big stage like the Pacific. But today coming in, my mindset was just everyone in my team is stepping up and it's there for each other, so I really need to do my part, pull my own weight. And I just feel like I still have more to prove as well. Well, RRQ today really made you fight till the end. They floated Icebox, and it felt like they had cool comps that they pulled out to maybe counter texture. What do you think made today ever more challenging compared to the last series that you played against RRQ? 오늘 또 RRQ가 아이스박스를 풀어주기도 했고, 또 젠지를 카운터 치려는 좀 새로운 조합들을 들고 오기도 했거든요. 오늘 특히나 좀 RRQ를 상대하는 데 있어서 경기가 더 팽팽해진 이유가 뭐라고 생각하시나요? 좀 확실히 준비를 잘 해왔다 이렇게 느껴진 부분이 있을까요?
일단 로터스 브리즈를 하면서 얘네가 우리 카운터를 준비하구나 라는 거를 어느 정도 느꼈었고요. 그리고 아이스박스 또한 저희가 조금은 읽혔다라고 생각이 들었을 때가 좀 있었어요. 근데 그래도 저희 열심히 할 거 하면서 그렇게 준비해서 이긴 것 같습니다.
Well, playing Lotus and Breeze, I could definitely tell that they did their homework, and RRQ came in heavily prepped with their anti-strats. And even on Icebox as well, they had a really good read on our play, but we just decided to play our own game and make sure that we stay firm and perform and stay consistent. Well, heading into the play-ins, it's going to get tougher and tougher from here. What's your mindset for the upcoming matches against other teams that would qualify for play-ins today? 이제 플레이인으로 올라가게 됐잖아요. 이제 경쟁이 조금은 더 어려워질 것 같은데 마음가짐 부탁드립니다.
일단 제 본인이 더 잘해야 된다고 느끼고 있고요. 저희 팀은 지금 다 잘해주고 있다고 느끼고, 제가 조금 더 잘 부활을 해서 이제 플레이인에서도 좋은 성적을 거둘 수 있도록 좋은 노력하겠습니다.
Well, I feel like my other teammates, they're doing their part, and they've been doing really well. So I just think I really need to pull my own weight, perform better, and step up for their team and for the team. And I'll try my best to show you the best performance and come out with the best results. Well, congratulations, Lakia. Once again, Lakia 선수 다시 한번 승리 축하드리고요. And we also have the 6th member of GenG for today on stage. 오늘 6번째 멤버 열심히 어디 가세요? 열심히 스파이크를 심어주고 해체해준 윙맨 데려왔습니다. 사인 부탁드릴게요. This is the 6th member of GenG today, definitely trying his best to plant and also diffuse the spike. So we're getting the plushies autographed by Lakia. Thank you very much. Awesome autograph. Okay, hold on. Here you go. All right. Got you, little buddy. Where is Wingman going to go? Hands up. Hands up. Okay. Go, Wingman. Whoa. A little bit of accident. Hopefully that gets figured out. Okay, Lakia kindly going down to stage. Getting the wingman, the Bova. All right, once again. Okay, the bubble tea kind of fell off, so they can share.
Well, congratulations once again, Lakia. A great job throwing the wingman over there. Now with that, I'm going to toss it over to the desk.
Oh, you just gotta love that segment. You just gotta love how Lakia was really working up the crowd and then telling them, quiet, I'm gonna toss the wingman, hold on. That's a massive celebration, especially with this win. That was so close against RRQ.
That was nuts. I mean, it was so back and forth. On that icebox, it looked like GenG was gonna run away with it. They come into that second half, they win the pistol, and then right after that, it's the eco round win for the side of RRQ. They string together 7 or 8 rounds in a row, whatever it was. All of a sudden, it is game on, and it looks like maybe RRQ actually has a much better read this time around. I was just on pins and needles. It was crazy close.
Delivered, absolutely delivered. But then, you know, that last round, it's like, there are some rounds I'm just like, wait, and wait. Said, don't peek out right in the open like that, but then they just do. But then there are some rounds, you know, especially on that attacking side for RQ. I like what Flips did when he got that clutch, using the Thrasher to check. Flip side, sometimes you use the Thrasher go in and out of a side. Very good. I like her. What's your WeChat? What's your WeChat? I'm kidding. I'm playing, of course, but you know that was like really good, not bad. But just the main thing is still. Last round, you could have almost made it into overtime, but then that one, just like what Asura was talking about, slight, you know, tunnel vision or mistakes, you peek straight into Texture's operator. Lakia was in an off angle. Great setups by GenG, of course, but just slight little things that just can't, again, bring you over that finish line. And this is now like, what, the 5th head-to-head that they've lost against GenG?
This is the 4th. They're about to head into the 5th. And yeah, that's what makes it so painful. It was so close, and you could see the reactions of the players as, you know, they were wringing their heads. They had their heads in their hands, you know, afterwards because they were so frustrated. But, you know, you did see Australia did break out into a smile. He does know that, like, okay, yeah, they got us this time again. But I think, like, you know, for RQ, this is one step closer for them. This is, again, a new roster. They are making adjustments, as is GenG. But for now, it just seems like this is a starting point, and that's how RQ have to take this.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it is the same result, even the same result on this map, for example. So it is still really close. There were adjustments on both sides, particularly on their attacker side. Clearly, I think that's where both coaches kind of identified where they wanted to be more impactful versus the previous matchup that they had against each other. So the attacker sides looked really strong for both teams. The defender sides were a bit weaker. It seemed like they kind of left that to go, say, okay, we can default, we can play defense well. Let's get our attacks down clean. And certainly Jemkin was breaking down doors for RRQ. He was absolutely insane, put up a monstrous, you know, first half plus a few rounds into it. But he had like 22 kills. I want to say it was around like 18 or something like that. So the last couple rounds he fell off a bit, but he was popping through most of that map.
Definitely. And speaking of players that are popping off, I do want to commend Flipsider, who has been playing like consistently well all throughout kickoff. You know, he did have, you know, even the first series, right? There were several maps where he was really hard carrying, and he does also know when to get back. And come on, he now he's on the Gecko. He was previously on the Yoru. It's nice to see players that can flex this much in kickoff, and this is just like, you know, again, this is the first tournament, so it's nice to see how wild these players can get.
Precisely, right? I mean, this is just Pacific Kickoffs. You know, we're starting things off with VCT this year. It's not the whole thing yet, but it is a bit of a pattern, and we're seeing that RQ, you know, still struggling a little bit. But because they made it this close, I do have a bit of hope.
Yeah, and now this means that Paper Rex and GenG move on into our play. Well, GenG not quite yet. They are not done yet. They do still have to go into the play-ins, which will be tomorrow. More details on that a little bit later because we're not done with our series just yet. Congratulations to GenG, but now we move over into our second series, which is going to be very interesting indeed. It's going to be Team Secret and Talon. We will get into that. We'll dive into that just a little bit more. Again, all of the matches that you're seeing today are rematches, and these winners of these matches will be going into the play-ins tomorrow, which means that they have a very busy day for them ahead.
No doubt. It is going to be a hectic day. You have to play 2 matches tomorrow for everybody. Everybody's got to play each other once. It's a ground robber group stage, so it's going to be absolute mayhem. It is going to be a brutal day for these teams and players, but you got to do what you got to do to get in.
Yeah.
Gotta do it. New teams, you know, you gotta study the VODs from like today, yesterday, every single day. There's not a lot of time to rest, and if they can actually make it work, that would be huge.
But it's a good teaser for what is about to come. And speaking for what is about to come, Team Secret and Talon coming up next.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
muntik lang. Muntik manalo sa VCT, muntik manalo sa LCQ.
Kalaban na lang din namin that time is yung sarili namin.
After ng game ng ZETA Finals, umiyak ako sa waiting room. Sobrang blank yung utak ko. Parang nawala yung motivation ko maglaro.
Siyempre may nababasa rin ako na critics na yung dapat isa din daw ako sa nawala, ganun. Hindi ko na pwede hayaan na mangyari ulit yun.
This 2024, feeling ko makakarating kami sa mga Masters and Champions.
We learned a lot from 2023 and lahat gutom manalo.
Mas gusto ko pang i-push yung limits ko. Alam ko naman ma-surpass ko yun if patuloy-tuloy lang ginagawa ko.
I think this year will be different for Team Secret because we want to take the next step forward and we expect to take the next step forward. What role did we want? Jeremy played a little bit of Sentinel and he also played a little bit of Duelist. Which one did we want to go with? He was grinding a lot during the offseason on Duelist, so we'll look for a Sentinel. We looked not only in the Philippines but elsewhere as well.
Since yung result namin last year is hindi naman siya sobrang negative, feeling ko hindi naman namin kailangan ng big changes. Yung isang changes lang na ginawa namin, malaking impact na siya. Nakakuha kami ng player na sobrang sipag maglaro.
Hello everyone, my name is Noel Kiudikia, also known as NDG, and I'm a player for Team Secret as a Sentinel.
Si NDG parang madami siyang potential. Sobrang different na niya from before since mas aggressive na kami at ganun.
Feeling ko kailangan namin is someone na mag-i-influence sa player namin na mas maging masipag maglaro ng Valorant. Nakita namin si Noel, consistent siya, top 10, top 20.
May papakita ko na yung talent ko sa buong mundo. May laptop kami sa bahay na medyo luma-luma na and tinry ko maglaro. Umaabot siya ng 60 to 75 FPS. Sobrang naglalag pero tiniis ko kasi wala naman akong panlaro sa computer shop. Since then, umabot ako sa Radiant nang hindi ko inaasahan.
Nabuboost niya yung moral and isa siya sa sumasabay sa akin sa energy lalo na pag nag-hype yung buong team.
He does shoutcast his own game. He's very loud, but it's like it's needed because I think last year we had a pretty quiet team.
Main duelist na for Team Secret, so kailangan ko talaga hindi mag-overthink tsaka hindi ma-pressure. Dapat confident talaga ako.
Nasa condition na kami to win something. Napakita namin na well-deserved namin yung VCT slot.
Going to this year, a lot of the focus was on stability and having set roles as opposed to flexing 3 or 4 people. Trying to not put as much pressure on each other is really important for this upcoming year.
May times din talaga na nag-struggle kami. Composure and yung energy. Kahit lamang or under pressure kami, kaya namin i-handle.
Sabi lang nila yung gusto nilang sabihin.
Let them think whatever they want and papakita ko sa nila kung gaano ako kabagsik.
Kami yung parang isa sa mga unang naging pinakamalakas sa Asia, nag-represent sa Champions. Feeling ko ito yung year na magkakamba kami.
It's time for Adobo Gang.
second series coming your way, and it is between two of Southeast Asia's finest, Talon Esports and Team Secret. Now, of course, Talon made quite a splash indeed here in Pacific, right? While Team Secret, they had a rocky start, but they were able to make a comeback.
Yeah, it's the real concern here is, was it enough? Like against DFM, were they able to figure things out enough? It looked a lot more stable. You know, we saw some cheeky plays from Jesse Vash and those kind of things where he was really able to kind of outthink his opponents. It's hard to do against this Talon squad because they seemingly are pretty aggressive. They're pretty willing to throw caution to the wind, to throw Governor out there and let him make plays, and he certainly was able to do that against Team Secret.
I mean, they're really strong, and not to mention also the calling from Lenny, you know, seemingly improving for the entire squad with their new coach Frost as well. So I do feel like Team Secret, they didn't have the best start, but after that showing against DFM yesterday, there is that idea, you know, maybe with NDG coming in, maybe the fact that they're sticking to some of these roles, Jeremy on the duelist, and Jeremy also having a pretty good day yesterday, they might actually have a better chance against Talon today.
That's a big question, right? Jeremy having a good day seems to be very dependent, or seems to be a very important factor for Team Secret, especially since with Governor was a factor that I think they weren't exactly prepared for, but now that they know the cards that Talon has out there, can Talon do it again versus Team Secret that is far better prepared?
Yeah, I think so. And I think a big part of that is going to be not just the mental preparedness, but also sort of the emotional preparedness. Like, I think NDG in particular had a rough
Jitters,
day.
yeah?
Yeah, there were jitters for sure. And that's changed completely when they went against DFM. So I think this time around it is going to be a different Team Secret. Talon's still an absolute force to be reckoned with. I think probably our most surprising team to all of us. We were kind of unsure how this was going to work out. A lot of players who have been IGLs and other things on other teams. A lot of players who are very vocal on this squad. And that is kind of one of the things that did cause them some problems against DRX. There's a little bit of chaos. I thought Lenny did a good job kind of shifting their weight around the map. But overall, it needs to be a little bit cleaner here if you're going to go over the line against Team Secret.
To me, I mean, we're seeing some of these highlights. There are some kills from Governor, but the bigger ones come from Jit Boys, who absolutely had a pretty good day as a Sentinel as well. So anchoring, you know, it's starting to come back alive, and it's the Jit Boys that we saw last year as well. If you can continue with his consistent performance up against Team Secret, of course, then again, it would be a lot better. The other thing is just Governor was that one big factor against Team Secret a few days ago, right? They weren't really prepared for him, especially at Fiona and Breeze. But now that they're more prepared, DRX was a little bit more prepared, Governor's effectiveness wasn't really felt, you know? So it makes you question, like, was that win against Team Secret a bit of a fluke? If they can actually do the same thing and still beat Team Secret again, then it's definitely not a fluke. Talon has proven that they are the better team right now.
That's exactly what they have to prove here, right? Because even, like, you know, Jesse Vash said himself, happy birthday to you, by the way,
yeah.
Jesse Vash.
Yeah.
It's his birthday today. Does that play a factor in here? I don't know. We'll find out. But yes, that was a factor indeed, right? You know, it may have been the first day. You're still adjusting to so many things on the first day, and you may not exactly be at your best, or you may not exactly have your best foot forward. But now, again, both teams are far better prepared. There's the birthday boy. And I do want to point, you know, you've mentioned Jit Boys, right? And you look at his counterpart on the side of Team Secret, and you have the NDG, and he didn't exactly have the debut that he wanted, right? But he even joked that his monitor was off the entire time. It's nice that he's very self-aware. But yesterday, we did see NDG wide awake, as we did Jit Boys, right? So his performance, Jit Boys' performance yesterday against DRX was what made the fight so close, you know? So now that we have both of these Sentinels in top form, what's it gonna be?
Yeah, I mean, and there's going to be pressure on NDG in particular as a guy who's going to have to anchor those sites versus these explosive Talon attacks. So if he can start doing that, if he can start setting the tempo, kind of putting Talon on the back foot, I think that's going to disrupt Talon. Again, part of the problem with them is the confusion in the comms sometimes, the confusion in who's got the better idea round to round, who's going to be able to make the adjustments and the calls and that kind of thing. So yeah, sometimes it does work out, and other times we saw that against DRX, it faltered. Now, if they just come out the gate swinging, as we've seen a lot here in the kickoff for VCT Pacific, if your firepower is just better, that is kind of getting you over the line right now, because teams are still kind of figuring themselves out, still integrating these new players and things like that. And what is desperately concerning for Team Secret for me was the average damage per round that Talon was putting up last time. Almost everybody on their team was outperforming even the second place player. Yeah, you know, Jeremy had a decent amount of ADR, but everybody below him was like almost well below everybody else on Talon.
That game, Team Secret definitely just, you know, you can't really feel much of their impact, any of the players, truly. So the numbers definitely speak volumes as to how their performance was in that game. But apart from that, you know, I think you're absolutely right, Clinton. It's just if NDG can really outperform, if NDG can step up to the plate. Governor is a crazy player, sometimes very aggressive, oftentimes on a map like Breeze, which is why I think map picks is going to be another important factor too. Governor would peek out as that Neon into areas like A main, get that opening pick, run off. If you got someone like NDG who can, you know, find that frag against Governor, get that punish, or work as a team instead, then of course you would have a better time. So Team Secret, hopefully there is a lot of preparation for this matchup.
We talk a lot about, you know, the new blood, the new talents on every single roster. I kind of want to focus a little bit on two of the guys who we haven't really been seeing much of in the spotlight too much, Cruz and Borkum. You know, these are two who have been with the rosters since, I don't know, since VCT began.
Yeah, literally.
Basically, right? Since VCT began. Lately, they've been a bit quieter here, but, you know, they still are there for the rounds whenever, like, you know, let's say everything falls through. These are two players that you can count on to deliver the round. It's just that we haven't really been seeing them, neither of them, pop up.
When is Borkum time?
Yeah, we saw a little bit of Borkum time yesterday. Like,
different time
there was one
zone.
time I remember saying, "Oh, I checked my watch and it's Borkum time,"
Yeah.
but I think it was only once
What
yesterday.
time is it right now, BST, you know? Borkum Standard Time. But you see how it's skewed right now. You don't see it swinging in any which way for Cruz and Borkum. On the side of Team Secret, though, I feel like this is actually where they want to be. They want to skew it for Jeremy because this is exactly what they lined up their roster to be.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it kind of has to be a little bit more of everybody getting involved, and it's also really concerning that Envy's not involved more inside of this, considering the impact he had in 2023 in VCT Pacific. So, yeah, Borkum and those guys, like in Cruz, we need to see the controllers be a little bit more stable, a little bit more steadfast. But I think for Cruz, I'm willing to give him a little bit more leeway because of how much they've been leaning into the rest of the players. You know, Jit Boys and Governor in particular. So he's playing more of a support style. He's playing more of probably a side caller type role. So I'm willing to give him a little bit more of the benefit of the doubt. But Borkum definitely going to need to step it up today for Team Secret. They're going to need extra firepower.
For sure, and everyone kind of has to. You know, it's definitely got to be Borkum, you got Cruz, but then also if you're thinking about players like Envy, for example, compared to last year, and maybe now even Ben, who is supporting Governor. So our star duelists for both sides, you know, we've seen a lot of impact for both the teams, but how is that going to face off today? Because although we've seen Jeremy play, you know, such an incredible game against DFM yesterday, Governor was the one who really broke the back of Team Secret in that first game. So you have to find some form of adjustments, right? I think Team Secret, maybe it's a little bit more control, whereas Governor, you also kind of need to know exactly like when not to push out, when to be a little bit more controlled, because that does not work against a team like DRX, and Team Secret might have adopted some strategies from that.
And you're seeing the numbers, right? You see the headshot rate on Jeremy, you know, almost twice as, you know, that Governor. But the problem is the conversion, right? How does that even convert into a win for Team Secret? We're seeing here that oftentimes it does not, and it usually sways in favor of Talon Esports.
Yeah, I mean, in general, when I think of these two players, I think of Governor as the explosive one. Jeremy's like more of that sturdy, steadfast Jet who's trying to play with the team, who's trying to be that guy, kind of working together in Jesse Vash's system. So it is a very different style. And that's kind of why he gets more headshots, I think, is because he's not as loose and as wild, so his aim's more like disciplined. He's more, you know, getting those crosshair placements right where he needs to be, whereas Governor is off the fly. He's trying to do what he can. Talon, in my opinion, really needs to set Governor up better today, even better than they did the first time. They got to work with him. They got to get those flashes and other stuff in place to get him success.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, you're exactly right. It all depends on, again, the setup. That seems to be the theme that has to happen here for Pacific. So it will be great if we get some insight, by the way, from what's going on in the team's heads right now. And what better way to do that than to toss it on over to our coaches for a quick interview with Jen, who is standing by on stage.
Thank you guys. I'm standing here with Warberts and Frost. 네, 오늘 경기를 앞두고 있는 워버즈 감독 그리고 프로스트 감독 만나보도록 하겠습니다. Robert, I'm going to turn to you first. I'm pretty sure Team Secret won a lot more out of this tournament and also could show a lot more. What do you think you need to address? 먼저 감독님, 일단 생각했던 것보다는 고전하고 있는 팀 시크릿인데요. 감독님 보시기엔 좀 어떤 진단이 필요한 것 같은가요?
Yeah, for us it means a lot to win, especially today. Today's Jesse Vash's birthday, so we really want to do it for him and also get some revenge while at it.
Happy birthday, Jesse Vash. 먼저 오늘 특히나 승리가 중요한 이유가 제시 베시 선수의 생일이거든요. 그렇기 때문에 반드시 승리를 하면서 좀 좋은 생일을 보낼 수 있게 해주고 싶고 또 오늘 복수를 한번 해보고 싶다고 얘기를 합니다. Well then I want to talk about NDG because we see that the potential is definitely there, but sometimes it's the inconsistency that comes into play. Do you think it's just the nerves and that he has more to show? What's it like in scrims or when he's feeling entirely comfortable? 일단 NDG 선수 이야기도 안 할 수 없는데요. 정말 말도 안 되는 활약을 보여줄 때도 있지만 좀 기복 있는 모습이 아직 남아 있습니다. 좀 긴장해서 그런지 아니면은 뭐 또 스크림에서는 어떤 모습을 보여주는 선수인지도 얘기해 주시면 좋을 것 같아요.
Yeah, for NDG, I think the first match he had a little bit of nerves. Second match he had a little bit, but it was a lot less. So we're just working to help him and make sure he's comfortable and able to play his best.
Third time's a charm.
Yeah, third time.
NDG 선수가 사실 첫 경기에서는 굉장히 많이 긴장을 했던 것 같고 두 번째 경기에서는 좀 긴장이 풀어진 모습이었는데요. 그래서 최대한 NDG 선수가 좀 편안하게 느낄 수 있도록 팀원들이 많이 도와줄 거라고 얘기를 하고요. 이제 세 번째니까 더 좋은 모습을 기대해보면 좋지 않을까 싶다고 얘기를 합니다. Frost, I'm going to turn to you next.
Hello.
Drastic change in play style, so much firepower. How on earth were you able to transform this team into a completely different team? 탈론이 정말 드라마틱한 변화를 보여주고 있습니다. 화력도 엄청나거든요. 도대체 뭘 했길래 이렇게 환골탈태할 수 있었을까요?
So I think it starts with first the acquisition of Governor and Ban was pretty much the catalyst of the team. Both of them had a lot of chemistry. They're also very aggressive. What I did not expect was for Lenny to be as aggressive as he is. He's probably the most aggressive Sova I've ever had. So I had like Hiko, definitely not aggressive. I even had MW Zero last year. And MW Zero on Sova was not anywhere near as aggressive as Lenny. I didn't expect that either. So it was really nice to know that fear wasn't going to be part of, I think, the equation. Versus DRX yesterday, we played a very slow style. So that was probably the hardest thing to teach. But I think over time, if I can get them to play as well playing slow as they do fast, it will be very hard to beat.
Okay, good answer. Thank you. 일단 벤 선수와 거버너 선수의 합류가 좀 큰 이유지 않을까 싶다고 얘기를 하는데요. 이 두 선수가 굉장히 화력도 좋지만 또 공격적으로 플레이하는 스타일이기 때문에 그런 점이 또 이런 스타일 체인지에 있어서 많은 변화를 준 것 같고 근데 또 예상하지 못했던 건 레니 선수가 소바를 정말 공격적으로 잘 운용한다는 점인데요. 사실 MW 제라 선수와 함께 일해봤던 프로스트 감독인데 이 MW 제라보다도 레니 선수의 소바가 굉장히 공격적이었다고 얘기를 합니다. 그래서 이렇게 좀 팀이 두려움이 없을 거라고는 예상하지 못했기 때문에 좀 팀이 슬로우 템포로 게임을 운영하는 방법도 잘 가르친다면 충분히 좋은 경기를 가져갈 수 있을 거라고 얘기를 하고요. 지난 DRX전에서는 조금 더 슬로우 템포로 천천히 경기를 풀어가려고 했었고 또 그런 부분은 아직까지는 조금 더 힘을 줘야 되는 조금 더 배워야 하는 부분이기 때문에 시간이 지난다면 더욱더 좋은 모습을 보여줄 수 있는 탈론이지 않을까라고 얘기를 하는데요. You mentioned Sova, and I want to get a little bit technical if that's okay with you. Sova on split, very unorthodox. Is Lenny being the aggressive one the specific reason why you're sticking with Sova even on maps like split? 일단 소바를 얘기를 해주셨는데 스플릿에서도 소바를 기용하고 굉장히 소바를 좋아하는 모습을 보여주고 계시거든요. 아까 말했던 레니 선수의 소바의 공격성이 이 소바를 자주 운용하는 이유 중에 하나인지 아니면 다른 이유가 있는지 물어보겠습니다.
So you're asking a very good question that I can't answer completely. What I can tell you is Sova was specifically for DRX. We assumed they were going to pick it. We had it planned. We actually had a specific game plan in mind with it. We have multiple comps on multiple maps. So that was more towards DRX. Whether or not we play Sova for the rest of the tournament is pretty much up for grabs. That's more like a team technical thing. But yeah, that was very specific to DRX. We thought we should have been able to pull out that series with the map pool that we got and everything, but we just did not actually do our job there. So yeah, so Sova was a specific counter, the things that we saw, and what was very fortunate for us was that they picked double controller on it. Sova's a hard counter to the double controller, so they basically did what we expected. We just unfortunately didn't close the deal.
오케이. 일단 굉장히 좋은 질문이라고 저에게 얘기를 해주셨는데요. 이 소바에 대해서 다 밝힐 수는 없지만 사실 스플릿 소바 같은 경우에는 DRX를 저격하는 픽이었고 또 이 DRX를 위해서 특별히 준비했던 픽이기 때문에 이제 앞으로 스플릿에서 소바를 보여줄지는 모르겠다고 얘기를 했고 또 저희가 지켜봐야 하는 부분이라고 얘기를 했습니다. 그리고 DRX전에서는 아무래도 DRX가 투전략과 조합을 꺼냈기 때문에 소바가 더 카운터를 잘 칠 수 있지 않을까라고 얘기를 했고 준비했던 전략도 잘 먹힐 것 같았는데 저희 경기력이 100% 준비했던 부분을 수행하지 못했기 때문에 그 부분이 아쉬웠다고 얘기를 합니다. 자, 이렇게 해서 양팀 감독들 만나봤습니다. Thank you coaches for the interview. Good luck to both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll toss it over to the desk.
My name is Peter. My in-game name is Governor, and I'm the duelist for Talon Esports. Definitely, disappointed. And if we beat DRX, we would have gone to playoffs and been one game away from qualifying for Madrid. So, very sad for sure. My biggest, excitement is that I hope we can get as far as we can and just play as many teams as possible, get a lot of match experience under our belts, and then, hopefully we beat Secret. 반드시 Team Secret 이기겠습니다.
Hi, I'm Borko from Team Secret. Even though we win against DFM, we had some difficulty in the match. We know we have some man advantage, but we lost it. So I think that cost us 2 rounds, 3 rounds. So the match went very tight at the end. Against Talon match, not gonna be like that anymore. By preparing it, we just fix our mistakes and communications and small details about the utilities we have and what utilities enemy had. Today, we're gonna beat Talon and we're gonna get our revenge.
Ooh, revenge is on the line here for Team Secret. But you know what? You gotta love Frost being so generous with his answers. He was very, very careful. It's I can't say too much. But the fact that they had something prepared specifically for DRX leads me to think, what could they have prepared specifically for Team Secret this time around?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, it's really interesting to hear that they have different comps prepared for different teams. So what's it going to look like here? We got to see that double duelist with the Neon and the Yoru on Breeze. Are we going to see that again here? Maybe they feel like they can just press their advantage. Maybe if Split comes through again, maybe they shift Ban over to a duelist potentially to run a double duelist as well. So I'm really curious to see what Talon wants to do.
If I were Secret, I might just ban Breeze. I don't know if I want to challenge Governor's Neon and that Yoru again. So I'm not too sure because Secret is a team that loves to prepare. Warbird studies a lot and has anti-strats prepared for the team. Maybe they'll just go for it, and hopefully it kind of becomes like this game of rock, paper, scissors. Who's going to have the edge upon the other opponent? So maybe Frost kind of adjusts to that as well. I'm thinking Lenny has to adapt on the fly. If he doesn't, Secret has something up their sleeves, it's going to be a tough game.
Speaking of which, we have to address that. Frost and Lenny are both closely tied to Team Secret, with Frost and Warbirds being so close, and I think Frost did have, some history with Team Secret as well, and of course, Lenny, we do know that he was on the team last year, right? So all of that learning, how familiar they are with the team, is definitely going to play into here. And as we saw in the first match against Team Secret, how that paid off, right? Lenny finally saying, okay, all of this I can use against you. Is that going to happen this time?
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting because it is sort of in Lenny's favor, in my opinion, right? Because he was the one mostly as the 6th man on Team Secret last year, so he got to sit there and watch and learn and understand the tendencies of Jesse Vash in particular. So is that going to be something that comes through? A lot of us think so.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna explain myself. It's pretty self-explanatory. I'm wearing a Filipiniana here, so you guys know. Asarai and I have to. We have to, okay? Tita Mika's got you, okay? But yes, I mean, like Lenny, of course, he is showing a master case of how good of an IGL he is. I think it was very, very impressive against Stax yesterday. Of all IGLs, right? DRX isn't exactly an easy level team to play against when you're talking about IGLing, and I think it's like it looks really good when you let Lenny lead.
Like in Frost's words, he's an aggressive IGL, he's an aggressive Sova. So I mean, you can do the same things against Secret. Maybe again, just having to adapt on the fly. You need to be able to read what Secret is about to do to you, and if Lenny can pull that off against like someone like Jesse Vash, that would be a huge counter, and it would be very effective. If they can do that, I mean, I have a lot of faith in what Governor and Ban can pull off, so let's see what the rest can do.
Yeah, that's a really interesting question, right? It's gonna be Lenny up against Jesse Vash, right? And by the way, happy birthday again to you, Jesse Vash. What a way to spend your birthday here, you know?
Even better if they win.
Even better if they win, of course, but like right now, dealing with the pressure, it's like, oh, I can't celebrate my birthday right now. You know, we gotta first defeat Talon Esports before any kind of celebration happens. But here's the thing with Team Secret, right? When it's good, it looks really good.
Right.
But when it's bad, it kind of looks really bad. It's kind of coin flippy with this team, and fans know this, right? Fans know this, that they oftentimes give us heart attacks. You know, like as with any team, you kind of can't tell just yet until the first few rounds, and then usually the momentum of the team is determinant of that.
Exactly. It is kind of hard to gauge Team Secret's power level sometimes because they'll run some games together where you're like, you guys are really good. Like, I am definitely all in on this squad. I'm really appreciative of the way that you think about the game and the way that you approach the game. And then sometimes they come in and it looks like all of that like fundamental mental fortitude that they built up just comes crumbling down. And so it is very concerning that could happen here again. If Talon comes out swinging, if that aggressive style that Frost talked about that is the nature of these Talon players can come through and get them over the line, you know, or if they've been able to, even in this short amount of time, find a way to play slow as well, a little bit better, this is going to be a fearsome Talon team to deal with.
That's a big thing, being able to play as slow as they can play fast. So if they can do that, I think they have a lot of potential. But of course, it's still early. I want to see if Talon, you know, really is able to beat Team Secret, or is it a fluke? Because Team Secret has that experience. Team Secret knows the game that well. They've been playing forever as a squad with the addition of NDG now. I still feel like, you know, maybe Team Secret might be able to do something, but if they stick to old habits, then again, I just prefer what's fresher right now. Talon looks really fresh, really cool. It is, you know, chilly in Icebox right now, so maybe, yeah, that's why my vote goes
Too
towards
cool.
Talon.
Gotta give me a little bit of,
Gotta give me
a little bit of heat there. If you could see like my fingers, like, I don't know, I'm turning
Some of
blue
my
or something.
energy.
But yeah, you're absolutely right. We do need that fresh start for Team Secret, right? They have been doing this for a long time, and that's my fear as well. Have they, you know, have they run dry with in terms of the playbook? Are they doing anything new? Not quite yet, and it's been a very long time since we've seen Team Secret reinvent themselves. But speaking of reinventing yourselves, you probably will be reinventing yourself if you do have some thrilling moments over here. We have an audience survey, and it says, what is the most thrilling moment? Didn't we see somebody bringing over like
Yeah, somebody's like taking our opinions. And
Yeah. Which is it? Is it a Sheriff one tap, or is it an Operator single bullet, double kill, one shot, 2 kills? 2 birds with 1 stone, so to say. So audience says that Sheriff one tap is more satisfying, and I think you agree, Clinton.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, to me, this is like, if you get a double kill with an op, it's more like luck than it is necessarily like skill.
That's true.
Whereas like a Sheriff one tap is a little bit trickier to do, and it feels
intent.
so so satisfying. When you hit
It
that
has
shot.
intent, it has skill. What about you, Quack?
Same, actually.
Yeah.
It's just like copy, paper thin or anything. But that's the thing. Sheriff one tap's so cool, especially if you can chain it into even more kills like what Elmi Moore did in the previous map.
Yeah.
I mean, Operator collaterals are always fun, but yeah, it's not very skillful. Oftentimes, you just get that one collateral. It doesn't necessarily always translate to a round win. So.
Right. Usually the reaction is like, oh, that happened.
Wow.
Oh, I didn't know you were standing there. But you don't like, you know, okay, I'm gonna wait for them
Thank you
to
for
line
lining up for me. Yeah,
right here.
Yeah.
Hold on. It's gonna happen.
I'm gonna hold this angle all around and wait for you to walk into my gun. Like, yeah,
I'm
great.
like, nope, I'm not moving. It's gonna happen. I just need this, you know? But yes, I do agree. The Sheriff one-taps. We saw that, as you mentioned, Quack, from Elmimar earlier. I do hope we get to see it from Envy this time around, because I do remember last year he had so many good rounds where he just had like 3 Ks on the Sheriff, 1 taps, 3 bullets, 3 kills, right?
Exactly, and this is another part of the equation that needs to come through for Team Secret today. We need to see that Envy from 2023, who is oftentimes top fragging. I'm not saying he has to do that. You'd still prefer it to be Jeremy as your duelist, of course. You know, most teams are going to want that duelist to be the guy, but last year Envy was oftentimes the guy for them as that initiator, so we need to see him come through with some stronger performances. He needs to be enabling Jeremy as well, of course, but he needs to be that guy when Jeremy goes down to come in and get those big vaulty kills.
Exactly. I think that's what Team Secret needs sometimes. You need a playmaker. You need someone who's outstanding enough. Jeremy does get those moments. Jeremy, you know, he got an ace last year that was really insane on Haven. One of the fastest aces maybe ever in the game, but is he, you know, hesitant sometimes? He's still a little bit young, still a little bit new, or a little bit fresh. Envy comes in to, you know, help as the big brother, right? I want to see that Envy again. So, again, Team Secret, please don't stick to old habits, please.
Yeah, especially since Jeremy and Envy work so well together. They've been playing together for so long, even on previous teams. But you mentioned about Envy being the playmaker on the side of Team Secret. On the side of Talon Esports, I think that's Jit Boys. You know, how many rounds was he able to turn around just because he was in the right place at the right time against the RX?
Well, and he made some crazy swings, too. I mean, some of those 180s and stuff that he had were absolutely bananas yesterday. Some of those 3K, 4Ks were out of this world. I mean, right up there with anybody in the league in terms of, like, some of the most impressive highlight reel plays you will ever have. So, yeah, absolutely, Jit Boys is going to be crucial because he outplayed the heck out of NDG last time. Let's just be honest. I mean, the difference in skill is, at least in that match, was a gulf. It was massive.
Oh yeah, definitely so. And you know, the stats don't lie. NDG himself also knows it, right? And yeah, it's a matter of like who is going to come online for this match. It seems to be very, very important to see who gets that early momentum, Quack.
Yeah, they really need to be able to bring that up, and it always starts off with the pistol round. And strategies matter so much here, and that's why again, you know, we can talk about the teams for days. We can talk about players like NDG. You need to find that mental fortitude to really just play your game today. That day one, again, just they looked rudderless, directionless. I don't know if it was the calling or they just really weren't prepared against Talon. But right now, we've had a bit more time. Hopefully, everyone has adjusted to one another. Let's see some good Valorant. I mean, we had a 3-mapper. We had an almost overtime between GenG.
We had 9 maps the other day, too.
What's going to happen today?
Yeah. And you know, you mentioned that, like, yeah, we're ready to see some good Valorant. We're ready to see if NDG's monitor is on, you know. Last time, it wasn't Jesse Vasher's birthday. This is how much copium I have right now, especially since Talon, they look so good. So I am ready for it. Again, these are some of Southeast Asia's best that are going to be playing for this series. So let's get right into it. It's going to be Team Secret versus Talon Esports in our second series today. So let's ready to welcome our teams on stage.
It was a hot start into a defeat at the hands of DRX, but this squad is here looking to reaffirm that they are a force to be reckoned with here in Pacific. Please give it up for Talon Esports. They are out for revenge, which sounds like a damn good gift for their captain, Jesse Vash's birthday. Please welcome Team Secret!
Of the second match.
All right, here we go. We are entering our map picks and bans for Team Secret versus Talon. This is going to be very important indeed. And as you can see, both coaches have their notebooks out and their IGLs right beside them.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think if Ascent is going to come through, I think it'll be the last map potentially. I wouldn't be the one to pick Ascent this time around. Team Secret says, nope, split. We heard you guys talking in the interview. No. Of course this is done. Yeah. But we don't want to do that. Yeah, Breeze, okay, going to be selected by Team Secret. I mean, it was the closer of the two. I will say that, so maybe they feel like they can handle that pressure that we saw last time from the Neon Yoru combo.
It was close, but again, I'm thinking about Governors, Neon. It's scary. You know, if they really do have a counter plan against that, then it would work out great. But then, of course, you know, you got to think about the next map that was played that day as well, which was Ascent 13. Wait, hold up a second.
Right away.
Wait. Are we really playing the same maps?
The teams are saying, you know, we got to do that again. Wait, take two.
I was a little concerned about this pick coming through for Talon because this time around Team Secret gets to start on the defender side. That's where Talon did most of their damage. Obviously, generally, it is a defender-sided map. Sometimes in the Pacific it is not, but in most other regions, it is absolutely a defender-sided map. So that's why I was kind of maybe thinking they might shy away from it. Lotus going to be the decider, so really interesting. It's the same two maps, isn't it, for the first two? I'm not going crazy here, right?
Did Frost and Warbirds like talk? They're like,
we're doing it again. We're running it back.
Just do it again. Come on. I mean, it's possible, right? Well, look at that. You know, they have to give a hug. It just goes to show how close these teams are. And we saw earlier on stage that Frost even gave a little wave to the Team Secret boys, right? And now, as we are back to day, what was it? Day 3, day 2
I can't remember anymore.
We're back here, and it's the same.
No.
It's we're in the time loop here, Favorton.
Yeah, that's okay. Why not? Sure.
We're starting a Twilight Zone.
I mean, I'm sort of fine with this for Team Secret because
mga kababayas, ito na. Oras na naman para maglaban ng mga Pinoy. Para tayong binalik sa deja vu, Osiris. Parehas yung mapa, parehas yung mga pickings, at parehas na team na naman ang maglalaban.
No, deja vu o replay. Pero this time, magbabago ba ang kalalabasan? Dahil alam natin from last time, 2-0. So siguro itong ang Talon, sobrang confident nila na alam naman na natin ang ginagawa ng Team Secret. Pero sabi nga ng panel, this time maiiba dahil Team Secret daw ang kumuha ng defense position dito sa ating mapa.
Let's see kung magbabago nga ba ang storya, and hopefully, mas maganda ang performance nila this time around pagdating dito sa game na to. Kasi during the time na naglaban sila or against Talon, medyo nahirapan ang Team Secret dyan. But without further ado, pistol round it is. Borcom ang magiging first target. Isa ang mamamatay pero siya rin ay mawawala. 1-to-1 trade lang para dito sa mga players natin habang pinapalibutan ng tubig ang buong site.
Ayun. Puro katubigan hanggang sa site mismo. Hindi lang dun sa beach part. Pero ngayon, Jeremy, Governor, nakapwesto na sila dito. Meron na papasok sa double doors at maganda naman ang pagkakahati ngayon dito sa katubigan. Pero Crows, alam na niya na meron papasok dito. Flash, ipit na ipit silang dalawa dito. Actually, tatlo sila na nakaabang. Dahil sila Jeremy ngayon, uubusin ang bawat miyembro ng Talon.
Mukhang gising na ang Team Secret at unang pistol round para sa best of 3 na to. Cyrus ay mapupunta nga sa side ng TS ngayon. At from the previous, ang pinagkaiba, this time nananalo na sila sa pistol rounds. I think it's more of, we played this map already against Talon. We know better. Alam na natin kung saan tayo nagkamali. Alam na natin kung saan tayo pwedeng mas gumaling.
Iyon, at tulad nga ng ine-expect natin, medyo same man ang pinanggalingan natin dito. Iba naman ang naging galaw ng Team Secret. And alam naman din natin na hindi ganun kadalas yung pagkapanalo ng pistol round. So at least this is a good start ng momentum para sa kanila. And stacking lang muna tayo dito or farming lang mula sa Talon. And might be a change or fake site, ika nga.
Let's see, Halls. Ko-compete nga ba ng Talon? Yan ang tanong. Si Cruz, tamang talon-talon lang. Parang team name nila. Also, biggest shoutouts kay Miss Gab. Nanonood ngayon. At kina Nixie, ayan, mga viewers natin at mga supporters ng Team Secret. Shoutout sa inyong lahat. Anyway, dito pa rin tayo syempre sa buy round nga ng Team Secret, Osiris.
Yes, and slowly but surely lang ang Talon dito. Sinusubukan nila gumawa ng play. May toxic screens. And you have the water. Sinira na shock dart para hindi maharang ng tripwire. Pwede sila mag-sprint ngayon dito. At mauunaan si NDG. May outlaman, hindi tatabang mula dito kay Jeremy. At mukhang kailangan niya muna umatras. But the raid coming in from B. Umiikot naman na yung mga miyembro ngayon ng Team Secret.
Mas careful sila pagdating sa mga angles. Hindi pa naman nagsisimula ma-plant yung spike habang si Borkum dire-diretso lang. Jesse Vash to get a kill. And as well as NB, isa-isang bumagsak ang Talon dito as we go and close off to a 2-0.
Good start para sa Adobo Gang. Mga
Rise
guys
up!
dyan. Pinatikim lang naman. Pinaisa lang naman nung nakaraan. Mapa pa rin to ng Pinoy.
May tayo, Osiris May birthday buff tayo Di ba? Birthday ni Jesse Bash yung team captain. Di, mas malakas tayo today.
Alam mo naman, paghandaan, iba ang preparasyon ng tunay na Pinoy. At ngayon, parang minumukbang nila ang Talon dahil nga sunod-sunod yung mga kills ngayon. Pero si Governor, masyado ka naman nagmamadali. Sinasalo mo yung lason. Pero okay lang. Nahuli man si Jesse Bash. Isa pa lang ngayon.
At least napitas din nila si Ban pagdating doon sa snake bite. Pero ito, movements towards A. Nararamdaman na ng Team Secret. Matindi ang control pagdating sa halls dahil alam nila kinokontesto ng Talon parate at si Jit Boys. Nakikipag one-on-one. NDG to tag him out and finally get a kill and settle the deal. Marshall pa lang yan.
Pinagbigyan lang naman kanina. Medyo damage lang naman yung binigay ng NDG pero siya pa rin na makikinabang dito at 3 versus 3. Saan nga ba sila pepwesto ngayon? Sila Gov, nakapwesto na. Borkum, malalim na siya dito sa A. So alam na niya na ito ay magiging B hit. Cyber Cage, ginamit na rin nila dito. Hindi tatamaan ng tripwire at malilinyahan naman nila at already makakapasok sa site.
Spike planted. Spike has been initiated, planted na para sa side ng Talon. Ito ang inaantay nilang post-plant of their lives. May 2 tripwires pa sa site, may makakatapak ba? Yan ang tanong as Jeremy goes down. Pero saluhin naman ni Borkum yung kills na yan. Governor, nakahanap na naman ng isa habang si Borkum. Is it time? Is it Borkum time? Yan ang magiging tanong. As the first kill settles in, isa na lang. Tapos na sana. Pero Team Secret, matatalo pagdating sa buy round na yon. The good side is, at least na-punish nila yung economy.
Yes, exactly. Kahit sabihin mong yun yung bonus round, dito pa lang sa entrada na matanggal kaagad si Van, napakalaking alleviation na ng pressure dahil having that no Yoru. Mas kunti yung wiggle room nila to cause those problems sa iba't ibang site or yung mga teleport nga na ino-offer nitong Yoru at matagusan yung mga tripwire. So dahil doon, mas naging confident ng Team Secret at naubos nga nila yung ibang mga miyembro. So for now, in terms of armor, sila ang may kalamangan at ang Talon, quick mid-control.
Nice! Ang nakakakaba dito, guys, si Governor talaga So kung mapipick off mo si Governor dito, at least mababawasan ang tinik sa dibdib mo pagdating sa side takes na nakikita natin. Pero ito na naman yung kanilang mga hook towards mid Mawawala na rin yung wall coming in from the harbor itself. Meron pa naman silang ban, parang Facebook lang ni Bill, na kayang-kayang umentry dito sa backside pero flash pa lang ang masisira nila dito, yung fake. Pero this time around, mukhang initiate retreat ang sasabihin nila dito dahil literally mapapa-atras sila.
Mag-iiba sila ng pwesto dito, patungong elbow pero si Jesse Vash mula sa spawn. Tutulungan na rin niya o susubukan na niya mag-rotate papuntang A. Double doors ang daan ng Talon at doon naman nakatutok si Borkum. Kaya pwede nilang malaman kaagad yung pagpasok nila dito. At snakebite, ibabato na sana kaso umatras muna.
May recon towards the site, may umaamba na. Alam nilang may tao sa stairs, may knife pa si Inbing pwedeng gamitin. And especially, nakita pa si Lenny nung recon na yon. Habang naghahanap ang ibang miyembro dito ng mga players from the side of Talon, si Jeremy makakapitas na rin ng isa. 5v2 scenario, make it a 5v1 as Jit Boys is the only man remaining. 10 seconds to plant, too much pressure and TS secures the round.
Aanin mo si Jit Boys kung ang Jeepney Boys ang mangingibabaw. Pinoy na Pinoy ngayon. 3-1 tayo sa scoreboard and mukhang kailangan mag-save ng Talon. Although, konting push na lang to their ultimates, konting points na lamang, pwede na magkaroon ng mga arsenal na yon or weapons na yon para pwedeng pang masurpresa ang Team Secret. Pero alam naman natin na mas ready sila ngayon kung papansinin natin yung setup dito ni NDG. Dahil nga aware na siya na pwede siyang i-push dito more on defensive yung kanya mga trippers, mga manggagaling sa likod.
Little bit aggressive when it comes to util play. Papuntang A main. Pero syempre, pang ano lang yan, dagdag bawas, ika nga, sa damage na pwede nilang i-provide dito sa Talon. At pang-aba na medyo kabahan kayo at huwag kayong umentry muna dito. Pero as you can see, Talon, they're just holding down the fort, the positioning. Baka sakaling merong mag-push sa side ng Team Secret, but we know better.
Alam nila kumbaga, hindi namin kailangan mag-overcommit. Walang overhit na magaganap kasi alam namin kami yung nasa advantage. Kayo ang lalapit sa amin, dala ang inyong mga classic at kita na natin ngayon mula sa double doors. Konting kilos lamang alam ni Invi. Merong drone na pinapadala na ikipaglaro sa apoy si Governor. Apat ang mag-push sa kanya pero Hunter's Fury papakawalan dito ni Lin at mawawala na dito si Jesse Bash. Last one mula dito kay Borkum pero makakadalawa muna siya at isa na lang ang siyang kailangan niyang pwestuhan dito. Shock! Kaso kailangan niyang mag-push against Jit Boys sa Jeremy and NDG. Papunta na dito sa A.
Surprisingly, sa pistol round dito ng Talon, mukhang nakukuha pa nila. Pero that's gonna be Lenny going down. Madedetect dito. Kahit papano si Jeremy nung actual recon. Pero may isa pa, si Jit Boys na naglalaro sa snakebite niya. Tuluyang ide-delay lang to ni Jit Boys. Kaya naman si Jeremy, tamang amba sa defuse. Pero hindi talaga siya nagparamdam ha. Naramdaman niya ata na first stop lang yun. Jeremy, nasa kaliwa mo na. And that's gonna be Jit Boys. Grabe yung tiis pogi niya sa mid doors.
Exactly. Kahit sabihin mong ilang beses na tinap, hindi pa rin siya lumingon doon. Na 350 round na nanggaling dito. Ginamit nila si Governor bilang distraction. At nagawa nga nilang masira ang depensa ngayon ng Team Secret and so close with only that classic. No prior information saan manggagaling. The-surprise attack from Jit Boys.
Surprisingly, hindi niya rin ginamit yung snakebite niya. Not quite sure kung narinig niya na off yung pagkakatap sa spike kaya hindi na siya nagdalawang isip o hindi na siya at least nag-doubt kung dinedefuse na ba. But Jeremy forced to push back or go around dahil nga doon sa mga sa mga stun na nilalabas nila dito. Bladestorm, available naman.
Kaso makaka-exit kaya siya dito once na ilabas niya kanya sarili si Van. Alam naman natin na nasa gilid si Invi. Once na lumusot siya dito sa katubigan na to, pwede niya mapatay si Van or the other way around. Lumabas na nga doon. And the dust settles in sa pwestong iyon. At si Van, sinubukan na nga niya lumipat. Kaso Jesse Bash, dinaan na naman sa kulang kung saan-saan lumulusot
Happy birthday!
Jit Boys naman ngayon. Si Vash ang may birthday pero siya ang nang susurpresa.
Grabe naman. Kumbaga birthday gift ka nga. Pero kitang-kita mo naman si Vash. Alam niya na exactly kung saan magtitipi back itong si Van kung sakali man. 4v3 scenario. Itong lurk ni Borkum, napakalaki para sa side ng TS kung matatimingan niya ng maganda ang Talon dito. Will they know better? That's the question. Viper Spit, inilabas na rin. And that's coming in for the side of Talon right now. Borkum, isa!
Pangalawa pa siya makikita mula dito kaso wala silang ideya kung saan na naman si Jit Boys. Na yun, Fish na nga siya doon. Random bala. Go! Habang si Jeremy naman plus NDG making sure that they're getting another round.
Naturuan. Sorry guys, nasabi ko kung nasan yung kalaban. Pero, what a pre-fire.
Nagsasabi.
Oo, coming in from Borkum. Especially doon sa angle na yon, saktong-sakto lang, ika nga. At ito, si Vash, talagang tinake advantage na yung pagkakarinig niya doon sa TP. Other than that, even despite the Viper spit, kaya mo kasing sa laki ng site na meron ka sa isang mapa na kagaya ng Breeze, kaya mong makalaro at makapaglaro around it. Not only that, sabi ko nga kanina, it really depends and it matters a lot dun sa lurk ni Borkum.
Yun yung doon pa lang sa moment na nakuha na niya yung Neon and then followed by another kill. Napakalaking bagay na yun and alleviating the pressure from that Viper spit. Kung nagkataon na hindi niya nakuha dun si Jit Boys, kailangan pa nila manghula, kailangan nila mag-face check para lang malaman kung saan yung pwesto. And ilang beses na tayo na sorpresa ni Jit Boys nang hindi man lang niya nilelet go yung kanyang position. Tulad kanina, hindi niya pinakawalan yung snake bite niya dahil alam niya na kailangan niyang maglaro ng patago. At ngayon, timeout na ang Talon. Medyo na-alarma na sila dahil secret ang nakakuha ng momentum ngayon.
As far as I can remember, ang laki ng naging problema ng Team Secret pagdating dun sa lineups ni Jit Boys o ng Viper dito for the side of Talon. So I think it's more of putting a solution also to those lineups na kaya nilang i-provide. Kaya nagkakaroon tayo ng mas maraming lurks as well na nagmumula nga sa side ng Team Secret. And kahit nga si Jesse Vash, towards halls, mapapabagsak na lang doon sa drop para lang masalo talaga yung mga susunod na kills o pickoffs na pwede nilang kuhanin. So they do have that control and shock dart all the way to the spawn para sa kalaban. And Van, masasalo pa rin yung kill na yan. Pero nakasalo rin siya ng damage doon.
Yes, 45 HP left sa isang Yoru na madalas kumukuha ng mga agresibong anggulo. Pwede siyang mahuli. Pero gusto talaga nilang i-push etong halls. At si Jerry B lamang ang nagbabantay. May fragment naman na naka-ready. Ginamit nila bilang harang. Binuksan na nga ang pintuan dito. Dimensional drift. Nagkakagulo na nga silang dalawa at hindi na nga magkaalaman kung sino nga ba ang una papatayin doon. Binlined mula sa stairs. Si Borkum wala siya makita and Ban will be successfully pushing even further as NTG will be the last man standing.
Ito yung kagandahan din ng isang Yoru plus the Harbor combination or even with the Viper. Dahil kapag ka-flash mo through the wall, basically, ito na yung sound cue mo to entry and to actually make something happen. At ngayon, syempre, as NDG is the only man remaining, it's just a matter of time na baka mas patansya ng mga players ng Talon dito. Kumbaga, hindi na nga nakalagay ang kamay sa keyboard until magkaroon ng recon. Kailangan maging aware siya at baka sakali makakuha siya ng mga kills at pick-offs dito. Ang kagandahan, may tutok si NDG today.
Yan. At kailangan na lang nadaliin ang tutok na to sa iba pang labanan dahil hindi niya alam kung saan manggagaling ang ibang miyembro. But Thrifty round once again coming in from Talon at unti-unti silang umahabol sa Team Secret, ha?
Totoo. Thrifty round pa nga yung nakuha nila dito actually. So far, when it comes to those important eco rounds na nakikita natin, it seems like Talon are utilizing well yung kanilang mga utility play coming in from their specific agents as well. And Team Secret, they have to be careful with this kasi yun na nga lugi na nga dapat sila. So dapat hindi na sila nakakakuha ng round against it. But look at this. Utility-wise, ang daming ultimates. Hunter's Fury misses a little pero did some damage.
Meron pa rin. Medyo natag naman dun si Governor and might be a good turning point if ever man na magpabaya siya dito. Ginamit na rin ang Viper Spit. So mas mababantayan natin ang A. Mukhang i-head on first nila to, ha. Talaga bang sasabayan nila sa loob, gagamitan ng drone para ma-scan and might be pushing away si Borkum. Pero Snakebite, susubukan na niyang ilabas. Maglalaro sa gilid. Naabutan niya si Bros. Kaso saan nga ba manggagaling? Nagpaikot-ikot, inutuuto. Tatlo mula kay Borkum. Isa pa, it's Borkum time with the 4K.
I do like the decision-making na ginawa ni Borkum doon. Nag-iisip na siya eh. Okay, sa snakebite ko na ba guys? Kasi pag snakebite ko to, mapapa-atras sila. Hindi nila papasukin yung site kasi madedelay sila. Pero kapag hinayaan ko yung drone na malalim pa yung kailangang hanapin, eh baka matimingan ko. And because of that little decision that Borkum did, naubos lahat ng membro dito ng Talon nang walang kalaban-laban.
Kuya Borkum with the Mukrobio plays. Tanggal lang 99.9% ng germs doon. Hinayaan lang niya mag-push ng malalim at take his chances. Ubusin lahat yun. Envy, siya naman ang maiiwan dito. Alam niya na merong execution na magaganap. Pero still, 2 members pa rin ang natitira mula sa B ng Team Secret.
Medyo masakit yung mga stunts na ginagawa ni Gov dito. May nasa backside at si Borkum yun. Pwede pa namang i-rest kung sakasakaling may oras at may spasyo. Pero 4v4 situation. At ito na, post-plant na naman ng Talon. Ito na yung Hunter's Fury. Meron bang mamamatay? Yan ang tanong. Wala nang tatama for the last one. It's still now a 5v4. Neural Death nilabas na rin para sa side gun ng Team Secret. Alam na nila, it's gonna be that A-main control. Walang lurk, may lineup. Yan ang puhunan ng Talon. Kailangan nila iligtas yung A-main dahil hindi kakayanin kung sakali man. Recon out for them. Pero ito na sila. Galit na. Team Secret tries to punish all. Isa na lang ang natitira. The lineup settles. At ito na naman. Aabot ba?
Abot na abot. Dahil nagawa nilang i-push that neural theft, giving a lot of information na walang lurk, that they might be playing on a lineup ng snakebite. Kaya finurse out nila. Binago nila yung sitwasyon by pushing everyone at the very last moment. Kahit sabihin mong nalapag na yung snakebite, time is in favor. Nasa kanila.
Plus na-revive pa si tropang Envy dito. So, dagdag manpower, firepower na kaya mong dalhin. Plus, after that neural theft, alam mo na kung saan nakapwesto yung Viper. Alam mong kailangan mo mag-push. Wala kang choice. Ginawa na nila to eh.
Oo. Yung pagka-revive ni Envy, nagkaroon sila ng flash kaya confident silang kunin yung main eh. Kaya malaking bagay yun. Pero Governor, masyadong makulit. Napakalalim niya dito ha. At mukhang makikita naman siya ni Envy. Pero palitan, kaliwat kanan. Saan nga ba ang kaganapan? Kasi dalawa na lang ang natitira ngayon sa Talon. At mukhang may ipit pa sila as Crows will be pushing in. Medyo deep to. Pero nandito naman si Jesse Bash. Pero ding nasa stairs at low at tumingin. Wala nang Talon. Lahat tumalong.
6-3 Team Secret. Mukhang natuto na talaga sila sa pagkakamali nila. Kaya naman, 7-3 magiging score after this round. Makikita mo yung difference when it comes to the first time they played this year again. Makikita mo yung retake scenario nila. Alam nila kung ano yung kayang gawin ni Gov dun sa mga push niya, sa mga stun niya. And instead, they play a little bit on the back end. Sige, papasukin mo si Gov. Siya lang naman mag-isa kasi ang bilis niya masyado. And once he's there, sun stuns settling in because you have a wall, kaya mo pa rin siyang i-outplay at the end of the day. And I think Team Secret, especially ngayon na may tutok na lahat halos ng players dito, you have to give them this round and you have to give them a lot of favor pagdating dito sa matchup.
Yeah, exactly. Yung pagiging, sabihin na nating masyadong reckless eh. Yung pagpasok doon ni Governor and wala namang other utilities kundi yung mga walls lang din na pinoprovide nila. Walang extra layer of protection para dito kay Governor. Kaya medyo paatras. Kung papansinin nyo nga yung mga tripwires natin at saka yung pwesto nila Borkum, wala sa likod talaga. Hindi nila kailangan ilaban yung A-main. Kailangan lang nila magkaroon ng proper angle para once na mag-overcommit si Governor. Eh, sanay na sanay tayo sa mga lumilipad na jeepney. Sanay tayo sa mga mabilisang laban. Kaya nagpapaka-highway patrol group tong Team Secret para hulihin itong si Gob. At ngayon naman, dahan-dahan silang kumikilos papunta dito sa B. At
Si Direk.
Jeremy will be the only person dito. Noble Cloudburst sa kanya verticality. They are going in.
NDG, nakapatay pa with the tripwire? If I'm not mistaken, Jeremy naman, up top, hindi pa rin nila alam itong posisyon na to. Mapapatras at si NDG, ang bahala, tropa. Habang ako na ang sasalo ng panghuli. Kahit hindi nila mapatay yun, yung shock dart, magkoconnect pa din. 8-3, TS. Kumbaga sa exam, nag-review sila. Kumbaga, perfect score.
Homework.
Nagawa ang homework dito, Osiris. Kita mo pa lang dun sa previous round kanina, snake bite pa lang ni Borkum. Alam niya na doors na manggagaling. Pagdating sa B side, si Direk and DG, nasubaybayan na manggagaling sa B. Kaya naman si Jeremy, siya na ang bahala.
Exactly. Talagang yung pinaka-technique nila ngayon dito, Taylor, buksan mo, papasukin ako. And sila Kuya Will nga, nakita natin doon mula sa likod na yung mga tripwires na sinet up defensively, hindi kailangan problemahin yung pagpasok sa main dahil hawak doon ni Jeremy yung vertical. Meron siyang high ground. Alam niya kung ilan na yung pumasok. It's up for NDG to play around these traps or Cypher Cage. And with the Cloudburst nga na in-establish doon ni Jeremy, hindi siya na-detect ng kahit ano. Kahit merong cove, ina-anticipate nila, papaulan na ng bala, ang hindi nila alam yung deep side ng mapa, yung merong tripwire.
Sabi nila dito, Gob, easy ka lang, Gob. Di kami makasunod, Gob. Kaya naman sisimulan muna natin yan ng ultimate nga dito ni Ban. At least kahit paano makikita nila yung traps, makikita nila si NDG, hinahunting na nila. Shoot me, yan ang sabi niya dito. Pero Spike has been dropped and Ban all the way from back end of the site. Cross, hyper-aware, pero si Jessie Vash malalaro ata siya. Timing a little bit off. Sana makita niya. Yun na nga, that's gonna be Crows going down. Viper Spit ginamit sa loob ng site. Pero ito, 3v2 scenario, kaya pa ba?
45 HP. Dito si Ban. Pwede sila mag-fish. Medyo may malapit ha. Shorty, binunot na ni Ban. Hindi pa rin sila pumapasok. No face check coming in from Team Secret. Umiikot si Ban, hindi pa rin nagkakahanapan. Kaso saan nga ba magaganap ang laban? Dahil ito na si Borkum. Nahuli niya with a headshot. Ito si Ban. Pero Jit Boys, once again, ito na naman yung notorious tatlong miyembro. Swinging outside. Kaso Jit Boys with the lineup. Hindi umabot na Shorty with the ace from Jit Boys. Saving this round.
Nice try. Almost kung ika nga. And not too bad, honestly. Kinailangan nilang gawin yun eh. Kinailangan nilang labanan yung huling player. Unfortunately, may snake bite pang delay. Maganda na nga na half nila, pero hindi pa rin talaga enough after that decay. 8-4 Osiris. Itong first half natin, hindi ganun kasama para sa side ng Talon, sa totoo lang. So medyo nakakakaba pa din. Pero tignan natin dito pag-swap.
Yun nga eh. Kumbaga, alam naman natin yung lineup ng Talon currently is nagtatry sa attacker dahil nga you have Yoru and Leon. Sobrang oppressive nila once nakakuha nga sila ng mga proper push or yung mabilisang side take. Pero ngayon, mapapakinabangan natin or may kita natin how is it going to thrive naman on a defensive scenario as how good ngayon ang Team Secret. Na alam nga natin, nagawa nila yung homework nila and it feels like they are confident sa kanilang mga laban ngayon.
It feels like dun sa first half as well, parang isang dimensional drift lang nakita ko during that time. So, si Ban, hindi masyado na-capitalize yung kanyang mga entry potential or yung kanyang entry potential, exactly. Entry potential that time. And hindi ganon kadami rin yung kills na nakukuha dito ni Nagov, pati na rin ni Ban. Just so happens talaga, minsan nagre-rely na lang pagdating sa mapa na to, lalo na sa mga Viper, yung delaying factor, yung kaya ba nilang kontrolin yung site, kaya ba nilang i-hold until makarecover or makapag-rotate itong mga natitirang miyembro. Not just for Team Secret, but also same goes for Talon.
Yeah. And nakita natin, well, actually yung dalawang dimensional drift yun, yung isa dito sa halls nung pumasok sila. Kaso hindi ako sure kung talaga ba naging successful yun. Pero tulad na sinabi mo, hindi nila na-utilize yung orb farming ng Breeze para entirely magkaroon sila ng extra firepower or kasama si Gob. Pero ngayon, mid ang kinukuha ngayon ng Team Secret. Return fire lang one after another, 1-1 trade and invite to ban. Pero yung halls, susubukan pasukin ni Berkum. Alam na ko nandito siya, destroying that recon. Pero shock dart para kay Lenny. Ayun lang.
They knew better. Alam nila yung kailangan nilang gawin. Mukhang nag-homework din ang mga tropa natin sa Talon side. Recon available on 5 or in 5 seconds. At Jeremy naman, at least nakapag-plant ang TS dito. And still in a 2v4 fashion, kung mabibigla ni Jessie Vash ang ilan sa mga membro, posibleng makukuha pa sila. Pero Gen Boys, good for 1, good for 2. That's gonna be Jeremy, and that's it. Governor to finish things off. Galit na naman si Gob.
Ayan, nagising na si Gob.
Sino gumising dito?
Naabala niyo si Governor. Ilabas na ang mayor para labanan si Gob, and napakatulis ng kanyang tutok doon. And with that being said, the pistol round napunta sa Talon. Okay lang. Nice NT mula sa Team Secret. Ayun,
napulot pala siya ng Sheriff.
Yun pala
Kaya pala
yun.
medyo masakit.
Ayun no, nag-i-slide pa. May kasamang smooth slide mula sa gilid para lang makuha yung last kill na yun. And with that being said, sila ang magkakapera, sila ang siyang bibili ng upgraded weapons, and Team Secret needs to play this safely.
Tingnan natin as they try to take A main control. Set up na mula sa kanilang mga wall. Meron bang mapipin down si Jeremy na tag? Pagdating sa stairs, onto the corner. Governor, i-clear out nyo yung angle. And that's gonna be Team Secret falling into the hands of Talon quite quickly as well.
Less of 2 rounds before mag-tie. And this will be the bonus. Sa side ng Talon, wala na rin silang nagawa doon. Dire-diretso yung kanilang pagpasok. Naka-free hit lang si Governor at walang umansin sa kanya. Although nagpakawala naman ng shock dart si Jessie Vash, hindi nga lang yun naging sapat para i-fend off. Or sabihin natin, totally ma-eliminate doon si Gob. So at least, this time, this will be their buy round. Baka dito na tayo makakita ng tunay na lakas ng Secret.
Since eco round yon, syempre, should be expect na at least may mga mababato silang utility sa corner kung saan nagtatago si Gov kanina. Fortunately, wala nga silang pera, wala silang ibang pwedeng laruing utilities doon. After a while, 8-6, scoreline tayo ngayon. Medyo nagkakalapit na, 2 rounds, 2 puntos na lang ang hinahabol dito ng Talon. Pero syempre, hindi hahayaan ng TS yan. Overdrive, available din para kay Governor dito. Pwedeng gamitin kung sakaling kikailanganin or if the opportunity arises. Pero kala-half-buy pa rin kahit papano for Talon. I mean, it's their bonus, right?
Yeah. Ang mahalaga lang dito is, syempre, makabawas sila ng mga tao from Team Secret. But the patience is paying off dito sa magkabilang koponan. Wala pa rin nahuhuli. Kaso bukhang si Borko may malapit-lapit na doon. Makakita siya ng mga rotation if ever na gumalaw ang members ng Talon. Pero crossfire established dito sa mid. Kay Crows at saka kay Gob. Maghaharang lang sila dito, pero mukhang A-main nabuksan na, napabayaan na. Merong gap yung katubigan dito kasi hindi pa rin naman makakakita ng kahit anong movement. Team Secret successfully planting A-site.
Alam nila kung nasa si Crows. Yun na nga, sa pool. Yan na lang sasabihin nila. 4v4 ngayon as Governor fights for his life towards mid doors. Iisa pa ba siya? Mukhang kumukulit pa. Gusto pa ang umentry. The stun settles in. Yung flash mula sa likod. Borkom from the lurk. And ban siya ang natitira para sa side ng Talon. Play for post plant triangle formation. Borkom, alam niyo na kung saan. He swings out and that's gonna be the double swing settling in. TS. Review, homework done, ace!
Nalinis ng ganun-ganun lang. Sinubukan niyang takutin doon si Borkom with a few shots. Akala niya hindi na magsiswing but the doors opened sa side ng halls at 3 members ang nakatingin sa kanya, leaving him no options kundi ilaban ng tuluyan. Good play coming in from Team Secret with their buy round. And I believe wala rin, may isa lang ang nahuli yata, no? Si Invi lang.
Ganda ng mga lurks today ni Borkuma. Parang masarap ang ulam later tonight kung sakali man. Pero ito si Gob. Naghahanap ng kanyang mga senator na kasama pagdating sa A-main. Sakali daw meron silang mabingwit dito. The hook is being settled. And naantay na lang nila na kumagat ang Team Secret. Pero sila na lang din ang naging impatient. Sabi nila, ayoko na sumilip kasi masakit.
Ayan, nabigyan si Crows. Masyadong masakit, pero ang ganda ng pwesto dito ni Governor, masyadong malalim to. Pwedeng-pwede manggulat. Unti-unting pupush, bumato ng blind, baka sakaling pwede pa silang may makalaban dito. Recon, wala ring mahanap, pero si Borkum, nako, isinuko na bigla. Na-realize sila na, wait a minute, bakit wala pa rin gaganapan dito?
Fake recon. Oh, wag muna kayong mag-rotate. Nag-recon sa A-main. Yan ang gustong sabihin dito ni Jesse Bash. Borkum, nagbabadya na naman ang kanyang mga lurking potential pagdating dito sa round na to. Still, Team Secret. Unti-unting gumagapang towards B site. Hindi naka-up yung wall. Governor naman, may sariling lurk, may sariling buhay at mundo sila. Mula sa B main, kailangan nila mag-ingat. Lenny on the corner, alam niya to at siya ang mawawala. After that trade-off mula kay NDG. 4v2 scenario, yung dalawa galing sa flank. Ito na.
Si Governor, nakapanggulat, overdrive. And ito na nga yung drive na kailangan nilang bilisan. Dahil makakapag-plant pa naman sila dito. Kailangan ng i-push. Tatamaan ng konting fragment, pero ito na hinahanap na. Ituro mo, itutumpa ko. Pero Noel the GOAT.
Nice flash!
Down Governor. And the flash one after another. Pero si Van with that spray transfer. Oh my goodness. So close para sa Secret.
Di ko nakita nakatakip tenga ko, guys. Pero grabe yung transfer ni Ban dito. Ang tindi. When it comes to that kill, isipin mo na flash na siya. Dito sa dalawang lurker nila, nagka-problema pa. Ang ganda nung flash, oh. Literal, wala siyang nakikita at all, pero nakuha niya ba yung clutch na yon?
So close.
No way.
Oh my G. Talon ayaw magpatalo. Laban na laban. Mukhang masarap din ng ulam.
Oo. Sanggip sa lata ang pupuntahan ng mga players mamaya. Laglagan portion na rin kasi Osiris. So, napaka-importante nitong match. Huwag niyong painitin si Ban, utang na loob.
At tulad nga ng sinabi mo, a do or die. Kaya kailangan na nilang ibuhos ang lahat. Crossing. Merong nandito sa nest. Bawas naman na din si Ban. Kaso yung siko ni Jeremy nakita. May kasamang blind but Noel the GOAT with the sheriff. Pwede na pulutin to Kaso tignan muna niya ba kasi meron tao pero neural type ang ginamit niya. So magkakaalaman na ka na pwesto yung Jesse Bash with a perfect lurk para patumba ang halls dito. And Jit Boys also knowing yung position nila. Team Secret at 3 versus 3 scenario.
Guns out in V. Meron pang tao sa likod. Buti na lang na knife. Saktong-sakto. Pero yung yung hop out ni Jitboy sa pool na sa pool. Clear out yung B main, yes. Pero andito na naman yung dalawang problema ng Team Secret. Mula pa kung nasaan sila. Buti na lang may tripwire si Boss NDG. The GOAT talaga, literal. Kailangan niya mag-plant on the back ends of the site. Habang si Jesse Bash, kontrolado ang mid. Post on B main, Bash. Silipin nyo na. O wag nyo silipin, actually. Play for post plant tayo. Joke lang pala yun. Ito na ang entry ng mga players natin as Governor settles in on the back end of the site. Si NDG, tamang tiis pogi, isang na-recon. Yung isa di pa nila alam.
Pero post plant nga. Hold lang muna, malala sila dito. Governor, Noel the GOAT hitting further. Although nakita nga dito si Jesse Vash, a 1v1. Wala naman di kaano utility dito. NDG, ang mainit nating tropa. Ops, nakita ang kanyang braso. Unti-unting dumidikit si Crows dito. Naikipaglaruan, ring around the rosy ang pwestuhan nila. Kaso saan makikita? Wala ka na magagawa, Crows. It's NDG. Noel the GOAT beating back.
Dahil sa Valorant, para akong tumatanda ng 5 years, guys. Kakasakit tata ako sa puso kakanood ng TS match. Ang hirap maging fan. Pero in the end, nakuha pa rin at na-close off pa rin ang Team Secret, ang double-digit score natin. Siyempre, with the help of this Hunter's Fury to the side, kahit na namatay nga si Envy doon, at least na-hold pa rin. NDG, salamat today. Agad-agad.
Ayun. Ramdam na ramdam. Noel, do good. Ngayon, with those plays, saving grace ng Team Secret. Iba na naman ang kanilang approach. Stacking on that elbow. Isa lang ang nagbabantay dito sa A. Pero ito na, todo jogging sila. Parang bigla na lang nag-iba ang kanilang pwesto at iniisip nila sa halls manggagaling ang secret dahil walang impormasyon. Open na open yung B. Pwede nilang pasukin to, Terror.
Sige, walang problema. Entry lang kayo, TS. Tuturo ko, tumba nyo. Eco round kasi ng Talon kaya nag-stuck sila sa A pero mali ang kanilang desisyon so far. Tingnan natin. Maraming thrifty rounds kanina ang Talon. Huwag nyo nang ibigay, Team Secret, utang na loob. Yung caster na yung nagmamakaawa.
Akala mo si Taylor ang naglalaro dahil siya ang nagmamakaawa ngayon. Pero iba-ibaya nyo naman na para naman 11-7 na, di ba? And dahan-dahan naman nag-move in. And tulad nga sinabi mo, they don't have much of a guns in their hands. Pero may mga sheriff kasi. Kumbaga, nakita na natin, notorious yung mga one-tap nila eh. Pero Borko, si Mukprov dito, medyo malalim. Alam niya may tao, kaliwat kanan kahit magsabay pa kayo. Si Envy bilang backup, taking down Lenny at itong dalawa na to. Wiggle that. Kaso makakatumba naman sila dito pero Jesse Bash naman si Birthday Boy. Sumilip ka, ibibigay ko sa'yo,
Nabigyan pa siya ng 200. Salamat daw sa ayuda, sabi dito ng Team Secret ngayon. Happy birthday. Kumbaga, binigyan siyang ampaw. May lamang 200. 11-7. Ang scoreline natin ngayon, guys. Unti na lang. Please, utang na loob. Huwag niyong bitawan.
Sa inyo na Sa inyo na. And sobrang nag-work yung kanilang pag-aaral kung paano i-establish itong Breeze. At parang hirap na hirap sa depensa itong Talon, no? Kahit anong flank yung gawin nila, leaving one member sa backline. Yun nga, tulad ng ginawa doon ni Borkum, kung hindi man mag-work yung mga tripwires ni NDG, meron silang extra layer of protection para lang hindi sila maisahan ng galaw ni Van at saka ni Gob.
Pero tignan mo naman, hindi lang sa laro, kumbaga. Siyempre, titignan mo rin yung players. Ano ba yung kumbaga, movements nila in real life. Komportable ba sila? Mukha ba silang takot? Mukha ba silang chill? Kasi syempre, that gives a lot. Yung vibes na meron, yung mga players natin. And comparing to the last time we've seen Team Secret dun sa natalo sila ng Talon, mukhang mas comfortable at mas confident silang tignan sa araw na to. At hopefully, magtuloy-tuloy. Dahil tignan natin as Talon goes in for a full buy with, of course, an operator. Dito na magkakaalaman kasi dito nagka-problema last time, Osay.
Ayun nga Kahit sabihin nating ahead dito ang Team Secret, once na makuha ng Talon yung kanilang mga upgraded na baril, kaya nila may pagsabayan. Although ito, konting damage. Si Bano yun, nabigyan si Borkum, and this will be a big problem kasi bawas tayo ng pang-ecoms.
Ang nakakainis pa doon, insta-TP pa si Ban sa malayo. So wala ka na namang idea saan magre-reposition yung operator setup na yan. But Lenny, na-cancel, hindi niya nakita yun. Flash kayo, please, bago kayo pumasok. Jeremy, siya na bahala. NDJ makakaisa. Pero ito, problema nila si Ban, 5 HP and mawawala na siya. 2v2 scenario. Gov, ito na, yung press W kanina, mukhang napunta kay Cross as he presses W and entries the site. 2 versus 1, Envy.
Ang sakit nun. Maganda na sana ang pwesto ni Jesse Bash. Kaso Envy, makikita na siya na dito ni Governor and that will be around para dito sa Talon. Okay lang. Pagbigyan mo na, bibigyan mo na ng isang operator. Asa likod. Dun.
Bes, nasa likod, guys. Ano?
Ayan, nakuha na ni Cross. Okay
na. Okay na. Nakapulot na yung operator nila. At ito nga, gaya ng sabi ko, no, they have to be really careful with this operator setup, especially yung mga dry peak na ginagawa nila since at least they have a KO if ever they have the walls. It's a big problem, but let's see how they will handle it. TS, they have to adjust a little.
Yes, konting tweaks sa mga galaw nila. Lalo't kailangan nila irespeto itong operator and not just operator. With only 2 orbs or 2 points, aabot na ang overdrive, and that's a 5 full ultimates being online. Viper Spit has been committed dito sa A site. Pero naka-default lang naman ng Team Secret dito. Sinusubukan igapang ni Borkum. Alam na niya, he's wary enough doon sa operator kaya hindi na rin niya gusto magpalalim pa. But then again, wala pa namang confirmation kung nasaan to. Once na ma-confirm kung nasaan, definitely pwede na mag-move up si Borkum.
Jeremy, wala. Nagkakaambahan yung dalawang team. Kakasilipan. Pero wala pang gustong sumilip mula sa isa't isa. Tignan natin kung may mapipitas. 1 minute already down the drain. 55 seconds remaining para sa round na to. At mukhang Recon set up towards A. Pang peke lang, ika nga. Baka sakaling mahanap natin at baka sakaling maamba sila na, okay, may drone dito, merong ano dito, pwede kayo mag-rotate, pero hindi ganun yung nangyayari. Hindi ganun yung scenario. Spike, left on spawn. Mukhang B-take to, Osiris.
Yes, pwede na nga ito itanim ni Jesse Vash and with one at yun na nga with 1 point away. Once na makuha niya ito, pwede silang mag-play for a post plant longa dog and Jeremy. Ang bantot mo doon, man. Masyado kang out in the open. Abang na abang ngayon. Sila Cruz at ito na, nagpakawala na nga ng Hunter's Fury. Si Lenny muna. May oras pa naman. At may lalapag pa nila ng tuluyan.
Good choice of planting. Muntikan pa ako sa backside yon. Mahuhuli sila ni Cross. Baka makancel, baka matalo pa.
Scan pa sila dun.
5v4. Na-scan pa nga. Merong tubig, may reckoning. Gagamitin ba nila? Yan ang tanong. Flash settling in. Jesse Vash nakikipaglaban. May dalawang shock dart pwedeng gamitin. Pero ito, Jesse Vash to secure first kill already. 5v3 na ngayon. Reckoning in play. Ito na yung queue ng Talon na pumasok sa loob ng side. Jit boys from behind. Mukhang yung lurk ang gumagana. Envy to hold this possession. Canceling out. Kaso nga lang mapapatay siya ni Lenny. NDG. Sa kanya nakasalalay ang back end of the site. Buti na lang nandiyan si Borkum. Lapagan mo, Borkum! Nice!
NDG! Woo! Grabe naman yun, Tay! Ako nakakabaliw yun mga... Hindi ko na alam kung anong nangyayari doon.
Grabe.
NDG returning his own spray transfer. Hindi lang si Van ang may kaya nun.
Let's go, boys. Let's go, boys. Match point, mga tropa, mga kababayas. Isa na lang. At 1-0 na. Hindi na ako makahinga, Cyrus.
Kahit ako napapatigil ako, napapasigaw ako Kahit
kumbaga, ito ang tunay na bawi ni NDG, man. Sit down, haters. I'm here, I'm back.
Noel the Goat indeed. Kine-question nyo kung bakit siya nandyan. Ngayon, pinapatunayan niya. As NDG again, striking in the hearts of Talon. Jeremy, malapit siya dito. Alam ko na yan, Governor. And this is a really good opening. No, Governor. Save round pa para sa Talon. Less of a firepower. Dimensional drift lang ang kailangan nila problemahin dito at distansya amigo mula doon sa mga Stingers. Pero ngayon, confident naman sila Jesse Vash at ayun, na-scan. Alam na yung pwesto.
Napicturean. Gumamit na ng dimensional drift. A-side sila, mga tropa. Nako, nandito sila mga tropa. Mapapatras sa mga players ng Talon at mukhang A-side. Sige, dito tayo pupunta. Pero si Jeremy galit na galit all the way from mid. Makakahanap pa ba ng presensya dito ang Talon? 5v3 situation. 20 seconds on the clock. Hyper-rotate papuntang B. Si Jit Boys lang ang problema. Please, huwag kayong mamatay. Utang na loob.
Pinalampas. Isa, dalawa. Sa likod. Mula sa likod. Bantayan nyo. Jit Boys. Pero ito na. Hindi papayag si Indy.
Tapusin. Mga kapagplanta, abot ba? Yes!
Abot! Meron pang naka-ready na Viper Spit. Anong gagawin mo, Ban?
Lapag mo na, Borkum. Huwag ka na, don't be shy.
Huwag ka na mahiya.
Ilabas mo na yung Viper Spit. Last round. 3v1.
Last round Ayaw mo pa ba?
Si Ban. Nakita ata siya doon na umatras. Ay, nakita ata siyang nag-drop.
Narinig nga yata din yan Naka-ready pinapaputukan. Alam na namin kung nasaan ka. Sa amin, ang Boracay. Talon. Babay muna kayo sa unang mapa. impeccable performance para sa mga tropa natin sa Team Secret.
Nice one, Team Secret. NDG redeems himself in this first game sa best of 3 series natin. We've seen Borkum time. We've seen NDG control the site completely. We've seen Jeremy go crazy towards mid doors. Happy birthday, Jessie Bash! Ito ang regalo sa'yo ng teammates mo.
Handang-handa ang Pinoy sa handaan. At literally, pinagandaan talaga nila kung paano nakipaglaban dito sa mga teams na to. Talon, hindi na ito mauulit. Binago nila ang kinalabasan ng unang mapa.
Masaya si Taylor ngayon, no? Masaya maging TS fan, no? Ayan na yung mga comment section. I never doubted TS. Ayan! Babalik tayo ngayon. Siyempre, first game pa lang to sa best of 3 series na yan. At siyempre, madami pang bigas nakakainin ang TS pati ang Talon para sa elimination match. But let's hear the thoughts of the panel and break down kung ano nga bang nangyari sa match na to.
Against Talon. This time around, Talon looked very befuddled. It looked like the communication was still kind of a problem. They were all over the place. I really like the way Team Secret came into this. A lot of lurks, a lot of flanks early, and then they did some really smart stuff with their defenses where they were setting up in places where Talon would hit and there'd be no one there. So all this util gets dumped for nothing, and then Team Secret would strike. So things like that really, really helped them get the ball rolling early.
I mean, so much of it also at the same time, Talon, like you mentioned, I think it's like bits of miscommunication. Sometimes it looks like Governor goes out on his own, and then the rest of the team is like kind of catching up to him because he's just so fast as a neon, and it makes you look as if like this whole Talon squad right now is really wild. Remember the one round also Borkum had a Viper's Pit and Talon tried to walk through. Borkum got like a quadruple kill. I mean, things like that. There's not much, you know, in terms of tactical play. It's not very safe. And it allows for Team Secret to come up with a much stronger defensive first half and then easier for them to close off. But there were some moments where Talon had like insane clutches.
Oh yeah, definitely. So a lot of moments where we jumped up and had to scream, including that one by Ban where he managed to get that 2K even after being flashed. You know, there were those moments from Talon that were there. It's just that Team Secret, they definitely looked very, very prepared. Jeremy definitely stepping up to the plate as well. And Borkum, we have to ask, what time is it, Quack? What time is it? It's Borkum time.
We are in EST for sure.
We are in EST. We are in Borkum Standard Time right now, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, he did have. It's nice that we brought him up during the pre-show because he definitely delivered. And you look on the other side where you have 2 controllers on the side of Talon, right? And you know, no Sentinel at all. So this definitely is like, you know, this definitely favors Team Secret because Borkum could stand the test against 2 more controllers on the side.
Oh yeah, he was incredible. I mean, making just brilliant maneuvers through his Viper's Pit, things like that, completely befuddling his opponents, reading what they wanted to do so well, coming up at the right times on the right angles to really punish Talon in moments where they don't expect him to be there at all. So all of these things put together, plus some really fancy shooting, added up to him being the MVP of the map. Well deserved. 308 ACS on a Viper.
5 first kills with that too.
Disgusting.
Not to mention, Jitboy is also holding his own. And, you know, you mentioned how Talon did have potentially some miscommunications. It didn't seem like everything was, like, gelled together just yet. And you have to bring up Jitboy just because, you know, the language barrier is there. And he's usually the one that might be out on his own or might be prone to misinterpreting things, right? But he is here, definitely performing. And, you know, I even forgot at one point, it's like, oh, is Jitboy on Sentinel or is he on Controller? Because he was playing like a Sentinel as well, right?
Yeah.
He could flex into that even on this agent.
Well, and Viper is somewhat of a Sentinel in a way.
That's
like,
true. You do hang back a bit.
Viper's more Sentinel than Sage, right?
That's very true. And Sage is more controller than Sentinel, right?
Exactly. But like, I mean, literally, I wrote down one thing in my notes, and it just says Jitboy's bailing Talon out. Like, so many times he would just come up with these miraculous plays. I mean, it's phenomenal to see, but it's concerning for Talon that, like you said, man, that there's no help for Governor, or either they just can't keep up with him, whatever it is. Things like that are starting to really show the weaknesses in this Talon squad.
There was that round that Jitboys did get an ace, but again, I mean, that's the thing. A lot of individual performances that look really great on their own. Ban getting the clutch, oh my god, Jitboys with an ace. It's still not like exactly safe tactical gameplay. And the whole team kind of falls apart a little bit because of it. And you see that at the statistics at the early part where you see that, well, Team Secret has 15 first kills. And that means that a lot of these fights, Team Secret's walking into them with numbers advantage. So Talon, there's like that slight bit of miscommunication, or sometimes they're just too wild and they need to kind of like what Coach Frost said, play as slow as they can, play fast. So I don't know, but right now it doesn't look like the same match that we saw from day one.
Yeah, and not to mention, Secret play this very actively. You know, you could see all 5 members at any one point in time just really managing to take control of whatever they could, right? You never felt that at any one point nobody was waiting for one another. You really felt the hive mind come in this time around.
I completely agree. I mean, this time around, it was like every time someone on Team Secret got killed, there was somebody there to trade almost instantly every time. And they're making a lot of really, really smart plays. Even on that Ban 1v2 at the end, it was brilliant, a brilliant flash from Envy.
Oh my God.
Just a beautiful flash. Ban is full flash. He should be dead to rights. Somehow the shots don't land for Team Secret. So,
but it wasn't a bad play.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was the right play. It's just the execution wasn't quite there. But that's good signs, because if you're doing the right plays, more often than not, they're going to come through and give you those wins.
Yeah, and this is looking really good for Team Secret, right? This was their map pick, though. So as we head on over to the next map, which will be Ascent, which I should say Team Secret, they are pretty confident on, but we saw how Talon plays this one.
I mean, that one was slightly different on that day 2 game, and at the same time, you're thinking about Team Secret. They have rehearsed this so much. They're so used to it. I just wonder if Talon, you know, again, like I mentioned before we went into the game, does Lenny have that on-the-fly adaptation? Does the whole team kind of have that coordination to really go along with this? Because Team Secret will throw you in for a loop. Team Secret has adapted. Team Secret has come up with new plans, and you even see sometimes Jeremy switching up his positions. There was one up on Breeze B, and he was up on top of the pillars. You don't really anticipate some things like that. And if you can't continue to, you know, evolve as you play, things might start to fall apart.
Yeah, not to mention that, of course, we saw that Talon, it worked the first time around, and Team Secret, they really did their homework. They knew exactly. It's almost like they reviewed it. They rehearsed every single round that was going to happen here. Next, they're going to do this. Next, they're going to do that. So I think that, Team Secret, after doing this homework, the improvement is just so massive. The young guns, NDG, Envy, and Jeremy, they have a lot more confidence. There's a lot more synergy. And on the side of Talon, as you mentioned, Quack, Lenny might still need a little bit more to hone in the IGLing, right? Because again, he's dealing with a very raw squad. This Team Secret has been playing together for like how long? And this Talon squad has been playing together only for months.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, but I will say I was encouraged on Ascent yesterday with Talon, even though they lost, that I felt like they were reading the map pretty well. They were reading DRX's movements relatively well most of the time. So if they can do that again and then shore up some of the little things, some of the micromanagement plays that were kind of falling apart in DRX's executes, and look, they're not the first team to have that be a problem. DRX has dismantled some of the best in the world with their executes. But here with Team Secret, they're another team that could dial that kind of thing up, like you're talking about. Great synergy, been together for forever. So certainly you have to expect that they have a deep playbook to try to dissect Talon's defense when we get over to that side.
The one difference I will say, though, for this map veto and for this being Ascent is that Talon picks Ascent, Team Secret opts to start on defense. So that means that Talon starts on an attack, and if we look at the previous match, Talon won on defense a lot better. They started on defense, they ended the first half like 9-3. I don't know if they can do the same thing this time. That's the tricky part. So unless, they have a stronger attack, unless they are able to come in with that coordination, then maybe they'll be able to win. But if not, Team Secret starts to, get into their heads. Oh my God, that's gonna be bad.
Let's just not acknowledge that.
We don't need to discuss this.
No.
We've seen this.
Yeah. No, nothing new to see here, guys. Another news, the sky is blue. That's when,
the sky is blue? Wait,
and in other news, we are...
Nagbabalik tayo sa ikalawang yugto sa bakbakan ng Team Secret at Talon. Iba naman ang mga kasama ko ngayon kung kanina kami ni Taylor. Ngayon, si Wolf naman alongside with Osiris. Kumusta ka naman, Sir Wolf?
What's good? Pasensya na sa mga nag-expect na si Taylor. Okay, kita? De, joke lang. Siyempre, nagkaroon lang ng konting aberya. Parang may konting power interruption lang. Ano nangyari?
Ayun.
Ang lamin, sana hindi matalo Team Secret kasi pag GG talaga ako, baka isipin ng tao ako yung malas.
Ako po.
So, hindi sila pwede matalo.
Take it away, Team Secret. 2-0 nyo na. Kung 2-0 kayo ng Talon, huwag kayong papayag. Kailangan kayo naman ngayon ang mang-surpresa.
Tama. So, I think yung maganda dito sa Team Secret na pinakita kanina. At sinabi rin naman ng panel, iba lang yung words na ginamit nila. I think yung mix-up. So, yung parang pagbabago nila ng mga pwestuhan, yung Governor already starting with 1 kill, Jesse Vash with another, or the trade-off. Pero may dalawa pala dun sa boathouse. For sure, hindi siya expect ng Talon. Yun nga lang, Jit Boys, through with a shot. Short range distance. At ito, 2v3 scenario nakapag-plant ang Talon.
Sila ngayon ang nasa attacker kaya ang maghahanap mga tropa natin sa Team Secret. One-way smoke, one after another. Nakita naman, merong na-scan. So less of a worry sa mga utility na pwede iba to kasi si Cruz naman nanalo against Borkum. 3 versus 1. Saan na si Silep? Isa na lang ang matitira kay Envy at sayang nag-reload. Pero Lenny, okay lang.
Okay
nice,
lang.
Nice NP.
Kung hindi ko kasi naabutan na Osiris yung no first game kasi nga nawalan kami ng kuryente.
Oo nga.
Hindi ko maalala kung sino yung nag-pistol, nanalo ng pistol.
Secret ang una, syempre.
Okay. Pero ngayon, it's going to be Talon. Then again, this is Ascent. Hindi masyado siya, wag mo siyang
Mapa ng Pinoy ito eh.
Oo, mapa ng Pinoy. At more importantly, hindi mo siya kailangan tignan as hindi siya talaga parang pistol round dependent. Alam mo yun, parang I don't know if that makes sense to other people, pero ang dali kasing makabawi dito. So really, we have to look at this game as a whole. So far, Talon on the attacker side na dahil nakapag-plant sila, nanalo din sila eventually. Governor, na naramdaman niya pwede siya ma-aggressive with this Phantom and Light Shields.
Kita nga natin yung ginagawang aggressive play ngayon ni Jeremy para sana surpresahin. Ang mahalaga ay mabawasan nga nila ang numbers dito. But Governor against Borkum, masasara na ang pinto. Kaso Envy, nakatawid naman siya dito sa loob. Kaso katapat na siya si Governor. Kaso luminya siya doon. At Talon pa rin naman with the upgrades. But 2 kills yun, Wolf, ha?
Oh? 2 kills.
May gagastos.
Oh. Maganda yung pinakita ni Governor. Great usage of his in-game knowledge. Makita natin sa ating replay. Good swing. Ang kagandahan nun kay Jit Boys, nakaligtas siya dun sa unang salvo. Eventually, napatay siya, pero magiging disastrous yun kung hindi nila naituloy. And then, si Governor, utilizing kanyang Phantom, nag-reposition, at nakaramdam talaga, ginamit talaga niya yung game sense niya to eventually punish off si Envy. Ang ganda ba ng angulo kasi parang ang hirap mag-miss dun sa napili niyang angulo na umatake, na bumaril, kumbaga, or mag-through the smoke.
Yep, exactly. And dahil doon, sila ang naging ahead. Pero for now, the buy round ng Team Secret at bonus naman for Talon. Napakaganda sana nung shock dart na yun. Kaso hindi tatamaan yung alarm bot. Kaya magkakaroon sila ng idea kung saan posible. Andito naman si NDG. Kaso 3 miyembro ngayon ang hovering around papuntang B. Wala pa rin humahawak ng main sa magkabilang side. Governor! At ayun na nga si Vash ang siyang mauunang tumumba.
Makakuha ng dalawa. Nice dash at may trade pa kasama. That's gonna be Borko. Meron pang paranoia para makompleto na rin sa pangkil kay Governor. Great na teamwork. Masasabi natin mula dun sa Team Secret. Halos malinis. Walang takas. At even si Jit Boys, hindi na nila kakayanin sa ngayon. Hindi na niya kakayanin sa ngayon. 36 HP left to the Bulldog. Most likely, ang Team Secret dito ay magre-relax na lang.
Or members, Spike is compromised. Susubukan niyang maghanap dito. Isang ligaw na bala na lamang. Ayun, unti-unti na siyang nasasaktan. At nag-dissipate ang smoke. Sabay natitingin top mid. Walang problema mula doon sa angulo ng Team Secret. Bonus has been denied. At isa lamang ang naging casualty, si Jesse Vash lang. Pa-birthday lang.
Ang ganda nung no? Ganda nung yun. Yep.
Then swing mid.
Yep.
Grabing coordination yun.
Sobrang ganda ng coordination na yun. I think isa na siguro to sa mga round na pwede mo maalala as one of the best usages ng nilang cross. Ang napakagandang punish. Madami pa daw ang pwede natin makita dyan mula sa Team Secret. Ang kagandahan is meron sa kanila na nabibigyan talaga ng madaming ult orbs, which is now si Envy.
Yep.
Ang command will be super useful sa early rounds natin.
Yes, pero ngayon slow down lang sila at sayang yun. Wala tayong nakita. Nakapikit ang ating tenga sa pagtalbog ng isang shock dart, pero okay lang dahil nga ngayon slow down. Jit boys may scan dito, so aware sila a possible lurk, but still 3 members naman ang nakaabang. Hawak din naman ni Envy itong 3, gagamitin na ang drone. Oh, nakaisa na, wala na si Jit boys.
Jit boys. Gabi 0 point, hindi nila napunsin na paligiran sila doon. That's gonna be NDG. Napaparanoia for now, but he holds his ground. Governor, true to his shot, takes out NDG. Nakapag-even up sila doon at least, pero bawas na bawas doon si Governor. Good intel din mula kay Borkum. Pare Koy, pwede nilang sugurin sa ngayon mula doon sa... Jeremy!
Okay, isa pa, Lenny. The last one member ngayon dito. 2 versus 1. Anong gagawin mo na pula naman yung spike? Pero mukha po siya dito. Ginamit ang kanyang shock dart. Medyo aaray nga ba? Hindi naman naabot yun. Pero wala namang problema, Lenny. Dahil ikaw malilinis ngayon. 2-2. Secret. Edging them out.
Gandang high-low dun sa dulo na combination ng dalawang taga-depensa para sa side ng Team Secret. Critical timing and information mula dun kay Borgum. At of course, Jeremy nakakuha ng isa. Ito, ang ganda ng cross. And there's the counter. Jeremy, the take out cross. Ano lang kumbaga, inalam lang nila kung saan mga galing yung paranoia or kung saan man nanggaling yung mga utilities na yun and then nagawa na ng paraan.
Exactly. And kahit sabihin mo na nakalagpas sila kay NDG, naging useful yung information na yun, na yung hit manggagaling sa A at dahan-dahan nga yung push doon o yung quest ni Envy. Pero Odin ngayon, pinapakawalan tinangke pa yung Nano Swarm, Kuya Jesse Bash. Kailangan mo na mag-bail out. Pero still, hindi pa rin nagawang open itong B dahil nga yung push nila na nullify ng mga sunod-sunod na damage na yun. Meron pang Recon, Talon, wala sila magagawa ngayon dito. Shock Dart. Para lang gulatin sila. Kailangan nila mag-bail out dito, Wolf. Magbago muna tayo ng pwesto.
Odin early rounds parang medyo nauuso sa ngayon on the ascent. Alam naman, well, din pala nauuso. Matagal na ginagamit. Deadly, if ever nga naman talagang magamit mo to your full potential, especially in the defense. Borkum. Ang way niya pang stop dito is this paranoia so far. Will be used for now. Nakaseta na si Envy, bilang nakatawid na pala. Dahil nga naman sa smoke na rin. Tinake advantage. Napakaganda naman nung pag-punish ng Team Secret. Flawless tuloy.
Walang problema. Pwede nyo itanim. Pwede kayong pumasok sa aming pamamahay. Pero syempre, kami pa rin yung mananalo. That paranoia, yes, tama ka dun, Wolf, na utilize nga yung smoke na yun. But then again, yung pop flash doon, ni Ban, hindi magiging sapat at ginulat nga sila. Dahil naka-ready lang dun sa Envy sa Gedli.
Oo. Makikita natin. Kanina nandun siya sa kabila, hindi siya naspatan ng owl drone. Yung ginawa nila dito, sinabay niya yung pagtawid niya dun sa door. Kasabay nung smoke na sinetap doon ni Borkum. Ang ganda ulit ng coordination nila. And sobrang ganda pa nung paranoia afterwards. It was perfectly executed. Yung pagbaba ng smoke ni Borkum, tapos paranoia, nakatawid doon si Envy. Nakakuha sila ng multiple kills at flawless. Napakagandang execution mula sa Team Secret in back-to-back rounds, pare ko.
Coordinated attack. Coordinated plays one after another. Ilang beses pa natin makikita to. In a 3-2 fashion round 6 ngayon. Mainit ang Team Secret. Medyo malalim na dito si Governor. Alam na rin nila nakapag-drone na rin tayo mula sa market na walang tao. Pero dahil merong alarm bot, kailangan nila mag-slow down. Nagbabago ang pacing nila dito at mula sa malayo makikita natin si Envy. Chine-check kung meron man nalalalim dito. So medyo mas gumaan yung pressure sa A dahil 2-1-2 yung pwesto ngayon ng Team Secret.
Governor, kailangang gumawa na ng paraan para makapag-take sila ng space. So far, kiniklear mo na yung mid. Maaga din sinara yung pintuan. And there's the Hunter's Fury. Mula kaya Lodi Jesse Bash nakaramdam lang. This is purely out of ano lang talaga. Tamang hinahala lang. Well, alam naman nila kasi nakapasok yun yung dahilan kung bakit nila sinara yung market. They will take on one. Pero makakadalawa dito ang Talon on the entry.
Walang
NDG kailangan hawakan ang angulo over the under the smoke. Makikita isang Governor out. 30 HP remaining, kaya pang pumalag. Nice flash para hindi makita dito ng turret at makakatagos sila doon.
Magagamit na ang lockdown. Si Lenny nasa boathouse lang. Pinapatagosan dito. Baka abutan si NDG. At masisira naman doon yung lockdown. But still a trade. Envy, mapapatumba mo siya dito. Pwede pa siya buhayin. Cast out in the open. Lenny with that Odin. Dire-diretso pagpapakawala nila 30 HP and a dream. And that's gonna be it para sa Talon. Para maidikit na naman ang kanilang puntos against Team Secret.
Great approach mula dun sa Team Secret na isara yung pinto, i-correct kay market, and then very early yung paggamit ng Hunter's Fury just to really buy the time. Yun nga lang, nakakuha ng magandang cross yung Talon eventually when they got in. Parang understanding na yung movements dito ng side ng Team Secret pa-wrap around kumbaga. So siguro dahil dun sa idea na nakita na nga nila yung pagsara doon ng door ng market na napaaga, and then after the Hunter's Fury, nagkaroon ng konting mindset itong Talon na okay, gusto nilang mag-pinch long, parang malaking pinch mula doon sa may garage. So nakapag-punish pa sila afterwards. So all due fairness, great read yun mula doon sa Talon.
Yun. And the respect nga na nilalagay nila para i-acknowledge yung situation na yun, and knowing din na meron ng operator ngayon, hindi sila nag-pick, ginamitan nila ng drone. And syempre, knowing na nasa B side ang operator, kailangan na nila mag-shift towards A with 3 members only. Pero yung maganda yung pwesto niya dito, nasa wine na. Kaso gagamitin na null command. Jesse Bash, may ipit yata siya dito. Ginamitan na yun ng kanyang long gadog mula sa malayo. Pero si Crows, may ipit kaya dito. Burkum, konting tiis, pogi lang. Para hindi ka mahanap doon sa kabila ni Crows. Parang alam nila na nandun siya Aabot kaya? Kaso wala.
Ang katinong OD.
Naipit wala na siyang bepwestuhan doon. Kuya Wolf, mukhang kailangan na lang natin mag-save dito. Kailangan muna natin na umatras. Kailangan i-save yung operator as complete pa rin ang miyembro ng Talon. But Jit Boys, tumatalon-talon. Maabutan si Jeremy.
This is one of the many rounds na nandito si Jit Boys at na-control niya ng sobra tong angulo to.
Ay, tinapon.
Tinapon na.
Sayang.
Operator for defenders and NDG ang matitira. Surely going to be the hands of Talon. Binago nila yung kanilang approach dito. Making sure na walang wrap around na magagawa yung Team Secret as opposed to the rounds 4 and 5 kung saan yung methodical, hindi ganun kabilis na wrap around pero talagang diniretso nagwa-walk at tinatiming dun sa mga smokes and na-punish ngayon ng Talon.
Exactly. Nahihirapan silang sumagot doon. And yung execution nga from that you have the ginamit, perfect na paranoia para ma-entry nga nila yung 3. You also have the Hunter's Fury. Kaya bawas ka agad yung numbers game. And hindi rin gaano na-utilize yung pagpwesto nga sa wine ni Burkum. Kahit kahit gumamit siya ng paranoia, Lenny was there to play on that Odin. Jesse Bash, malalim-lalim ang kanyang pagka-drone doon at aabutan si Governor. Uy! Gandang swing naman nun.
Lenny makakuha rin ng isa kay Jesse Bash. Jeremy will try to land for more. NDG makakuha rin ng isa doon ulit kay Lenny. Tatlo na nitira. There will be a trade-off. Crows eventually to take out NDG habang si Jit Boys naman to punish Jeremy. Pop flash not gonna work that much. Pero makakuha pa rin ng mga barrel dito. Sila Borkum at Envy. At ito na ang classic na sinasabi natin, winnable para sa side ng Team Secret.
Walang hindi winnable sa Team Secret. Kayang-kaya nila yan. Dahan-dahan lang nilang i-approach to. Nasira na yung door kaso merong one-way smokes. 3 ang nakatingin. Pwede siyang kailangan i-check yung main kung meron tao. Alam nilang andun yung KO. Pinaglalaroan yung emosyon niya dito. Envy. Isa na ang itutumba. 2 versus 2. Pwede kakayanin nila to. Crows pumasok sa loob ng smoke. Kuya Borkum. Borkum time! Mauunahan niya to at mukha sa Gedli. Nagpaikot-ikot. Merong smoke kaso check niya yung boat house. But Jit Boys once again. Yung kapangyarihan niyang magtago.
Nag-take advantage din nung smoke na nalagay dun sa may kanan, sa may stairs. At nung pagkalabas sa smoke, umakit na rin sa kabila. By the way, eco round to ng Team Secret. So, it look really close. So, ganun ka close yung laban na to. And habang nangyayari yung mismo exact moment na yun sa stairs, ginawa na ng paraan ni Jit Boys na makaakyat dun sa may speedway. Kaya naman hindi na rin in-expect ni Borkum yun. And credit where credit is due. Jit Boys ang parang nagiging problema dito para sa ng Team Secret dahil dun sa mga pwestuhan niya.
Yun nga, yung lurk na ginagawa niya, yung pag-control niya sa mapa, ang laki ng espasyo na na-take over niya from that point. Sabihin na natin maganda sana yung idea na nasa gilid na yung pop flash na yun with how many members ang nag-contest sa mid, kaso napabayaan yung B and Jit Boys occupy the space at espasyo ngayon ni Jeremy ang kinukuha nila. Ang daming nandoon and Pros will make that trade at walang maisasagot ang Secret doon. 1-1 lang naman kaya okay lang yan.
As a trade-off, pero oras pa rin yung nabili. The fact na alam nila na may dalawang membro doon at least, valuable information na rin yun. Governor settling for Outlaw. Very interesting.
Here.
Siguro nga din kasi hindi gano'ng kataas yung ekonomiya. At alam nila meron dito sa may bandang stairs. Finds him. Damage dealt. And makatikating paggamit ng Swarm. Makatago sila para sa ngayon. Oras ang nabili ng Team Secret.
30 seconds left.
Little Crows. Malalim na siya dito sa mid. Alarm bot. Alam nila na merong impormasyon. Baka meron pang mag-rotate. And up front, may kita siya doon ni Envy. Pero Borkum, nandito siya. Ang daming dumaan sa harap niya. Alam niya na nandito sila. Pwede niya sorpresahin to. Pinapatagusan. Governor, napakakulit. Ilang beses na siyang nakakatakas dito. Pero with 2 HP! Na-shockdown siya doon. Lenny, mula sa ilalim, 27 HP. At mukhang makakaswing na nga dito ang Team Secret. At sila ang magwawagi. With Borkum's play doon, nagawa niyang malaman at mabawasan yung mga miyembro ng Talon.
Interesting nung approach dito ng Team Secret sa Ascent. Ngayon mismo, gawin up against Talon. Meron silang, siguro yun nga, gusto nila mag-take ng space. Katulad na ginawa ni Jeremy, utilizing the ultimate, yung Blade Storm. At parang wala na siyang masyadong pake kung matitrade siya afterwards. Basta makakuha siya ng isa. Sobrang lalim nung ginawa niya ng push. But at the same time, nakakuha sila ng espasyo dahil doon. And then, ganun din yung ginawa nila Envy dun sa may bandang likod naman. They will recover yung parts ng mapa. So, hindi sila passively naghihintay na umatake yung Talon. Instead, sila yung nagtitake ng space. So, hindi siya ganun ka-aggressive pero parang halos nandun na rin. Kasi parang winowalk pa rin naman nila dahan-dahan naglalakad papunta dun sa mismong lugar. And kung isipin, mabilis pa rin yun. So parang counted pa rin siya na aggressive. Pero hindi siya aggressive in a way na parang sobrang bilis. So ewan ko na intindihan nyo yung sinasabi ko. Pero parang ganun yung na-feel ko dun sa ginagawa dun ng Team Secret. Which is interesting kasi parang kakaibang playstyle to na baka ito yung tatalo sa Talon.
Yeah, exactly. Yung point na talagang ibinuwis ni Jeremy yung kanyang sarili. Yung space na kinreate niya doon sa A-main feels like naglaro na yon sa mind games na yung confidence na yon taking down 1-2 member, pwedeng na-establish nila yung crossfire malapit doon sa A-main. Kaya hindi na okay pang i-occupy or sabihin natin i-contest. Dahil with the one less of a member din mula dito sa Talon, kailangan na nilang i-shift yung pwesto nila papuntang B. And dahil nga prepared sila doon at dahil nga in-expect na nila yung ganong klaseng play ni Jeremy, mas madali na lang basahin itong miyembro ng Talon.
Exactly. See what Jeremy has got cooking. Siya na ngayon ang nakakuha ng gagamit ng operator. Controlling mid. Nobody at home.
Wala, ayaw.
Rotate pala dun sa Talon.
Nagtakbuhan lahat. Oh, labanan. Wala ako, sisilip din Wala, ayaw sumilip ni Governor. Sabi, sige, sa main na lang tayo.
Si Jesse Bash 2 orbs away mula dun sa kanyang Hunter's Fury. Tapos nakahanda naman din si NDG, nakakarinigan na. They know where it is. Patience mula kay NDG, hindi rin tinamaan ng paranoia, pero makakuha na siya si Ban. Napakaganda ng patience play mula kay NDG and good read. Dahil doon, makahawakan pa rin niya yung boathouse. It's quite safe for now. At ma-dedepensa pa nila yung, good flash, kaso hindi ito matama. Yun lang. Good positioning. Unfortunately, the aim wasn't there. Ban with 5 HP, makakuha pa ng isa. And Jeremy, okay, hindi na lang tayo mapalag. Great idea mula doon sa Team Secret. Good patience. Yun lang, hindi ito matama yung shots, men.
Ginamit yung from the shadows para makapag-regroup behind sa boathouse alongside with NDG. Kaso hindi nila napakinabangan dahil nga masyado ng deep doon sa lane. And at the same time, teka lang kasi mukhang magkakaabutan sila dito. May kaso yung timing, nag-wiggle-wiggle. Kaso Ban with the triple at mawawala ang operator sa kamay natin. Medyo kumbitin lang.
Ito yata yung ito yata yung pinaka-pivotal na round ngayon sa first half natin. Ayan, round number 10. We can see sa replay.
Ayan no.
Ang Ban makakuha ng isa. And then, eventually, magandang depensa ni Boys. Ito yung si Ban yung talaga naging problema sa, kung mga tinik sa dibdib, mga member ng Team Secret. 5 HP, nakadaga pa ng isang kill. Tapos, that was more than enough para hindi na talaga maka-abante yung Team Secret. And ngayon, nasa half buy or nasa, small buy lang tong Team Secret. So, naging importante talaga yung round number 10.
Kaya dito magkakaalaman if maibabangon nga ba nila kasi alanganin yung sitwasyon Pwede tayo mag 7-4 dito sa laban na ito as Talon already got the first part or the momentum and with the Hunter's Fury ni Jesse Vash na burn na rin. Meron rin namang Hunter's Fury itong si Lenny. So pwede pa talagang i-storm up front ng Talon kung gugustuhin man nila. Either way, pwede rin sila mag-make pa ng play with Crows. With that from the shadows, nakahiwalay yung spike. Pwedeng kunin nun ng Omen. Kaso si Jeremy, close na sana, hindi lang niya naputok yung shotgun. Jeet Boys, another kill. Papasok sa loob.
Alam nila, NDG. Unlikely to survive this. Unless napakalupit niya, makakoseries up, but the wall bang through. Ang kagandahan dito, sa oras na lahat na napili niya ng Team Secret, may bandal na si Envy, kaso grabe naman si Jeet Boys dun.
Galit naman si Jeet Boys. Ayun, natagpa. And Ace. Tuloy-tuloy ang pagragasa ng Talon. Kuya Wolf. And it feels like nawawala ang ating momentum dito At tulad na sila mo, pinakamahalagang parte ang round kanina. Walang nawala sa side. Naubos naman at mayroong konting damage para dito sa side ng Talon. But then again, kayang-kaya ba makabangon? Dahil si Jeet Boys, iba yung gigil niya ngayon.
Right here.
Odin.
Jesse Vash. Ito napakaganda pagbasa.
Hunter's Fury.
Mas maganda yung pasa. Pero matro muna siya noon. Pauso mo naman ng Jeremy for the third. Damage has been done. At pwede nilang, naririnig na lang dito. Yun ang problema. Pinapatumba pa rin nila NDG and Ban goes down for the second time in this round. At gagamitin na rin ng Killjoy ang kanyang lockdown. That is actually Jeet Boys. Kokontrahin. Lenny, di makakaswing, di makakita. Dahil maganda yung timing ng smoke. Wala ito kay Marco. Minvi with the 2. Team Secret, napakagandang final round of the half.
Lockdown to lockdown on that round. And dahil nga nagamit yung Hunter's Fury, ang ginawa ni Jesse Vash, ginulangan na naman yung mga bata, Wolf. Sabi niya, sige, titiisin ko, tiis pogi. Yung pagpwesto ko doon sa shed, sige lang, tatanggapin ko yung damage na yun. Kaso nag-joke point sila, dumiretso sila sa pintuan with the Odin in his hands. Hindi man nagawang i-fully revive doon si Ban still. yung angulo na nakuha nila. NDG playing through that smoke and taking down members ng Talon. Push them with the close 7-5. Kayang bawiin. Ano po?
Exactly. So much winnable. Tingin ko kahit yung pistol round, importante. I mean, obviously. Pero yan ang isang bagay na madaling makuha dito ng Team Secret on the attack. Tapos pag nakuha nila yun, it's easy na maging even na talaga yung laban. You just have to be careful about the bonus for the side of Team Secret. Yan yung kailangan nilang i-take note. And when it comes to assessment kasi hindi natin masabi, balance rin talaga eh. Team Secret are pretty good at utilizing yung attackers nila dito sa may ascent. So tignan natin, mirror match din naman when it comes to their agent comp. So will depend on execution. Ang tanong ano yung mga unang mga setup? So ang thing with Jesse Vash is Aldrone yung Aldrone light shield siya sa first round. On the attacker. Tapos ito naman si Lenny. Shock Dart.
Ayun.
So, yun yung difference of playstyle dito ng Team Secret.
So, kumaga, kahit sabihin natin same agent, pero magkaiba yung pinoprovide nilang utilities. Depende sa kung paano nila i-approach yung game. And it says a lot kung ano yung pacing nitong dalawang team natin. And kakaibang pistol round to hindi press W, Wolf. Antayan lang.
Wala.
Hindi full. Nakakala mo mayroon sila mga operator at barrel kasi parang ayaw nila mag-commit bigla eh. Bigla na lang nag-step back.
So rinata nilang i-exhaust yung dash nitong kanila mga jet. Speaking of jet, itong si Jeremy going in for the Ghost Sheriff Glass Cannon naman para kay Governor. Alam naman natin this round na hindi lahat nagkakaroon ng light shields or not even any kind of shield. Exactly. Magiging deadly itong Sheriff. Kaso yun nga, more of a glass cannon build. Lenny yet to use yung kanyang... Ayun, hindi na nga nagamit yung kanyang shock dart. Investment, good dance mula kay Jesse Vash. Eventually will be taken out pero damage has been done, 22 HP. Borkum naman para kay Ban. Maganda ang simula para sa side ng Team Secret.
Dalawa kaagad sila doon at si Governor medyo nangangati. Naghahanap sila dito, Jit Boys and Crows. Dalawa sila sa heaven at tatamaan nga sila ng paranoia pero paranoid na ang kanilang posisyon ngayon. Asa na ibang miyembro nasa loob ng smoke. Etong si Governor kaso tumutumba kay Envy. Make that 3 sa amin ang pistol round.
Suabe.
Bilisan lang no, Kuya Wolf. Kanina sige, antayan portion lang tayo. Pero tulad ng sinabi mo, dahil nawala doon si Lenny, hindi na nagamit yung kanyang utility. And at the same time, si Jesse Vash, nahuli man siya na nag-swing. Nagawa niya nahuli siya nung bubunutin na niya yung kanyang palaso. Ang mahalaga naman doon, na let go niya yun. And at the same time, left out si Governor with 22 HP na. Paano siya gagawa ng play, lalo na kung occupied na yung buong site?
Ganda nung basa nila doon going pagpunta doon sa may 3. And that decision, I guess siguro yun yung dahilan kung bakit effective yung mga mababagal na approach dito ng Team Secret kasi mas nagkakaroon sila ng better read doon sa may mapa. And even dito si Borkum, understanding na pwedeng umatake nga itong Talon in an aggressive manner. Naku po! Sila mamayari pero syempre maganda yung recovery. Nagtawag na sila ng maraming tao doon. Hindi yun isang anti-lurk lang. Hindi yun anti-lurk na one person anti-lurk lang. So well thought of mula dun sa Team Secret. And ito na. For sure sa kanila na tong round na to.
Could be. Kasi si Lenny, naka-shorty lamang and drone gagamitin na rin nila for extra layer protection para lang makagather sila ng information. Kaso hindi na abot sa both. How's that? Jit Boys will be the next target dito. Natutumba. Masyadong malapit. Spike drop. Alam na nila yung pwesto. Makakuha pa siya ng Bulldog. Mukhang gusto gumawa ng play ni Lenny. But of course, Envy will make sure na mapapantay na nila ang puntos with a 7-7. Secret is on a momentum.
With that sa replay, ano na ang pag-contra. Envy holding on dun sa kanyang Sheriff. Tapos Borkum talaga. Siya naman din yung nag-ping nung possible lurk na yun. Okay.
They know. No.
Alam na rin.
Oh, basic na lang yun.
Basic. Maganda dito, men, hindi ganun kataas yung casualty. So, in this bonus round, super winnable. Yun nga lang yung Odin. And this is a great decision, by the way, mula sa Talon na mag-delegate ng Odin. Round 3 pa lang doon sa half. Makakuha ng dalawa dito yung Team Secret. Dalawa din naman ang trade-off. Jeremy going for kills!
Wow!
Gets his third! And
This
biglang
guy.
si Lenny na lang mag-isa with his Odin. Pag nakita ng dalawa, he's gonna let them pass. Pati din yung
Unfortunate. Why naman ganun? Oh, syempre! Ako ang tunay na Soba main. Soba! Kaso, ang sakit na nangyari doon, medyo tinago yung Odin sa paso, pre. Nasa loob ng ampaw.
Wow. Ito nung pinatod ni Jeremy. Siya yung nag-recover para dito. And then, obviously, Jesse Vash with the perfect timing. Pero good lesson yun, check
Check your corners, guys. Kahit mga pro nabibiktima and ang dami, dalawang shorty ang nakikita natin dito mula sa Talon. 8-7, Team Secret. Tagtipid ang Talon.
Sobrang ganda nung round turnout na para sa Team Secret kasi sinabi natin na bonus nila na kailangan nilang ayusin lang. And that's exactly what we talked about dun sa half Osiris. Yung 7-5 na lamang ang Talon, napakadaling i-amend. Ang focus mo lang is win the pistol and then win the bonus right after. And nagawa nila yung lahat ng steps na yun kasi kahit yung second round nila, nakakuha sila ng isang death lang. Parang dami nila na-recover doon. Jeremy, polishing doon si Lenny.
Aray, 32. Isa na lang.
Naku po, wala talaga yung pag si Jesse pa siya talaga humawak pa. They will get another. That's gotta be 3 down on the side of Talon. At isa lang para sa Team Secret.
Malikot pa siya noon, pero biglang lingon. But Governor, makakuha naman yung kill with NDG, pero no problem dahil naka-ready na rin yung mga ibang tropa natin dito sa Team Secret. Pinapakawalan ni Odin. Unti-unti na silang pumipwesto dito. Knife out. May iskan nga ba? Habang si Burkum, Vash, both house, both ends ngayon. Pinapatagusan lamang, ngunit paano sila makakalabas dito? Kailangan nila mag-bail out. Nasa ilalim lang naman dito si Envy, waiting for the timing. Hawak nilang lane. At nagpakawala na rin ng shock dart. Pinatalbog sa Gedli. And this might be it. Kailangan na nila itanim at hindi pa naman na ilalagay doon. But Envy with the swing. And then pinaplant na. Governor, maliligtas mo ba to? Dahil si Jesse Vash na ang savior ng Team Secret with 20 HP with that Odin. Oh man, 9-7.
Napakalaking bagay na nito para sa Team Secret. 2-round lead. And I think enough naman ang ating weaponry wala para sa Team Secret. They will be having the buy. Nevertheless, meron pa rin silang plate store. Starting the round with this.
Untog lang sa dash
Nakakatakot pa rin ng konti kasi it's still an eco na naka-apat pa rin yung side ng Talon. Pero Jesse Vash, back-to-back clutches. Nakita natin. Or back-to-back important kills. Ang ating bossing. Blade Storm available pa kay Jeremy. So technically full buy pa rin to, Osiris.
Yes, exactly. Oops, tamang clear lang ng corner pero wala namang tatao doon. Jeet Boy, silabas na yung kanyang Odin kung if ever man na gusto nilang lumaban dito sa B. Pero hindi naman kasi malalim pa ang Team Secret. Playing on a default lang. Jesse Vash lineups after lineups ang pinapakawalan dito and using the drone to gain information. I believe that was a clear on the alarm bot. And adding extra layer of information to use that drone mid is open.
Lenny, napaaga yung kanyang gamit ng kanyang dart, yung shock dart of the recon as well. Magbabago siya ng angulo from market side ng kanyang tirada pero na-flash mo na siya dito. And there is the ultimate null command. Makakuha na isa. Jit Boys to take out the NDG with combination nila from market able to convert to one. Wall banging, not gonna be enough. And si Jeremy gets a kill to Lenny. At tignan mo yung pwesto dito ni Borkum. Inabantihan na niya through the smoke. Napakaganda timing nito. Pero give up niya. Kasi alam niya patanggal na rin yung smoke eventually. Transferring to Lugs area. Crows. Kukonekta din. And Borkum will hang on dun sa may Lugs. Deadly na depensa sa ngayon. They're setting up a cross na rin. Envy naman para Jit Boys. Ito na yung cross. There it is. -1. Gonna be a trade-off as well. And that's it. 10 points para sa Team Secret.
Last 3 rounds. Tuloy-tuloy ang Team Secret at mapipilayan na naman ng Talon. Although this time, meron silang 3 ultimates na online. So pwede silang maipaglaban. Pero on that previous round, after nga ma-establish yung crossfire na yon, si Gov na shorty niya dun si Borkum dahil chinek yung corner ng market. Pero definitely what's still a good round para sa Team Secret, lalo na kay Jeremy na nagpakawala ng maraming blades doon. 7-10, Talon needs to call that break because momentum is breaking them.
Sabi nerve-wracking na pwesto. Inisip ko yung Tagalog ng nerve-wracking. Wala. Nakakatakot or dito o kung ano man. Nerve-wracking na pwesto para dito sa side ng Talon. Ang taas nung hype na rin para sa kanilang team and everybody is favoring yung kanilang team. Especially unang beses nilang nakapanalo sa mga first rounds ng matchup dito sa may VCT Pacific. Talagang everybody is looking at them. In fact, kung wala lang yung 2 Pilipino dun sa panel natin, nako, walang pumunta sa Team Secret manalo. But now, Team Secret is just 3 rounds away. Plenty of economy. Pati na rin yung kanilang mga ult economy maganda rin. This is a really good time para sa Team Secret. However, Talon, I can really convert this. Tingnan natin si Governor having to opt for the Blade Storm. Yata mo, hindi muna siya magbabay. Must win round para sa Talon.
Yes, and dahil nga might be expecting na matalo sila sa mga susunod na round, at least a hero buy would be possible for Governor.
Exactly.
So this time around, Talon holding off yung kanilang pwesto. Not seeing tayo any operator para sa side ng Secret. Mukhang steady pacing lang naman ang gusto nila dito. Unti-unti lang nilang binabasa. Default lang, sunugan lang muna tayo ng utilities. Make them guess kung saan tayo pupunta. Oh. Good scan. Governor. Oh, nakita na niya. Meron na siyang impormasyon. At sa pagkasira ng nanoswarm, alam na rin nila na meron pwede pumasok another nanoswarm being burned. Pero ito na ang pop flash. Pero Governor, makakuha siya ng magandang angulo dito at medyo ma-hold off sila na bagay. Updraft. Kaso hindi yun tatama. Nilabas na rin ang Hunter's Fury mula dito kay Jesse Vash. Taking down Jade Boys. No traps. Mapapa-open na sila dito at ang lalim ng Aniborkum. Another kill. One after another. Talon. Nauubos na sila.
What a misdirection natin sa side ng Team Secret. And Talon, inopen nila dito yung kanilang A na iwan doon. Si Lenny na na-punish din! Grabe naman tayo mula kay NDG! Only 2 remains para side ng Talon. Governor doesn't have... well, now has the Vandal. Nakapag-recover siya mula sa kanya teammate. Sa ngayon, 2 versus 4 scenario.
Kailangan na lang yata i-save. Save na lang to, Kuya Wolf. Wala eh. Wala na. Oh, grabe. Nagwawala na naman si Jesse Vash doon ha. Save na lamang. Alam naman natin na hindi magiging maganda ang sitwasyon nila sa susunod na round, and Talon might be investing a Vandal and a buy coming in from Governor as he settled on that Blade Storm kanina. May napulot din naman siya. So he can buy another gun para sa kanyang teammate. But NDG! Huli siya ni Van. Namigay.
11 points para sa Team Secret. Talon, not the best economy pero doable. Meron sila lockdown as well as null command. So there's that potential. Lenny with the Hunter's Fury na rin. Ang kailangan lang nila talaga is mabasa kung saan na-atake dito yung Team Secret. So far, Team Secret has been on point with their rotation sa yung mga diversion.
Yeah, yung mga opening na ginagawa nila, and especially yung Hunter's Fury, the mere fact na natanggal doon si Jit Boys, remove na yung mga utilities na napoprovide ng isang Killjoy and opened another site na pwede na lang i-hit. Kaso this time, since meron ng lockdown, ang Talon, mas magiging confident sila on defending this. Since aware din sila na nagamit na yung Hunter's Fury mula kaninang round, wala ring pansira, not unless a perfect fragment mula kay Invit just to destroy that lockdown. But then again, you have the null command to layer that with extra protection na hindi magagalaw yung lockdown ni Jit Boys.
11 ang Lenny. Alam natin na meron pa rin siya counter fury. Gonna be using yung kanyang shock dart. The read. There's the drone. Sakto rin sa pagkakawala. Pero makapag-dash doon. Nice flash. Punish doon si Jeremy. Well done ka muna sa Talon. And the massive opening na kailangan talaga nila. Jesse Bash going for some wall bang. Oh, timing mula kay NDG. Shots not hitting. Eventually gets one. Jit Boys for the trade. Si Governor naman malalim. Mapapanish si Invi. Shot to the head. Cleared for takeoff ngayon. Ang mga members sa Team Secret.
Ako, natagpan siya doon. Medyo alanganin.
Cross out.
Inabangan niya si Invi. Naku po.
Alam ni Jesse Bash yan.
Match point. Anong ginagawa nyo?
Woo! Napakaganda, napakaganda. Si Invi, and especially itong kay NTG, na nakuha niya kill. Then Invi with the timing, dalawa pala silang doon na malalim. NTG as well as me, and then Jesse Bash.
Uy, words of affirmation! Words of affirmation!
Durog.
I love you, Durog, sabi niya. I love you, Durog. Inulit ko lang guys ha, I love you. Ayun, ganun kalambing.
Mahal na mahal kita.
Durog.
Ikaw na durog ka.
Oo. Sa sobrang pagmamahal ko sa'yo, nadurog kita.
And Governor is taken out easily. That might have been the last round na lalaroin dito ni Governor sa ating torneo. At napatumba agad siya. Na-jet div siya kumbaga ni Jeremy.
Naku po, alam naman natin na kailangan nyo si Governor para sa mga entry nyo and him being removed. The same din to nung kanilang pagkatalo yesterday kung di ako nagkakamali against T1. Once na mawala si Gob, wala na. Gobernador Silio. Sino nga ba ang siyang tatapos dito dahil unti-unti na nagbo-move in ang Talon Wolf?
Exactly.
Uy!
Nobody at home. Pop flash. There's the command. Hindi handa yung mga Talon members dito. Wala. Nobody at home. Pero ang kagandaan dito Osiris, at least for Talon, lockdown, Hunter's Fury, command available. Pwede nila matrap ang Team Secret. So kailangan mo pagigit yung Team Secret kahit 5v4 to Osiris.
Oops, ito na nga. Nanguhula. Merong tatamaan, wala naman. Good paranoia para mapwestuhan dito pero hindi pa rin ginagamit ang lockdown. Nagpapakawalan na nga ng Odin dito si Jesse Bash. Hindi siya titigil. Hanggat wala tutumba. Nahuli pa doon si Ban. Medyo bangag, medyo basag. Meron na nararamdaman pa rin natin sila Jit Boys. Another 2. Round 2 ni Birthday Boy. Ito yung kanyang palumpiang Shanghai. Naiipit sila dito. Sila yung may ulti pero sila yung hindi makapasok with multiple entry. At ngayon, Odin pa rin. Jeremy, dinedire-direction na nila kayo na 2-0 of Team Secret. Adobo Gang will move further sa ating kick-off. Pacific kicking out. Talong.
Happy birthday talaga. Pinakitaan tayo ng mastery ng Ascent. Pinakitaan tayo ng mastery ng Team Secret dito sa Ascent. Dun sa kanilang first half na yung mga mix-up sila, tama yung slow aggression nila, kung ano man yung term na pwedeng gamitin doon, pero yung pag-take up nila ng space na malalim talaga kung consider natin at well-timed, hindi nakabangon doon yung Talon. Then eventually doon sa attacker side naman ng Team Secret, hindi talaga, ang ganda ng mga mix-up sa pinapakita, hindi nakaporma doon yung Talon dahil doon sa mga misdirection na napansin natin, tapos yung maganda pa tamang timing ng rotation, and obviously paggamit ng utility sila na way better compared to the opposition. Yan ang dahilan kung bakit eventually nanalo ang Team Secret.
Hindi sila nagpanic wolf with 3 ultimates. Hunter's Fury, walang natag. Sobrang scattered nila sa mapa na kahit yung lockdown hindi nila kailangan problemahin, and Jesse Bash yung pinaka-start na hindi siya natumba, and with that Odin play, making sure na hindi mahawakan o malapitan ng ibang members.
Grabe, dalawang magazine ng ng Odin ang binuhos. And even then yung smoke na nakita natin, even suppression with the Nano Swarm. Ang ganda. And then the fragment din. Ang dami nila nga nabato na perfectly timed At that's how Talon ends their run dito sa ating tournament. But of course, para sa Team Secret, talagang
Tuloy-tuloy ang
pag
saya.
pinahawak ng asset, lista mo na eh.
Oo. Mapa ng Pinoy yan eh. Kaya nga hindi binabago yan ni Riot eh. Kasi mapa ng Pilipinas yan, guys. Huwag niyong gagalawin yan. Pagka tumungtong ang adobo gang dyan, sure namin tutuyuin yung kalaban. At yun nga, di ba? With one choke point lang yung hinold nila. Walang nagstay sa market. Kasi technically, pwedeng silipin dun si Soba eh. So, I think pwede na ipasa, no?
Alright. Pasa natin sa ating panel.
Ay, wala pa pala. So, tuloy-tuloy lang ang ating kwentuhan dito. Medyo nag-e-enjoy kasi tayo sa nangyari. At definitely, going back nga doon sa point na yun na ilang beses na ginulat tayo ng Team Secret sa kanilang play on how coordinated they are. And guys, day one, may mga doubters man. This time, twice nilang pinrove na kaya nilang mag-adjust at mag-adapt sa current play. Pero ito, totoo na to. Once again, Osiris and Wolf, tutungo muna tayo sa interview or sa panel. Let's go!
Good birthday, yeah? So far so good?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Well, what can you tell us about today's game? 제시베시 선수 생일 축하드립니다. 오늘 승리로 참 기분 좋은 하루를 보내고 있을 것 같은데요. 오늘 경기에 대해서 좀 어떻게 생각하는지 얘기해 주시죠.
That's the question. I think actually everything that we did today, we didn't practice this. It's all about me telling them what we need to do to win the game. So I know that we are the better individual player. I have a better player than them. So I tell them to just play this like it's a ranked game. Okay. We don't gonna do some execution or strategy. We're not gonna use anything anymore. These two matches, we just play 1-1-1, kill everyone they can see. You know. Actually, yeah.
오늘 탈론을 상대로 딱히 준비해온 전략이나 뭔가 준비해온 것들을 하기보다는 사실 제시베시 선수가 선수들에게 뭐 어떻게 해라 그때그때 오더를 내리면서 선수들을 조종했던 게 굉장히 큰 승리 요인이었다고 얘기를 하고요. 오늘 전략을 정말 아무것도 쓰지 않았고 또 제시베시 선수 자체가 우리 팀에 있는 선수들이 상대 선수들보다 잘하고 좋은 선수들이라는 자신감이 있었기 때문에 선수들한테 가서 죽여라 라고 얘기를 하면서 좀 그렇게 경기를 풀어갔다고 얘기를 합니다. Speaking of having better players though, of course Envy and Jeremy really popped off. But it seems like, last year you guys out-aimed everyone in the duels, but this year it looks like everyone's cracked. Do you feel that way as well? Do you feel like there's an elevation to firepower in Pacific in general? 오늘 인비 선수와 또 제르미 선수가 굉장히 매서운 모습을 보여주기도 했지만 사실 작년에는 정말 교전에서 모두를 찍어 누르던 팀 시크릿이었거든요. 근데 올해는 좀 교전 능력이 모든 팀에서 상향 평준화된 것 같습니다. 좀 체감되는 부분이 있을까요?
We still have actually we didn't show more. We didn't do. Wait again. Actually, we didn't show everything yet. I think there's still some first game jitters to NDG. Like in Breeze, he mistakenly pushed the camera button, so they get the clash. So we're still shaking here, but luckily we win today.
사실 선수들이 아직까지는 좀 긴장을 많이 하고 있어서 팀 시크릿의 저력을 다 보여주지 못한 것 같고 NDG 선수 같은 경우에도 좀 브리즈에서 실수로 사이코 카메라를 누르는 실수도 보여주기도 했는데 아직까지 좀 이 무대에 적응하는 시간을 가져야 할 것 같다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그러면 또 now sorry, you said you're hiding stuff. You're not using a lot of strats. Is that for later on in the kickoff? 그러면 오늘 전략을 사용하지 않았다고 했는데 좀 숨기고 있는 건지 여쭤보고 싶습니다.
What's the question again?
Are you hiding the strats? Is that why you're...
No, I just feel like they're like example on Breeze. I think they have a bad agent comp, and I feel like not having a sentinel, that's the best strategy we can do, where we just walk all sides of the map. Because I know they will look for a kill, so we just wait all sides of the map. That's why every time my call is, we don't need to plant the spike anymore. We just need to find everyone and just wait for the reaction of every kill. Yeah.
Did you say a bad call?
Yeah, because they don't have sentinel.
Okay,
So, just playing super slow. They will, they might panic. Yeah, they might.
일단 오늘 전략을 보여주지 않은 이유는 딱히 쓸 필요가 없어서라고 얘기를 하고요. 이게 좀 숨기려는 의도보다는 사실 탈론 쪽에서 감시자가 없는 조합을 썼기 때문에 저희가 좀 시간을 갖고 여유롭게 천천히 플레이를 하면은 어차피 정보 획득을 위해서 그쪽에서 나와줘야 하거든요. 그래서 팀 시크릿의 입장에서는 굳이 사이트 안으로 급하게 들어가서 플랜트를 하지 않아도 이제 전진 수비를 나오는 좀 탈론을 잡아먹거나 아니면은 또 오히려 맵 전체를 돌아다니면서 그냥 킬을 만들어내는 식으로 승리를 가져갈 수 있는 게 훨씬 더 좀 이득이 크고 소득이 큰 전략이었기 때문에 오늘 그렇게 좀 화끈한 교전을 보여줬다고 얘기를 합니다. 자, 그러면 이제 플레이인 스테이지로 들어가게 됐는데요. 각오까지 들어보겠습니다. Lastly, your mindset heading into the play-ins?
Yeah, what?
Mindset?
Mindset? Well, hopefully we can be ourselves when we play in the play-ins. No more jitters or anything. Yeah, I think we have a chance to make it to the playoffs.
긴장을 하지 않고 저희가 저희 할 것만 잘한다면 플레이오프까지 충분히 갈 수 있다고 얘기했습니다. Thank you very much, Jesse Vash. 여기까지 제시 베시 선수 만나봤고요. Now we have the little plushies for you. Hope that was your birthday present, but it's actually for the fans. But yeah, we're gonna have it autographed, so anywhere you want. In the face? No, okay. All right, the fans telling you happy birthday. Okay, cool. You can give me the marker and throw it to wherever you want. Woo! Okay, it dropped down to the floor, but they picked it up. Happy birthday. Again, congratulations to the fan, and I'll toss it over to the desk.
Team Secret looking like they're in top form indeed with that 2-0. The road to Madrid is real indeed for Team Secret. And that was so surprising. As you saw, Jesse Vash, mentioned they didn't even really practice. It looks like they deal, spontaneity works well for them.
I don't know how much I believe him. I feel like there had to be some level of preparation.
It's his birthday, give him that.
Yeah, okay,
yeah.
all right, it's his birthday, you know what? Yeah, no, I mean,
Okay.
like, look, even if their game plan was to kind of just slow things down, just drag Talon down into the mud with them, that's fine, that worked. Like, there was a plan here today, and it really came through, it shined, and it helps that players like Envy and Borkum were absolutely going crazy today.
Yeah, I mean, Jeremy coming in a little bit as well, but Envy towards the end of this game really racked up on those kills. I mean, let me tell you, we got to go into the stats pretty soon, and we have to look at those numbers. But apart from that, also just, I mean, how much did Team Secret really pull off? Astro was talking about it in the cast. They were just putting out baits, and Talon were just kind of biting on them for some reason. Apart from that, round 11, maybe we did have an ace from Jit Boys, but that kid is like... Oh, wow.
Yeah, his back.
Sorry. My
hurts.
back.
Yeah.
Oh, my back definitely hurts as well. But I mean, you look at the stats, you look at how it went for Team Secret and how this was completely dominant once they were on attack.
I mean, and that's the crazy part is that's the part of the map where they struggled mightily the last time. But this time around, they were really anticipating some of these push-outs that Talon wanted to do. It seemed like their crossfires were really good. Again, the coordination really good. Whether intentional or not, some of the individual plays really good. And the way that they were reading the map, I mean, again, Borkum all over the place in these spots that they're not expecting him. I can think towards the end there where Cruz walked out into A site and just got, hit from underneath hell where he was. And yeah, I mean, they were perfect on post plan. I mean, that's huge. It's a completely different team today than we saw on the first day. So I'm blown away. I'm really happy that they're able to bounce back like this, to be honest.
I mean, I really think it's a little bit of prep work also. You know, whatever Jesse Vash said might be true, but at the same time, it's just a lot more control, a lot more preparedness against a team like Talon Esports. So you saw all those first kills that Team Secret had, and it's not necessarily because they were like aggressively pushing out, always looking for opening picks. No, they were just kind of hanging back. And sometimes Talon, you know, especially on a map like this, not having the greatest start sometimes, and also just not quite being able to push through some of these choke points, especially on retakes. I mean, we saw that so many times, like you were talking about, Paper Thin. There were just moments where, you know, things were kind of smoked off, or B-main, for example, and Talon just kind of tries to rush through.
Yeah.
And Jesse Vash has an Odin, and he just sprays them all down.
Yeah, and real quick, I want to point out something that you might not have seen on your screen because it wasn't up there, is Borkum. Yes, he didn't have like a ton of kills, but he had 23 assists on that map. I mean, that is an insane amount of assists that he's putting up to help his team out.
Yeah, and then meanwhile, you know, you have Envy up there, you know, you guys did see that on your screens, right? It's so great to see Envy back in that comfort role as the KO, right? I really do love him on the KO. We know that he can flex, but this was really like him shining.
This
and
is
back to the Envy of like,
yes.
you know, the shining Envy of like, you know, 2023. It's definitely exciting for Team Secret, but the journey is not done for them just yet. They qualify over to play-ins, but let's find out who else joins them from this third series. It's gonna be ZETA Division versus Global Esports coming up next. So don't go anywhere, guys. VCT Pacific will be right back.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
いろんなことが始まって大会だったりイベントだったり
最初は強そうなキャラクターかもしれないんですけどもう途中からいなくなってるんじゃないですかね。
楽しいこともいっぱいあったしめちゃくちゃ辛いこともあった1年かな。
Hey, you ready? You look different. Yeah, just a little.
オフシーズンで多少ゆっくりはできたしメンバーも変わって新しくリフレッシュにスタートができて、来年が楽しみな感じですかね。
なんか自分より年下の人が今まで1回ぐらいしかなかったのですごい新鮮な感覚で、新しい風を感じて本当にそんな感じですね。
チームとしてすごい爆発するような成長を遂げる可能性ももちろんあるし、逆に多少リスクではあるのは間違いない。もちろん弱くなっちゃう可能性もあるし、ただ、これでチームがもっと上手くなってもっと強くなる可能性があるのならそれはチャレンジしなきゃいけないことだと思ってます。
I think for me, we have some freshmen that is like bringing new energy, and I'm bringing like some new knowledge from across the board to the team. So we are getting like so much good stuff. We can be a really solid team this year.
ZETA ディビジョンのヒロロンです。ポジションはイニシエーター、フレックス。
Hiroron, I think he's really clutch player.
プレイスタイルとしてもすごい賢いタイプ、待ってるのが強いタイプの、なかなか最近見ないタイプのプレイヤーで、ゲーム外では真面目ですね。
チーム練習以外でも練習ちゃんとしてるし、ユランと比べると大人っすね、めちゃくちゃ。
ユランはもう謎の自信がめっちゃあって、見てるだけでねパワーをもらえます。
僕の名前はユランです。多分今後フレックス、バイパーとかイニシエーターを使う機会が多いと思うので。
He can do everything. Whatever we're gonna do, he's the one that, okay, I'm gonna do it, I'm here for it.
プレイスタイルもなんだろうな、恐怖を感じないプレイするんで、ちょっと見てておもろいのは。
前よりは多分プレイヤーも2人変わってるんでめちゃくちゃ変わると思うんですけど、
新しい2人はね本当に打ち合いが好きで、それにこう引っ張られるようにもともといた3人もかなり打ち合うようになって、
いろんなこと今試し中なので前とは違ったゼータが見れるんじゃないかなと思います。
対戦したいのは T1 ですかね。リズさんが入ってから強いって聞いてるんで、T1 をとりあえずは戦って勝ちたいです。
基本的にどのチームも強くなってるとは思ってます。
ちょっと怖いですけどぶっ倒すしかないんでビビんないで自信持っていこうかなと思います。
My first goal is to us be a really consistent team this year, with no like ups and downs during the season, so we can fight all of the years for the Masters spots, also the champions.
めちゃくちゃ応援してくれる人がいるんで、それの応援には応えたいですね。
長期的な目標はそんなに持ってないのかなとは思ってますけど、チャンピオンズとかは出たいですね。そこは間違いなく。
最初の方はちょっとうまくいくかわかんないんですけど。
We're gonna need time because it's gonna be their first year in the franchise, but they are like working a lot. So.
パシフィックチームと戦うのが初めてなので緊張しないように、弱気にならないように頑張ります。
最終的には本当に強いチームになれると信じてます。
There's gonna be a new ZETA. That's it. The new ZETA.
Secret onto Phase 2, our play-ins. We're going to find out whether it's going to be ZETA Division or Global Esports. And for ZETA, it's really a testament to their young guns that they brought onto the roster. And for G, it's going to be validation on whether this experimental lineup from all over works.
Yeah, it is a really interesting mixture. Yeah,
Global.
literally global. Like, it is living up to their name. And I think it's going to be really important here for just Global Esports, if they're going to get over the line against ZETA this time, to keep their spirits high, to come in with some energy. You know, that was something that I was talking to the coaches about, that they felt like that was lacking actually day one for them against ZETA, was that they didn't have kind of the energy they did when they went against Bleed. And so all of that feeds into itself, right? You're playing better, your comms are better, your decision making's better. All of those things are going to come into play against the ZETA team that, like you said, the young guns are already firing here on day one. They were the top performers in most categories, Depp right up there too, of course, but that's like a huge thing for ZETA, where we all thought, well, maybe it would take some time for ZETA to get these new players really fully built into this roster, get them fully flowing with them. Instead, it was like right off the bat, they were like popping, especially on Icebox.
Straight up direct upgrade. That's what it is. And you know, it's also the same thing of the core guys, Laz, Depp, Sugar Zero. Sugar Zero having some insane moments to it, an Omen outplay of all things. And it just shows you how much more ZETA has this time. Also, and the other story is just like, without Masters Tokyo pressure, like they're a lot more loose, a lot more relaxed. But then sometimes up against old enemies like T1, it gets a little bit tough, and you know, you're always getting into your own head sometimes. But that's it. It is a lot more hope that you have for ZETA. Meanwhile, for Global Esports, like, nobody expected them to really like beat Bleed that way. None of us did on the desk.
No, the predictions were very, very red. You know?
Exactly. But, you know, they were incredibly strong that day. Russ was having some great calls, great supports. Polvi he's like literally the definition of an entry fragger, just dives right in. But yeah, although they were able to beat Bleed, who were looking a little bit off, can they do this, you know, kind of the same thing that Team Secret did to Talon? Can they do that against ZETA Division?
Yeah, you mentioned it, right? It might be similar to Team Secret versus Talon, wherein I'm not sure if it's because Global maybe did not know how to deal with the younger guns on ZETA, right? They probably didn't know how to deal with Euron and Heroron, because there was very little information on how to do that. And you've got to love the new pace that these two bring over to ZETA, because I feel like they're driving a lot of the aggression that ZETA has. So they feel very different now.
Yeah, exactly, and they've talked about it in their interviews a lot, where they've said that Heroron and Yuan, especially Heroron, are fearless. Like, they come in, they're willing to be aggressive. This is something that is very out of the norm for what we saw from ZETA last year, right? Like, it was a very slow, the slowest team in Pacific by far, took their time and really thought about rounds. Again, I sort of liken it to more of an EMEA style that they had brought in. Now it's a little bit different. Now you've also got Coach Carlisle coming in, bringing in some of that NA flair, America's flair. So it's like this combination now that seems to be going well. I mean, it didn't look bad at all against T1. I mean, they gave them a good fight. They just need to kind of keep growing, keep kind of turning the knobs, twisting the the buttons and stuff like that, and getting everything where it needs to be, getting everything set. Not to mention that you mentioned Coach Carlisle, right? And there was a big question for the longest time as to whether ZETA was just like a big fish in a small pond, with regards to the region, right? But as VALORANT continues to grow, as VCT continues to grow, you're seeing this evolution, this sharing of information, and for Coach Carlisle to come from a region with that basically bred champions, right? That basically, you have the likes of Loud over there. So to have this like sharing of energy and information is just totally different for ZETA. Precisely. You got a wee bit more structure, but at the same time, I mean, just this whole ZETA Division squad being that much more aggressive. You know, they have a lot more firepower now, and that's the main thing. Not only do they have that, they are still able to be flexible enough. I think, some of the old flavors from ZETA started to show up a little bit in that T1 game. You get stopped by someone like Xcurit, and then you start to slow down, and sometimes against a team like Global Esports, I think that actually works, because Global Esports, you've got this sort of experimental or like truly global roster. You got Russ doing the calling, Polvi, who's just nuts sometimes, and ZETA can find those trades. ZETA can put a stop to Polvi, and even if Benkai does try to pull off some crazy lurks and trying to bait rotations over, doesn't quite work against a squad like ZETA, especially when you have Laz watching your 6, watching your flank. So I think Global Esports is another one of those teams where
it takes a bit of time. It's kind of like Talon Esports. New roster, you haven't had that much time together. There's not a lot of, or maybe not enough cohesion, and it takes a while to really get used to everyone.
I think that, you know, for ZETA, Global here, they need to watch out for those pop-up individual performances that I think Global relied a lot on, you know, for the previous matchup against Bleed, right? You had Benkai on Split, for example, you had Blaze King, and then you had Ruz, as you mentioned, Quack. But I do feel like the team isn't working like a well-oiled machine just yet, right? Far from it. It's a good starting point. It's a very interesting starting point indeed. But as you can see from ZETA, in terms of like bringing everything together, there's a bit more cohesion here, as we can see from our favorite Pentagon.
yeah. Like the scary thing about this is last year, Dep, one of the best duelists, you know, constantly up there in terms of top ACS in our league throughout most of the season. The best player in the world after round 20. Literally, like, in every metric, he just, like, he gets better as the match goes on. He starts to really figure things out, gets a flow for the map. He can have these huge individual plays, these huge multi-kill rounds that can really change the destiny for ZETA for that individual map. And that's something that's very concerning. But on the other hand, you mentioned it, like, Blaze King, this is a player that I think a lot of people might not have really understood in the global stage or really knew a ton about. Yeah, he played like way back at like Champions 2021 with Boom, right? But this is a guy who is insane. He is cracked out of his mind, and we have seen it multiple times this year. Not just here in this stage, but also at Convergence where he had that crazy ace.
Yeah, not to mention Ascension as well. He did have a lot of great performances there. Stopped only by Bleed, of course, who is now here on Pacific. But yes, you know, this roster right here, this is a roster that I feel like I want them to surprise me, you know? Please prove me wrong. I would be so happy if this actually works, because it means so much for the entire state, actually, of Valorant.
Really, no kidding. I mean, there's a lot of talent in that roster. It's just a matter of how much time they need to really get to this standard, get to this Pacific level that ZETA Division is kind of already at. And that's why we expect them to beat them in that first game. But now you're seeing this Pentagon, and the comparison between the two of them. Dep, of course, I would still, paper thin, and I think this guy is our duelist.
Yes.
And, I don't know if Polvi can match up to that. Blaze King, is a close second. Blaze King is that initiator player, and he often does come in to trade out for the team. He has like really interesting sensing of how to push or when to push, and the timings at which he comes out, especially sometimes in and out of smokes, it's very unexpected. So although we're looking at the headshot percentage or some of the KDs, it's not all that much. It's not enough. The rating is the thing that I think Blaze King doesn't still have enough value in the team. It's just sometimes when they do have that cohesion, when the executes are flowing really nicely, then it works out. But if not, individually the team kind of starts to crumble.
Yeah, I think that's something that we're definitely going to see if Global has managed to solve that. And on the side of ZETA, I'm eager to see more from them, right? We've always been asking what is the next level for ZETA, and this, this mixture seems to be working very, very well. But let's take a closer look at our teams through our coach's insight, so let's throw it on stage.
Thank you guys. I'm standing here with ZETA Division's Coach Carlo and also Global Esports Spin. Thank you guys for joining me. Now I'm gonna ask you first, Carlos. Close game against T1, but not quite the result that you wanted. So what do you think were the main takeaways from that last T1 series? 칼라오 코치님, 사실 T1전에서 상당히 좋은 경기력을 보여줬지만 승리까지 가져가지는 못했습니다. 직전 경기에서 어떤 점을 배울 수 있었을까요?
Yeah, we could start like hot in the series. We win Ascent, but when we go Lotus and Sunset was kind of like really hard for us because nothing that we could do, that we wanted to do, worked. So we have some like issues as a team that was good for us because we could sit down, watch the whole game again, figure it out, and fix those mistakes, and come more prepared for this match and also the all year.
1세트에서는 분명히 좀 경기력이 좋았는데 2, 3세트 넘어가니까 사실 그 흐름을 이어가기가 상당히 힘들었다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그 이유 중에 하나가 뭔가 하려고 했던 것이 잘 먹히지 않으면서 좀 무기력하게 경기를 치르는 흐름이 나오지 않았나라고 얘기를 합니다. 그래도 사실 미리 예방주사를 맞은 것 같은 게 이렇게 경기를 다시 되돌려보면서 그리고 복귀하면서 어떤 점이 문제였고 그리고 어떤 점을 고치면서 발전해 나갈 수 있을지 좀 롱텀 1년 주기로 이번 시즌 전체를 바라보면 그래도 좀 얻어가는 게 많았던 경기라고 얘기를 하는데요. Now, ZETA has done a complete 180 this year. So much improvement when it comes to skirmishes, especially as that's something you prioritized on coming into 2024. 일단 제타가 교전에서 상당히 놀라운 모습을 보여주고 있고 팀 스타일이 확 바뀌었거든요. 좀 이런 소규모 교전에서의 싸움 같은 게 좀 2024년에 집중적으로 준비했던 부분일까요?
Yeah, we're trying to put like so much focus in like details part of the game that is really important, like scrimmage, like skills, resources, teamwork, like everything that is team. We are trying to be really good at it. So that's one thing that I really focus here, so we can be better as a team in all the part of the game.
그 소규모 교전도 그렇고 이런 미니게임 그리고 자금 관리부터 시작해서 스킬을 어떻게 사용할지 어떻게 배분할지에 대해서도 이런 상당한 디테일 관련해서 많이 신경을 쓰고 있고 이런 세세한 부분을 이제 기본기로 잘 잡으면서 경기를 치러가고 또 팀의 스타일을 만들어가는 걸 좀 굉장히 집중하고 있다고 합니다. Thank you, Coach Carlo. Now I'm gonna turn to you, Spin. Polvi absolutely popped off. Incredible performance against Bleed. He was willing to take a lot of risks, which definitely paid off. But when it comes to ZETA, they're really good at punishing those risky plays. Are you worried at all today? 일단 제타가 상당히 좀 상대의 리스크 있는 플레이를 잡아먹는 걸 잘하는 팀인데 폴비 선수가 블리드 상대로 좋은 모습을 보여줬고 상당히 리스크 있는 플레이를 통해서 좀 팀에게 어드밴티지를 많이 가져다 줬습니다. 그런데 또 제타를 상대로 이게 좀 독이 되지 않을까 하는 생각도 들거든요. 어떻게 보시나요?
So Polvi's the kind of aggressive player that likes to take a lot of risks, as you mentioned. It's all about whether he's feeling confident. Playing on stage for the first time, or rather on the VCT Pacific stage for the first time, it's taken him a little bit to get into his groove. With every game, he's getting better and better, and taking those confident peaks, it will work out for him. I know how he plays, I see how he does it in scrims, and I've seen how he has done it for years, so I'm fully confident in his plays.
So you're telling him to go kill, right? 폴비 선수가 사실 첫 번째 경기, 두 번째 경기 상당히 좀 긴장한 것 같다고 얘기를 합니다. 그런데 스크림에서도 그렇고 연습에서도 굉장히 공격적인 선수이기 때문에 자신감만 충분하다면 충분히 오늘 제타를 상대로도 그런 리스크 있는 플레이를 성공시킬 수 있다고 얘기를 하는데요. 사실 직전 경기는 퍼시픽 데뷔 무대이기도 했고 이런 무대에서 오프라인 경기를 치르는 경험이 많이 없는 선수였기 때문에 조금 그런 부분에 있어서 익숙해지고 흐름을 타는 것에 좀 집중을 했다면 오늘이야말로 정말 자신감 있게 제타를 상대할 수 있을 것 같다고 얘기를 합니다. Now that you got data on ZETA, what's your game plan heading into today's matchup then? 이제 상대에 대한 데이터가 좀 쌓였거든요. 어떻게 상대하면 좋을까요?
Obviously it changes a little bit because they've seen our game as well. So we have to approach the game a little bit differently. There's a lot more preparation that goes into it, whereas before when you haven't seen the team and they haven't seen you, it's all based on your own preparation. So it does change the approach, but obviously as it goes to the game plan, I'm not going to go into it with the other coach standing right beside him.
어떻게 상대할지는 좀 옆에 서 계시기 때문에 자세하게 얘기를 할 수는 없지만 사실 준비하는 과정에 있어서 서로가 서로의 경기를 봤었고 첫 번째 개막전 경기 때는 사실 아무것도 모른 채로 우리가 준비한 것만 보여줘야 하는 상황이었다면 현재는 상대를 카운터치는 전략도 준비할 수 있고 상당히 더 많은 부분을 맞춤성으로 준비할 수 있기 때문에 오늘의 경기 접근 방법도 다르고 좀 준비성도 달랐다고 얘기를 합니다. Well, thank you coaches for the interview. Best of luck to both of you. Now I'm gonna toss it over to the desk. 네, 이렇게 양팀 감독 만나봤습니다.
ゼータディビジョンのレップです。そうですね、まあでも絶対勝てるっていう自信は俺はそんなになかったんで、うまいこといかなくて
とても残念です。でまあさて勝ってまたワンチャンあるんでそれ狙いですね。自分は枠をかけて、また GE と戦います。前の試合は、自分のパフォーマンスがうまくいかなくてですね、1日休んでうまいこと進めば勝てるんじゃないかなとは思ってます。まあいい形で勝てるようにできる限り頑張ります。
My name is Abhirupal Chaudhary. My in-game name is Lightning Fast, and I'm a professional VALORANT player for Global Esports. The game against Bleed was very good in my opinion. Our game plan and strategies playing together was like fine, perfect. For the next match, the way we prepared was like we knew what we wanted to do, but we couldn't do it on the first game. So basically, about ZETA last game was that they played the game with much more confidence, but now that we have won against Bleed and we have the confidence going forward, I feel like ZETA should fear us all in our team, and we are ready to take our sweet revenge, and it's gonna be much different than last time. And we are gonna win it the GE fighting way.
Oh, I can't wait to see this match, especially when GE is coming in with all that energy. But at the same time, you heard it from Depp, right? That wasn't exactly the performance that they wanted, versus T1. And of course, definitely versus GE. They can do so much better, even though they've already won this match.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to look at the ZETA team and already how they're playing so far this year. You have to imagine the ceiling is rather high. Already, you have the three mainstays of Laz, Depp, and Sugar Zero. We know that they're rather good. We've seen it before on not just here domestically in Pacific, but also internationally. Hero and Yuan, so far so good. I mean, better than I expected, to be completely honest. So I'm really looking forward to this ZETA team. I think for me, the one thing I do want to see, the one thing I'm going to call out is please just let Laz play a little bit of Chamber. Just a little bit.
we still haven't,
please.
Maybe they're saving
just a little
it.
bit.
I don't know, maybe it's too early. It's too early to bring that out.
That's all I want for today. If he's on Chamber at least once, I'm a happy person.
Which map, though?
I don't know. I don't care. Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. Just
we
pick
just have
Chamber.
to a little bit, right? And we're definitely excited. As you can see, it's Z's all around over here in our predictions. Again, just a disclaimer that it doesn't actually reflect how difficult it is to predict, right? Okay, we see you over there on social media.
Yeah,
but
calm down.
Right, okay, calm down. Because again, as I mentioned earlier, Global Esports is one of those teams that I would love to be proven wrong, right? Especially since you saw, you heard it from Spin earlier on the coach's interview. Polvi is such an aggressive duelist, and they mentioned that like things didn't exactly go to plan. I wonder what it's like when Polvi has that team that everything goes according to plan. That's gonna be pretty scary.
No, yeah, exactly. The pedigree's there for GE. They can absolutely do this. There's no doubt in my mind. I mean, it's a slight edge to ZETA that I give. It's not a big one. I'd say like maybe 5%, right? 55%, 45% is where I'm leaning on that. So yes, GE can do this, guys.
We're
Like,
still
calm
showing
down.
the predictions.
Social media, calm down. We
Yeah,
think they can win. It's just we have to pick who we
See
think
it
has the higher
first.
percentage
They made
chance.
us say.
They make us do
Logically.
this. We don't want to really.
Yeah, backstage, like, pick ZETA. Or else.
Yeah, Carlisle's not
Pull
out
out a
here like
script.
threatening us behind here.
Right. But yeah, I mean, like it is going to be very interesting to see these two, especially now that GE have that confidence back, right? They weren't prepared for the confidence that ZETA, showed them. So now that they're like, standing on their 2 feet a little bit more strongly, what's that going to be for GE?
I mean, that's really the thing. It's always confidence. It's a big factor. You can always have the strategies. That's what the coaches are for. On paper, you have everything all planned out. Valplan.gg, I don't know, something. But then in-game, everything's different because you got these slight different tendencies. Your opponent's trying to play their own game. So you're not always sure, like, when I have to do this or what's the timing, when should I be pushing out? And sometimes confidence affects it. You start to hesitate. But Global Esports now, after that win against Bleed that nobody thought they would win, now they're feeling much better. Maybe they'll be able to pull off the craziest upset against ZETA Division.
I mean, that's what I would call it, right? If there's a crazy upset that's going to happen, it has to be this for Global Esports, especially with just how unpredictable they were in their match against Bleed. Again, prove us wrong. We are so here for it. And for ZETA Division, we are eager to see that next step. So let's get into it. Our final series of the day, ZETA Division and Global Esports coming at you right now.
once again the last hope for Japan. They've risen to the occasion before. Can they do so again? Please welcome ZETA Division! Hello, India. GE is fighting for a spot in the play-ins. Please welcome Global Esports to the stage.
Alright, so we'll now begin our mapping for our final match.
Map picks and bans here for ZETA and GE. I just love seeing the energy that the coaches bring to the stage, you know, rallying all of the players. You kind of saw Carlisle all smiles for the side of ZETA, really making them laugh and smile just before they step in. And you saw Spin, right, really trying to give that energy over to his team.
Oh, that's a big ban.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, it's a map they've lost twice, once against Bleed and previously to ZETA, so it makes a lot of sense to get rid of it. So they're going to go right back into bind, though, since it's left open. ZETA this time around, what's going to be your answer now that there's no icebox?
Yeah.
I don't know, Ascent or...
Yeah.
There is that option, but I hope like ZETA's
right.
also kind of boosted up their bind, because it feels as though Global Esports would be prepared for this.
Okay, Lotus, sir. Yeah. This is a good map for them, too.
Okay.
This was banned last time by GE, so this makes sense. Yeah.
Are we getting the chamber on this one?
That's
That is also a big question, right?
Well, and you mentioned this earlier, Quack, and I'm really glad you talked about this, that somebody needs to watch these flanks for Benkai, because he's all over the place, and that's great for GE, but, you know, for ZETA, they got to be aware of it, and having Laz on a chamber in the past on Lotus has proven really powerful to be able to watch for those lurks.
Yeah, I think that's also the, you know, the thing that makes Global Esports stand out, right? This is a roster that has 4 IGLs on them. You know, that's like 4 brains there. And these are players that can definitely flex and, you know, follow like Russ, who is actually the IGL. But the rest, you know, you have Blazing, you have Benkai, you even have Lightning Fast, who has had IGL experience in the past. So anytime somebody needs to take over, anytime a new idea has come in, Global Esports can have that.
Yeah, and one thing I want to touch on real quick at the end of this is it's Sunset again for ZETA, which they kind of didn't do so good on against T1, so hopefully they've been able to figure it out in the meantime.
That's what I'm worried about. I mean, maybe not so much about the calling of the IGs. I believe the players should be able to do that, but apart from that, it's just ZETA, you know, they had a really rough time against T1 on some of these maps, so if they can't close out bind, that would be a bit of an issue, but the compositions look good.
Well, comfort picks all around, but we're going to see how comfortable our teams are going to be as we step into our final series. So we'll pass it on over to our casters, Achilles and Aserai.
Maraming salamat, Tita Mix. Ayun,
Akala ko
nagbabalik
maglalaro ka, Benkay.
Ay, hindi,
OMG.
Hindi ko feel ngayon.
Hindi mo
Kasi
feel.
upper bracket naman eh. Upper
sorry.
bracket naman.
Upper bracket kahit elimination match na, you know? Welcome back mga tropa. Nandito na ulit tayo. At huling paapyaw para sa araw na to. May matatanggal na naman, Bessie Wap.
Tama ka dyan. At syempre, sobrang critical dahil lalo itong para sa Zeta, 'di ba? Kasi ano sila eh, parang second favorites doon sa lugar na 'yon. At overall sa buong mundo, napagkwentuhan natin kanina, sila yung pinaka most watch. I guess.
Top viewed channel to, guys. Ang daming nanonood sa Japan. So, syempre, lahat sila rooting para sa ating Team Zeta. Tsaka, kay tagal-tagal din bago tayo nakakita ng Japanese team sa isang malaking event. Diba? Yung mga masters natin, for example. So, excited to see kung makakatawid ba sila dito sa patibong ng GE. And speaking of patibong, parang GE ang matatrap dito. Once na makita nga ni Dep, yung nasa corner, magsiswing na naman siya. Pero walang trade na nakuha dahil namatay din yung ibang miyembro ng Zeta. But for now, pipigilan muna nila ang spike plant. Low on HP yung dalawa kahit papaano. Winnable pa rin.
And yung 3 versus 3 scenario natin, dahil nakapag-plant yung GE, in a way sila yung nakalamang. Although hindi ganun ka-healthy yung sa kanila. At in fact, yun nga, mauuluhan na dun si Blaze King. Even through the wall, with the wall bang, hindi masyadong maganda yung pwesto nila Benkay dito. Parang hindi sila makapag-setup ng cross nila. In fact, yung kabila pa yung madaling mag-setup ng cross.
Unless mapatay niya yung dalawa. That's the thing. Kung mahuhook niya yung dalawa kahit papaano sa players nga dito at guluhin ni Benkay, tapos yung nasa likod na yung bahala. Lightning fast from behind. It's still gonna falter though. In the end, mariretake pa rin to ng Zeta Division. And the fact na, syempre, low on HP yung majority players ng GE dito, papasok pa lang, mahirap na talaga.
Interesting na post-plant setup para sa GE. At makikita natin sa replay na bawasan din agad sila dun eh. Naka-minus 1 na si Aaron. Tapos si Laz eventually na patumba na rin. But yung nangyari dun para sa Zeta is maganda yung kanilang retake scenario with 3 of their members na let go yung control dun sa may elbow. Kasi parang wala talaga nag-check ng hookah. So nagdadalawang isip dun si Benkay kung dapat ba niyang bantayan pa yung hookah. At unfortunately, with lack of information at hindi ganun kagandang post-plant setup, nabigyan ang side ng GE.
Pero tingnan mo to. Interesting though. Nag-buy yung GE dito. So still, hindi sila magsasave for this round. Kailangan nila makuha to or else it's gonna be really difficult para sa economy na meron ang GE ngayon. For the meantime, hold possession, hold down the fort, sabi dito ng Zeta Division as they try to pinpoint where the enemies are and maybe play for intel ika nga. Nevertheless, di naman nila kailangan mag-push.
Exactly. Late usage ng cam. At makakikita naman doon, makapag-confirm. So this is gonna be good para kina Laz. Especially kasi nakapag-set up pa sila ng mga molly. So good shutdown and overall para sa side ng GE, side ng Zeta to.
Ang importante para sa kanila is mapigilan yung plant ng spike. Madelay kahit papano itong mga miyembro ng GE and break at least kung ano ba yung pinaplano nila dito matindi. In the meantime, naplanta nila yung spike and Yuran good for 1 already. In a 5v4 scenario, isipin mo, nag-buy yung GE, kailangan nilang ipanalo to. So post-plant, when it comes to that, they have to secure each and every angle and so far, it's been working out. Kaso nga lang from above, it's gonna be Dep instead. On down below, syempre nandyan din sina Blaze King. At yun nga, Wolf, natalo pa.
Yep. Forced buy, not enough para sa GE at medyo masakit-sakit na points ang kanilang hahabunan. Kailangan nila mag-thrifty kung sakali. At which is napakahirap sa kanya kasi Zeta can just settle doon sa kanilang mga Bulldog. Siguro kasi nakapag-plan sila nung round number 1 kaya naramdaman ng GE na doable na i-risk yung force buy na yun. As we saw, failed horribly. Ganda kasi din nung pinakita doon ni Dep, yung kayang pwesto na umakyat talaga siya sa may tangke. I wonder kung walang nag-call out nun, kasi parang walang nag-check no?
Wala nga, hindi na nakasunod kumbaga. Ang dami na nangyayari sa backside, most probably, na hindi ito yung naging priority, pero ito, yung isa sa mga reason of demise ika nga para sa side ng GE. And the fact na Viper lang din yung kanilang smoke dito, it's also quite difficult to have a take on a site, especially kung gusto nila mag-rotate kasi hindi sila makakapag-resmoke.
Exactly.
Traps pa to.
They found my wire. They found my wire.
Kanyisa. Ganda sana ng knife pero on point doon sila for the defense. Gets out. Safe for now. Medyo natagal ng konti from the paint chest pero hindi nakarap doon yung isa. Nakatakas pa for the short zero.
My God!
2 headshots.
Nakatakas pa siya doon with a double kill. Tamang swing lang, tamang spray transfer. And if it connects, it connects. Then what's the problem? Tatlo naman sa kanila rin, naka-classic lang. So the firepower itself, lamang na lamang ang ZETA. And all they have to do is really wait out the opportunity to get those kills and really clean up the site in a flawless fashion even.
Grabe yun.
Flawless.
Lugi sa baril eh.
Lugi nga naman sa baril. Pero
kumbaga yung iba
transfer,
nagdala ng rifle, tapos yung dala mo batuta. Kagawad yung kalaban mo. Laban sa pulis.
At sadly, hindi makakapuntas doon sila mga bossing ko, sila Benkay. Tingnan mo naman yan, no? Sugar Zero with the transfer. Then si Laz surviving layo nung inikot niya. Galing siya yung lamps player, tapos napalayo siya pang ang ganda sa Bay Showers. Safe for now. And it's mainly because dun sa pinakita rin ni Sugar Zero na defense. Ngayon, para sa ZETA, lamang na lamang sila ng 3 points at nagsettle si Yuran para sa kanyang judge.
Bonus round naman anyway para sa kanila. And mukhang narinig na natin yung trash na yan. Instead, GE, they wanna go into an active position para sa kamay ng ZETA. Nagiging aggressive sila through the smoke pa. Yung mga pop shots mula sa judge. In the end, nakadalawa pa. And now, it's all up to Blaze King. Na literal sinalo lahat ng bala dito for ZETA. A clean 4-0 Wolf. And so far, hindi pa rin nahahanap ng GE yung footing na hinahanap nila dito.
Magic talaga tong bind. Parang nag-snowball yung mga winners talaga ng first few rounds. Tapos parang dire-diretso. Tapos yung mga teams na natatalo sa may pistol on bind, hindi talaga makaporma. And that's what we can see with the global esports ngayon. Kahit yung buy round na nila na, I mean, if you're looking at ZETA, obviously, sobrang ganda ng economy on their side. Pero para sa global, dapat yun na yung sana yung panghanap nila ng kanilang unang round win. Wasn't the case. Dahil dun sa interesting na maneuver mula dun sa ZETA, tatlo yung lumabas dun sa Mailong, nakakuha sila ng dalawa. Then, hinawakan ng kanilang Viper, yung judge, getting 2. Nakapag-convert pa sa 2 kills ng napakaganda. So, sobrang out of groove itong side ng global esports.
Additional to that, interesting change of pacing din na nagmula sa ZETA. Mula doon sa previous 3 rounds na nakita natin, they played more aggressive, specifically on this last round we just saw. And it goes to show na you have the comfortability, especially when it comes to economy, to be aggressive. Hindi ganun kalaki kawalan yung magiging economy rounds na meron tayo dito, lalo na malinis yung 4-0 nila. They had even a flawless round. So, when it comes to economy, walang problema itong players ng ZETA. And when it comes to kills, you could definitely see pa lang dun sa mga deaths ng players ng ZETA, hindi ganun kadami, hindi ganun ka-effective. So far, yung mga nagiging take ng GE dito, it's more of, can they adjust and can they actually hold the post plant? Kasi it's obvious that ZETA is playing for retakes.
In this decider match para sa global esports, well, para din naman sa ZETA. No room for errors. Dahil kung sino matalo sa series ito will be taken out. Look at that aggression ulit. Lightning fast. Narinig. Di ata magiging gano'n. Narinig nga siya doon. There is that. Ultimate wala. Hindi. Para iba ni siya. Again, another aggressive maneuver. Tapos narinig kasi yung pag-setup niya, pag-lineup niya.
Slow yun, hindi lightning fast ang naging galawan pagdating doon. Pero okay lang, tatawid yung iba. Kaso, syempre, makikita nila dito si Laz. So that means setups mula sa Cypher definitely, nandyan yung cam on A, pero kung hindi ka magpapaloko, nasa B yung trip war niya rito. So, it's a little bit of mind games towards the side of GE. Saan natin nahanapin itong mga trip war na to? When it comes to initiator, they only have a knife coming in from Russ na kung mahuhuli nila yung Cypher, then it would be a good position for them to take on a side. Pero kung hindi, they have to think of the traps as well.
Alas, bubugaw siya mula doon sa may lamps at makapag-plant sila with the wingman. Ang lalim dito ng mga members ng Global Esports dahil doon na dalawa na agad sila. Kapag-plant, there is the double satchel and depth wins it to the Commerce. Headshot against Blaze King. 5-0 para sa ZETA.
Mainit sila ngayong araw. Ayaw umuwi ng ZETA Division for today dahil itong map pick specifically mula sa Global Esports, hindi gumagana yung mga take nila sa site dito, Wolf. As in, every time they try to push in on a site, makakapag-plant si Wingman, yes, pero binibigay lang naman din talaga ng ZETA yung space na yon to let them actually plant the spike. And once na may mga cue or sound cue silang maririnig dito, parating may timing na nakukuha yung players ng ZETA.
Kahit, imagine mo with depth, ang dali na lang niyang i-punish doon, pero kahit yung pinakahuli, hindi pa rin. And that really shows us kung gaano ka out of groove itong Global Esports. Kaka-timeout pa lang nila, madam. So parang, ang dami niya nang na-exhaust na resources in and out of the game at hindi pa rin sila makahanap. So,
and they don't check corners.
Oh my God!
They didn't check any corners at all. Yung aggressive positioning ng ZETA dito, it always pays off towards them. There's no clue, kumbaga, kung paano susolusyonan to ng GE dahil kahit nasa harap nila minsan yung kalaban, hindi rin tumatama yung bala.
Yeah.
They really have to get a good reset, a good grip kung ano yung pacing ng ZETA dito because they're playing ZETA's game right now.
Yeah. Benkai as well as Blaze King. Hindi na rin din magbabother. No chance na rin. Wala silang space na nakuha. Laki pa na spike.
Dito na lang tayo sa spawn. Balik na lang tayo dito. Kunwari kaka-spawn lang natin. Wala silang magagawa for this time being. I would also opt for a save anyway. And I think hunt down naman sila ng ibang miyembro dito ng ZETA. And maybe they can get those extra frags, at least extra money para sa kanila. Not necessarily for ZETA kasi yayamanin naman itong mga tropa natin ngayon. Alam na nila.
Alam na nila yan. Pero, uy, grabe. Imagine mo kahit yung ganong pag-peak, hindi pa rin nabigyan. And they know, okay, Blaze King at least survives. May nakip siya isang Vandal. Bawas nga lang yung shield. So, disastrous round definitely para sa Global Esports yung nakita natin.
Ang hirap sabayan ng ZETA for the side of GE ngayon. Hindi nila kontrolado yung mapa at all. And I think it's one of those things na kung saan ang ZETA, may brimstone na sila, may Viper ka pa. Pag tinawid mo yung Viper wall, and nevertheless, sa kabila, magkakaroon ng brim smokes na napakatagal din. So it's really a time-consuming entry that they have to do. And then, aside from that, poproblemahin pa nila yung traps. Tignan mo yung traps para kay Yao Ming. Ang taas-taas niyan, men. Pag tumalon si Polvi dyan, magiging pulbos siya.
Tama ka.
Basketball player yung mga tripper eh. O, eto na, matitrip o. Huli. Hindi makagalaw, o, di ba? Na-tripper si Yao Ming.
Alam no? Pasado. Iba na talaga mga ngayon. Mga cypher beings ngayon. Ang dami na naisip. And that's in-game knowledge to its full potential as nakikita natin. Ginamit na rin yung orbital strike. Walang matataga dito. At nakapag-delay lang ng kaunti. Polvi will be staying under the Viper's pit. Taking advantage of that range. Ito na ba ang unang round para sa Global Esports Terror?
We're bound to find out. Benkai, hawak lang din sa posisyon when it comes to showers. Pero sasalubungin siya ni Yuran dito. Narinig nila, naintindihan nila. This is how it plays out for V1 scenario. And so far, the most promising round na nakita natin para sa side ng GE ngayon. Pero mapipitas pa yung dalawa. Mawawala yung Viper's Pit. Winnable pa ba? Wala nang oras to make something happen here. And ZETA, They lose the round. But at what cost? Kailangan pa ba ng isang Viper's Pit para lang makakuha ng isang round?
And ano din showstopper, ginamit din nung time na yun mula sa Global Esports. Expensive,
tas na-trip
for
lang.
Sure. Oo.
Hindi, napap sa loob ng site. Pambasag trip lang.
Basag trip lang. Pero yan nga, Viper's Pit yung naging importante dun. At madami nga silang ginamit na resources. A point is a point. And however, ZETA, so much money in the bank, ang dami nilang pwedeng i-reserve dito. In fact, Dep ay gagamit na kanyang operator at naka-deploy siya sa may long A.
I know exactly.
Polvi? Hindi na makakaisa pa. 5 HP remaining on towards him though. Dire-diretso lang. Alam niyang blinded. Pero may pain shells pa. Sabi niya, ilalapas ko na lahat bago ako mawala. Pero buhay na buhay pa rin siya. This time around, GE taking into possession. And this time, mapapansin mo, mas may comfortability sila. Mas may confidence sila na mag-take ng site.
Aggressive at mabilis. Yun pala yung gusto nila na pwedeng summon nila si Lightning Fast. Yun naman pala yung dahilan para sila makakuha ng panalo dito. And kahit si Paul V na 5 HP, nakatakas pa rin with that good usage of cover fire mula sa kanyang mga teammates. Nakaalis sila dun sa may round, sa may site. And this is gonna be a good post plan.
Naka-ready na lahat.
Exactly. Nakahanda lahat. Tignan mo naman yan. Parang training. Nakakuha na isa. Makakuha na dalawa. Oh my goodness. But there's conversion rush for the trade. In a 2 versus 3 scenario. Yung eksena dun ni Hero. Ano parang, alam mo yung sa mga training?
yung kailangan mo i-check, bago mo i-check yung mga corners, i-check mo muna tong kaliwa, kanan, tapos merong lalabas na bilog para barilin. Pero ito, nagiging promising na yung mga takes na nakikita natin, especially with the help of Paul V na na-clear out yung showers agad. And I feel like kapag iba yung naging scenario on that shower take, mas magiging slow yung play ng GE and then mawawala na naman sa kamay nila yung setups na gusto nilang gawin dito. Other than that, pagdating naman sa post plant, lalo na kapag walang namatay sa kanila or hindi nabawasan masyado yung GE dito, ang dami nilang lineup. You've seen the Molly coming in from Russ. Meron pa si Blaze King na Mosh na ginamit din niya for the lineup. And then the rest, meron pang snake bite. So it's really a lot of utility heavy play for post-plant scenarios here. Pero tignan natin, as Paul V gets shut down, ito yung sinasabi ko, can they take a side faster without him?
So far, the answer is no. Unless meron pa silang gamitin like the null command, for example, to counter up itong si Dep. Pero kasi hindi dun sa showstopper yung dahilan kung bakit dapat tumarin si Paul V. It was the operator. Tsaka yung napakagandang reposition doon na nakita natin mula kay Dep. Utilizing yung kayang satchel, umakyat para dun sa may bandang tore. And now, holding on to Heaven, na kitang-kita nila yung access dito sa may short A. And ito, itatry nila. Ginamit na ang 0 point. Good usage na kanilang orb. Walang may kita for now, Terror.
They do play with the utility here, aside from the smoke mula kay Lightning Fast. Pero ito, mapupush out yung mga players nila towards the back end of the site. Nag-connect yung flash, nakita natin. Pero in the end, it's a 5v3 scenario again for the post-plant possessions. Lightning Fast, dalawang snake bite na ang nagamit niya just to push out enemy lines pagdating sa back end of the site. Pag nawala tong null command, a showstopper is available for ZETA Division right now. With the neural def na ginamit na, nilabas na rin ni Dep yung kanyang showstopper. Imagine, lahat ng info, alam nila. Lahat ng intel, kung saan ka nagtatago, alam nila. ZETA, closest things to a 7-2.
Grabe yung round 9 na to para sa ZETA Division. Then sa Pulsar Flawless. At dahil dun sa magandang pick-off mula kay Dep, tapos yung pag-transfer nila, pag-hold nila dito sa kanilang site, hindi sila nag-panic whatsoever. Even yung mga movements sa kanilang mga tropa, kaya naman pala nag-back doon yung Viper kasi meron pala sila makakakampi din sa may kaliwa. There's a good cross that they were able to set up. And even after the utilities na ginamit ng GE, yung orb na nakita natin, toxic orb, na nag-block ng site ni Dep, wala, hinawakan lang nila. And then, Dep utilizes the showstopper, mabilis niyang na-deploy, hindi siya nag-hesitate whatsoever. Kaya naman nakakuha sila ng flawless round doon.
Natatakot ako sa mga slow take na to. Alam nila na nandyan si Dep. Alam nila may showstopper. Yan! Ay, nako eh. Ito na nga. Hindi. Lumagpas yung trash. Pero ito, nade. Para lang ma-punish siya. Magtitipi na lang daw siya. Mamba out na lang ako dito, sir. Para kay Dep. Wow! Grabe, yung mechanical skill, yung outplay maneuver ng mga players dito ng ZETA. And this time, ligtas siya, makakapag-reposition pa siya, and alam niya na magbe-B-site possibly itong GE. And because of that, you see the setups already. The smoke towards hookah, the tripwire on hookah, and then andito si Hero na nag-aabang para sa kanilang mga slow peak angles. But Lightning Fast at least gets the trade. But Laz from behind secures another.
Okay, the only one left. Oh, kapos pa ng konting mousepad. Naubusan ng mousepad space doon si Benkay. And eto na, disaster. Nandun na ulit, palubog yung momentum dito para sa Global Esports. And
Ang hirap,
replay.
Wolf.
Sobra.
Kasi, the thing is, si Paul V, hindi niya nakukuha yung gusto niyang gawin o gusto niyang kuhanin na kills. And because of that, napapunish siya ng mabilis. And then, nagiging domino effect siya para sa GE. Di sila makapasok at all. And I feel like they could have utilized a jet entry together or alongside with a Dizzy. Plus, you also have a flash from a KO. Why not use all those utilities just to make sure your entry actually entries?
Yeah. Parang ano yun, no? Parang meron silang higher goal lagi. Tapos yung parang mga fundamental na kailangan nila clear out yung mga, like you said, yung basically mga sinabi mo lang, kapag gamit ng utilities para actually makapasok ng site, hindi nila nagagawa for some reason. And this is not looking good para sa Global Esports at all. 8-2. 2 points, tapos parang medyo nagkamali, hindi rin gano'ng agad the economy for them kasi kakapanalo lang nila. Nakakuha lang nila ng back-to-back 2 points. So, ibig sabihin yung lose streak nila, hindi pa ganun ka-enough para i-carry over yung kanilang economy. In fact, yun nga, mapipilitan dito na mag-light shield sila. At knowing na round 11 na, i-risk nila na hindi mag-full buy para makakuha ng kanilang ikatlong puntos. Hindi ata ganun ka-optimal to. Taylor, it's gonna be difficult.
Depends if they can be fast, then why not? Kung kaya nilang biglain dito si Dep. Kasi with an operator in possession as well, those slow angle pushes, hindi mo makukuha yun eh. Mauunahan ka talaga ng operator. And tignan mo, isang knife lang reposition agad mula sa players ng ZETA. And you could definitely see that GE a little bit uncomfortable here on the attacking. Especially on the takes on the sides. Hindi nila mahanap yung butas mula dito sa depensa na pinapakita ng ZETA. Parating may sagot, parating may ganap. And I hope they use their utilities. Bombahin nila yung utilities na meron sila. Mukhang ready yung bomba ng utility. Nice. Makapapa-atras yung op. And because of that, they don't have that initial peak advantage. And Blaze King secures the first kill.
Good start already para sa side ng Global Esports. Nakapasok din sila sa may A. Dep with the cheeky play. Makakuha rin isa before he drops. Paul V, quick on the trade, quick on the reaction. Sobrang importante nung pick up na yun mula kay Paul V. Sugar Zero, hindi pinansin. Pwede niya siya, ano timing lang? Paul V, mas maganda na naman timing. Back-to-back kills from the attackers race. Now punished by Yuran. Pero si Blaze King, meron nakahandang lineup. Yuran gets another. Seekers not enough. Kaya ba? 1v2 scenario. Nakakuha na isa. Makakuha pa na ikalawa. That's a third kill for Yuran. Does have the Viper split. Pero Lightning Fast, wala rin snake bite Labanan ng dalawang Viper. Wallbang. Is it enough? Naubusan na bala. 4 bullets. It's enough. 4K pero yung oras hindi.
Hindi na sapat yung oras. I mean, you see the round itself. You see na gaano ka-importante yung double flash na yon. Hindi ka pwedeng magtipid ng utilities dito eh. They can only have a successful take if they use up all those utilities. In any fashion, in any way, kaya mo naman pulutin ulit yung Dizzy eh. So why not?
Yes.
Gising na sila.
Gising na. Magandang timeout na na-utilize doon ng Global Esports. We are heading into the last round of the first half. Yung risk na ginawa ng Global Esports sa kanila economy medyo nag-pay off. Pero maano pa rin, medyo sisingilin pa rin sila ngayon. Nevertheless, it's doable. They have showstopper para kay Paul V. And it will be used. Very early, close range. Pero isang trade, pero may kapalit din. 2 for 1. Make that 3 for 1. Si Lightning Fast makakuha ng kill doon kay Dep from another side of the map.
One enemy remaining.
Benkay.
What? Natag siya ng cam. I mean, that's something new I've seen here in Valorant. Sinabuyan mo yung TP para makapag-tag ka ng cam and natag si Bengkai. Ewan ko ba, 4v1 na to, pero Sugar Zero needs to smoke himself off. Alam niya na magiging lineup scenario na naman to at mukhang nahahanap na ng GE yung gusto nilang mga takes on the side. A little bit too late, Wolf. Pero an 8-4 for a halftime, that is the best you can get sa scenario na to.
Exactly. Too bad at all. Madaming na bangko ang ZETA sa kanilang puntos. Siyempre, para sa side ng Global Esports. Masaya na sila nakakuha sila ng 4. And this just proves na meron din talagang mga set plays at kaya talagang sumabay ng Global Esports. It's just that talagang yung mga first 4 rounds ng mapa na to talagang ang gulo ng kanilang mga execution. Kaya ngayon, at least, nahanap nila yung kanilang mga momentum and eventually might be able to close this round out. ZETA, obviously, napaka-comfortable sa spot nila ngayon with 8 points.
Think na-realize nila nung may operator na parang, finally, sige na nga, gamitin na natin yung mga flash natin. Sabay-sabay para at least wala tayong kailangan problemahin. And yun nga, when it comes to dry peaks, it just wouldn't work out. Especially magaling mag-reposition dito si Dep kanina. In the end, like we said, it's the best case scenario for GE. Especially dun sa simula nila. It really didn't seem promising at all. But in the end, we finish a first half with an 8-4. Win a pistol round, make it an 8-6, already good enough, diba? So, tignan natin kung mangyayari ba itong pistol round. Mukhang nagpainit lang si Polvi dun sa attacking kanina eh.
Oh. Warm up sa mismong official match na laglagan portion. Let's see. Ang attacker side ng ZETA ay pretty standard. Meron silang dalawang controllers. They have the Sentinel na si Laz for the anti-lurk. Anti-lurk/lurk. And obviously, yung single initiator na meron sila sa ngayon with Ups to the Sky. Taking up space. Not enough for now. Pero enough na para makakuha ng orb para kay Dep. Mukhang si Dep yung fino-focus nila dito na mabigyan ng showstopper early.
Parati kong nakikita si Lightning Fast na nagbabato nung snake bite niya. And I feel like medyo may konting kasamang pagmamadali yung kanyang mga snake bite dito. To the fact na medyo slow push naman for ZETA but he throws it off anyway and loses a snake bite to himself. But I think ito yung game plan ng ZETA anyway. Ubusin natin yung utility play. Maybe get some intel info na, oy, andito yung Cypher sa A. Might as well go B. And itong wingman, alam natin mangyayari dyan. Magpa-pop yan once na ilabas mo dahil ganun nakalapit. And this is gonna be too close for comfort para sa side ng GE. Sila yung nabigla dahil sa pagtitipid.
I think yung interesting dito para sa ZETA is talaga bang, may pinano ba nila itong ganito ka-slow na madaming rotations? Well, at least viable kasi sa blind. Pero ang naging resulta kasi nun, napaperas nga ng mga utilities ng GE, yun na makakuha sila fast. And good usage of the snake bite mula sa likod. Doon, si Sugar Zero, but Bengkai is gonna be there for the trade. Last, dalawang Cypher. Nagtatagisan dito. 6 seconds, itatry mag-plant. Bengkai has the upper hand and he will convert. 3 kills para kay Bengkai. And that's point number 5 para sa Global Esports.
Saves the day. I think the first half itself, wala ata siyang nakuhang kills doon at all masyado. At some point, I think parang 6th round natin, 0 kills pa rin siya. So ito na yung pagbangon ng api, especially nasa defense naman sila rito and makakapag-setup siya. Especially with the Cypher, you have control on the map and you have a cam. So, you would know where the info would be. Plus, siya yung natira. At least kahit papano, natag niya nga ng cam. And in the end, it's not enough time to really fight Bengkai around it and instead, really go for the plant. At least may pera ang ZETA. Yun na lang iisipin nila rito. But, buy round nga mula sa GE. They can hold this down, it might be an 8-6 Russ. Aware na may mga tao towards hookah. Dalawa detected pero mas marami ang laman.
Basically, holding yung close angle sa ngayon. Their bonus. Oh, their anti-eco. Kumbaga, for winning the first round. Madami ding merit na may aggressive ka na player dito sa may hookah. Especially Iko na may kalaban mo, kaso si Tet baka makapag-punish.
Yan ang magandang naisip. Yan ang magandang naisip ni Blaze King, gamitin yung util niya.
Oo. Well, pero nakapatay doon si Ras, no? So si Ras eventually with siya yung at least yung huling bullet na tumama with the Spectre wallbang. Parang bihira ako makakita ng mga ganun, but it worked afterwards. Hero try to take space sa ngayon. Without depth, ang hirap din ma-entry dito. But they do have a good smoke. So, good setup dahil sa kanila double controller. And mukhang makapag-plant naman sila. Oh no! Denied!
Kung ano yung lineup setup kanina, Wolf, para sa post-plant nila, dito nila nilalabas ngayon sa defense nila. Hindi makapag-plant at all, di makabuelo. Dalawang snake bite kahit wala pang nagpaparamdam. And then once may magparamdam, meron kang molly coming in from the KO as well. So far, gaya ng na-mention ko kanina, if they get the pistol round, hindi malabo, makukuha nila yung 8-6 ng madali.
Yeah. This is a good awakening para sa side ng global esports na alam naman natin na capable din talaga dito sa na may panalo tong ano nito at mukhang and kan set up ng Cypher bats coming from Bank that's Benkai, that's right. And I think yung napapansin natin dito sa side ng ZETA, hindi pa sila makahanap talaga ng tamang entry, which is interesting kasi maganda naman yung naka-double controller sila, tapos they do have the raise and even itong Trailblazer, and finally clearing out that part. The depth, kuha ng ult orb, 2 orbs away sa kanyang showstopper.
Ooh. Oh no, the timing. Paul V, galit na galit yung outlaw niya dito, and knowing na outlaw nga to, little bit wary is gonna be ZETA. In the end, kaya pa nilang mag-rotate to A, pero Cypher makakatapat nila doon kung sakasakali man. I feel like para sa ZETA, mas mag-work out yung mga aggressive pushes nila compared to this very slow ones. Kung saan na-outplay sila utility pa lang. Blaze King, alam niya na, nakakaramdam na naman siya. Anong util ang gagamitin mo? Matatimingan ka ba? The first initial pick-off is there. May tag pa mula sa Cypher. They know there's gonna be one more player here. Tamang dizzy lang din. Double swing, double push mula sa GE. And it works out in their favor. Last is gonna be depth para sa team na to. And 8-7 closing off itong ating second half, Wolf. Pagbangon ng api, literal.
Cool. Tatlong sunod-sunod at tatlong decisive na depensa mula sa global esports. Sabihin na natin yung una, parang dahil sa sobrang bagal ng ZETA, hindi sila naka-recover. Pero yung round number 2 tsaka round number 3 on this bonus para sa side ng global esports in the second half, malinis ang kanilang pagkaka-execute. Their coordination, way better. Ngayon lang tayo nakita ng effective na crossfire at double picks mula dun sa side ng global esports. So talaga nagising na sila, nawala yung fundamental sila sa first few rounds on the attack, pero ngayon ay balik na talaga nila lahat and biglang naging close ang bakbakan na to.
I think the more na nakakapagpainit at nakakapag-adjust dito yung global, the more na magiging malaki ang problema ng ZETA when it comes to very slow plays. Dahil nare-realize din ng GE yung movements around the map here. Other than that, I honestly think na pag nag-aggressive o pagbalik natin after this timeout, it would probably be that aggressive push na gagawin ng ZETA Division. Kailangan nilang mabigla dito yung players ng GE. And really, to get those initial pick-offs with the help of the raise that we have right now and the rest of the teams. Especially may double smoke nga sila gaya na sabi natin kanina.
Setup para sa side ng ZETA after that timeout. Meron silang showstopper pero syempre wala silang baril. I'm not sure if i-consider nilang mag-open up with this card. And Paul V will resolve dun sa kanyang outlaw, knowing na wala din namang economy yung kanyang kalaban, pwede siyang maghintay na lang ng kanyang tamang timing. Ayan, execute. Uy, nakakita ng isa, pero na-distract siya doon! Napatayin tuloy siya ni Yuran!
Naghahanap ng tripwire dito para kay Yao Ming. Binabaril nila pero hindi pa rin matamaan. Ayun, natamaan! What? Anong mga kills to? Di ko alam paano nagkoconnect yung stinger sa ganun kalayo. Tapos may ulo lang na nakikita pero hindi pa nakukuha.
Oh, makakuha ng isa. But Hero Ron, another kill with the Sheriff. Hindi ka talaga pwedeng antokin pagkalaban mo ang ZETA. Can't sleep on this team. Good paint shells. Blaze King, nabugaw. Benkay na blind na rin. They have confirmed na may takot yun. Binatuan na showstopper. Mosh. It's gonna be enough. Not gonna be enough, I mean. Para pigilan ang pag-plant na to. 2 versus 4. Terror.
Ewan ko kung ano nangyari sa round na to, ha. A little bit of a mishap para sa side ng GE. Lalo na lugi dapat sa baril itong players ng ZETA. Pero every shot counts. Every shot connects. Mahirap to para sa kanila.
Wow.
Magkakaroon pa ng libreng mga baril. Well, anyway, for GE, 9-7, I think it's not that far off still. At ewan ko, ano nangyari sa round na yun? Yung angle na hinahawakan nila dito, hindi nag-work out.
Makikita natin, si Paul V.
Pre-fire lang?
Pre-fire lang. Pero actually, kita yung konti pixel. Kasi nag-aanap siya, inangat niya yung outlaw niya. Siguro kasi, ang haba mo siya ng outlaw. Inangat niya yung outlaw niya. Naghahanap siya, na-distract siya ng isa-isa. And sabi mo nga, it's through the smoke. Kung hindi niya kita, na parang siya ni Yuran. Grabe naman mag-sukat. Ang bilis naman mag-isip ni Yuran kung ganun.
Malay mo, talagang chamba lang. Diba? Minsan may mga ganong kills din talaga eh. Alam mo yung pre-fire lang. Mahuhuli ka eh. And that was on the side of ZETA. Yet again, uy, may tripwire, sabi niya. Atras muna tayo dyan, sir. Dahil sa bagal ng movement ng ZETA dito, maaaring malikuran ng matindi. 2 tripwires, huling-huli yung dalawa, hindi makapush out agad-agad. Maliban na lang dun sa nagsatchel ata tong Raze mula sa dulo ng mundo. Maganda setup dito ng GE for retake scenario, ah.
Okay. Baka masyadong fast para dito sa ZETA itong decision nila na mag-plant ng ganun. At sabi mo nga, retake scenario, Polvi, though getting punished, critical punish shot, but yun, hindi pa maganda yung timing ni Lightning Fast Step. Sino nga ba mag-i-expect nun? At unti-unting pinapatumba ang mga members dito ng Global Esports, pati si Hero. Sheriff lang ang kailangan ko. That's all I need. And now they have found the last one. Blaze King taken out. Nawala ang init ng Global Esports.
Ang gulo nila doon. Parang hindi nila alam kung ano ba dapat yung titignan ko? Ano ba dapat yung tititigan ko dito sa mapa na to? Ang dami nangyayari masyado. And again, with the help of good placements mula sa tripwire ni Laz, meron kasing trip sa market, meron ding trip towards B-long. So, it goes to show na sure na rin talaga yung ZETA na B yung ititake nila during that time. And because of that, nakatawid man si Paul V with the satchel from the flank itself. Hindi naman makakatawid basta-basta yung Viper, which is si Lightning Fast. Kaya huling-huli rin siya sa akto dun sa flank na scenario nila. Unfortunately, isa lang yung napulot nila dong kills. Anyway, 10-7 na ngayon, and ZETA a little bit more pushy para sa A site natin dito as Trash is already being used. Meron tayong Odin na kapit-kapit lang naman din. Polvi for the showstopper. Will it connect? Yes, it does. Para kay Sugar Zero, tamang patience lang din to force out positioning and another shot to connect. So far, so good para sa side nga dito ng GE on their post or retake scenario. Pero kulang pa, nagde-defuse na si Wingman. Kailangan nilang pigilan. Trash connects completely. And Blaze King, with the help of the Wingman, defuses the spike. Hindi nila kailangan lumapit, Wolf.
Oo, ang ganda ng pinakita doon ni Blaze King. Eventually, makakuha ng 4 si Yuran. Imagine that round para sa side ng ZETA na ang ganda na ng kanilang setup. They were already able to get the site, and alam nila na yung GE hindi ganun kaganda yung post plant in the past few rounds. Pero this one perfectly played. Gusto ko yung timing na ginamit si Wingman pati si Trash. Ang ganda nung pagkakakonect nila, especially with already someone na nagbabantay dun sa pag-defuse, and parang nagka-bait and bait and switch, pero mga Wingman at Trash yung ka-trade, parang ganun. So ang ganda nung pinakita doon ni Blaze King.
Si Dep yung nahuli. Exactly doon sa positioning nung sisirain niya sana yung Wingman. Pero ito, magkakasiraan na naman ng bait dahil Judge ang makikita nila. Blaze King, little bit pushy here on long. Gusto nilang paalisin ng mga miyembro ng GE. Even a molly being used just to deny yung possible entry na ginagawa nga ng ZETA towards VLONG. Pero hindi pa tapos ang lahat. Isa pa lang ang nawawala sa kamay ng ZETA. Pero yung importante pa, which is yung kanilang duelist.
10 points para sa ZETA at nabawasan siya ni Dep. So far, lahat ng rounds na wala si Dep para sa ZETA, hindi ganun ka-successful yung attack nila. So, crucial pick-off to mula dun sa Global Esports. And how will the team without the duelist now enter the site? Inuha na nila with info. Anong sagot? Laz?
Grabe yung mga direct ka.
Oo nga eh.
Oh.
Yun. Kakitaan. Huli.
30 seconds left.
Most action we've seen in this round. Yung mga pictura nung camera nung dalawa. Pero ito na tayo na dahil sa mga smokes, makikita na natin yung pagpa-plant ng spike. Tamang delay with that snake bite. Pero ang ganda nung blind, nag-connect completely kay Lightning Fast. 13 seconds remaining, Wolf. Mukhang ilalabas na rin, pati yung ult dito ni Sugar Zero. And this is already the plant being taken off. And Benkay, nahuli ata siya ng trip ward dun.
Exactly. Ross, hindi magandang timing, pero will recover, gets one. Transfer out sa kaliwa. But ang problema dito yung oras. Nape-pressure sila sa oras dito. Blaze King going up against 3. Will not get it. For some reason, ZETA nakapasok pa rin kahit sobrang bagal. And it was started by that orbital strike mula kay Sugar Zero at yung dalawang smokes na rin. Parang ginamit din yung orbital strike na pang-deny ng space at pang-deny din ng vision. Kasi may ano pa rin yan, di ba? Parang ka pa rin may smoke in a way. So parang na ginamit ni Sugar Zero buong utility niya just for them to get inside the site at naging successful in the end.
Not only that, it cleared out completely yung space na yon as well. Kasi kung kahit smoke lang ang ilapag mo dyan, hindi mo pa rin sure na walang tao. But with an orbital strike, 100%, they're not gonna be in that space, in that scenario. And unfortunate lang din talaga para sa side dito ng GE. The timings mula sa ZETA, parati na lang nasasaktuhan. Si Lightning Fast nga, gusto lang mag-reload na Ferrari pick pa.
Yeah. 11 points for ZETA because of that. Tapos, ang masakit dito sa round number 20 is walang bakit yung economy ng Global Esports. Isa lang yung na-recover nila, which is on Blaze King. At match point yun. So, ang naging diskarte nila, so it seems, ay maging aggressive. I mean, ZETA, alam nila na Egol sa weaponry yung kalaban, so pwede nga naman sugurin. Snake Bites being deployed mula dun sa defenders. At na-clear yung hookah because of the Trailblazer. Pwedeng pasukan ng dalawa. Two-pronged attack mula dito sa side ng ZETA.
Showers ang na-clear para sa ating side. Ang lalim nung dog na yun, instead of backside or lamps. Instead, kinlear nila yung showers para magkaroon ng space. Itong membro ng ZETA para makapush. And this push coming in from showers as well gave them a lot of problems. Dahil lang dun. Slowly but surely, sinabi ko kanina na baka ang paraan ng ZETA dito is to be more aggressive on the takes. But it seems like mas na-polish lang nila yung mga angle na kailangan nilang i-take. Comparing sa GE kanina, Wolf, it's more of really what important or gaano ka-importante yung pag-check nila nung corner.
Ano naman no? Ganda nung ginawa dito ng ZETA in a way na inaggressive. I guess, simple put, naging aggressive lang sila noon. Tapos tama lang talaga usage ng utilities nila to check the right corners. Then, after nun, parang in-game knowledge siya lang na, okay, so clear yung bats dito, pwede kayo pumasok agad. And then, gin-over up with aggressive snake bites para talaga makapasok sa site. Well thought of mula sa ZETA division. Blaze King, naku po, nakita nga. He drops step ang nakakuha ng isang quick swing. And straight yung very accurate shot ng Phantom sa ganun distansya.
Not quite sure. Lalo na alam mong merong tao na nag-aabang doon. Isa na pa-TP. And that's actually the one with the spike as well. Si Hero yon. Nag-aabang na lang dito si Paul V with that flash settling in. Yung pre-fire na yon saved them as well from that operator shots. Ang swerte ng mga angle dito ng ZETA actually. Ang linis nilang maglaro so far.
Super clean. Dalawa ay nakatumamig na 3. Go out. Showstopper para kay Dep. Napakalalim na naabot. Rush to take out one. But there is the trade. Showstopper. And now it's up to Lightning Fast na naglalakad sa ngayon. Mabagal na mabagal. Baka makaharap ng short distance. Ayun na nga! He's out! And ZETA takes game 1.
Grabe tong game na to. Game number 1 is basically the fundamentals of VALORANT. Checking your corners. Na VALORANT 101 tayo dito ng ZETA pati na rin ng GE. You cannot aggress in a sort of position na posible kang ma-one and done. And I think Blaze King, each and every time he holds that kind of possession, parati siyang lugi, parati siyang talo pagdating sa mga ganong positioning niya towards Octa. And I feel like it's not worth it. Instead, you could kind of play for a retake scenario na posibleng mangyari, pero hindi ganon yung kaganapan dito sa laban na to. I feel like GE could do better for the next maps, especially para dito sa mga ibang players nila. Olvi, kapag nag-online to, kaya naman pag nag-step up siya, it could be scary for ZETA.
Yeah. Nakita naman natin na nandun naman the skills are there. They're hitting the shots. Yeah. At pag coordinated yung GE, ang layo no kanilang performance. So they can really overrun. Yun nga lang talaga, nag-let go sila dun sa kanilang mga quote-unquote fundamentals na na-mention dito ni Taylor, to the point na nagsusnowball na yung kanilang nakalaban. And hindi sila talaga consistent on sa round. So, yun yung naging problema nila, Taylor. For now, ibabato muna natin sa ating panel for discussion of map number 1 bago tayo pumunta sa map number 2. So, panel, kayo muna.
Division just made GE make the mistakes and they just played into it.
Yeah, I mean, just quite frankly, a lot of times ZETA was just outplaying them, outthinking, outreacting to them. You know, great utility usage. Hirodon in particular started out hot, you know, went like 10-0 or something to start this before he finally died, but he was landing some really impactful flashes. And Depp is Depp. I mean, that play he had at B Teleporter was beyond belief. He dodges the Thrash, gets the repeat kill, and then TP's out.
Like it was nothing.
That is unreal. And this is a thing that I've been really impressed with again, and I'm going to say it time and time again, is that his Raze is way better this year. Way better. And that was a great example of like one of those Raze plays that he did not make last year.
I mean, vastly improved. Basically carrying over whatever he had on Jet to Raze, you know, fast movement, fast reactions, knowing exactly what to do. But apart from that, I mean, the whole team, kind of like what Miko is saying, just operated really well. You can see that they really fixed a lot of, you know, some of the things from last year. You know, good standard operating procedures, especially because they had just the best start on defense. And I think that's the main thing about this map too. They managed to pick the right side. They had the great composition for it, and just the right protocols. Like Euron was really impressive to me because the way that he played Viper, the way he controlled the map, just like falling back bound by bound. If I think they're gonna come from short, I'll fall back to like lamps. I'll jiggle for footsteps. I'll throw out a snake bite. It's like for easy kills, dude. Like it's just so good. And of course, you know, Depp being the MVP.
Yeah, no doubter here. I mean, he was just unreal. I mean, that Sheriff shot he had from short up to A Heaven, like just, he's unbelievable right now. Like a 360, 350 ACS is out of control. He's just incredible. But it's teamwork here. I mean, and they have great senses. They have great timings. I mean, the time lads caught Russ for loading, like all of these things, like their ability to coordinate and work off of each other as well, just has gotten better in a very short amount of time, and that is very scary for everyone else left in this event.
I remember when we were talking a little bit earlier on about confidence too. I think because of such a great start that ZETA had, Global started to lose confidence a little bit, and as you go into the second half, there was this one round, I think it was round 16. ZETA lost like their bonus round and had to go for an eco, but off of the timeout, they were confident enough to come in with like movement as a team to throw off like Polvy's crosshair placement, and then just the widest, most confident swings with the Sheriff, and they actually broke apart Global Esports defense that way.
Those are rounds that, of course, you know, no team should be winning, right? But at the same time, these are rounds that I think ZETA Division of last year would not be winning. It just goes to show how much they've improved, right? Especially with, again, Coach Carla coming in with something new and the new guns coming in. So it's working so well for ZETA, and I feel like on the side of Global Esports, you know, what more can they do? I don't think that, you know, the Zeta division that everybody knew from last year does not exist anymore, Paper Thin.
No, it's even better so far. I mean, in my eyes, this is better in every aspect. And like even their comms are better, I think, because there was that one aspect to hop over Laz's trap wire way at the back of B, right, in the alley, and then they wrap around, they get Sugar 0 in Octagon, and then immediately someone's there to turn and make sure that he isn't a problem. Like, so that to me is like good comms as on top of everything else that is going well.
Really flowing as a team. I will say though, the one thing that doesn't look so great sometimes, yeah, their attacking side.
Yeah.
It was a little bit rough. I mean, it is bind after all, but the other thing is just like sometimes like really rough, the way that they just like kind of what Asterai mentioned, just dry contact peeking into, you know, no utility, let's just walk out of a choke point. And Global Esports is like, hey, I'm on the other side. Welcome, I'll open the door for you, but you'll get shot. And that's basically what happens. If we, you know, go into the next map and Zeta is starting out on that attacking side, it's not going to be the greatest thing. Remember, this is Lotus. They played this against T1. They were completely stopped by Excurate and Rossi every step of the way. Every step of the way. It's a little bit rough. And I think maybe Global Esports got into their heads a little bit on this map. If they kind of come in with a refreshed, reset mindset, you know, they'll be performing a lot better, and Zeta has to watch out.
Well, this is a Zeta Division's pick, right? So they must want to do this retake on Lotus. They want to see, like, you know, hey, we can do even better than that. Excurate is not here, so but that might give a hint for Global Esports, right? It gives a hint on, like, what would make Zeta Division stop in their tracks, and it's a player like Excurate who can fill those shoes on the side of Global Esports, right? Who is willing to take up that role to be that stopper for Zeta?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and I think Depp is clearly on one today again, so he could be that guy like he has been many times in the past, but frankly, the young players as well have really stepped up today. Once again, you know, Yuan and Hirodon like came out the gate swinging and didn't let go. So, I mean, Laz does a great job on this Cypher. I really like some of the trick plays he has. So I'm pretty sure that Asterai was right. He caught it, that there was a late trapwire thrown that caught Benkai in one of those later rounds that threw him off, like through all the smokes and confusion. So he's clearly gotten really good at this Cypher as well. But, you know, last time we saw him in the Killjoy on Lotus. So is that going to be the same pick here? It's fine if he does it. I know.
Well, you just want the chamber.
I do.
You
but
just want
but
the
look what
chamber.
Excurate did to you. Just do that to the other team. It's easy.
That's true. That's true. I mean, like, yeah, it's definitely, you know, it's definitely a good sign actually when your star player, somebody like Laz on the side of Zeta Division, isn't the star player or as much of a star player anymore, right? Because it shows that like the rest of the team is definitely stepping up. It's exciting to see, especially since there's always been a lot of attention on Laz Quack. I mean, we saw him looking like the protagonist he is at the beginning of the match, right? He was meditating, he was really taking in everything and ready to attack.
I mean, that's definitely what Zeta Division does. You know, you're expecting Depp, you're expecting Laz, and then new guns who are doing so darn well. For Global Esports, to your earlier point, Mika, I do think the ones to stop them, at least on the map like Lotus, has to be someone like Benkai. It's got to be lightning fast because they are the ones playing the defensive agents. And if they can delay, if they can put a stop to them, then it would be good. But, you know, if Laz picks Chamber and then he like out snipes and out ops them, you know, it might be a different story. So Laz, Chamber onegai shimasu.
Oh, we can wish for it. Who knows? Maybe it's too early to play that card. Maybe still, you know, waiting it out a bit. But I do want to turn attention to Global Esports just a bit, right? Because we're talking about how much improvement there is on Zeta Division. And again, it's been, you know, it's been how many matches so far for Global Esports. We're seeing teams slowly improve, like for example, Team Secret. But for Global Esports, it doesn't seem to be jiving just yet. And the question is, how much longer do we have to wait for this team to finally come together?
Yeah, I mean, I hope not long. I think there's good pieces in place here, but Benkai was struggling a little bit, and again, something that we talked about earlier is that Zeta clearly identified was to make sure to deal with his lurks, make sure to deal with some of his off angles that he tried to take. Like, every time he tried to take showers, it felt like that it was shut down by Zeta when they were on their defender side. They really keyed in and identified that as a position that they had to deal with quickly and effectively if they were going to get retakes successfully, and they did.
Yeah, to me, like, Global Esports sometimes looks like this team that you got all the right puzzle pieces. You just got to put them together. The other thing, is just Lotus. We don't have that much data on Global Esports as Lotus, except for like last year, which is outdated. So
yeah,
this composition now. All right, we got Gecko coming in.
Sure.
And the fade.
Yeah, Gecko's good everywhere now. Like, just period. Like, there's so many ways to combo off of it. It's really, really good.
Yeah, definitely.
No chamber.
We are no chamber just yet. I'm sorry, guys. We're gonna have to wait just a little bit longer. But right now, as we're seeing, double initiator on the side of Global and double control on the side of ZETA.
Yeah, this is pretty much kind of their styles, right? Like with the players they have in place, this is what they want to do.
Yeah, well, we're gonna see exactly what they want to do as we head into what could potentially be the final map. Let's toss it on over to our casters, Achilles.
Oy, Achilles, kamusta ka naman dyan?
I'm okay. Hindi pala mo.
Okay pa naman lahat dito, guys. Dahil game number 2 na nga tayo between GE versus, of course, ZETA Division. After nito, matuwa akong mag-Japanese.
Oo nga eh. Ohio.
Nani!
Nani.
Ito kasi si Wood, nagsisend pa ng TikTok eh. Tatrabaho na nga eh. One-way smoke towards si Benkay. Ang una nila makakatapat kung sakasakali man. May tripwire dyan. Pero angat sa lipunan ang gusto nilang gawin dito. From above, from below. Lahat na ng pwede mong makita. Nakita na nila. Pero si Yuran galit na galit. Ubos na lahat.
Only place kings left para mapag-plant ang attackers. At nasa compromise spot. Pwede pa siyang mag-mind games dito pero dahil ang dami niya masyadong kalaban, napakahirap. In fact, si Dep ay nakahanda na dito. Oh! Kaso low siya eh. Kanina din itong si Benkay nakakuha na ng isang hit dun sa ulo with the frenzy. Unfortunately, not enough. At dahil dyan, Global Esports ay magbibigay ng unang pistol round na naman sa ZETA. And we're gonna see it again in action.
Nubos ni Yuran eh. Alam mo yun, wala naman sa B yung laban, pero napunta doon. Sa C sila nagpa-plant, pero yung laban napunta sa B main. Naubos ni Yuran yung tatlo, kahit na merong Prowler na nakaabang, alam niya exactly kung saan babarel. Alam niya ang dapat headshot yung mag-connect para sa kanya, lalo na naka-ghost naman siya doon.
Ang kagandahan dito para sa global, sorry for ZETA is pwede na i-farm yung mga orbs na yun because of the one-way smoke naman na meron dito si Sugar Zero. Enough para mag-ipon. At dahil nga naman dun sa rotation na yun, biglang yung ZETA biglang apat yun nandito, nag-react dun sa may A. Pero ang tunay na diskarte is is going to be A. I mean, sa C sila nag-react, apat. Nandun si Sugar Zero at really convincing yung acting nila dito but eventually alam na ito yung atake.
Fake sold, sabi nila rito. Tingnan natin though kung makakapag-plant sila ng matiwasay dahil paparating na rin all throughout itong mga miyembro ng GE at si Dev! Nako, lahat na ng spray ginawa niya, kumbaga, pero dalawa lang ang mahuhuli niya dito, giving the gun away towards Russ. 3v4 scenario, doable para sa side ng GE if they play their cards right. And Russ, good for 2. Now in a 1v2 scenario, makakayanan pa ba Blaze King? Sa kanya lahat mapupunta ng pressure na to onto the left side. Basang-basa niya na kung paano gumalaw si Blaze King. And that's gonna be a 2-0 for ZETA, pero a very expensive round.
Expensive. Nevertheless, bonus naman yung kanilang harapin. Mukhang maganda na no? Ganda na nung kanilang pag-rotate, pag-divert, yung pag-sell nga nila nung nakita nating rotation. But nakahanap pa rin ng open yung G. At interestingly, bibili sila dito, sasabayan nila.
Wala silang pera eh. Kapag malayo masyado yung angle and not set yung post plant, wala silang chance at all. So, that was the best decision that GE has made for that round specifically as well. Yeah. Round na nila ngayon, napakalalim towards C. Aware dito ang GE na hindi magiging or possibly A site yung magiging take nila. And because of this 3-man flank, may ipit yung ZETA dito unless they answer back with crazy kills.
At wala rin turret na nakaabang for the anti-lurk. And interesting to ZETA hindi sila nag-bonus buy talaga. Yung kanilang napili dito for round number 3. After nga nung kakasabi natin expensive round pero sabi nila hindi kami marunong magtipid, bigay luho. Pero napag-plant pa rin sila. Meron naman showstopper. Ang ganda ng connections habang zero naman ako na isa.
Wow.
And now, the buy coming out from ZETA. It pays off talaga. Makakuha ng isa si Blaze King, but only one remains para sa Global Esports on their own buy round. And eto, sugal sa bonus ng ZETA. Sobrang boundary talaga.
Kumbaga, hindi magagalit si boss eh, no? ROI para sa side ng ZETA dito. Worth it yung kanilang naging buy for this one dahil they take on the bonus. They get still extra money as well. Blaze King, mafo-force mag-save. And I do wanna take note and say na this retake scenario for GE, lamang dapat sila dun eh. Pero walang pressure enough onto A site para makabuelo itong tatlong miyembro na nagfa-flank. Namatay agad yung kasama ni Blaze King. And because of that, it was only him being left alone on the corner. Kumbaga, the man who can't be moved na siya dun eh.
Oo. Kakaiba. Ang makikita natin. Biglang sila pa talaga yung nakakuha ng lamang. I guess, kahit walang nakasetup na anti-flank ay okay pa rin dahil maganda yung pagkaabasa ng ZETA. At the same time, ang bilis din kasi nila mag-take over dun sa side. Kumbaga, before pa maging successful yung mga flank at kung ano man yung pinaplano ng GE, mas maganda na agad yung post-plant scenario para doon sa ZETA. And now, makikita ulit natin yung pag-take over nila dun sa mound, kuha ng orb, sabay swing back, magtitira ng isa, most likely it's going to be the Killjoy si Laz, tapos rotate papuntang either B or A. Mukhang A ulit. At ang talagang sasalubong lang, ang contact lang dito is just a fade. Pero buti na lang, etong si Blaze King, merong Vandal.
Sabihin na lang ni Benkay, galingan mo dyan, Blaze King. Pakita mo naman kung nasan yung kalaban, may cam tayo eh. Kaso, because of just a simple snake bite, mafo-force out siya sa positioning niya. And he was the only one who actually had the Vandal to try and recover. Ito na naman, galawang ZETA. Sige, push tayo, pero may pull na kasama dahil atras na naman sila and instead, they would rather take the space that Last created for them. Nako, nag-stuck pa sila sa A. Na-mind games sila, Wolf.
Sobrang take your time lang ang ZETA dito at maghanap ng perfect na timing. Hindi magpapabulag, hindi magbibigay ng libreng baril whatsoever on this anti-eco that they have. At mahirap na to. Sobrang hirap dito. Lalakad kayo na naka-classics lang. Makakuha. Si Paul V still holds on dun sa kanilang Vandal. Yuran ready for that. And now Paul V converts. Pero nandun si Dep mula sa malayo. Paul V for the second kill. 2 for 2 doon sa scenario na yon. At biglang winnable ang round, ang call ng Global Esports. But they don't have the best time. Look at this cross. Nakaserap. Triple cross. In fact, parang triangle. Triangle defense. Mula dito sa side ng ZETA. Sino unang biktima? That's gonna be Poppy and then Benkay. Well done mula sa ZETA.
Parang 4v2 yung laban. First contact turret. Saka tayo lalapag ng sarili nating atin. And of course, the pressure is really on towards GE here to make something happen. Nagkaroon sila at least ng mga Vandals during that time. Especially dito sa nangyari towards Silong. But other than that, ang hirap pasukin itong triangle formation na to. Kumbaga, nira-round secured mo na eh. Sa tagal nila na nasa C, nakaset na lahat nung post-plant. Ito, may masakit. At si Yuran yun, dahil may Odin siya. Alam niya exactly kung saan babarel. And lightning fast, re-smokes or actually smokes off B main here. Prowler, ubus na para sa side ng yun ng ZETA. Nagamit na lahat, pero nga lang makakapasok ng libre. Si Dep, siya lang mag-isa sa site though. Kailangan niya ng tulong. Ito, judge lang to, Bessie ah.
Ang ganda ng combo nila yung Seize plus yung Molly, yung Snake Bite. Tamang timing. Tapos, kung sakali, merong Odin mula sa malayo. And another viral mula sa Global Esports na hindi sila nakaporma, nabugaw ng napakadali lang mula dun sa ZETA division. And it's mainly because dun sa combining yung entry, Satchel after nung Paranoia plus the Pain Shell. Tapos after nung Paranoia plus Pain Shell, Seize and Snake Bite. Parang paano ka nga ba talaga makakaporma sa ganung klaseng execution mula dun sa ZETA?
I mean, madedelay mo nga yung ibang miyembro ng ZETA o kaya si Dep lang yung nasa loob ng site. Pero wala ka namang control towards A-Link. Isa lang yung taong nag-aantay sa B. Madali lang i-push out, ika nga. Operator, buntikan pang matimingan dito si Benkay. 45 HP remaining, magtitipi sa kanyang harapan. Aware siya sa nangyayari. Without any scope, alam niya na kung anong gagawin. Even with a triple kill here, the round still would go to ZETA. It's just them trying to punish this operator para wala silang issue, wala silang problema sa susunod na rounds.
It's gonna be 5 points para sa ZETA. No issue whatsoever. Tira rin dalawang members ng ZETA. But the point is a point. And looking at the economy ng ating mga ulti. Ay, well, mamaya na yan. Dahil punta muna natin yung replay. Eto, si Yuran. The wall
Magawa
bang.
nga to sa rank.
Oo nga eh.
Kahit ikaw, kakabahan ka na lang din mag-aggressive push kung Odin nila, alam nila exactly kung saan tumatagos eh.
Grabe. 3-round setup na nabawasan agad. Siguro yung Global Esports na nasi-shake din yung kanilang resolve, yung at least yung formation nila pag merong mga ganong klaseng pick-up. Kasi ikaw, kahit sino naman siguro na may imagine natin na parang mabawasan kayo agad na isa, naghahabol kayo, you're down 4-0, tapos ito na sana gun round nyo na, biglang -1 kayo pagkalabas ng mga barrier. Parang nakaka-awit nga naman nun sa pakiramdam, and dahil doon,
wala ka pang nakikita, patay ka na.
Oo, awit talaga. So parang siguro na nawala yung momentum at focus nila on their defense doon, at na halatang shaken sila nung round na yun.
2 steps into the round, namatay ka. Nang walang kalaban-laban, wala ka pang bawi. And we've seen this time and time again na ginagawa rin from the players kapag naglalaro sila. Especially dito sa mapa na to, gaya ng sabi natin gawa sa papel tong map na to eh. Ang daming pwede mong hanapan ng butas at diretso. Rekta yung angle dun sa mismo kung saan mawawala yung barrier orb natin. Pero ito, ZETA, alam nila na natanggal nila yung operator. Pero pipilitin pa rin talaga ng GE dahil nga multiple loss na rin sila. May bonus na meron na nakuha itong mga players na to. Paul V safe on his position unless hindi siya nakita din nung ating Roomba. Pang-amba lang eh, no? Sabay alis?
Psycho talaga. Psycho is the way to go. Yan ang napapansin natin sa sa ZETA mostly. And ang kanilang gagawin ay maglagay ng mga tropa nila dito sa may A. Dalawa yung nakadepensa naman dun sa A, which is the Gecko as well as the Cypher. Kaso nalagpasan nila yung depensa dito ni Benkay. And ang maganda lang, meron silang trash tsaka dual theft. And also the showstopper. This could be good. Yuran, hawakan yung mahabang angulo dun sa may A. And we'll enter the site ngayon. Meron namang anti-lurk. So this is it. This is the plan na magagawa ng ZETA.
Hindi nga natapakan yung trip war. Interesting. Hinahanap nila yung cam as well. Pero hindi pa, o nabaril na, hindi pa ata nila nahahanap. So far, ZETA, they wanna secure rounds here. They wanna secure info as well. Hero, nakaligtas pa. Nightfall gonna be used right now. And Satchel in, papasok. Pero Yuran, again with an Odin here, mahihirapan sila. Depth, kita mo, hold position lang. Panakot lang tayo dito. Nahuling nagpupulot ng orb si Kuya Muras.
Grabe. Ang lungkot ng mga pangyayari. Well, nabigla nila plan, but eventually it will be there. 3 kills para kay Dep. And that's a Pulsar Flawless. Grabe! Imagine, sinabi natin ng mga importanteng mga ultimates available para sa Global Esports. Maganda sana, that's the ulti ni Gecko, pati na rin yung showstopper na na-deny lang ng ganun-ganun. I wonder kung paano na-shutdown. Wala talagang tinalunan lang siya. And then obviously yung Nightfall ay napakalaking bagay nung wala kang marinig. Denial of information ng auditory cues mula dun sa kanilang kalaban. Yun yung naging importante. The timing from Hero dahil nakuha siya ng isang kill tapos activate no kanyang Nightfall. Yun yung hindi tinake into consideration ng Global Esports.
They have to connect the shots pero one-way smoke agad ang makikita ni Paul V dito. May Dizzy. Nanggaling to sa side ng GE all the way from Waterfall. So alam nila, no, info is definitely there. Ito na naman yung ambahan portion nila. Baka mag-rotate na lang ang ZETA dito. They wanna make sure na, okay, dami na nilang nasayang na utility play. And susubukan sanang kumuha ng space ni Blaze King dito. At least, nakita niya na nagro-rotate na nga.
Unusual na pag-peak dun. Maybe too early. At ngayon, paranoia mula dun sa attackers. And will connect pati na rin yung mga Prowler. And that's gonna be Benkay overwhelmed by 3 members of ZETA. Russ, makakuha ng isa. There's the wingman though. Makapag-plant sa ngayon ang side ng ZETA division, pero si Russ makakuha ng isang kill kay Yuran. 3 versus 3 scenario, biglang winnable para sa Global Esports.
Nakahiras yung bola. Buti na lang na-hold niya yung sight until the very end. Naririnig nila yung pagpa-plant dito ng spike. They move a little bit further as well. Interesting. Are they deciding? I think kung may mamamatay sa kanila dito, they would opt for a save because of this operator. But other than that, naghahanap lang sila dito ng mapipitas muna. And that is the job that needs to be done mula dito sa dalawang players ng GE. Instead, nahanap sila isa-isa, hihimayin ng ZETA Division dito ang GE. The defense that they're showing right now, gulong-gulo rin sila kung saan ba sila titingin.
Kakaiba, no? Parang for some reason, they let go.
Hindi nila mahanap.
At ang nakakabaliw na isipin dito is, okay na sana eh. They could have just really taken over dun sa site, pero nag-decide sila dahil meron silang operator na, okay, what if umatras muna tayo ng konti para may tamang distansya tayo, pero yung time na ginawa nila na in-spend nila kasi umalis sila, so kinailangan nila maghanap afterwards. Parang dahil nilet go nila yung control, yung pag-retake nila, lalo pa silang nalugi. In fact, yung operator na gusto nilang gamitan ng distansya sana, wala lang din nangyari kasi nandun lang sa baba. Parang yung timing naging off. Napaka-interesting na decision mula dun sa Global Esports to go for that play actually. At nakita naman natin na nag-backfire talaga yun.
The thing is, I think ine-expect ng GE na mas magkakalat pa yung ZETA na, okay, nakuha na natin yung post-plant, hanapin na natin, huntingin na natin yung mga natitirang members dito ng GE. Pero it's the complete opposite of their expectations. Napaka-responsable maglaro ng ZETA Division dito. Once they put on the spike, why would I bother going around the map na maghanap ng kalaban if yung round yung gusto kong i-secure? You know, gusto nating hawakan yung crossfire na meron tayo. And the fact na si Benkay, I think hindi na siya magpo-position sa kanyang sarili dito na in a one and done. Alam niyang may prowler setup yung ZETA na kaya siyang i-clear out ng napakabilis. Ang tagal nilang in-anticipate yung A-site kung tutuusin ha. Kasi may cam sila dun. Alam na nila, nakikita nila yung setup mula dun sa nano, alarm bot, everything else. Pero hindi pa rin nila masagot.
Sobrang kakaibang decision making mula sa Global Esports. Hindi natin alam kung ano ba yung tumatakbo sa utak nila dito. Is it a miscommunication problem or is it a misread problem? Ang sure tayo dito is 7 points yung naibigay nila sa ZETA ng ganun-ganun lang. At yung iba pa doon, yung mga crucial na buy round, tapos meron pa sila mga ultimates. So parang masabi natin may mga nasayang talaga ng rounds eh.
And you see, for ZETA, how important it is to clear out angles. Kahit yung simpleng stairs angle na yan, yung corner na yan, gusto nilang wallbangin, gusto nilang bigyan ng snake bite just to make sure no one's waiting. And speaking of, si Russ ang unang biktima dito ng ZETA Division na naman. Ito na naman yung pagki-clear out nila ng site. Dahan-dahang lumalabas. Ini-aim labs ng ZETA Division dito ang GE. And that's gonna be a very, very clean 8-0. Oh my God.
Well done mula dun sa side ng ZETA. Alam naman natin na eco round yun para sa Global Esports. Pero even then, parang yung the way na nag-execute sila, talagang wala kang mahanap na butas eh. Even look at this setup na cross nila, para triple cross ulit na magkalay dun sa may B. Deciding din na B yung kanilang kunin was also very nicely thought of mula dun sa ZETA kasi alam nila na hindi enough yung barrel para sa GE. At ngayon, Global Esports, hindi pa rin, kulang pa rin yung yung kanila economy, magana pa lang sila, light shields lang lahat. And for the first time, aangat dito si Paul V dun sa may mound, wala siyang mahanap sa ngayon. Unfortunate
Kung magtitiis
timing.
pogi siya, baka meron. Kasi mahilig naman mag-rotate tong ZETA eh. So,
True.
it's more of really hindi nila mabasa at all yung laro ng ZETA Division dito. Kaya over and over again, nako-caught off guard lang din sila. Ang daming ang gunfights na nangyayari towards A main para ma-clear out yung angles nila eh. And I feel like kahit man lang kaunting jump peak, wala tayong nakikita sa GE. May halong takot yung pagpipeak ng angle dito.
Interesting. And I do agree with you actually, parang there's a Tama, kitang-kita naman natin. Sobrang evident na mukhang, yun nga, na parang sa takot. Ito na Polvi. T-Spoggy. Bawa na dalawa! Patience! is a virtue! At na-reward doon si Polvi ng dalawa.
Sabi niya, ito na guys ha, baka naman. Nabawasan ko na ng dalawa, baka naman. Yun ang sabi niya dito. And like we predicted a while ago, kung may patience siyang mag-antay towards Silong, I think makaka-pick up siya ng kills dahil mahilig nga mag-rotate ang ZETA. Pero speaking of rotation, they heavily rotated towards A. All clear para sa kanilang post-plant scenario dito. And with the help of a Viper ult, mahirap na retake scenario to for them. May Nightfall sila, pero inaantay pa nila lahat ng miyembro ng rotations para lang makuha to ng sabay-sabay.
Dizzy, nakakonekta sa dalawa, pero yung Viper speed na na-set up na dito ay malaking bagay na mula doon sa mga attackers. Mush, perfectly timed. Maganda naman ginawa din Polvi, transitioning to the Phantom at makakuha ng 4. Finally, Global Esports nakakuha ng magandang execute, and dahil dun sa sinabi ni Taylor, tiis Pogi ang ginawa ni Polvi.
Worth it naman eh.
Worth
it naman eh. Yun nga kasi yung kulang sa kanila. Wala silang advantageous position. Alam mo yun? You see these players na, okay, ZETA has been clearing out angles since a while ago ng malinis na malinis. Pero dahil walang sumisilip for the side of GE o walang nagja-jump peak, walang kumukuha ng mas aggressive positioning, hindi nila napapansin or talagang nakiklear out na, okay, malinis tong Silong, so wala tayong problema, wala tayong kailangang isipin. Kaya nabigla dito yung ZETA. And for that, maswerte si Polvi na nakadalawa siya doon at na-force out niya yung rotation.
Very quick na movement mula doon kay
Isa pa daw.
Ito, isa pa. Patience is a virtue. Dizzy, di kumagat.
Matitempt siyang
galing sa kaliwa.
pulutin.
Yun na, pero may... No! Siya naman nakasa, pero there's a trade. Pero na-deny nila yung operator, user for now. At yung 1-for-1 na yun, knowing na may isa pa dun sa may C-site, alam nila, okay, lamang tayo na numbers dito sa may A, pasok.
Do have that number advantage, Benkai. Playing a little bit close to the site. Kumukuha lang siya ng info towards stairs as well habang inaantay yung rotations ng iba. Trash all the way from Link here. Walang tao na makikita yan. Instead, it falls off onto the site. And ito na yung showstopper na inaabangan natin. Meron bang makukuha si Dep? O tamang pang-amba lang to para sa kanya. Para lang ma-delay lalo tong GE. And it seems like that's the way it is unless it connects to Blaze King. Now for Lightning Fast, sisilip siya ng mabilisan. Dizzy coming in. Trash nowhere to go. Pero Dep, on the other hand, secures one before everyone gets traded off sa kamay na naman ng ZETA.
Binilisan. Wala nang patumpik-tumpik pa mula dun sa side ng ZETA. Well, alam naman natin, ganun yung nangyari. Malaking bagay na dalawa yung inallocate ng Global Esports. Surely nakakuha sila ng trade-off dun sa may C. Kaso, information yon. And the fact of the matter remains, nag-aggressive double satchel kasi dun si Dep. Ibig sabihin, malalim agad yung ZETA dun sa may A site. At hindi handa yung Global Esports to defend. This time, better post-plant and good usage of the showstopper dahil doon 9 points ang nasecure ng ZETA.
Kala ko may mapipitas na naman si Yuran eh. Dep, little bit faster this time. Pain Shells being thrown in. Ito na ata yung queue nila para sa entry na yan. And again, is GE giving enough space para dito sa side ng ZETA? Lockdown has been placed mula sa attackers and GE, kailangan nilang respetuhin to. Pero tignan mo naman yung peak na gagawin ni Dep dito. Hindi magiging successful lalo na kung Odin ang makakatapat mo na naka-ready simula kanina.
And there it is.
Hindi na pop yung ult!
Hindi niya.
Yun na sana yun eh. Yun na inaantay ng GE. Hindi na pop yung showstopper na yan. Lightning Fast though. Nilalaban pa rin yung team na to. Wingman already on the defuse here. And Hero on the side. Mamamatay pa. What a successful take coming in from GE. For the meantime, akala mo parang fail na.
Sabi. Akala ko din fail. I mean, imagine, dun sa unang paggamit ng showstopper ni Polvi, na-deny siya. That was way before. So second showstopper niya, hindi rin ganun ka-effective. Pero this time, dahil sa cramped up space at yung pagkaagamit doon ni Lightning Fast no kanyang Odin, in this particular scenario, sulit siya kasi maliit talaga yung site na to. C site is very clumped up, and if you play your cards right, pag may Odin ka, talagang kukonekta yan. At nakita natin to full effect yung ganon mula sa side ng Global Esports, and they will snatch round number 12 tayo. Last round ng first half. Let's see. Ito na, kinontra nila. Sila yung nagbato ng DZ at Paranoia at nag-take over din sa may A.
Gusto nila sila daw ang may control. Operator pa rin ang magwawagi kahit kitang-kita na. Huli cam ang makikita natin dito. Dep goes for another pick, another swing. Baka sakaling meron pang mahuli, pero it's gonna be a heavy rotation towards si tatlong players yan. At alam ni Dep to dahil sa dami ng utilities na paparating sa kanya. Mag-orb pa si kuya mo. Lahat na kontrolado ng ZETA, pero tingnan natin kung magiging successful yung magiging post-plant nila for this round as Benkai shuts down one already. Again, parang Odin yung nagiging saving grace nila dito, Wolf.
Oo. And Daz, nauluhan doon si Paul V. Saving grace. Gonna be enough depth! Kumonekta. Kahit may mga Pokemon na nakaharap. Tagos ang bala ng operator. But Benkai as well as Blaze King combining for 2. Doon, 2v2 scenario. At hindi pa nakapag-plant. Could be a rotation mula sa ZETA. Pero nandun si Blaze King. Denying him of that depth with the operator. At meron pang haunt. Save them. Ito na, nagparinig na, napulot na. Barrel, pati na rin yung spike 2v1 scenario. Nandun si Benkai. Good cross. At i-attempt ba niya na magpas na ako po? Nagpaparinig sa ngayon. Pero yun. 3 points para sa Global Esports in this first half.
Ginagawa niya yung tinuro mo sa akin. Paano tumalon nang hindi naririnig?
Tama.
Tamang ano lang, talon-talon lang. Pero wala rin eh. Again, para sa GE, buti na lang may Odin. Kasi so far, kapag nag-angle peak sila, and tatapatan nila tong ZETA ng harap-harapan, lugi sila sa tutok eh. Lugi sila dun sa mga initial pick-off na nagagawa ng ZETA Division. Pero at least ngayon, nakakasalo sila o nakakakuha sila ng mga rounds na gusto nilang kuhanin. Pero as soon as natatry na nilang makabawi o mahanap yung tempo na gusto nilang laruin dun sa side na yon, mag-halftime na. Tapos na.
Naubusan sila kumbaga ng rounds na laruin para dun sa init. But, nevertheless, it's 3 points para sa Global Esports. Nandun pa rin naman yung curse na sinasabi natin. Although parang may iba lang ako. Parang for the past months at past tournaments, parang hindi na totoo yung 9-3 curse.
Wala na, no? Bago na eh. 2-10 curse na nga talaga. No. hindi na totoo yung 9-3 curse kasi New Year na eh. Nagbago na ang lahat, guys. Panibagong taon, panibagong saying. Year of the Dragon na eh, no? Oh, Year of the Dragon na. Iba na yung mga lucky numbers. Alam mo yun?
Oo nga. Pwede ka talaga. Kasi wala na talaga nakikitang 9-3 ngayon na.
Wala na. Hindi na nakaka-comeback yung 9-3 na yan. Kahit sa rank game, wala na eh.
Oo.
Pero isipin mo yung last round na yun, Wolf kung si Laz, sinuwerte, minalas lang siya eh. Kita niya na yung angle, yung tamang crouch push na ginagawa. Just so happens na holy cam siya. So, this is what it is. At GE, kailangan nila yung round na yun. So, buti na lang nakuha nila.
Exactly. Every round that they can get. And this time, sila ang in charge. Sila ang attackers. B, kanilang try dito. Yuran handa with the ghost. Alam niya may mga nandun. At magiging aggressive pa rin siya for now. Kami yung tinik na damage. Paranoia. Good snake bite. Makakuha na isa. Vulnerable si Paul V. Taken out. Masyadong aggressive. Yung race nung kabila. At dahil dyan na -1 ang Global Esports.
Galing ng timing dito ni Yuran parate. If he doesn't get the kill, at least he punishes and actually takes into consideration delaying players mula sa GE. Naplanta nila yung spike though. It's all up to the 3 remaining players mula sa side nga ng GE dito. Little bit of a damage towards them as well. A 5v2 scenario as Lash shuts down another player. Si Russ lumalaban pa pero marami-raming makikita. Tumama pa yung shot na yun. Even or despite that paranoia. Pero in the end, it's still a 3v1.
Yeah. Ang ganda na sana nung kanyang shot na yun na kahit na blind siya. Kaso dahil meron din kasing hindi ka makakarinig din kasi with the paranoia. So hindi niya sure kung ilan yung nandun talaga. That's why dun sa refrag na nakita natin was enough. And last, sobrang crucial nung dalawang shot niya with the Sheriff. And isa sila sa mga player na confident kumuha ng Sheriff sa isang Killjoy on the pistol round, which normally hindi yon kasi parang gusto mo mag-commit dun sa mga utilities, di ba? But that's his decision. At nakaka-convert naman siya ng 2 kills for his team.
But I think it's really a viable option as well para sa isang Killjoy na magkaroon ng Sheriff in the first round. Kasi you have other players to play on the utility eh. At saka, on the other hand, for ZETA, alam nila na yung Sheriff na yon on long angles, isang literal one-hit delete kung ika nga. Pero isa sa mahuhuli dyan, si tropang Ras na nagsiset lang naman ng Mosh, mapapaatras tuloy ngayon yung GE, nasira na naman ang kanilang plano. Habang pumapasok sa loob ng wall, ito na naman parang deja vu si Yuran. All the way from upper, may papasok ba? Yan ang tanong, pero si Benkay ang magwawagi this time.
Yeah. Stinger push yung kanyang ginamit doon. But
kung nag-snake bite siya, baka hindi, no?
Oo.
Parang yung ginawa niya kanina.
Oo, kasi iba yung kanyang decision sa ngayon. Dito na, Prowler for the initial, si Laz, the Bulldog. Going in, nakakita sila ng isa. Good headshot, malaki Sugar Zero. Ang ganda nung nila doon, nung cross. Sobrang gandang kontra, sobrang gandang retake mula doon sa side ng ZETA at makakakuha sila ng perfect na 3K. At dahil dyan, 11 points, napakahusay ng post-plant take na yun, men.
All angles covered eh, no? Kahit yung nasa loob ng site na si Paul V, wala siyang magawa eh. Naparanoia ata siya doon, yung Prowler papunta sa kanya, tapos may hunt pang kasama, baka mabu. Tapos itong si Laz, nakahuli pa ng isa during the time na nakabukas yung doors towards B main. And because of that, completely dismantled din naman yung GE. Completely ruined their plans, especially here on this map. Yung angle pa nga lang nagpisa-set up nila towards C, ang dami na nilang nagamit na utility play na dapat hindi kasi atras din sila.
That's gonna be another point para sa ZETA na kukuha nila dito. At interestingly, global esports, hindi rin ganun kadami yung kaganda yung economy nila. Ngayon, supposed bonus. It is what it is. Yung decision and ever so closer sa pagkakapanalo itong ZETA dito sa ating best of 3 series. Inuubos na yung bala ng Outlaw. Ras gets the headshot with the Guardian. It's good enough. Ito na naman si Yuran Upper, the defense mula sa kanya. Hindi makapasok.
Delikadong position to para sa GE. Masyadong madaming delaying factors. May ipit sila kung sakaling magpo-posisyon dito si Sugar Zero. And the fact na may paranoia siya, this can be a problem anytime soon. And Yuran, not a problem at all. Ako bahala sa inyo, mga pare ko. 4v4 scenario pa rin naman. Hunt to the face. Pero si Dep, ang laking tiwala sa kanyang teammates na babasagin to. This time around, mapapaatras pa rin siya holding on to that angle. Hero to secure one. 4v3 scenario ngayon at parang palugi, parang GE na naman.
Exactly. Paranoia ginamit pero si Blaze kumakuha isa. Yun nga lang, Yuran, handa from upper. This could be a good lurk from Becca.
No
Hindi!
way!
Nakarata si Hero. There's the denial. And only one remains. Blaze King. 63 HP in a dream. Lumalaban ngayon sa tatlong nakatingin sa kanya pero na-defuse na. It's over. Match point para sa ZETA Division.
Benkay must be so mad. Yun yung niya eh. Moment to shine niya na yun eh. Exactly. Yung lurk niya na yun eh. Pero nahuli pa rin siya ni Hero. Ang lakas ng sixth sense nitong ng ZETA Division. And also, yung trash, nahuli man yung kanilang Omen, kung di ako nagkakamali. Hinabol nila yung stun na yun. And because hinabol nila yun, ready to trade off yung kabila na hindi naman na-stun. It is a big problem for GE right now. A really one-sided match we're looking at. Kaya pa ba nilang bumawi yan ang tanong, Wolf?
So difficult. Ang hirap sagutin. Pero wala namang imposible sa larangan ng Valorant. Nakakita na tayo ng crazy talaga. Crazy comebacks. Yun nga lang, ang hirap sa side na to. Kasi parang yung ZETA, hindi sila nagpapakita ng any sign of clumsiness eh. Parang, if you look back dun sa entirety ng dalawang maps natin, never naging careless yung ZETA. At mukhang hindi rin sila papayag na gano'n. Makakuha si Huron. In fact, makakuha siya dalawa with the conversion. Headshots are true para kay Yuran. Pero paano naman dito yung Global Esports? Error, this is close.
Laban kung laban pagdating dito. Sees nag-connect ata sa isang player and ZETA wins the game for the second time around. A rematch that we were all waiting for. GE, they've won against Bleed, they've won against El Diablo, ika nga, pero they just couldn't cross the waters na ginawa ng isang Japanese team, which is ZETA Division right now. You could definitely see dun sa first two games na nakita natin dito, ZETA versus GE, ang laking kalamangan na meron ng ZETA Division.
Walang ano din talaga. I think one thing na masabi ko, there's no, hindi nag-lax ever yung ZETA. May mga rounds na naipanalo yung global, pero dahil yun dun sa finally na nagising sila. Pero kung tapatan na laban ko laban, execute versus execute, defense versus offense, ZETA ang nananaig in the end because of yung kanilang siguro patience play na pinapakita nila dito as well as well calculated. At yung execute sila, hindi naman sila, walang hero plays eh. Yun ang masasabi ko dito mula sa side ng ZETA. We're very consistent all throughout the two maps at yun yung dahilan kung bakit sila yung nananalo in the end.
You have to give it to Yuran na grabe yung delaying factor na dinala, especially dun sa defense dito ng ZETA Division. But in the end, what matters is, para sa ZETA, makakapasok sila ngayon sa playoffs. Ligtas ang isang Japanese team yet again pagdating dito. And hopefully, mag-continue yung magiging ganitong scenario para sa ZETA Division. Would like to see them in an international stage as well. But other than that, of course, congratulations, ZETA Division and GE fighting. Maybe next time muli lalaban sila at babangon. Let's throw it to the stage though dahil may interview dyan at may pamigay pa ng mga Tactibear at kung ano-ano pa.
Man, the ZETA Division with the kind of refreshed approach that they've had in the game with their coach, just something special, honestly.
And with every outing, they continue to just look a bit better and better. I mean, obviously still things very much that need to be improved based on what we saw from them versus T1.
Yeah.
Sunset in particular, I shared similar concerns as Paper Thin, who was talking about it on the analyst desk before this matchup. If this goes to 3, how much improvement could ZETA have found on that map in a very short period of time?
Yeah.
We'll have to wait a little bit longer to find out.
They have possible rematch to happen here. Of course, everybody just, again, I believe these are the supporters for ZETA, showing what they got, showing the love that they have, the Japanese team. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, that's it for us. We're going to give it to our interviewer on the stage to get some words from the players of ZETA Division.
And ZETA Division close out the night with the victory. With this, they move on to play-ins tomorrow. I'm standing with the man of the hour, Deb. Now, congratulations, Deb. Your raise has been untouchable so far. A huge impact. So I just want to ask you about your raise. Do you feel like your raise has grown yourself? And if so, what do you think is the difference between your raise this year and your raise last year? 뎁 선수 오늘 승리 정말 축하드립니다. 이렇게 오늘 승리를 가져가면서 플레이인 스테이지에 진입하게 됐는데요. 뎁 선수의 레이즈에 대해서 먼저 얘기를 드리고 싶은데 사실 굉장한 성장세를 보여주고 굉장한 임팩트를 보여주고 있습니다. 스스로도 이 성장세를 느끼고 있는지 그리고 작년에 뎁 선수의 레이즈에 비해서 좀 올해의 뎁 선수의 레이즈는 어떤 차이가 있는지 여쭤보고 싶네요.
まずはプレイイン進出おめでとうございます。デプ選手のレイズが非常に上達しているというふうに感じるんですけれども、ご自身でまずそこどう思っているかっていうのと、去年と今年のレイズでの動きのなんか違いみたいなのってありますか？
そうですね去年と違うで言ったら あんまオペを去年はフェーズで出さなかったんですけど、今年はちょっと多めに出そうかなみたいな感じでやってました。はい。
So last year, when he was playing Raze, he didn't use the operator as much, but this year he's trying to hold it more.
작년에는 오퍼레이터를 많이 쓰지 않았는데 올해는 레이즈를 할 때 좀 오퍼를 조금 더 많이 쓰려고 한다고 얘기를 했는데요. 그렇다면 그 이유에 대해서 물어보도록 할게요. Can you explain a little bit more about why you're opting for operator more?
なんでより多めにオペレーターを持とうとしているかみたいなのって詳細にいただけますか？
そうですね。なんかチームの動き的にオペあった方が自分が動きやすいんで最近は、そういう感じでやってます。
So with the team's movement, having the op makes it easier for him to move around more.
이제 팀원들이 스타일도 많이 바뀌었고 또 팀의 스타일에 맞춰서 이 뎁 선수가 오퍼레이터를 들기에 굉장히 또 좋은 환경이 만들어져서라고 얘기를 하는데요. 자 그러면 이렇게 또 플레이인 스테이지에 진출하게 되면서 내일 제레미 선수와 텍스처 선수를 만나게 되는데 이 타격대 배틀에 대해서는 어떻게 느끼고 있는지도 물어보도록 하겠습니다. Now moving on, heading into tomorrow, you'll be facing Jeremy and Texture. I want to get your thoughts on going up against them.
明日の試合でジェレミーやテクスチャーといったデュエリストの選手たちと対峙するかと思うんですけれど、何か意気込みみたいなのはありますか？
そうですね。去年、普通に戦えてたんで、今年も頑張ろうかなって思ってます。
So last year, he was actually going against him pretty well, so he's going to try his best as can to do it this year again.
작년에 이 선수들을 만났을 때도 굉장히 뎁 선수가 좋은 활약을 보여줬기 때문에 또 그런 흐름을 올해에도 이어가고 싶다고 얘기했습니다. Thank you, Deb, so much. Congratulations once again. 이렇게 뎁 선수 만나봤고요. Now we're gonna give you Dan the Penguin. Coming up. Okay. 사인 쿠다사이. That's it, very simple. Can I take it for a little bit? All right, it's signed. All right. Okay, you throw it wherever. Whoa, whoa. Okay. Up to you. Oh! It came back. Okay. It came back! What? Okay. All right. Congratulations, man. Can I just ask him why he threw it upwards and it bounced twice?
なんでわざわざ上に投げて2回も跳ね返らせたんですか？
いやいや、ちょっと投げすぎちゃいました。力が入りすぎちゃいました。
He was powerful than he thought.
생각보다 힘이 세가지고 이렇게 좀 두 번 바운스 됐다고 얘기를 합니다. I mean, Deb said he was stronger than he thought, so you know he threw it up high, and the penguin ended up bouncing twice on the ground, but it found its owner. Congratulations once again, and that's it from all of us for day 5. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll toss it over to the desk. 네, 이렇게 5일차 마무리했고요. 뎁 선수 만나봤습니다.
You know what? That's exactly how I throw my paint shells.
I thought he was just practicing
he's
lineup.
he's pretty good with paint shells normally. I was a little surprising.
No, that's me on paint shells. Yeah, and I end up killing myself or whatever. All
yeah. We all do.
Definitely. Yeah. That's why we're here on the desk speaking and not playing out there. But definitely, don't need to worry about Deb's paint shells because his performance on Raze was definitely something to look out for here. I would say he's one of the best in the tournament so far, perhaps even in Pacific if he goes on this trend.
Yeah, he's picking up right where he left off last year. It's kind of that duelist that I think last year he sort of went under the radar because ZETA was struggling a little bit. Like it was a very up and down year. So even though he was often having just phenomenal stats and he was very consistent, because ZETA wasn't really popping off, they're having some slow games, very
he didn't
close
get to
games.
either.
Exactly. Yeah. This year it's a completely different story. I mean, today's game, it's through the roof for both matches here today. Okay, 339 ACS across 2 maps. for depth. That's 2 maps. That's not 1 map. That's 2 maps. Okay, he's plus 24 in KD, 84% KAST, so he's participating in a ton of the kills. Obviously, he's getting most of them. And then he's plus 10 in first kills versus first deaths. That's bananas.
Yeah, just Dev doing everything. But, you know, the whole team also just operating as a unit, and everyone's coordinating really well together. I mean, you can see a lot of first kills, the post plants. I mean, like, what else can we say, Mika? Like, first kills, good. Post plants, good. Valorant, good.
ZETA Division, oh, so good, right? Unfortunately for GE, this means that they are out of the kickoff tournament. I still think that this roster has very interesting ideas. Again, it just seems a little bit too raw at this time.
I agree. I mean, we got to see them look a lot better against Bleed. Coming in here today, they just ran into a brick wall. Everybody on ZETA was clicking, it felt like. Laz also had a phenomenal performance here across both maps. Euron had an amazing day. Hudodon had a great day. Sugar Zero was quiet in terms of kills, but he put up a ton of assists. So this is like, can't ask for anything better for ZETA. This is one of their best days that I've ever seen.
They were, I mean, I was really impressed by how controlled and disciplined they were. I mean, reading the plays, but also kind of not overextending, at least on this map, you know, they
very rarely
overcommit. Yeah, they were rounds like, I think earlier on, round 6 or so, they got a kill, they didn't commit to pushing into A, full rotate to C. Global Esports just was lost and confused. They rotated over, nobody's here, what's going on? There was a round from Global Esports that did impress me a little bit. Polvi, I think, had a little bit of success. But Benkai, I think, was really nice too. I think one round, especially over in the second half, almost made it work by just kind of on his own, getting heads-up duels, trying to open sights up, and it kind of worked for a bit because he had a lurk kill against Depp. And that's, again, one of those things, sometimes it works for Global Esports, but just, again, it's not the whole piece of the pie. You know? It's just like a little sliver.
Also, Odin go Burr.
Oh, yeah.
That pretty much works, right? But you're absolutely right. For ZETA Division, I love how they're so controlled. They know exactly when they're going to win fights and when they won't, so they hold back at just the right moment. And I'm surprised to even see that discipline coming in from the young guns, Yuran and Hiroron, right? Because usually a common mistake is that, you know, your young guns might overheat, you know, younger players might, you know.
Whoa! No, okay.
I didn't say anything, but, you know, younger guns might tend to, like, you know, be out there, get a little greedy, get a little hungry. But these two were actually, like, you know, they very controlled, very disciplined.
I agree, and it showed, especially in their post plants here on this map. Their post plant protocols were extremely tight. There were rarely cracks in the defense. They were so good about making sure that once that plat got down, everybody's in the right place, looking at the right angles, covering their flanks, covering all the angles. Everybody's playing off of each other so well. Anytime, like, Depp would take a fight, somebody was right there to swing with him if he was going to get taken down. So altogether, I was thoroughly impressed with this team.
Well, now before we formally go over to playoffs, there is one thing that remains. It is going to be Phase 2, and we have ZETA Division, we have Team Secret, and we have GenG all facing each other tomorrow in a round robin. And Quack, this is going to be a test of endurance, because if we haven't had enough long days, it seems like it's going to be even longer for these teams tomorrow.
Like, what time is it in KST right now? It's 11:04.
It's 11:04.
They just ended. ZETA's got to go back, rest up as much as possible, come back, play the next day. I mean, GenG, you know, at least following the schedule, it makes sense, but it is quite a bit of a marathon for some of these teams. Of course, they're gamers. They can do it, but you heard it in the interview with Gen. He's confident. He's had good scores against GenG last year. He's going to do it again.
Yeah, definitely. I think that, you know, ZETA Division, this kind of confidence is something that I would love to see from this team, especially since, you know, in 2023, everybody thought they knew exactly what to expect from ZETA Division. Now I love it that I don't know what to expect, and I can't wait to see more. Of course, though, we're going to be up against Team Secret and up against GenG, and you're going to be having first up GenG versus Team Secret. This is going to be really exciting, Favorson.
I'm thoroughly excited. I mean, it's hard to express. I mean, especially that last match. I mean, Texture versus Depp is like the just icing on that cake.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
It's like smacking his lips already, Paperman.
So good. I mean, also, like, think about, like, maybe Lakia versus Envy could be a really interesting storyline coming in for GenG versus TS. ZETA, you know, Hudodon versus Envy, also a really, you know, interesting story. Some young guns that are going to come out there and try to get it done. So what can you say? Tomorrow should be awesome. I mean, I feel a little bit bad for the players because it'll be a long day for them, but for us as fans, it's going to be a great day.
Oh yeah,
Fun
oh
to
yeah.
watch.
And I think that, it's also going to be a nail biter because this is for that singular slot into playoffs, right? Where they will be up against Paper Rex and a T1 and I believe DRX as well. So it's going to be really dicey indeed. And as kickoff slowly but surely comes to a very end, and that at the very end of that road are 2 slots to Masters Madrid. Quack, any final thoughts?
I mean, not too much. Just gotta rest up, come back, watch more Valorant tomorrow.
Are you talking to yourself?
Actually, a little bit.
He's hyping himself.
Okay, okay. We're talking. All right. I'll
It's
accept
cold.
that. I'll accept that.
Mika's
I
freezing.
know. Okay.
I love it. Get out of it. I love the snow.
I'm going to the beach
so excited.
next week, guys. Check next week. Paper thin.
Deb.
All right. I accept that as well.
Deb.
Cannot wait to see Deb, and we cannot wait to see more Valorant. That is tomorrow as we head into our play-ins, just steps closer and closer to that final spot at kickoff and at Masters Madrid. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night, Pacific.
One enemy remaining.
Nothing